Chapter 1. I am Goten. Damn it. While traversing to another world is indeed a blessing, why on earth must it be in the realm of Dragon Ball? Perched atop a mountain, a young boy rested his delicate hands beneath his head. Coming to the Dragon Ball universe is one thing, but why couldn't I have been transformed into Goku or even Vegeta? Instead, I'm stuck as Goten. What the hell is that? For the nth time, the boy silently cursed, sitting up with a disgruntled expression. With a mop of unruly hair resembling a crab's pincers and clad in an orange training suit over a black long-sleeve shirt, he was none other than Goten, the younger brother of Gohan and the offspring of Goku, a remnant from the Cell games. However, unlike the Goten of the original tale, this Goten still retained the distinctive tale of a scion. Why must I be Goten? He mused bitterly. Sure, Dragon Ball features beautiful women, but what good does that do me? The leading lady, Bulma, is married to Vegeta, and her son is older than me by a year. Android 18 is with that no-nose Krillin, and well, she's my mother, and Videl is practically booked by my older brother. Feeling utterly drained, he perceived the world around him as rife with malice. According to the storyline, Majin Buu was about to make his entrance. Damn it, freshly born into this world, I'm expected to face such a formidable boss. It's as if a novice just stepping out of the beginner's village is thrust into a battle with a max-level boss. I feel like the most unfortunate among all transmigrators. Never mind, the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. At the very least, I must attain Super Saiyan 2 before that, otherwise I won't survive, Goten resolved, rising to his feet. With a steely gaze, he summoned a golden aura that surged around him, his hair turning golden and his eyebrows yellow, complemented by his light green eyes, and even his tail transformed into a shimmering gold. Super Saiyan, a legendary status that is said to emerge once every millennium among scions, though nowadays it seems nearly every scion can achieve it. Forgetting my life takes precedence. Time to train, he sighed, dashing off like a streak of light into the distance. Deep within an uncharted mountain range, as Goten's golden aura dissipated, he retained the appearance of a Super Saiyan. Despite the passage of time, the memories of the anime he once watched lingered vividly in his mind. This must be his golden finger, so to speak. Goten recalled that to break through to Super Saiyan 2, he first had to acclimate himself to the Super Saiyan state. As for why Caulifla from Dragon Ball Super could transform into Super Saiyan 2 right after learning Super Saiyan, Goten surmised it must be a plot necessity. After all, when Kale transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, her energy ran rampant, and without Super Saiyan 2, it was impossible to rein her in. Anyone who has seen the movie Dragon Ball Super, Broly would know just how powerful Super Saiyan was, as Broly single-handedly obliterated 4 Super Saiyans alongside Piccolo, whose strength could rival that of Super Saiyan. Under the setting sun, Goten diligently practiced his fundamentals, pouring sweat with each step. The reason Vegeta could never catch up to Goku lies in their differing foundational skills. Vegeta was born with a battle power of 1,000, while Goku started with a mere 2. This initial advantage led Vegeta to hold lofty aspirations, dismissing the need for fundamental training. Goku, on the other hand, possessed only 2 to grow stronger. He had to take it step by step. In the lead-up to the Cell games, while Vegeta fervently trained and unlocked Super Saiyan 2, granting him the power to easily overpower Cell's second form, he still fell short of Cell's perfect form. Conversely, Goku trained as if Super Saiyan were his norm, developing full-power Super Saiyan techniques. Although his battle powers still paled in comparison to Cell's, Cell couldn't easily handle Goku as he did with Vegeta. Ah, my brother is back, Goten remarked, sensing the familiar aura of his brother. Today was the day Gohan returned to school, instilling a sense of urgency in Goten. He recalled that Broly's emergence coincided with this time frame prior to the World Martial Arts Tournament, and that guy, being the same age as Dad, was a complete maniac. Never mind, I should head back, Goten decided, using the instant transmission technique to soar back home. How do I look, Goten? Aren't I handsome? Gohan flaunted his Scion superhero costume, exuding pride. Goten's lips twitched. It be inappropriate to call my brother an idiot? Not bad. He managed to muster a strained smile, beaming outwardly while inwardly cursing. Haha. Gohan seemed oblivious to Goten's forced grin, striking various ridiculous poses. Goten discreetly stepped back, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might be compelled to unsheath his 4-meter long blade. Damn it. I better not find out who corrupted my brother if I do. I want rest until I've given him a thorough beating. In a distant mountain, a circular lake encased in ice, the eyelids of a slumbering man seemed to flutter, creating a fleeting illusion. 2. Daily life. In the monotony of daily existence, Gohan, feeling utterly bored, decided to don a mantle of a scion superhero, leaving Goten speechless. Videl might think he was stealing her thunder. Despite the absurd costume, Gohan was soon discovered by Videl. "Teach me to fly," she commanded imperiously from the school rooftop, her demeanor radiating authority. Otherwise, ill-exposed the true identity of the scion superhero. "3 can teach you," Gohan stammered, sweat pouring down his face. "What the hell is this? I still have to study and train." A triumphant smile graced Videl's lips, for flying was a dream cherished by every human, especially the ability to soar unaided. "Then it's settled," Videl declared with a light laugh. "He'll come find you tomorrow." Gohan wore a pained expression. What was this predicament? "Oh, by the way," Videl suddenly recalled, "Gohankin, I hope you participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament a month from now." The World Martial Arts Tournament? Gohan scratched his head in confusion. He had no recollection of such an event. However, considering that the tournament had been suspended ever since Goku's battle with Demon King Piccolo resulted in the destruction of the venue, it made sense. Perhaps they were finally stepping out of that shadow. "I remember that the grand prize for first place is 10 million. Videl's remark piqued Gohan's interest. Their family was nearly out of money, and winning could alleviate their urgent financial needs. "All right, then I'll take my leave," Gohan said, donning his scion superhero attire and floating away to bid Videl farewell. Rather than heading straight home, he chose to take a detour to Capsule Corp. "I see. The World Martial Arts Tournament," Bulma mused, her beautiful eyes reflecting nostalgia. She turned to Gohan and said, "So, you wish to participate, Gohan? Do you need me to devise a way to conceal your identity?" "Yes, Aunt Bulma," Gohan replied earnestly. "Not a problem, a minor adjustment to the helmet will suffice," Bulma chuckled lightly. This was a trivial task for her genius intellect, especially since Trunks and Vegeta had just emerged from the training room. "Hey Trunks, Uncle Vegeta," Gohan greeted them with a smile. "Gohan, what brings you here?" Trunks queried, puzzled. Gohan explained his situation, while Vegeta merely scoffed, dismissing Gohan's concerns. To him, the inhabitants of Earth paled in comparison to his strength. He recognized that Gohan's power was no match for what it had been 7 years ago. If Gohan were to face the Gohan of 7 years prior, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. "I want to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament as well," a familiar voice suddenly echoed through the air. "Goku, Dad, Kakarot, Bulma, Gohan, and Vegeta all recognized the voice's owner. Bulma and Gohan beamed with joy, while Vegeta appeared momentarily stunned. "Kakarot, what? Are you interested in that tournament?" "Hee, indeed." Goku's voice resonated again, accompanied by a cheerful chuckle. "It's been ages since I last saw everyone. I've missed you all, and I can return to Earth for a day. So, it's the perfect opportunity for a reunion." "Dad, you can really come back?" Gohan asked with gleeful anticipation. "Of course." Very well. If Kakarot is participating in that tournament, then I shall join as well," Vegeta declared with a sly grin. "Let's meet on the day of the tournament." Then, after arranging plans with Goku, he fell silent. "He'll head back and inform Mom. See everyone on tournament day." Gohan waved, and a cloud of orange and yellow descended from the sky, whisking him away toward Mount Payos. Trunks, however, stood there in bewilderment, pondering who the voice belonged to and why his parents reacted in such a manner. That night atop Mount Payos, "Nanny?" A voice akin to a lion's roar reverberated through Mount Payos, the thunderous sound startling numerous resting birds into flight. "Gohan, are you serious? Goku is truly coming back." Shishi, unfazed by her own thunderous exclamation, seized Gohan tightly, who could only offer an awkward smile and nod in response. Sun Wukong is about to return. There are only a few days left. Sun Wutian silently devours the food on the table, for the day of Sun Wukong's return coincides with the day of Majin Buu's unsealing. And then there is that Broly, who is still unaccounted for, damn it. The anime has provided scant information on Broly's whereabouts otherwise. I could have gone and dealt with the slumbering Broly myself. As Sun Wukong pondered this, he was suddenly lifted up by an excited Shishi. Speaking of which, Wukong has yet to meet his father. He must be eagerly anticipating it. Huh? Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. Please, as a traveler from another realm, how could I not have met Sun Wukong? I'm even more familiar with him than you are. Even if I didn't know, I could guess by looking in the mirror every day. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong was indeed looking forward to meeting Sun Wukong, his current father. After all, the anime merely presented him through a screen. Experiencing him up close would surely be far more delightful. Far away in a glacier, a man encased in ice murmured unconsciously, Kakarot. If Sun Wukong were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly scoff, wow, you really love my dad, don't you? And so deeply too. Why don't you just go and fly with him? 3. Training between brothers. In the early morning, as dawn broke, 2 fleeting shadows darted through the forest. All right, Wukong, this is a good spot, Sun Wukong called out, coming to a stop. Sun Wukong halted as well, facing Sun Wukong, who gathered a number of pebbles from the surroundings and drew a horizontal line not far away. Come on, Wukong, throw those stones at your brother. Sun Wukong, now clad in a blue training outfit, raised a hand. With a swift motion, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. All right, Sun Wukong casually picked up several stones and tossed them lightly. They flew toward Sun Wukong like cannonballs. Startled, Sun Wukong turned his head just in time to evade the stones, which, fueled by Sun Wukong's immense power, pierced through a nearby hill, leaving a small hole in their wake. Sun Wukong stared at Sun Wukong in astonishment. Is this a bit excessive? If I hadn't dodged in time, I would have been seriously injured. Wait a moment, Wukong. Sun Wukong quickly interjected as he noticed Sun Wukong preparing to continue. Sun Wukong chuckled inwardly, thinking, I merely exerted the same force as in the original story. Sun Wukong jogged to the other side and drew another horizontal line. Come on, Wukong. Here it comes. Sun Wukong tentatively tossed another stone, which Sun Wukong deftly sidestepped. Sun Wukong chuckled softly, his hands becoming a blur as countless pebbles, infused with even greater strength than before, hurtled towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong managed to dodge them all, but Sun Wukong, refusing to be outdone, transformed into a Super Saiyan, significantly increasing the speed of the stones. Nanny? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, momentarily frozen, and was struck by several stones, astonished as he asked, Wukong, how did you transform into a Super Saiyan? I learned it while playing with Trunks. Sun Wukong scratched his head, which left Sun Wukong feeling rather disheartened. He recalled the immense effort he had invested to achieve the transformation. While Sun Wukong had mastered it with such ease, what a blow to the ego. Yet, Sun Wukong was also puzzled as to why the Super Saiyan transformation had become so commonplace during the Majin Buu saga. Trunks and Sun Wukong, who had never experienced battle, could transform effortlessly, while Sun Wukong and the others had to endure countless hardships to achieve it. Even future Trunks had only transformed after being spurred by Sun Wukong's demise. Could it be that the Super Saiyan ability is hereditary? How about this, Wukong? Instead of just practicing the basics, why don't we train together as brothers? It would be far more efficient, especially since we are both scions. All right, here I come. Big brother, Sun Wukong grinned, launching himself like a nimble monkey, sweeping a kick toward Sun Wukong. Alarm bells rang in Sun Wukong's mind as he raised his hand to block the blow. Whoa! The tremendous force behind Sun Wukong's kick made Sun Wukong cry out in pain as his body was sent flying. Quickly, he utilized the instant transmission technique to stabilize himself, realizing he had underestimated Sun Wukong and overestimated his own current abilities. Wukong is surprisingly strong, Sun Wukong thought, praising him internally as he propelled himself through the air towards Sun Wukong, who was hot on his heels. Sun Wukong swung his arms, his fists striking like shooting stars towards Sun Wukong, who retaliated with his own strikes. Boom, 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 bang. The two became mere shadows, the air reverberating with the sounds of their clashes. Each impact was accompanied by a sonic boom, and they fought from early dawn until the sun hung high in the sky, only pausing when their stomachs began to protest. Wuqian, let's head home for a meal, Sun Wukong suggested. Sun Wuqian nodded, and the two utilized the instant transmission technique, transforming into streaks of light as they flew homeward. However, upon their return, Sun Wukong gazed at the unfamiliar items in his house, recalling the matter he had momentarily forgotten. Alas, I have forgotten that Biddy Li is coming, and Sun Wukong covers his face, seemingly distressed that he neglected this detail due to the impending return of his father. Sun Wukong glances at the aircraft parked in front of their home, then looks at his older brother, understanding the situation and sighing inwardly, oh, how he had wished to train diligently over the past few days. He could not help but direct his gaze towards his elder brother, saying, "Why are you, a formidable Super Saiyan, fearful? What is there to dread from mere, foolish earthlings? It was you who vanquished Cell, yet an imbecile reaped the rewards. When was the pinnacle of martial arts on Earth?" The answer lies in the era when Son Goku and his companions existed, beings capable of obliterating the planet in an instant. Yet, thanks to that fool Satan, everyone now perceives Ki as mere sleight of hand. Can such trickery truly cause the Earth to tremble? One cannot help but wonder what expressions those Earthlings would wear if they were to discover that Satan is, at best, slightly more capable than an ordinary person. The thought alone stirs excitement within Sun Wukong that he has resolved to unmask Satan's charade. Frankly, the character he despises most in Dragon Ball is that deceitful Satan who boasts grandly in public, yet cowers when faced with true power, feigning injury or illness. Why not just perish? By the way, it seems that at the World Martial Arts Tournament, the champion of the youth division can challenge Satan. Ah, what a splendid opportunity. If Trunks were to be a tad more forceful, Satan, the so-called world champion, would likely meet his demise. As for Ki, training is underway. You are truly not here to meet Wu Fan, are you? At the entrance, Chi-Chi scrutinizes the beautiful girl before her with a look of skepticism. Biddy Li shoots back, her eyes narrowing in annoyance. I've already said I'm not. Just as Wu Fan and Sun Wukong return home. They overhear this exchange. Sun Wukong smirks. Biddy Li, is it really appropriate to speak to your future mother-in-law in such a manner? My apologies for being late, Biddy Li. Wu Fan scratches his head. Feeling awkward for having forgotten their arrangement due to his excitement yesterday, he then inquires, but how did you find out my address? One can easily discover such things at school, Biddy Li replies. Leaving Wu Fan even more embarrassed, Sun Wukong stares at Biddy Li for a few moments before blurting out, Bro, is she your girlfriend? How could that possibly be? Biddy Li retorts, her cheeks flushed. Oh, Sun Wukong nods, feigning understanding. I in the same spot. Wu Fan begins to teach Biddy Li the art of flight. Sun Wukong, feeling bored, perches himself on a large rock, observing Wu Fan impressively guiding the girl through the techniques. To master flight, controlling Ki is paramount, and Wu Fan explains it step by step. However, he forgets that Biddy Li is utterly clueless about what Ki even is, making it difficult for her to grasp the training. What is Ki? Biddy Li asks, her expression one of bewilderment, causing Wu Fan to feel embarrassed, unsure of how to explain. Well, like this, Sun Wukong sighs, unable to watch any longer. He stretches out his palm, unleashing a small, pale blue energy blast that obliterates a moderately sized hill with a resounding boom. Yes, just like that, I'm not sure what you call it. Wu Fan nods in satisfaction. Magic, Biddy Li replies earnestly. Wu Fan's mouth twitches. It's not magic. We aren't using any props. How would I know? I'm not familiar with your kind of magical abilities, Biddy Li exclaims excitedly, leaving Wu Fan feeling increasingly awkward, to which he responds with a hint of disappointment. I isn't there any other way. As Biddy Li draws nearer, Wu Fan catches a whiff of her youthful fragrance, causing his face to redden, having never encountered such a situation before. Hey, could you two be a bit more considerate of others while kissing? Sun Wukong interrupts, propping his chin up with a hand, glaring at the pair. He finally understands that his elder brother is being pursued by a girl. Are scions truly this emotionally inept? The two momentarily freeze, gazing at each other, cheeks ablaze, before retreating to Wu Fan, still blushing, assures Biddy Li. Don't worry, everyone possesses Ki. It's simply a matter of guidance. Upon hearing this, Biddy Lee's frown transforms into a smile. Sun Wukong raises an eyebrow. Throughout all of Dragon Ball, the only one actively pursuing romance is still the original owner of this body. His mouth twitches uncontrollably as he recalls how his parents stumbled into marriage, amusingly noting that Chi-Chi's casual proposal of "come marry me" was misinterpreted by Son Goku as an inquiry about a delicious dish, to which he readily agreed. Vegeta and Bulma's relationship was merely a case of premarital pregnancy, and now, to his astonishment, their son is already capable of aiding in battles. Sighing, Sun Wukong reflects on the emotional incompetence of scions. It is indeed difficult to bear. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, he wonders whether the Dragon Ball world he inhabits is from Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball GT. If it were GT, he would have a decade to develop quietly. However, if it were Super, then perhaps he should just go to sleep. After all, deities of destruction and such. Watching Wu Fan teach Biddy Lee how to channel ki, Sun Wukong muses internally. Forget it. I'll just train myself. Sun Wukong rises and addresses Wu Fan. I'll be training on my own for now. Alright, Wu Fan glances at Sun Wukong before shifting his focus back to Biddy Lee. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong departs to a more distant location, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a loud tuan as he continues his daily training, performing one-handed push-ups and even inverting his entire body. Sweat pours down his back as he completes 40,000 push-ups before switching to his other hand. The arduous training continues, and once Biddy Lee has mastered the use of ki, she delves into the art of flight. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong persists in his solitary training, showing signs of breaking through the Super Saiyan 2 barrier point one day. Biddy Lee finally masters the art of flight, soaring gracefully through the air. Only then can Wu Fan focus on serious training. Yet he finds himself significantly lagging behind Sun Wukong, whose power now closely approximates the level Wu Fan had attained 7 years prior to break through to Super Saiyan 2. He merely needs a surge of anger. Boom, boom, boom. After Biddy Lee departs, training continues for Sun Wukong and Wu Fan, while the Z fighters of yesteryear, including Vegeta, Krillin, Trunks, Wu Fan, Sun Wukong, and even a late Son Goku, prepare for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Meanwhile, that fool Satan lounges on a sofa, casually smoking a cigar, seemingly convinced of his victory, choosing to bask in glory that does not rightfully belong to him. When asked about Biddy Lee, he arrogantly retorts, "Don't worry, Biddy Lee. No one in this world can defeat your father." Satan's brazen demeanor fails to consider the repercussions if the one who defeated Cell were to take offense. Fortunately, it was Wu Fan who vanquished Cell. Had it been Vegeta, one wonders if Satan would still be alive today. Biddy Lee storms off in frustration, feeling helpless regarding such a father.5. Broly, by the way. Why are we aimlessly collecting Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong rolls his eyes at the 5-star Dragon Ball in his hand and turns to Trunks. Trunks, brimming with excitement, snatches the Dragon Ball from Sun Wukong's grasp and places it in his backpack, which already bulges with 5 identical Dragon Balls. Don't you think this is fun? You're curious to see what Shenron looks like, aren't you? Trunks presents an irresistible argument, clearly aware that Sun Wukong is equally intrigued by the true form of Shenron. Only one more to go. Let us go, Wukong. Trunks presses a button on the Dragon Radar, locating the final Dragon Ball's position before soaring into the sky, with Biddy Lee trailing behind out of curiosity. Sun Wukong shakes his head lightly, following behind, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Is this from some movie? Dragon Fist Explosion? No, that film should have occurred after the Majin Buu incident, once Son Goku had been revived. Wait, is that Broly? Panic seizes Sun Wukong as he realizes this is their battle. He can't escape this one. Can he? Rubbing his head in exasperation, Sun Wukong could only resign himself to this reality. However, in the original tale, Broly had been driven to rage by the sound of Sun Wukong's cries, which evoked memories of his father. And no worries, as long as I don't cry. Everything will be fine. Comforting himself with this thought, Sun Wukong followed Trunks and Biddy Lee to the location of the last Dragon Ball. So this is how we summon the dragon. Biddy Lee observed with a hint of skepticism as she glanced at Trunks' shoulder bag. Absolutely, my mother told me so. Trunks confidently patted his chest before turning to Sun Wukong with enthusiasm. Wukong, if it were you, what wish would you make? Sun Wukong pondered, scratching his head in confusion. When it came to wishes, he truly didn't know what to choose. The previous version of him would have certainly wished for some toy, but now, with the maturity of an adult mind, he was at a loss. If it were me, I would wish for a castle made of cake, Trunks exclaimed, his face alight with eagerness, as though he could truly envision a confectionery fortress. Sun Wukong's lips twitched in amusement. You should go ask Annie Four Emperors. She must have one. Let us just grab the Dragon Ball first, Sun Wukong suggested, pointing at the Dragon Ball still nestled in the nest with a hint of exasperation. Right, Biddy Lee and Trunks simultaneously dashed toward the nest containing the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a light smile as he too raced toward it. After a chaotic flurry, the Dragon Ball, which had almost reached Trunks' grasp, was sent flying again as Biddy Lee and Trunks collided. Hey, why did you suddenly run into me? It was you who blocked me, Sun Wukong sighed, holding his forehead as he observed Trunks and Biddy Lee, who were still blaming each other. This must be what they call a legendary team of pigs, he mused. Kakarot! Suddenly, a dark voice resonated behind Sun Wukong, causing his pupils to dilate sharply as he mechanically turned his head. Before him stood a youth with a golden hedgehog-like hairstyle, yellow eyebrows, and light green eyes, his muscular physique bared to the elements. A strikingly handsome figure. Goodness, how did Broly get out? I definitely didn't cry. Sun Wukong exclaimed in horror, his eyes wide as he trembled under the overwhelming pressure emanating from Broly, a sensation rooted in his very bloodline. Who is this? The two combatants, still embroiled in their quarrel, sensed Broly's ominous aura. Trunks asked, Wukong, do you know him? Kakarot! Broly's handsome face twisted into a sinister smile as he roared, unleashing a powerful punch that sent the terrified Sun Wukong hurtling away. Ouch! Sun Wukong thought, feeling as if an ordinary person had been struck by a speeding train. With a splash, he was flung into the sea. Wukong! Trunks' face paled as he watched Sun Wukong plunge into the waves. His anger directed at Broly as he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at him. Wukong! Trunks! Biddy Lee clenched her fists, releasing a barrage of energy blasts at Broly. However, given Biddy Lee's strength, those attacks were merely a tickle to Broly. Emerging from the sea, Sun Wukong ignited with golden energy, joining Trunks to confront Broly. Boom! Bang! Clash! In the void, Trunks and Sun Wukong assailed Broly, their fierce battle leaving them somewhat disheveled. Seizing the moment, Broly knocked the two apart. Kakarot! Broly howled, his energy surging alarmingly, a terrifying force gradually being unleashed from within him, causing the very earth to tremble. What is this energy? Son Gohan, who was training nearby, suddenly sensed Broly's familiar aura. His eyes widened in fear. It was evident that Broly was the most despairing opponent he had ever faced. Together with Goku, Vegeta, future Trunks, and Piccolo, the 5 Super Saiyan had been utterly powerless against Broly. And had it not been for their combined energy gifted to Goku, they might well have been buried long ago. Damn it, Son Gohan cursed inwardly, activating his flight technique and racing toward the battlefield of Sun Wukong and the others. He had thought that Broly had been defeated 7 years ago. Who could have imagined he was still alive and had come to Earth? Wukong, Trunks, Biddy Lee, you must not come harm. Son Gohan gritted his teeth. Praying fervently. 6, the invincible Broly roaring. Broly madly amplified his power, his energy seemingly inexhaustible. With a thunderous explosion, he erupted in a surge of green light. Ripples of energy cascaded through the air, each wave altering the very fabric of reality. As the brilliance faded, Broly's form materialized before them, his muscles grotesquely enlarged akin to the Super Saiyan third form. His golden spikes transformed into a luminous green, his pale yellow eyebrows now stark white. His pupils vanished, and his visage twisted into that of a malevolent demon emerging from the abyss. Kakarot! Broly targeted Sun Wukong, unleashing a torrent of green energy blast from his hands. Run, Trunks! Sun Wukong shouted, his eyes wide with alarm as he focused intently on the incoming blasts, skillfully maneuvering to evade them. Trunks, standing beside him, was unable to escape, too preoccupied with dodging the onslaught. I'll help you. Biddy Lee, witnessing Sun Wukong and Trunks ensnared by the barrage, surged forward to rescue them. Don't, stay back. Sun Wukong urgently called out, sensing the lethal energy contained within each blast, enough to obliterate Biddy. Boom! Just as Biddy was nearing them, a stray blast struck her, and a tall figure caught her. As she struggled to open her eyes, she found herself staring into Son Gohan's handsome face. Gohan! Biddy barely managed to utter his name before falling unconscious. Broly halted his assault, his gaze shifting curiously to Son Gohan, who had just set Biddy down, hovering in mid-air. Upon recognizing Son Gohan, Broly roared, "Kakarot, Broly," Son Gohan remarked, astonished that the foe his father had vanquished had somehow survived. Transforming into a Super Saiyan with a determined expression, he murmured to himself, "Kakarot." Broly's memories flashed back to his time on planet Vegeta, recalling Goku's cries echoing in his mind. The recollections spiraled back 7 years, recalling the moment Goku, empowered by Vegeta and the others, had defeated him with a single punch. Unable to contain his fury, Broly lunged forward. "Kakarot!" Broly bellowed, racing towards Son Gohan like a cannonball. Son Gohan furrowed his brow, desperately attempting to block Broly's relentless onslaught. Crash! 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 Each collision sent ripples through the air as Broly seized the opportunity to teleport behind Son Gohan. Seizing his arms and pulling them back, his knee pressed against Son Gohan's back. "Ah!" Son Gohan cried out in agony, his heart filled with resentment, longing for the power he had wielded 7 years prior, the strength that had annihilated Cell. Sun Wukong and Trunks, witnessing Son Gohan's predicament, extended their arms, unleashing energy waves from their palms. Sensing the energy blasts, Broly merely smirked, standing his ground as he took the full brunt of their attack. We hit him! That monster!" Trunks exclaimed triumphantly. "Fool! Why did you take it head-on? You're doomed now." "No, not yet." Sun Wukong's gaze remained fixed on the area obscured by smoke, his expression grim. "You can feel it. That guy's energy hasn't diminished at all." "Nanny?" Trunks gazed in astonishment as the wisps of smoke dissipated, revealing Broly, who stood unscathed, his torment of Son Gohan momentarily halted. "He is nothing short of a monster." Trunks thought, filled with dread. Broly sneered, releasing Son Gohan, who, having lost consciousness, lacked the strength to revert from his Super Saiyan form. "A monster. No, I am a demon." The world fell into a profound silence, broken only by Broly's maniacal laughter echoing across the sky. "This guy is an absolute lunatic," Son Goten remarked, his face contorted in distress. Suddenly, Broly erupted into action, seizing both their throats, and, using his momentum, crashed through stone pillars. "Give me your life, Kakarot!" Broly bellowed, flinging Son Goten and Trunks into the rocky landscape. Coughing and spluttering, Son Goten struggled to emerge from the rubble, having reverted from Super Saiyan to his normal state, still reeling from Broly's earlier grip. "Kamehameha!" Hearing the thunderous voice from behind, Broly turned to see Son Gohan, arms poised in a lotus position, a radiant azure energy sphere shimmering in his grasp. "Kamehameha!" Broly regarded Son Gohan with contempt, as if dismissing him entirely. As the energy gathered, Son Gohan unleashed a fierce cry, directing the brilliant azure beam toward Broly, the force seemingly tearing the very fabric of reality apart. "Super Saiyan 2, obliterate Broly." The energy beam struck Broly, enveloping him in a cloud of black smoke. Huff! Huff! The earlier Kamehameha wave had nearly drained all of Son Gohan's energy, his arms dangling weakly as he fixed his gaze on the depths of the smoke. His complexion remained pale, not because of the impact on Broly, but rather due to the stark realization that his previous strength was insufficient to inflict any real damage. Otherwise, the battle 7 years prior would not have been so arduous as the smoke cleared. A shimmering green energy shield enveloped Broly, whose face still bore a defiant grin, as if mocking Son Gohan's futile efforts. "This is truly the end. Father, what should I do?" Son Gohan cried out in despair, transforming into a Super Saiyan once more to launch a renewed assault on Broly. "Brother!" Son Goten clenched his fists, watching Son Gohan struggle with frustration, glancing at their fallen companion. "Trunks, that I need power." Ugh. Son Gohan gasped as Broly's fist struck his abdomen with tremendous force, causing him to spit out bile that "I need power." Broly's foot pressed down on Son Gohan's chest, eliciting a scream as blood gushed from his mouth that "I want power." Again, Broly stomped down, forcing Son Gohan to cough up more blood. The relentless assault shattering the ground beneath them, creating a web of cracks that spread outward as the earth began to collapse. Witnessing Son Gohan suffering, Son Goten loathed his own weakness, all his frustration and rage coalescing into a surge of power. "I want power," Son Goten roared to the heavens, feeling as if something within him had shattered, a terrifying strength pouring forth. Broly sensed Son Goten's transformation and instinctively withdrew his foot from Son Gohan's chest. Son Goten's roar echoed like thunder, his Super Saiyan aura erupting into a jet-like blaze, electricity crackling around him, his hair standing on end except for a single lock that fell forward, his eyes piercing as they locked onto Broly. The fury of his weakness, the indignation of his impotence, shattered the barriers before him, facilitating a transformation beyond Super Saiyan into Super Saiyan 2 Broly found Son Goten's sudden increase in power amusing, as if he had acquired an intriguing new toy, igniting within him an urge to obliterate Son Goten. "Kakarot!" Broly roared, his emerald aura boiling over as he shot towards Son Goten like a rocket. "Broly, you won't leave here alive today," Son Goten retorted coldly, propelling himself forward to meet Broly. Boom! Their elbows collided with a deafening crash that reverberated through the heavens, sparks flying from the point of impact. Thud! Son Goten's arm intercepted Broly's sweeping kick, the force greater than before. Son Goten retaliated, delivering a powerful kick that sent Broly reeling. Regaining his footing, Broly gazed at Son Goten with newfound eagerness. The legendary Super Saiyan's combative nature began to surface as he unleashed a flurry of blows upon Son Goten, who refused to back down, returning the assault with equal fervor. Crack, crack, crack. The air resonated with explosive sounds, even the clouds above scattered in the wake of their fierce confrontation. Their powers intensified with each exchange. Yet the disparity in stamina began to reveal itself. Son Goten began to show signs of fatigue, while Broly thrived in the heat of battle. After all, Son Goten was merely 7 years old. His stamina naturally inferior to that of an adult, compounded by the fact that he was not at his peak when transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Damn it, I can't match his stamina. Son Goten cursed inwardly, lamenting, "If only I weren't just a child, I would surely make Broly call me Grandpa today." Broly compressed a sphere of energy in his hand and flicked it away, the small orb rapidly expanding into a colossal energy ball. Damn it, Son Goten thought, forming his hands into a lotus shape as he unleashed a brilliant azure beam, the Kamehameha. The enormous green energy sphere clashed with the azure beam in the void, the energy ball slowly consuming the blue light. Forcing it back, Son Goten intensified his output, but it was futile. The energy was inexorably being pushed back. Boom! Behind Son Goten, another azure beam surged forth. He turned to see his brother. "Goten, don't let up." Son Gohan's pale green eyes fixed on the energy sphere. His voice stern, Son Gohan approached, aligning himself with Son Goten. "Goten, let's unleash all our power." "All right," Son Goten nodded. The two brothers roared in unison, the azure beams swelling dramatically as they pushed back the energy sphere. Broly was engulfed by the dual onslaught of energy, completely vanishing from sight amidst the overwhelming force. 8. The World Martial Arts Tournament, There really are a lot of people, Son Goten remarked, observing the throngs of spectators filling the square with a sense of ennui. The World Martial Arts Tournament gathered numerous formidable fighters from around the globe, and Son Goten lamented the fate of the competitors that he be born in this era is truly unfortunate. Scions, Namekians, and powerful aliens abound, while the strongest Earthlings are merely a tad stronger than Krillin. Where is Goku? If he doesn't hurry up, registration will close, Bulma complained, glancing at her watch. Whoosh! Just as everyone searched for Son Goku, a sound of rushing air caught their attention. A tall, familiar figure materialized before them. Son Goku appeared as if by instant transmission, greeting the crowd with a smile. "Long time no see. Everyone," Son Goku beamed. "Goku, Son Gohan and Chi-Chi rushed into his embrace, brimming with excitement. Son Goten scrutinized the man before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, finally meeting the protagonist of this world, Son Goku. Sun Wukong mumbled softly, his voice barely audible amidst the throng, where all eyes were fixated on Sun Wukong, leaving no one to notice the unusual glimmer in Sun Wukong's gaze, standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet, with a hairstyle resembling a crab. He wore a vibrant orange martial arts uniform over a blue short-sleeve shirt, and his handsome face maintained a smile as refreshing as a gentle breeze, exuding an aura that was hard to find repugnant at first glance. The only distinguishing feature was the golden circlet atop Sun Wukong's head, symbolizing the angelic halo of his demise. Wu Qian, come meet your father, Chi-Chi said, noticing Sun Wukong lost in thought, giving him a light pat on the back. I am quite curious how this child resembles me so much. He truly is my offspring. Sun Wukong's unexpectedly humorous remark. Laughter erupted among the crowd, save for the stoic Vegeta and Piccolo. Father, Sun Wukong stepped closer to Sun Wukong, gazing at him for a moment, a smile gracing his youthful face. Wow, it's Mr. Satan, the world champion. Just as Sun Wukong was about to speak, an exclamation pierced the air, causing the crowd to erupt in chaos as they surged toward the entrance of the martial arts tournament that a middle-aged man, disheveled yet adorned with a golden belt and a white cloak, was surrounded by admirers, hailed as the savior of the world, Mr. Satan. The savior of the world, is it? Sun Wukong mused, watching the proud Mr. Satan basking in the attention, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Though no one else took notice, let us proceed to the venue, Piccolo suggested. Very well, the group agreed, making their way into the arena. Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, Saiyan Superman, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Android 18, and Trunks constituted nearly half of the 16 contenders. What vexed the two young boys, Sun Wukong and Trunks, was the existence of a junior division. An annoyance indeed. Krillin, I didn't expect you still had hair, Sun Wukong exclaimed, noting Krillin's newfound locks. I've always said I had hair. I just have my reasons for keeping it short, Krillin retorted. Oh, is that so? Sun Wukong replied, feigning surprise as a striking figure passed by point 18. Is that really you? Only just noticing. Are you Baka? Android 18 scoffed, turning her head to regard him with disdain. What is Android 18 doing here? Baka. Android 18 shot Sun Wukong another disdainful glance and continued on her way. Krillin, blushing, chimed in, I'm married 18, and we live at Master Roshi's place. We even have a daughter now. Isn't she a robot? How could she have children? Sun Wukong replied, his expression suggesting disbelief despite his limited education. Android 18 was human once, just modified by Dr. Gero, Krillin corrected. The punching machine tested a person's strength, albeit only for ordinary individuals that, 137. Mr. Satan has achieved the highest score yet, the excited host exclaimed, watching the numbers display with enthusiasm. Mr. Satan posed flamboyantly, inciting a sense of déjà vu in Sun Wukong. I see now. That's why you're so flamboyant, Mr. Satan, he thought, growing increasingly annoyed with the man that I must utterly defeat him, leaving him utterly incapacitated, without a doubt. Amidst the commotion, Sun Wukong and the others scored around 200 points, leading the host to suspect a malfunction in the machine, in a fit of rage. Vegeta obliterated the punching machine, leaving Biddy Lee, who had come to investigate, utterly stunned. Well done, Uncle Vegeta, Sun Wukong thought, appreciating Vegeta for showing the foolish Earthlings what true power looked like. How unfortunate. Uncle Vegeta, couldn't you have waited until I was done before you smashed it? Son Gohan lamented inwardly, realizing he would now have to expend additional effort, in the junior division. Sun Wukong felt exasperated, as did Trunks. Damn it, we have to fight adults. Isn't that bullying? After Trunks effortlessly dispatched a seemingly formidable but ultimately weak golden-haired opponent, it was Sun Wukong's turn. Ixay, focus. Do not let your guard down like your brother, a plump lady shouted loudly beside Yulong. Wukong, be gentle, Chi-Chi encouraged from a distance, concerned that Sun Wukong might be too forceful. The plump lady glanced at Chi-Chi, muttering about her misfortune in having her noble son face such uncouth children. Next to her, Bulma smirked, taunting, Oh, so that's why this foolish kid is so dazed. He has the same idiocy as his brother. Don't expect another miracle. You'll see how formidable he is soon enough, the plump lady retorted loudly. Sun Wukong, yawning in boredom, found this opponent utterly uninspiring. This little brat, with so many spectators. Let us show him some colors, Ixay sneered, looking down at Sun Wukong's petite frame with disdain. This child, the golden-haired host mused, recognizing Sun Wukong's familiar face and hairstyle. Sun Wukong, undoubtedly the son of Sun Wukong. They're strikingly alike. As the match commenced, the host's announcement echoed, and Ixay struck a pose, grinning smugly. You little brat, how dare you stand on this stage? He lunged forward with a punch aimed at Sun Wukong's face. How slow, was Sun Wukong's sole thought as he effortlessly deflected the punch with a single finger. Oh, how embarrassing, Ixay exclaimed as he attempted a kick, only to be blocked again with ease. Seems he has some skill, the plump lady remarked, beaming with confidence. Ixay is about to get serious. Huh, Ixay shouted, unleashing a flurry of punches at Sun Wukong, who sighed. This is tiresome. With a sudden strike, Sun Wukong landed a punch on Ixay's left eye, leaving him with a black eye. Ixay swayed unsteadily. Something feels off, Sun Wukong frowned, delivering another punch to Ixay's right eye, creating a matching panda eye. Now, that's more like it. Satisfied, he observed Ixay sprawled on the ground, his eyes now balanced with matching bruises, and stepped off the stage as Ixay lost consciousness. The host quickly declared Sun Wukong the victor. Unbelievable, the plump lady exclaimed, while Bulma playfully stuck her tongue out at her, making a face. The lady, infuriated, lunged at Bulma, ready to confront her, but Chi-Chi knocked her out with a punch, declaring, "Let us have some peace." The matches were rather dull, primarily children battling each other, with both Trunks and Sun Wukong dispatching their opponents with ease. Finally, the pivotal championship match arrived, Trunks versus Sun Wukong. Dear audience, the championship match of the junior division is about to begin. Who will emerge victorious, Trunks or Sun Wukong? Notably, these two little competitors are also good friends, the golden-haired host announced, as Satan lounged on a sofa, puffing on a cigar. Those two little tykes are quite impressive, he remarked nonchalantly, glancing at the participants. Perhaps I should take a look at this match, one of the staff suggested. Very well, I shall observe. After all, I need to face the winner, Satan replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. Finally, the much-anticipated match had arrived, and Krillin leaned over the railing, eagerly watching the two combatants on stage. Indeed, rushing in haste, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, joined the others, exclaiming, "You must have been waiting for quite some time. The preliminary round has just concluded. Switching to a new machine takes so long," Krillin complained. "You arrived just in time. The match is about to commence," Sun Wukong smiled. "The finals of the youth division of the World Martial Arts Tournament begins now." The two exchanged respectful gestures before taking their stances, their fierce gazes locked onto one another. This child seems oddly familiar, Satan pondered, chin in hand, as he scrutinized Son Goten's face. Tuan. Son Goten's eyes glinted, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, leaving the onlookers astounded. A Super Saiyan? Goten, weren't we supposed to refrain from transforming? Son Gohan expressed his frustration at his brother's sudden change. Wow. Goten can already transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong was taken aback, realizing that his son, at just 7 years of age, had achieved such a formidable transformation. The intense battle unfolded. Son Goten versus Trunks. Goten, didn't Gohan tell us not to transform? Why did you do it? Trunks questioned, hands on hips. A knowing smile danced on Son Goten's lips. Come on, Trunks, you should transform too. It makes the fight all the more exhilarating, doesn't it? Trunks nodded in agreement, his lilac hair shimmering as he too transformed. Wow, Trunks can transform into a Super Saiyan as well. Sun Wukong felt overwhelmed by the sight of these young warriors. How are we adults supposed to cope with a generation of Super Saiyans? Just so you know, I won't hold back, Goten, Trunks declared, a victorious grin spreading across his face. Hee, neither will I, Son Goten replied, adjusting his stance for battle. Satan watched in terror as Son Goten, in his Super Saiyan form, stood before him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He stammered in a whisper only he could hear, "It must be true. This little brat is the spitting image of that person. That guy actually has a son. Oh, it seems so. He recalled the golden-haired warriors from 7 years ago, the troublemakers who had disrupted his performances. The murmurs from the audience did not escape Son Goten's ears, causing his expression to darken. Causing trouble. Huh. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong wore an awkward expression, while Vegeta regarded Son Goten with newfound admiration. Sensing a kindred spirit on the arena, Trunks and Son Goten silently stared at one another, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, two sharp sonic booms erupted as they vanished from sight. In a flash, they reappeared, colliding in mid-air, the sound of their impact reverberating like thunder. Son Goten's expression turned serious as he kicked towards Trunks, who quickly raised a foot to block the attack. With a powerful force, they pushed each other back, creating distance. Ha! Trunks exclaimed, unleashing a yellow energy wave that shot towards Son Goten. With a powerful leap, Son Goten evaded the wave by utilizing his flight technique. Ha! He retaliated, launching an energy blast at Trunks. Bang! Trunks deflected the energy sphere with a swift motion and propelled himself forward like a cannonball. His fist aimed at Son Goten. The two transformed into mere shadows, engaging in a fierce aerial battle, their every collision sending ripples through the air. The audience, captivated and in awe, watched the spectacle unfold, nearly on their knees in excitement. These kids are surprisingly strong, Sun Wukong commented, arms crossed, though a glimmer of battle intent sparkled in his eyes. Indeed, he agreed. As they tumbled from the air, both landed with a thud. Slightly disheveled, their powers had significantly increased since the Broly incident, nearly matching the levels of Sun Wukong and Vegeta from 7 years prior, making for an evenly matched contest, though Son Goten had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Incredible! How are they flying up there? Is it a stunt? A bespectacled director shouted at his cameraman, "Don't tell me you forgot the camera." Well, the backup camera is broken, and so are those from other stations. Even the audience's cameras are failing. It's unbelievable, the photographer lamented, gazing at his broken equipment. How can we not capture such an exhilarating fight? This is infuriating. The director cursed under his breath. Truly remarkable. Sun Wukong and his friends are simply astonishing. This is why I have long awaited their participation. Their presence defines the true essence of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The golden-haired referee clenched his fist in excitement, having gained a discerning eye after officiating several martial arts events involving Sun Wukong and others. Quite impressive, he remarked. You too, Son Goten and Trunks exchanged knowing smiles. Well then, I must unleash my full potential, Trunks declared, his gaze fixed on Son Goten, a confident smile gracing his face. Trunks about to transform incorrectly? Son Goten pondered, bewildered. Could Trunks also achieve Super Saiyan 2? The confidence in Trunks' smile raised alarms in Goten's mind. Yeah. Trunks' expression turned fierce as he let out a low growl. Son Goten braced himself, focusing intently on Trunks. Sensing the surge of energy emanating from him, Trunks erupted like boiling water, a fierce wind sweeping across the arena, cracking the surface beneath him. Crack, crack. The ground beneath Trunks fractured, his muscles bulging, and his energy multiplying exponentially, towering over Son Goten like a small giant. How do you like that, Goten? Trunks beamed, oblivious to the odd looks cast by the onlookers. He had fallen into the same trap as his counterpart before him. Goten has already secured victory. What a fool! Didn't I tell him not to rely on that flawed transformation? The Z fighters atop the platform commented, Vegeta's expression darkening with frustration as he felt like throttling Trunks for his mistake. Wow, look at his muscles! The audience gasped at Trunks' transformation. A child with such pronounced muscles was indeed astonishing. Trunks had achieved the Super Saiyan third form, a transformation that dramatically increased his power but hastened fatigue and slowed speed, a flawed evolution of the Super Saiyan. Son Goten sighed, realizing that Trunks' confident demeanor had misled him into thinking he had surpassed the limitations of Super Saiyan, when in fact he had merely reached the third form. Here I come. Goten, Trunks, brimming with confidence, charged at Son Goten, moving with the force of a bull. Son Goten nonchalantly sidestepped, evading Trunks' charge, who then pivoted to unleash his fists at Goten. Whoosh, 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 Trunks swung his fists, the fierce wind howling through the air. Yet all his strikes were deftly evaded by Son Goten. This shouldn't be. Trunks pondered in confusion, gazing at his own fists. My strength has increased so much. Why can't I hit Goten? Trunks, you have made a grave error. Son, Goten stated seriously, fixing his gaze on Trunks. Your power has indeed grown, but have you not noticed that your speed has diminished? A chill ran through Trunks as he looked down at himself, truly realizing that Goten showed no signs of change. His speed and strength remained consistent. I transformed, and my power is greater than before, yet I still can't land a hit on Goten. The fault lies with me. However, what you just said is correct. It is time to end this, Goten remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips. Nanny? Trunks exclaimed in surprise, then added, Don't joke around, Goten. Even if my speed has slowed. If you attack me, I will throw you out. Then give it a try. Goten replied with a self-assured grin, his expression turning serious. With a fierce look on his face, Goten bent his legs slightly and crouched. Fists clenched, as his golden aura began to surge. Goten's energy skyrocketed, causing the ground to crack and small stones to float as if weightless, enveloped by his terrifying aura. The concentrated energy in the air sparked with friction, crackling with electricity. Boom! Goten's aura erupted like a jet, electricity dancing wildly around him, his golden hair standing on end save for a small tuft resting on his smooth forehead. Could it be? This looks just like Gohan 7 years ago. Krillin exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Impressive, Goten, Goku remarked, his fighting spirit unmistakably shining through. If it weren't just a junior competition, he would genuinely want to spar with Son Goten. The world of battle maniacs was beyond his comprehension. Trunks stared, dumbfounded at Goten's transformation, his trembling fingers asking, What transformation is this, Goten? You mean this? Goten pointed to himself. This is the true form beyond Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2. Trunks forced a smile and raised his hand, conceding, I admit defeat. Point 12. The champion is born. Trunks has conceded. Therefore, I declare the champion of the junior division of the World Martial Arts Tournament to be Son Goten. The golden-haired referee maintained his composure well, quickly adjusting after his initial shock, and promptly announced Goten's victory upon Trunks' concession. Wonderful. Goten has won, Chi-Chi exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Bulma felt somewhat disheartened. After all, it was tough for a mother to see her son lose. As Goten returned to his normal state, he cast a disapproving glance towards the backstage area, where Mr. Satan was. All right, audience, following that intense match, we have a special event, the golden-haired referee declared. Now, let's welcome the junior division champion, Son Goten, along with the world champion, Mr. Satan, for an exhibition match. Mr. Satan was instantly terrified. No wonder Goten's gaze had seemed strange earlier. He had completely forgotten about this. What should I do? I'm in a panic. Help! Mr. Satan's face was pale with fear, his nose running down. If he went out there, it would be a death sentence. Satan! 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 The audience chanted his name excitedly, as if they were a rock concert, oblivious to his dread. Meanwhile, the idolized Mr. Satan retreated step by step backstage, trembling in fear. Wow, that little guy is impressive, a backstage staff member with glasses teased. It won't be easy for Mr. Satan to win this time. That I'll just take a bit more seriously. Mr. Satan blustered, trying to save face, though the cold sweat on his brow betrayed his true feelings. Is that necessary? The backstage staff seemed oblivious to Mr. Satan's anxiety as they continued their jests. What do I do? I'm definitely dead, Mr. Satan panicked, wondering if it was too late to back out. Do you need a break? The referee asked Goten, who simply shook his head, indicating he was ready. The referee then announced loudly, Now, let's welcome Mr. Satan to the stage. Mr. Satan stepped onto the stage, attempting to project confidence, his fists raised in bravado as he laughed ostentatiously. Let me see which little brat is challenging the world champion, he said, pointing at Goten. I s at you. Are you already scared? Scared? Indeed, I'm quite terrified, Goten replied with a cold smirk. Though his head was down, hiding his expression, Mr. Satan noticed Goten's smirk and began to sweat profusely. What should I do? If this is a dream, please let me wake up quickly. Let's go. The preliminaries should be over by now, right? Krillin and Goku agreed, deciding there was little left to see, as the outcome was already clear and they intended to leave. Wait, isn't Goten with you? Aren't you going to watch him fight the world champion? Biddy asked, stopping Goku and the others from leaving to— "Oh yes, it might be quite thrilling," Gohan chimed in, eager to impress Biddy. "Then we shall depart," Goku said, ignoring the others. Leaving Gohan and Biddy in an awkward position, Mr. Satan untied his cape, dramatically tossing it aside, and exchanged his championship belt for a simple satin ribbon. He took a deep breath, let out a loud battle cry, and executed a sweeping kick followed by a flurry of punches, performing this display with exaggerated flair. "Satan! Satan! Satan!" The crowd cheered, their excitement palpable that if a few people from China were present, they would be bewildered, thinking, "Are these people fools?" Their cheers are louder than anything. Goten watched with a detached gaze, akin to observing a clown. To him, Mr. Satan was no different from a jester at that moment. Suddenly, Goten transformed into Super Saiyan, startling Mr. Satan and breaking his facade. "Hey, you don't need to take this so seriously. It's just an exhibition match, a game. Relax, no, I will give it my all," Goten stated with grave seriousness. Mr. Satan was nearly in tears, shouting, "This is just a performance. Don't act like a child." Goten scrutinized his own appearance and replied earnestly, "I am a child." "What a stubborn little brat," Mr. Satan exclaimed in exasperation, his nose running in panic. "I am a little brat," Goten retorted, leaving Mr. Satan utterly exasperated. If Goten could read minds, he would sneer. "Who do you think you are, Shanks?" 13. Teaching Mr. Satan a lesson. "Are both of you ready?" "Then, let the match begin," the golden-haired referee announced, having confirmed that both participants were prepared. The referee's words ignited the audience's enthusiasm once more. "That little guy is exceptional, but Mr. Satan is even more impressive." Of course, even Cell was defeated by Mr. Satan. The audience murmured among themselves, recalling the tales of Mr. Satan's past victories. Thud thud. "What should I do?" Mr. Satan's heart raced, threatening to leap from his throat, sweat pouring down his forehead. Looking into Goten's fierce gaze, he feared he might be carried out on a stretcher. "What's the number for the crematorium? Can I make an appointment?" "Woo!" In a moment of desperation, Mr. Satan resorted to his usual trick, faking illness. "Mr. Satan, what's wrong?" the referee called, stopping the match to check on him. "Are you all right?" "What?" Satan, racked with unbearable pain, clutched his knees tightly and grimaced as he lamented, "I sustained an injury to my knee during my battle with Cell." At this moment, a sudden whimper escaped him. "Cell? What the hell? When did I ever injure your knee? I distinctly remember tossing you out myself." The denizen of the underworld, Cell, asserted that he bore no responsibility for this predicament, adding that the coffin lid was nearly bursting under the pressure. Son Goten, observing Satan's performance with a sense of wonder, remarked, "With such impressive acting skills, why bother with martial arts? Surely, a career in acting would yield you an Oscar in no time." "Did you truly injure your knee during the fight with Cell?" the referee inquired, perplexed. "Well, I've kept it a secret, but alas, it is true. I intended to engage in an exhibition match, yet my knee is simply too unfortunate." Satan continued to moan, still clutching his knee in agony. "No need for that. You've already won this performance," Son Goten conceded, bowing in defeat. "There are doctors present. I shall fetch one for you immediately," the referee exclaimed, hastily intent on retrieving a physician from backstage. "Wait," Satan exclaimed, bewildered, "I was merely pretending. Have some awareness." "Oh, there's no need for trouble," Satan awkwardly stated as he rose from the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I can endure this. After all, as a world champion, such a minor injury is inconsequential. Are you truly all right? If you are, Mr. Satan, the match shall continue. Point 1. Must admit that Satan's performance was remarkably successful. The foolish audience believed he was so formidable that he could continue competing even with an injured knee, with many spectators shouting praises like amazing. As the match was about to commence, anxiety gripped Satan. "What should I do? If I am defeated by this little brat, my lifelong reputation will be tarnished." He gulped nervously, gazing at Son Goten, who radiated a golden aura, as devious thoughts brewed in his mind. If only I can convince everyone that I intentionally lost to this child, then all will be well. Brilliant with this newfound scheme, Satan promptly called for a pause and hurried to Son Goten's side, whispering in his ear, "I forgot to mention there's a specific way to greet one another for this match." Greet? Although he was aware of Satan's tricks, Son Goten feigned innocence. "Indeed. Once the contest begins, you must gently tap my face with the lightest touch. It's a rule of the match, Satan insisted, lightly tapping Son Goten's cheek to demonstrate, emphasizing the importance of adhering to the match's regulations. Just like this, you must never use force when greeting, understand? Of course I will, Son Goten replied with a slight smile, though a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. All right, let us begin. Oblivious to the menace hidden in Son Goten's gaze, Satan continued, "You little rascal, you want my autograph?" "Ah, I see," the referee announced loudly. "It appears this will be an entertaining match. Now, let the bout between the youth champion, Son Goten, and Mr. Satan commence." "All right, let us go," Satan shouted, a challenging grin plastered on his face as he leaned towards Son Goten. "Oh my, Mr. Satan is presenting his face to his opponent, inviting a punch. He seems remarkably relaxed." The referee explained, "Go for it, little guy." The audience roared, evidently underestimating the child's strength, oblivious to the previous battle between Son Goten and Trunks. A mocking glint appeared in Son Goten's eyes. He had never encountered such a foolish opponent who would lean in to invite a strike. Suddenly, Son Goten threw a punch, landing squarely on Satan's lecherous cheek, visibly contorting the flesh with a resounding thud. With a tremendous force, Satan was sent crashing out of the ring, colliding with the wall before collapsing limply onto the ground. His eyes spinning in circles. Mr. Satan has been knocked out of the ring by contestant Son Goten. Thus, the victor is Son Goten, the referee declared with urgency. Unlike the original tale, Trunks had not applied excessive force when sending Satan flying, allowing him to rise and maintain his facade. However, Son Goten's punch was potent enough to ensure that Satan would not escape unscathed, leaving him unconscious. "What a fool, Goten. You were too rough," Son Gohan thought, barely restraining himself from cursing. "Mr. Satan truly acted convincingly," someone remarked. "Indeed, he's gone to great lengths to accommodate this little one." The audience, hearing these remarks, instinctively assumed that Satan had deliberately allowed himself to be defeated by Son Goten. "That little boy is impressive. Even Mr. Satan cannot best him. How remarkable." Son Goten, initially taken aback, thought it strange that anyone would believe Satan had lost. His eyes narrowed as he spotted the two who had first spoken. They bore the insignia of Satan. Understanding dawned upon him. They were merely trying to save Satan's face. Forget it. After the Broly incident, my strength is what truly matters. I need not concern myself with these simpletons, especially since Satan has learned his lesson. After all, he is my brother's father-in-law. A group of Satan supporters stealthily carried the unconscious Satan back to the resting area. But as they passed by Son Goten, they visibly shuddered. These elementary school students are far too dangerous. Who claims they are weak? Son Goten coolly observed, making no move, and silently returned to the waiting area to find Trunks. There will be a 30-minute break before the adult division of the World Martial Arts Tournament commences, the referee announced after a brief pause. Son Goku complained, "Really? Another break? Perfect, we can grab a meal," a chubby backstage staff member interjected, blocking Son Goku and his companions from entering the tournament area. "Stop right there. Only those who have passed the preliminaries may enter. The results of the preliminaries are out. We all passed, I assume," Krillin replied with a smile. "Wait, please state your names," the chubby man requested, consulting a list. "Krillin, Son Goku. Android 18, Vegeta. Majin Buu," they each announced in turn. Son Goku and Krillin were unfazed, while Android 18 remained expressionless and Vegeta scowled, still fuming over Trunks' earlier defeat. "Majin Buu?" Son Goku asked, puzzled. Piccolo explained, "Using my name would have a negative impact." "Congratulations, you all passed the preliminaries," the chubby man confirmed, immediately granting them entry. That was easy. After all, Son Goku and his companions are among the strongest on Earth. If they couldn't even pass a trivial preliminary round, they might as well find a block of tofu to die against. Not to mention Vegeta had just obliterated a punching machine. The drawing ceremony will take place at 1:30 p.m. The chubby man reminded them that in truth, only we few are the real competitors. Gohan too. "The prize money will belong to us," Krillin stated nonchalantly as he walked ahead. I won't need money in the afterlife." Son Goku shrugged. "However, Son Goku, it seems you rarely use money. The one time you earn some, you unwittingly spend it all." Krillin remarked that you're fortunate. "In the afterlife, you remain eternally youthful," he added with a smile, that if you envy me, you should join me, Krillin, Son Goku replied. Don't joke around. I'm quite content right now, Krillin said, grinning. Though a hint of mischief lingered in his smile that I in the tournament's backstage area, two small figures stealthily entered. Trunks peered around cautiously while Son Goten followed behind, looking exasperated that I think I've spotted something. Trunks whispered excitedly. Goten, come here. Son Goten approached with an air of reluctance, and as Trunks pointed, his gaze fell upon a towering masked figure standing in the back. What do you think? That masked man seems to hold considerable potential. Trunks, with a hint of pride gracing his small face, remarked, once we don those outfits, no one will recognize us. Let us take his place in the adult competition. That sounds feasible, Son Goten replied with a faint smile. Trunks hurriedly approached the masked figure, inquiring, Hey, what is up? Do you want an autograph? The masked man, wearing a haughty expression, replied. Son Goten's lips twitched in disbelief. You must be joking. Even if someone were looking for an autograph, why would they seek out someone who hides their face? Trunks also grimaced, but decided to continue the charade, saying, There's a beautiful lady over there who wishes to meet you. But she is too shy, so I was sent to invite you to be frank. At this point, both Son Goten and Trunks felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Oh, really? Where? The masked man's face, hidden beneath his mask, broke into a lewd grin. This way, follow me. The masked man allowed Trunks to lead him away, seemingly unafraid of his own predicament. Where is this lady? My standards are quite high, he said, glancing around. His lewd smile would have frightened off any potential admirers. There's no lady, but how about a little punch from a child? I wonder if the strange uncle would like that. Hearing the innocent voice from behind, the masked man instinctively turned, only to be met with a small fist aimed at his face, and then everything went dark, watching the masked man lose consciousness. Son Goten and Trunks swiftly dragged him into a corner, stripping him of his disguise. That it must be said, this fellow was indeed rather repugnant. Successfully disguised, Son Goten and Trunks exited the crime scene, leaving the masked man behind without a second thought. In a martial arts tournament dining hall, the atmosphere was lively. The sound of clattering dishes echoed around the table, which had become an unconventional battleground, albeit one where only Son Goku and Vegeta, the two scions, indulged in an extravagant feast. Piles of dishes, cleaner than freshly washed plates, were stacked high. Krillin and Android 18 had long since had their fill and were now merely sipping tea, while Piccolo, the Namekian, barely touched the earthly cuisine. Hey, so this is where everyone is, exclaimed Son Gohan and Videl, who had just finished watching the matches and arrived at the dining hall, confirming that all were present. Gohan, I've already ordered for you. Let us eat together, Son Goku said, his head popping up from a heap of food before he resumed his feast. Okay, with 3 scions now at the table. The rate at which food disappeared accelerated. The poor chefs of the martial arts tournament were left in a state of disarray, desperately trying to keep up with the demand. Is it true that scions possess bottomless appetites? Krillin remarked, observing the scions' voracious eating, that you've grown up alongside Goku. What do you think? He continued. However, he couldn't help but wonder how Goku's family managed 3 meals a day on the paltry prize money from the tournament. Surely, that couldn't suffice for their insatiable appetites. After satisfying their hunger, Son Goku patted his slightly swollen belly, exclaiming, that was a delightful meal. As a dead man, do you really feel hunger? Remarked Krillin. Why aren't you eating? Try to lose weight? Son Gohan innocently asked Videl, and thanks. Just watching you all eat is enough to fill me, Videl replied. Leading the way, Piccolo raised an eyebrow, halting his steps, prompting the others to stop as well. In their path stood 2 oddly dressed individuals. The taller one, with a crimson face and skin, bore a serious expression, hands clasped behind his back like a bodyguard. The shorter one, with bluish-gray skin, wore a friendlier demeanor, hands hanging naturally at his sides, yet he seemed to float just above the ground. Goku Piccolo Videl frowned. That person can use flight too. Greetings, you must be Son Goku, the shorter figure addressed him casually. You know me? Son Goku asked, bewildered. I've heard of you, and am eager to spar that I've made it through the preliminary rounds, and I hope to face you, of course. I cannot guarantee victory, but my curiosity about your strength compels me to ask. Let us shake on it, the short one offered, extending his hand. Goku, seeing the friendly gesture, reciprocated, "Nice to meet you," upon touching the other's hand. Goku's jovial expression shifted immediately. The shorter figure wore a strange smile as he released Goku's hand, saying, "Indeed, as rumored, your power is unfathomable. Farewell." With that, the short one led the tall figure away, who had remained silent throughout. Who were they? Piccolo pondered. Gazing at their retreating figures, "I'm not sure," Son Goku admitted, "but it's clear that winning this tournament won't be easy, that it can't be that serious." "They read just oddballs," Krillin remarked, observing their departure without sensing any significant threat. "They don't seem to be from Earth," Piccolo said gravely. "Well, when have you ever seen an Earthling look like that?" "Just like you were unaware of your own Namekian heritage," Krillin retorted. "Let us hurry. The drawing ceremony is about to commence," he added, hands tucked into his pockets. Backstage at the martial arts tournament, the golden-haired referee announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, all contestants are present. We shall now draw lots to determine the order of appearance. Please step forward when your name is called. Oh, heavenly deity, please spare me from facing those two in the first round." Krillin prayed earnestly, hands clasped and eyes closed. "Dandy is the heavenly deity. Iasin, Piccolo remarked seriously, "It seems, aside from those two, there are no other formidable opponents." Son Goku surveyed the surroundings, understanding the situation. But when his gaze fell upon two bald men, one marked with a black hem, he raised an eyebrow. Their fierce gazes were rather intimidating. Spotting a masked individual, Son Goku was taken aback. Was this person also a competitor? Their height was clearly disproportionate. This masked figure was none other than the duo of Son Goten and Trunks in disguise. Unlike the original story, this time Son Goten took the lead while Trunks played the lower half. But even with their transformations, the two short-statured kids couldn't conceal their short limbs. Any observant person would immediately notice the mismatched proportions. "Now, we shall commence the drawing in order," the referee stated, glancing at the sheet in his hands. The martial arts tournament commenced with the following matchups: Krillin versus Panda, Sean, Kaioshin versus Demon Boy, Piccolo, Videl versus Spabich, Jebit versus Scion Superman, Son Gohan, Android 18 versus Mr. Satan, Son Goku versus Vegeta, the masked duo, Son Goten Trunks versus Jera, a dark-skinned individual, Yamcha versus Chiu Lu, a flamboyant character. Upon seeing his opponent, Krillin felt a surge of joy. "Oh, this first match is going to be a breeze." Piccolo eyed his opponent with unease. "Mr. Satan is quite well. Son Goten might have gone a bit overboard, and he is still unconscious." If anyone was truly thrilled, it was undoubtedly Prince Vegeta, who had awaited this opportunity to duel Son Goku for years. Son Goten assessed his opponent, feeling utterly unchallenged. One strike should do it. The first match unfolded effortlessly, with the hefty panda foolishly allowing Krillin to attack first, leading to a swift defeat. "Wow, that was incredible. So powerful. Instant knockout." Krillin effortlessly raised his fist, retreating amidst the cheers of the audience. The next match, featuring Sean against the Demon Boy, was promptly announced by the referee as Krillin stepped off the stage. The Supreme Kai approached the arena with a slight smile, in stark contrast to the grave expression of Bick. "Please refrain from further damaging the arena," the referee said nervously as Bick passed by. Recalling the destruction wrought during the legendary battle between Son Goku and Bick years ago, Bick walked past in silence, while Son Goku and his companions focused their attention on this match, or rather, on the Supreme Kai himself. The second match is now underway. Finally, one would discover the true extent of this enigmatic figure's combat prowess, Vegeta mused, fixating on the Supreme Kai. "That you'll find out shortly. Come, let us play a game," the Supreme Kai remarked, seemingly unconcerned about the ongoing competition, as if conversing with an old friend. Bick's expression shifted, and he declared, "I forfeit." "Ah." The Demon Boy and Sean win by default. The Supreme Kai contemplated. "He was once the deity of this planet. Perhaps he has already sensed my identity. The unique aura of a deity can only be perceived by other deities, despite Bick's potential superiority in strength. The gap in realms remains palpable. This is precisely why Bick chose to concede. One is merely a deity of small planet, while the other is the exalted Supreme Kai, a vast chasm in their ranks. Is Bick truly that formidable? Sun Goku inquired upon Bik's return to the waiting room. The disparity in power is immense, Bik replied before departing. In no way. Does that mean I will be competing against him next? Clint exclaimed in disbelief. No, there will be no next match. The referee interjected. Now, continuing with the third match, Bidalai versus Spobovich. Bidalai! 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 As the referee's voice faded, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers for Bidalai. In contrast, Spobovich elicited uncertainty among the spectators, who pondered their preference between the girl and the hulking brute that even need to choose, especially since Bidalai is the daughter of Satan. You are quite popular. Bidalai, go for it. Sun Gohan encouraged her as she prepared to take the stage. Bidalai nodded, confidently trailing behind. It is well known that Bidalai is the daughter of Mr. Satan and a champion of justice in society. 7 years ago, she was just a young girl when she clinched victory in the junior division of the martial arts tournament. The referee introduced the two contestants, hinting at potential favoritism. Meanwhile, Spobovich, having been defeated in the first round of the previous tournament, reappeared with a fresh demeanor. 17. The peculiar transformation of Spobovich. Bidalai faces a tough challenge. Bidalai! 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 The audience's enthusiasm soared as they chanted her name. As the Supreme Kai passed Spobovich, he furrowed his brow slightly, silently observing as Spobovich and Bidalai ascended the arena, before gracefully returning to the waiting room. Breathing heavily, Spobovich bore a menacing glare directed at Bidalai, saliva dripping from his lips. What an irritating fellow. Bidalai thought disdainfully as she cast a glance at Spobovich. Go for it, Bidalai. A blonde classmate cheered her on. This guy is nothing. Bidalai can handle him alone, another blonde classmate remarked casually, backstage of the tournament. How strange, Spobovich has changed so much, the effeminate Xiao Lu mused, comparing his current form to his former self. I hardly recognized him just now. The dark-skinned Jella exclaimed, equally astonished. All right, the match begins, the referee shouted. In the waiting room, the Supreme Kai chuckled lightly upon noticing Bik's approach, facing him directly. Perhaps my guess was incorrect, but are you? Bik stammered, entirely unlike his usual self. What is it? The Supreme Kai replied with a light laugh. Could it be the Grand Kai? Bik struggled to articulate. No, you are mistaken, Jebit, emerging from behind Bik, elucidated his confusion. The Supreme Kai. Bik's jaw dropped in shock. The news was utterly staggering to him. The Supreme Kai ignored Bik's astonishment, passing by and whispering, please keep this confidential. I wish to remain incognito. The Supreme Kai holds the highest rank among all Kais, though Bik had heard whispers of an even higher entity, Son Goku. Noticing Bik's unusual demeanor, assumed the Supreme Kai had said something offensive. Bik, what's wrong? That guy is so arrogant. I'll go teach him a lesson. No, please don't. Whatever you do, don't say a word. Bik panicked, blocking Son Goku's path. That boy is the Supreme Kai. I've never encountered him before. But how did he end up on Earth? The Kai wondered, visibly alarmed. Bang! On the arena, the battle raged fiercely as Bidalai sent Spobovich flying with a sweeping kick. Spobovich rose from the ground, launching a flurry of punches at the approaching Bidalai. How is the match going? That girl is performing admirably. Indeed, she has maintained the upper hand, winning every exchange, a few spectators remarked, acknowledging Bidalai's impressive display against an ordinary opponent. Thud! Seizing the moment, Bidalai delivered a knee strike to Spobovich's chin, quickly following up with a kick that sent him soaring, despite the blood trickling from his lips. Spobovich charged at Bidalai, seemingly unfazed by his injuries. Son Goku's expression turned serious as he sensed something amiss with Spobovich. After knocking Spobovich down once more, just when victory seemed assured, the battered Spobovich rose again. Wearing a strange smile, Bidalai, panting heavily, hands resting on her thighs, was astonished to see Spobovich back on his feet. According to her calculations, her previous strike should have incapacitated him. How is this possible? Son Gohan gasped in disbelief. Perhaps it's best to forfeit. That guy seems a bit off, Son Goku advised gravely. Bang! Spobovich mercilessly slapped the exhausted Bidalai, sending her flying. He followed up with a kick that threatened to knock her out of the arena. In a critical moment, Bidalai activated her flight technique, hovering gracefully above the ground, much to the shock of the audience as she soared back onto the stage. Incredible. I'm so glad I taught her that technique. Son Gohan exclaimed with joy. Maybe it would have been better if she had been thrown out, Son Goku remarked pensively. Spavovich is too strange. He appears to be unscathed despite the beating he's taken. Indeed, Son Goku's instincts proved accurate, as Bidalai endured a brutal onslaught from Spavovich in the subsequent exchanges. Son Gohan, enraged by the unfairness of it all, transformed, while Son Goten nearly disregarded the rules to confront Spavovich. Having grown fond of Bidalai during their time together, stop playing around, Spavovich, Yamcha shouted, halting Spavovich's antics. We have a mission. Let's conclude this match swiftly. Oh, very well. Spavovich seized the barely breathing Bidalai and hurled her off the competition stage. 18. Son Gohan was attacked. Out of bounds, Spavovich emerged victorious. The referee, witnessing Spavovich finally seize his brutal assault on Bidalai, promptly declared the match over, unable to bear the sight of her suffering in his decades-long career as a referee. He had never witnessed such mistreatment of an opponent. Son Gohan reverted to his normal state and hurriedly rushed over to scoop up the fainting Bidalai, racing towards the medical room of the martial arts tournament. Whoosh! Son Goku, aware of Bidalai's precarious condition, pressed his index and middle fingers to his forehead, utilizing instant transmission to exit the venue. Could you hold on for a minute? Son Gohan, concerned for Bidalai, had no inclination to compete at that moment. He informed the referee, I'm waiting for the healing medicine. The referee glanced at Son Gohan's opponent, Yabitan, who showed no objection, thus granting Son Gohan's request in a discreet corner of the martial arts tournament. Trunks, why are you dragging me? If it weren't for you, I would have definitely killed that Spavovich just now. Son Goten exclaimed, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, radiating a murderous aura. Trunks swallowed hard. The current Son Goten was utterly terrified that if he misspoke, he might find himself consorting with Yama in the underworld. Well, Goten, Sister Bidalai is not in any serious danger, and if Gohan wins this match, he will surely fight that guy in the next round to avenge Sister Bidalai. Trunks explained, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Damn it, I hope I don't run into him. Son Goten's anger subsided significantly as he punched the wall and spoke coldly to in the medical room. Son Gohan gazed at Bidalai's pitiful state, his brow furrowed, and his tightly clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil. As for Satan, well, he was still unconscious beside Bidalai. Whoosh! Son Goku returned, clutching a small bag. Dad, did you get the Senza beans? Son Gohan exclaimed joyfully, rushing over. Yes, Son Goku replied, retrieving a green bean from the bag. I haven't planted any recently, but fortunately, there are still 3 left. Son Gohan eagerly accepted the Senza bean and dashed into the medical room, ignoring the doctor's protests as he fed it to Bidalai and then exited. All right, the match between Yabitan and the Saiyan Superman begins now. The referee boomed, seeing Son Gohan return and ascend the stage alongside Yabitan. Saiyan Superman. Saiyan Superman. Indeed, he was the valiant warrior who had appeared in Satan City. The handsome blonde and his female classmates stared in astonishment at Son Gohan's guise as the Saiyan Superman. A freckled-faced individual peered through binoculars at Son Gohan's face, exclaiming, That kid looks like Son Gohan. What? The handsome blonde snatched the binoculars from the freckled face, confirming it really is Son Gohan, the exact same hairstyle. But why is Son Gohan here? The blonde queried suspiciously. Perhaps he's shy. Let's cheer him on. The blonde female classmate suggested. Gohan, go for it. Suddenly, Son Gohan was startled to hear his name called from the audience. And upon looking in the direction of the voice, he saw his classmates. Oh no, how was I exposed? I lost my headband when I transformed into a Super Saiyan earlier. He awkwardly waved at his classmates. A forced smile on his face. Are we ready? Then let the match begin. Son Gohan thought to himself, this is such a headache. I went through the trouble of disguising myself, and now it's all been revealed. Moreover, my opponent is not someone I can easily defeat. Transform into a Super Saiyan. I want to know if a Super Saiyan can be of any assistance in the end. Yabitan suddenly spoke up. Breaking the silence, Son Gohan was taken aback. How do you know about Super Saiyans? Never mind that. Just transform. Yabitan replied coldly. Gohan. Hearing his name, Son Gohan turned to see Piccolo nodding at him. So, is he the one? Yamcha asked Spabich, who was holding a detector. No, the energy is too low. Spabich shook his head. Seeing Piccolo's approval, Son Gohan began to gather his energy. Although, I don't know what you intend to do. I'll transform into a Super Saiyan, and how about surpassing the limits of a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan said coldly. Surpassing the limits? Jebit was astonished. Huh. A tempestuous energy erupted from Son Gohan's roar, sweeping through the arena like a hurricane. Electricity crackling around his body. Super Saiyan 2, while not as formidable as before, is certainly more powerful than a regular Super Saiyan. The entire audience was left in awe, gazing at Son Gohan's transformation. A blonde warrior, just like those two kids, a spectator exclaimed loudly. Look quickly! Spabich stared in astonishment at the detector in his hand, the needle spinning wildly. Such immense energy, it must be him. Yamcha declared decisively. So, do you have any further requests? Just fight me like this, Son Gohan said with a confident smile. What incredible energy! I can't believe he is a human from Earth, Jebit thought to himself. Humph, that kid was even stronger when he defeated Cell. Vegeta scoffed, seemingly displeased with Son Gohan's innate talent and lack of diligence in training. It appeared that a life of peace had made him complacent. The Supreme Kai, having revealed his identity to everyone, wore a grave expression. This power exceeds my expectations. Can it be contained? Contained. The Supreme Kai observed Spabich and Yamcha's actions and quickly immobilized Son Gohan, who was about to resist. Spabich restricted Son Gohan's movements while Yamcha inserted a strange device in his Son Gohan's abdomen to absorb his energy, fleeing once they were satiated. After flaunting, they think they can escape. Son Goten discarded his disguise and shouted, using the instant transmission technique to pursue the two. Goten, wait for me. Trunks also shed his masked attire and followed closely behind Son Goten. 19. Tracking the two. I am now going to pursue Spabich and Yamcha. If you wish to join me, I believe you can be of assistance, the Supreme Kai remarked, observing Spabich and Yamcha using instant transmission to depart the martial arts tournament. His tone, though calm, carried a hint of urgency, and with a swift motion, he followed closely behind them. The individuals in the waiting room glanced at Son Gohan, who lay on the stage, when suddenly two whooshing sounds pierced the air. Capturing their attention, that's Goten. The crowd recognized the first to depart was Son Goten, followed closely by a dark green figure, along with Trunks. I'm going too. I want to know what the Supreme Kai meant when he said we could help. Son Goku stated, observing the backs of Son Goten and Trunks, a confident smile gracing his face on the sea. Two figures enveloped in a white aura sped forward at an astonishing pace. With this energy, the demon will awaken soon, and Lord Babidi will be exceedingly pleased. Yamcha grinned wickedly, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, the two oblivious fools had no inkling that three individuals were trailing them, employing rather rudimentary tracking methods. You all are with Mr. Son Goku. The Supreme Kai was astonished that Son Goten and Trunks had followed. Though Trunks was less recognizable, Son Goten was unmistakably Son Goku's son. However, the Supreme Kai admonished the two. What are you doing here? You two children should hurry back. It was evident that the Supreme Kai had not been watching the matches of the youth group. Had he done so, he would not have spoken so. Not to mention Son Goten. Even Trunks already possessed the strength to stand against Son Gohan. I mean, as a Super Saiyan, I won't go back. Son Goten glared coldly at the Supreme Kai. Those two troublemakers dare to absorb my brother's energy. I won't let them get away with it. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Sun Wukong, the King Kai was taken aback, utterly astonished that Sun Wukong's power could surpass that of Sun Wukong, even coming perilously close to matching that of Sun Wukong. Well, do exercise caution, he managed to advise, beads of cold sweat trickling down his combed hair. Conversing about Spobobik and Yamcha, it was evident they were quite oblivious. Not only did they shamelessly trail behind Sun Wukong and his companions, but Sun Wukong was also radiating an overwhelming presence. Anyone could discern that they were being pursued. These two had been forcibly enhanced by Babidi, but lacked the ability to sense energy. Upon noticing Sun Wukong sprawled on the ground, his eyes vacant, Biddy Lee rushed to the stage. Isn't that Miss Biddy Lee? The audience was bewildered, recalling her previous grievous injuries. How could she now appear so lively? Well, I suppose I should go too, Krillin remarked, albeit reluctantly. I'll just say hello to my wife. All right, Sun Wukong agreed. Are you joking, Kakarot? Vegeta exploded in fury. After all this time, I finally have a chance to duel you. And you want to slip away? We still have a battle to fight. There are more pressing matters at hand. Sun Wukong replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Don't think to brush me off. Vegeta retorted, adamant about dueling. I couldn't care less about the King Kai. I came to this tedious tournament solely to face you. How about we reschedule our duel? Sun Wukong continued to evade. Don't attempt to deceive me. You can only linger in this world for a day. Vegeta insisted fiercely. Why don't you join me in that world? Sun Wukong suggested. Bah, you think you can lure me into your trap? Have you ever seen a living person willingly run toward the grave? My life is just fine. Why would I follow you to your doom? Let us go, Piccolo shouted, trailing behind the King Kai as they exited the venue. Sun Wukong leapt onto the arena. I leave Wu Fan in your care. Rest assured, once I heal him, I'll come over. I believe Wu Fan will follow as well, Jebbit asserted, maintaining his usual expression of you owe me 5 million. Without a word, Sun Wukong shot a glance at Jebbit before soaring away, while Vegeta, seeing Sun Wukong depart, scoffed and followed suit. In no time, Sun Wukong and his companions caught up with the King Kai and the others. You've come after all, the King Kai said, a glimmer of relief gracing his features. Without you, I might have faced defeat. Defeat? Are those two truly formidable? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing at the two oblivious figures ahead. He couldn't fathom what made them so threatening, especially if the King Kai feared losing to no. The King Kai shook his head. They are merely puppets, he continued seriously, long ago, when humanity on Earth first began to walk upright. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect at play. Here, Trunks had heard tales of Majin Buu and did not exhibit the childish excitement as in the original story. In other words, we must prevent Majin Buu from awakening. Sun Wukong declared solemnly. Indeed, point 20, the sorcerer Babidi desolation surrounded them, with only a scattering of rocky hills in sight. Spobobik and Yamcha reached their destination and landed, while the others, observing from a concealed vantage behind a small stone hill, remained hidden. There's someone there? Is it Babidi? No, how strange. It appears the ground has been disturbed. Sun Wukong and the newly arrived Sun Wufan exchanged puzzled glances as they watched Spobobik and Yamcha display an expression of reverence. Standing before a small hatch barely a person's height, I see. Babidi's spaceship lies buried underground. No wonder we couldn't find it. Jebbit gritted his teeth in frustration. It seems Babidi is already aware of our presence on Earth. The King Kai remarked gravely, or he wouldn't have concealed the ship. Before they awakened that Majin Buu using Wu Fan's energy, let us act, Trunks urged anxiously. The King Kai cautioned, there's no need to rush. They will likely awaken him outside to avoid damaging the ship. We must bide our time. Sun Wufan surveyed the area around the spaceship, horrified to see the bodies of ordinary Earthlings strewn about. Victims of a gruesome fate. One woman even dismembered, her lower half nowhere to be found. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wufan, inherently kind-hearted, loathed such brutality. Someone is coming, Piccolo whispered, redirecting Sun Wufan's attention. From the small hatch emerged two figures, one tall and one short, both floating in midair. The taller figure, clad in a blue sleeveless garment, displayed well-defined muscles, a peculiar belt around his waist, a white cape, and skin of a pale reddish hue with beast-like sharp eyes. The shorter figure, also levitating, was not quite as tall, possessing skin of a sickly yellow hue and sparse hair that made him appear rather unimpressive compared to his towering counterpart. What a loser, was Sun Wutian's immediate impression of the shorter individual. Someone like that would surely be eliminated in the first round of an interview. Babidi, he has actually subdued the king of the demon realm. Jebbit gazed in shock at the tall figure. Dabura, indeed, the King Kai's expression darkened as he focused on the imposing Dabura. Dabura? Who is that hulking figure? Sun Wukong inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Yes, the King Kai confirmed. He is the king of the demon realm, and while you may be the strongest in this world, he is the mightiest in the demon realm. Vegeta interjected, so that short fellow beside him is Babidi? Correct, the King Kai replied, in terms of raw power, he is indeed insignificant. But his true terror lies in his sorcery. Could it be that his magic is so potent that even the king of the demon realm submits to him? Piccolo asked, astonished. Jebbit countered, not quite. He likely manipulates the evil within others' hearts, which is why only those of us who embody justice can resist him. Sun Wukong scoffed at Jebbit's assertion, questioning how Babidi could be so formidable if he couldn't control Majin Buu and had to treat him like royalty. Furthermore, Vegeta had also failed. With sufficient strength, one could resist Babidi's influence that it seemed controlling Dabura was already his limit. Yet I never anticipated Dabura being here. If Dabura and Babidi join forces, you mean we're doomed? The King Kai began, but Vegeta interjected with a derisive laugh. With a guy like that, I'll absolutely crush him. Outside the spaceship, Babidi chuckled gleefully, ah, splendid. This is all pure energy, as he gazed at the object in his hand, emitting a high-pitched cackle. Indeed, Yamcha chimed in, reminiscent of a child rewarded by an adult. With our strength, this task is a piece of cake, Spobobik boasted. If Sun Wukong hadn't been restrained by the King Kai, he would have already met his demise. Well, you two are no longer of any use, Babidi stated coolly, perceiving the two before him as mere corpses. What? The two fools were taken aback. Babidi's eyes bulged as Spobobik and Yamcha began to swell, ultimately exploding into a mist of blood. Please no, Yamcha screamed, resembling a weak girl facing impending doom, as he hastily attempted to flee. Oh, you wish to test me? Babidi narrowed his eyes, watching Yamcha escape rout with indifference. Indeed, the alien who had been stationed by the hatch raised his hand, aiming at Yamcha, and an energy blast shot forth with incredible speed, hurtling towards the fleeing Yamcha. Boom! The energy blast struck Yam, obliterating him entirely. Impressive accuracy, Babidi praised. Think you still needed to aim is quite pathetic, Sun Wukong scoffed, eyeing the smug Pepe. I could this range. I could dispatch him without even aiming. You worthless fool. Entering the spacecraft, Babidi grinned mischievously at Dabura. Dabura, you felt it too, didn't you? Dabura nodded with a sinister smile. Indeed, Master Babidi, there are a total of 9. Correct, aside from the 5 pure energy humans. Even the Kaioshin who killed my father has arrived. A flicker of resentment crossed Babidi's face at the mention of the Kaioshin. Once we absorb the energy from those 5, Bu will awaken in no time, Dabura remarked. Very well, Dabura, aside from those 5 and the Kaioshin. Eliminate the rest, Babidi instructed. Walking back to the spacecraft with his hands clasped behind him, he added, leave the Kaioshin for now. Lure them to the ship to absorb their energy. Master Babidi, what about me? Pepe, feeling overlooked after dispatching Yam, spoke up hastily. Babidi chuckled lightly. Ah, Pepe, the first level is yours. Yes, Master Babidi, Pepe exclaimed, following Babidi with excitement. Unaware that his own demise was imminent, the stone mountain, Son Gohan observed in confusion as Babidi and Pepe returned to the spacecraft, leaving only Dabura behind. Dabura slowly turned around, displaying a wicked grin towards Sun Wukong and his companions, and suddenly shot forth like a rocket. This is bad. We've been discovered, Vegeta exclaimed in alarm. In an instant, Dabura appeared before them, palm outstretched towards Jebbit. Boom! Dabura unleashed an energy wave from his palm, eradicating the bewildered Jebbit, leaving him in pieces. Damn it! Sun Wukong glared furiously at Dabura, chastising himself for his earlier complacency. He shouted urgently, Uncle Krillin! Uncle Piccolo! Run! Both Piccolo and Krillin were momentarily stunned, only to be met with a spittle-laden attack from the inconsiderate Dabura, disgusting indeed. And soon, they watched in horror as their bodies began to petrify. You might as well retreat. Master Babidi is not someone you can stop, Dabura laughed maniacally. After his taunting display, he quickly fled, lest he be overwhelmed. Krillin, Piccolo, and Sun Wukong rushed to Krillin's side, just as he attempted to shatter the stone encasing him, only to be halted by the Kaioshin to do not disturb him. Mr. Wukong, the Kaioshin cautioned, causing Wukong to pause instinctively. The Kaioshin explained, they are as good as stone now. If it breaks, they will perish. There no way to save them? Sun Wukong asked anxiously. The Kaioshin hesitated before saying, if Dabura were to perish. Hearing this, a confident smile spread across Wukong's face. That I see. It's that simple. What? The Kaioshin was taken aback. Simple. Do you have any idea who the Demon Realm King is? With that, Sun Wukong dashed after Dabura, with Sun Gohan close behind. The Kaioshin quickly turned to Vegeta, who confidently declared, "Apologies, but waiting is not my style," as he pursued Wukong. "Sorry, but waiting isn't my style either." Both Sun Wutien and Trunks chimed in simultaneously, hastening after Vegeta, leaving the Kaioshin speechless. How hopeless, the Kaioshin lamented, finding himself trailing behind such obstinate individuals. As they followed Dabura into the spacecraft, he vanished from sight. The group exchanged bewildered glances, remaining on high alert. With the Kaioshin's entry, the hatch above them sealed shut. "This place is sealed unless we defeat Babidi," the Kaioshin stated. Inside the spacecraft, the first challenge commenced, and Pepe provocatively called out, "All right, who will step up first?" This fool considered his opponents mere mice, unaware that they were, in fact, prehistoric titans. In the control room of Babidi's spacecraft, he inserted the remnants of Yam and Spobovich into a colossal egg, instantly filling it with energy. "How can there be so much energy?" Babidi exclaimed in astonishment. "Did Yam and Spobovich absorb energy from hundreds of individuals?" "I don't know, I didn't ask," Dabura replied with a shake of his head. "If I had known, I wouldn't have killed them first," Babidi lamented. "Don't worry, Master Babidi. As long as Pepe injures those individuals for Bu to absorb, it will suffice," Dabura reassured him. With a grin, Babidi responded, "You're right. Perhaps Pepe has already taken care of them." Walking towards the crystal ball, Babidi and Dabura observed the first level, only to be met with a perplexing sight. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. The four watching were utterly baffled. "What on earth are you doing?" Trunks stepped forward, glaring at Pepe. Pepe, bewildered, wondered why he was being scrutinized. "I'm not interested in you." "Humph, you sent a child to the forefront. How utterly pathetic," Pepe sneered at Trunks and his companions, dismissing the protagonists due to their height. "Damn it," thought the four scions. This is the only thought in their minds. "Youngster, showing off carries risks." "Humph," Trunks snorted, feeling underestimated. In an instant, Trunks transformed into a blur, appearing silently before Pepe, as though he had teleported. "Nanny," smack. Before Pepe could process the situation, Trunks delivered a sudden punch, sending him flying, and followed up with a kick that propelled him into the air. Regaining his footing against the spacecraft's wall, Pepe stared incredulously at Trunks' diminutive figure. "It can't be possible. Being struck down by a mere child?" Pepe clenched his fists, a wave of humiliation washing over him. This was an utter disgrace. "Fool," Trunks remarked coldly, observing Pepe's unwillingness to accept defeat. "With your abilities, I needn't even transform into a Super Saiyan. I could take on 10 of you. You've angered me, child." Pepe howled, propelling himself off the wall like a rocket towards Trunks. Trunks disdainfully glanced at Pepe, sidestepping his assault and effortlessly grasping his leg to slam him down. Boom! "Ah!" Pepe screamed as his face collided with the ground, causing Sun Wukong to wince in embarrassment. Yet, in a twisted sense, Trunks had done him a favor by offering a makeover. In the control room, Babidi stared in disbelief at Trunks' brutal assault on Pepe, particularly the sight of Pepe's face smashed into the ground, leaving him feeling a pang of sympathy. What is happening? How could Pepe be utterly powerless against that child? Babidi struggled to contain his inner turmoil. Even if he were being battered by adult scions, he could accept it, but being dominated by an 8- or 9-year-old? Perhaps the spacecraft's confined space is hindering Pepe's performance. That child has an advantage due to his size, Dabura weakly defended. Accepting Dabura's explanation to save face, Babidi inquired, in what environment could Pepe maximize his advantages? Dabura pondered briefly before responding, on a high-gravity planet like CERN. Very well, Babidi gestured towards a crystal ball. Let's see what happens next. Suddenly shifting environments caused Trunks, who was thoroughly enjoying his moment of tormenting Pepe, to halt his actions. Seizing the opportunity, Pepe managed to escape a short distance from Trunks. What is happening? Son Gohan inquired in astonishment at the abrupt change in surroundings. That it must be Babidi's magic, creating an environment favorable to that individual. The Supreme Kai remarked, his pale lavender visage glistening with cold sweat. Pepe, bloodied yet unconcerned, burst into triumphant laughter, exclaiming, "Huh, this is my home planet, listen, where the gravity is 10 times that of Earth." Several scions gazed at Pei Pei with expressions of condescension, as if to say, 10 times, you say? Vegeta's planet has a similar gravity. Does that make a difference? Fool, Trunks retorted coldly. My father trains under gravity levels exceeding 100 times this. Such a minor increase is utterly negligible. Upon hearing Trunks' dismissive tone and scornful gaze, Pei Pei's fury ignited. Stop the theatrics, he shouted, recklessly charging at Trunks. Unfazed, Trunks glanced at Pei Pei and effortlessly knocked him down with a single punch. How weak. Surrender now, Trunks stated as he approached the fallen Pei Pei. Clutching his abdomen, Pei Pei had not anticipated Trunks would approach without caution. A sly grin crept across his face as he feigned submission. Murmuring, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Being only 8 years old and inexperienced with deception, Trunks believed Pei Pei had genuinely repented and replied, Very well, you may leave. Sensing Trunks had relaxed his guard, Pei Pei rejoiced. Shouting, You little brat, die, crash, pwah. Unprepared, Trunks was struck in the abdomen by Pei Pei's sudden attack, causing him to spit out bile. Trunks, X5, the unexpected turn of events sent shockwaves through the group, and the last blow granted Majin Buu an additional 1/10 of his energy. You bastard, Trunks growled at Pei Pei, who was attempting to deliver a follow-up kick. Die. Trunks raised his hand and unleashed a merciless energy wave towards Pei Pei, obliterating him instantly. With Pei Pei's demise, a passage opened in the ground. You were far too careless, Trunks. Against such an opponent, you should have eliminated him without hesitation, Vegeta chastised, his expression a mixture of disappointment and frustration that Trunks' actions did not meet his approval. Had he been in Trunks' position, he would never have afforded the enemy a chance to recover. I'm sorry, Father, Trunks mumbled, lowering his head in contrition. Goku waved a hand dismissively, saying, Oh, come now, Vegeta. Trunks is still young and has never encountered such foes. Vegeta scoffed, leading the way into the passage. First challenge, clear point 23. Vegeta versus the beast Yakin. This feels just like a video game, Gohan remarked with mild excitement as they traversed the corridor. A tedious game, Vegeta retorted. Maintaining his usual aloof demeanor, the Supreme Kai, still reeling from Trunks' display of power, found himself grappling with the unsettling realization that he felt the weakest among the group, and indeed, he was in the control room. Babiti's irritation bubbled over as he exclaimed, How could this happen? 300 years ago, there was no one this powerful on Earth. For heaven's sake, look at their ages. The oldest, Vegeta, is just over 40.3 centuries ago. His grandfather was still in the primordial ooze. Fear not, this is merely the beginning. There are still 3 trials to come, and besides, I am here, Dabura confidently assured Babiti. But, Babiti, who shall we send for the second trial? Dabura inquired. Yakin, I believe, Babiti replied solemnly. Dabura appeared taken aback at the thought of sending Yakin this early. Perhaps we should not underestimate these Earthlings, and our primary goal remains to have Majin Buu absorb their energy. Babiti said, his expression grave as he surveyed the group for the second trial. You saw how that little brat managed to escape. Had it not been for Pei Pei's oversight, he would have gained no energy at all. Indeed, Babiti, Dabura replied respectfully before turning to issue orders to a subordinate. Inform Yakin that he is to guard the second level. Yes, sir, the extraterrestrial soldier acknowledged, departing as the second challenge approached. Vegeta, visibly impatient, stood at the entrance of a small hatch. I've been standing here, looking impressive for ages. Someone, come out already. This is dull. I might as well break through the floor and jump down, Vegeta bellowed in frustration, extending his palm towards the ground to gather energy. That's not advisable, Mr. Vegeta. Damaging the floor might awaken Majin Buu prematurely. The Supreme Kai hurriedly interjected, in truth, Goten wished to suggest that an early awakening might be beneficial, as Buu's power would not be as formidable. And perhaps Super Saiyan 2 could defeat him, but he knew such a statement would only earn him the Supreme Kai's disdain. If that's the case, who cares about Majin Buu? Vegeta scoffed, just like Dabura. Dabura, what do you mean? The Supreme Kai asked, bewildered. Dabura is hardly impressive. Just be cautious of his saliva, and Jebbit is simply too weak, Vegeta bluntly stated. The Supreme Kai turned to Goku in shock. Is that so? Mr. Goku? Yes. Even if he were at full strength, he wouldn't be much different. I expected him to be more formidable, but his level is akin to that of Cell 7 years ago, upon hearing Goku's words. The Supreme Kai's mind was thrown into turmoil. Wait a moment. To thwart Gohan, he expended considerable energy. Could it be he wasn't at full strength then? Clang. The hatch before Vegeta swung open, revealing a green-skinned creature. It's the beast Yakin. The Supreme Kai recognized the creature's identity. Humph. Nothing special, Vegeta frowned, observing that Yakin appeared slightly stronger than Pei-Pei. Yakin grinned maliciously and suddenly lunged at Vegeta. Vegeta, with a hint of disdain, sidestepped Yakin's claw. Whoosh! A protruding spike on Yakin's hand suddenly elongated, swiftly tearing through Vegeta's battle attire. Vegeta mused, glancing at the gash on his abdomen, then chuckled lightly. So you have hidden weapons. Good job. Yakin, eliminate the Supreme Kai, then injure those 5 to absorb their energy and resurrect Majin Buu. Babiti's lewd laughter echoed from the void, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. I shall send you to your favorite planet. Dark Star, Babiti announced from the control room as he cast another spell, Babi Yu Ba. The scene shifted once again, enveloping them in darkness. You can't see me, but I can see you quite well. Yakin cackled as he charged at Vegeta once more, employing the long blades on his hands. Vegeta deftly evaded Yakin's strikes with ease, leaving Yakin astonished. How did you evade my attack? TCH, it's simple. Just sense the flow of air. Vegeta replied, eyes closed. But I can do this as well. Tuan. Unfazed, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, confidently stating, Look, you have nowhere to hide now. Babiti, astonished by Vegeta's transformation, promptly ordered one of his subordinates, fetch the energy detector. Choose the one with the highest output. Yes, 2,800 kilowatts, Babiti exclaimed, gazing at the detector's needle in shock, before casting a worried glance at Yakin. This is troublesome. Yakin is only at 800 kilowatts. After witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Yakin's initial shock gave way to a scheming grin as he opened his mouth towards Vegeta. 24, the demise of Yakin, with a sly smile, declared, I see now. Darkness has no effect on you. Does it? What? Do you have more tricks up your sleeve? Vegeta asked with a confident grin. As Yakin opened his mouth wide, a foul stench reminiscent of a toilet that had not been cleansed in a century assailed the senses. Goodness, how long has this fool gone without brushing his teeth? Several scions tightly clasped their noses, which evoked memories for Sun Wukong of a savage he encountered during his first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament, a wild man who had never bathed in his entire life, whose keen, canine-like sense of smell was utterly overwhelmed. With a hearty gulp, a formidable suction emanated from Yakin's maw, drawing the radiant energy of Vegeta's Super Saiyan form into him, consuming it as if it were mere sustenance, plunging the world back into darkness. What transpired? Why has it gone dark again? Son Gohan and Trunks cried out, while Sun Wukong, already aware of everything, remained silent and still. Vegeta reverted from his Super Saiyan form. And Sun Wukong remarked calmly, Indeed, Yakin can consume light as nourishment. The brilliance of Vegeta's transformation is the finest feast for him. The King Kai elucidated. Burp. Yakin lazily released a satisfied belch, a look of contentment gracing his face. The flavor was just perfect. I have never tasted such exquisite light before. Vegeta, initially taken aback, regained his composure, a smirk of derision curling at the corner of his lips. Fear not. You shall not feast again. Nanny, Yakin exclaimed in shock as Vegeta extended his palm, fingers splayed, directing his energy toward Yakin, unleashing a massive explosion attack. A cerulean energy sphere shot forth from Vegeta's palm, striking Yakin with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the realm, lingering long after Vegeta's strike annihilated Yakin, leaving not even a remnant of flesh, reducing him to atomic particles. The distinction between Vegeta and Sun Wukong is clear. Against a feeble adversary, Vegeta opts for outright obliteration, while Sun Wukong tends to gradually release his energy, a flaw that Vegeta has previously noted in Dragon Ball Super. For instance, when confronting Yakin, Vegeta swiftly dispatched him. whereas Sun Wukong allowed Yakin to absorb energy until he burst from the excess. Cackling, the next level of passageway opened, control room. Yakin lay lifeless, and Babidi gazed in horror at the remnants of Yakin. Pulverized by Vegeta's might, his words stumbling, Dabura, with steadfast determination, declared, "I comprehend Babidi-sama's unease. Allow me to alleviate it. I shall personally guard the third level." Dabura, if you too, Babidi's longing gaze met Dabura's, "I am the king of the demon realm. None in this world surpasses my strength," Dabura stated confidently to Babidi-sama. "May I borrow your meditation chamber? GNMLGB, if you're so formidable, why not confront them directly instead of retreating to meditate? Are you going to pet a cat? Moreover, if you're truly the strongest, what need is there for Babidi to resurrect the uncontrollable Majin Buu? Third level. Gohan, it's your turn now. Have you been training earnestly?" Sun Wukong inquired of his son. Poised to enter the fray, Vegeta scoffed. "What a pity. Over the years, he has neglected his training, and now we surpass him." Awkwardly scratching his head, Son Gohan admitted, "Despite having trained diligently after the Broly incident, I've yet to fully regain my strength. I can barely transform into Super Saiyan 2 to Dad." "Do you remember Broly?" Son Gohan asked, his tone turning serious. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. "Yes, what of it? Is Broly not dead?" "Well," Son Gohan nodded earnestly, "not only is he alive, but he also appeared on Earth not long ago." "Nanny?" Sun Wukong gasped, recalling the chaos Broly could unleash, and anxiously inquired, "What about now?" "He was defeated by me and Wu Tian." Son Gohan replied with a faint smile at Sun Wu Tian. "But Wu Tian is truly impressive. He managed to battle Broly right after achieving Super Saiyan. So, Wu Tian, your transformation into Super Saiyan 2 during the tournament was a result of battling that peculiar uncle. Correct?" Trunks pressed that, "Yes, but at that time, you were already unconscious." Sun Wu Tian scratched his head. "Remarkable," Sun Wukong mused, earning an irritated glance from Vegeta. Fixating his eager gaze upon Sun Wu Tian, Sun Wukong asked, "Wu Tian, would you care to spar with your father?" Sun Wu Tian's lips twitched, realizing that his father was indeed a battle fanatic, unwilling to spare even his own son. However, Sun Wukong's carefree demeanor stemmed from his ignorance of Majin Buu's true power, leading to his whimsical nature that, in the face of genuine foes, Sun Wukong was typically serious. Yet he perceived Dabura as trivial, believing Super Saiyan 2 could easily handle him, and that Majin Buu was no different. Thus his playful demeanor persisted. 25 at Sun Gohan versus Dabura. Sun Wukong's unabashedly fervent gaze made Sun Wutian uneasy, prompting him to subtly step back. Zhuge, the wise strategist, once remarked that low intelligence could be contagious. It was better to maintain a distance. Meanwhile, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, the organizers were fervently deliberating whether to disqualify Sun Wukong and his companions after their abrupt departure, pondering the next steps to take. "What is going on?" "I don't know." "What happened?" The audience, perplexed, halted their discussions as they observed the match. Due to the unexplained absence of several participants, a situation unprecedented, the judges were in deep discussion, requesting the audience to be patient. The blonde referee, having hosted for many years, utilized his skills to restore order. "Sun Wukong-sama, why did you leave without a word? After all these years of anticipation, could you not finish the match, with only 3 participants remaining?" Number 18. Jira, the dark-skinned opponent of Sun Wutian disguise, and Shiulu, a flamboyant individual who faced Yamu, fortunate that Yama departed early. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. The tension grew. "How about a free-for-all?" One audience member shouted. "Yes, a free-for-all." Another echoed, "At least we might witness Mr. Satan in action." The call resonated with the crowd, who primarily wished to see Satan's antics, yet they were blissfully unaware that their so-called hero was currently unconscious from a punch delivered by Sun Wutian. "Where is Mr. Satan? Hurry and prepare him." The tournament organizers swiftly accepted the audience's suggestion, believing that with Satan's prowess, having once vanquished Cell, a mere free-for-all posed no threat, even if the 3 competitors united against him, one of whom was a woman. They overlooked the terrifying record of number 18 on the boxing apparatus that, "Let us invite Mr. Satan to the stage." Several backstage personnel approached Satan's bodyguard, standing outside the VIP room. No way, a burly bodyguard firmly rejected their request. How can he make an appearance in his current state? Besides, the young lady has yet to return. Meanwhile, on the ocean, Biddy Lee, curious, had followed Son Gohan and Jebite for a while before returning. Why? Someone questioned that, Mr. Satan is meditating and cannot be disturbed, replied a thinner bodyguard. Meditating? The individual looked skeptically at the slender guard. Indeed, whenever Mr. Satan meditates, he becomes extraordinarily fearsome, the thin bodyguard said ominously. The last time Mr. Satan was meditating, Cell foolishly interrupted him, and, well, you know how that turned out, in the depths of hell, Cell lamented. This individual clearly had been by Satan's side for some time, possessing the uncanny ability to fabricate tales. The backstage personnel exhibited palpable fear. If someone as formidable as Cell had perished, what chance did they stand? If I weren't Cell, I might actually believe this. The furious spirit of Cell fumed. My apologies for the intrusion. The backstage personnel stumbled away. As the figures of the backstage personnel faded from view, the burly bodyguard patted the thin bodyguard on the shoulder. Young man, you've worked hard. Fortunately, the somewhat slender bodyguard awkwardly scratched his head, relieved by his own adeptness with words Mr. Satan's still not awake. He inquired, glancing at the still unconscious figure of Satan in the VIP room. Not yet, the robust bodyguard shook his head, recalling the terrifying little specter. Even he was filled with dread at the thought of such a diminutive creature having rendered an adult unconscious for so long. Come on, my punch alone could keep him down for a day if I wanted him to wake up. Sun Wukong remarked with a smirk. Without any formidable martial arts tournament, Android 18 easily clinched the championship, while Satan, hoping to flaunt his prowess, would have to wait until next year in an undisclosed location. The battle between Dabura and Sun Wukong, having emerged from the meditation chamber, raged fiercely. Dabura deftly countered Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form, evading a sweeping kick before inhaling deeply and unleashing a fiery barrage. A fireball erupted towards Sun Wukong, who leaped into the air to evade it and propelled himself toward Dabura. In a flash, Dabura, having anticipated Sun Wukong's moves, left behind an afterimage akin to a mirage as Sun Wukong's punch struck nothing but air. I'm right here, Dabura taunted from a distance, his palm outstretched as he launched a molten energy sphere that hurtled towards Sun Wukong. With a moment's distraction, Sun Wukong was struck by the lava energy ball, crashing into a mountainside and plummeting into the water with a splash. Breaking the surface, Sun Wukong emerged, his clothes tattered, and glared at Dabura with fury, tearing at the remnants of his green attire with a fierce pull. Dabura stood confidently, mocking Sun Wukong's rage, as if everything was under his control. This fellow is considerably stronger than I anticipated, Sun Wukong observed as he watched Dabura. Vegeta's face bore a hint of anger. Yet he believed it was not beyond his capabilities to defeat him, lamenting that he had grown weaker compared to his childhood self. Noticing Vegeta, Dabura cast a glance in his direction. Sun Wukong also took note, but he refrained from intervening, thinking that as long as the story remained intact, it wouldn't deviate too far from what he knew, though an uneasy feeling lingered in his heart, seizing Dabura's momentary distraction. Sun Wukong charged at him with a fierce shout. "Pah!" Dabura spat at Sun Wukong, the saliva flying like bullets. Knowing the potency of Dabura's spit, Sun Wukong hastily raised his hand to shield himself, quickly discarding the gloves he wore. With a crack, the petrified gloves shattered upon hitting the ground. Taking advantage of Sun Wukong's distraction, Dabura leaped forward, conjuring a large blade with a flourish and slashed downward with great force. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, managing to catch the blade in a critical moment. Harnessing the long-lost technique of the ultra-light-speed skill, Sun Wukong executed the unarmed blade catch with remarkable precision, a technique that allowed one to instantly grasp the skill of catching a blade without weapons. Sorry, I can't continue with this, he thought as he exerted his strength, shattering the blade. Dabura, with a faint smile, discarded the broken weapon as Sun Wukong, panting, tossed aside the remaining blade in the control room. Babidi watched with a grim expression, as the energy levels had hardly changed. Damn it, Dabura, what are you doing? You need to seriously injure that kid to awaken Majin Buu. Sun Wukong erupted with fiery determination, ready to engage Dabura in a prolonged battle. Damn it, I can't wait any longer, Vegeta declared, stepping forward with indignation. Let me just obliterate him already if there's no need for that. Vegeta, Wufan hasn't lost yet, Sun Wukong advised. This kind of fight feels like a mere game. It's utterly uninteresting, Vegeta retorted angrily. Halting the two fighters, he pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Wukong, declaring, I want to end this tedious game quickly and face you in a showdown. That's precisely why I entered that tournament. Dabura's sharp eyes glinted with a sly smile as he observed Vegeta, while Sun Wufan regarded Dabura with suspicion. Lord Babidi, transport us to the spaceship, Dabura mentally communicated. I have made a rather intriguing discovery. Babidi, despite his puzzlement, trusted his subordinate and cast a spell to teleport Dabura and Sun Wufan back. Vegeta concealed a triumphant smirk, swiftly masking it again. Dabura leaped from the void. Racing toward the hatch, Sun Wufan shouted, Dabura, are you trying to escape? Huh, there's no need for me to continue fighting you, as there are warriors far more suited for this than I. Dabura chuckled lightly, glancing back at Vegeta before the hatch closed. What do you mean? Sun Wufan pressed, but Dabura had already vanished. Sun Wutian sighed, exclaiming, Can't you see? It's so obvious. In the control room, Babidi eagerly approached Dabura as he returned. Did you find anything? Lord Babidi, I discovered a warrior among them with a heart filled with malice. Dabura grinned wickedly. Babidi's face lit up with excitement. Really? That means they can turn against each other, allowing Majin Buu to awaken soon. Indeed, Lord Babidi on the third level, Sun Wufan pondered. What does that fellow mean? Sun Wukong appeared equally perplexed. I don't quite understand either. He mentioned finding a more suitable warrior. What does discovery imply? A flash of insight crossed the Kaishin's mind. Babidi's crystal ball displayed Vegeta's image, and Babidi's excitement surged as he beheld it. Incredible. This one is truly remarkable. He possesses a formidable darkness within him, and he is not here for justice, Babidi exclaimed joyfully. Let me control you, Babidi declared, his hands, seemingly stained, pressed against the crystal ball as he unleashed his magic. Ah! At the moment the magic was released, Vegeta sensed something amiss, clutching his head in agony. Indeed, it is just as I suspected, the Kaishin remarked. Ah! The pain forced Vegeta to transform involuntarily into a Super Saiyan. Dad, Trunks rushed to Vegeta's side, filled with concern. Vegeta, Babidi is manipulating you through your darkness. Do not think of anything, just don't. The Kaishin urged anxiously that don't think. The more you say that, the more I want to, Vegeta thought defiantly. Wonderful. I have successfully seized control. Now let's unleash your potential and push your limits, Babidi shouted with glee, employing another spell. Ah, Vegeta roared, his energy surging wildly, causing Trunks, who clung to his leg, to be thrown back, though thankfully Sun Wukong caught him. Haha, Vegeta gasped, revealing his face anew, now adorned with darkened eyes and a malevolent mem blazoned on his forehead. Prince of Destruction, Majin Vegeta has arrived. Vegeta surveyed his transformed state with satisfaction, reveling in the newfound power that not only elevated him considerably, but also brought him closer to matching Kakarot's strength. Feeling a surge of admiration for his own intellect. This is splendid. Babidi's triumphant cackles echoed in the control room. Allow me to find you a fitting battleground for your duel, with a wave of his hand. Babidi cast another spell, teleporting everyone on the third level to the martial arts tournament. 8T the tournament. Android 18 had just claimed her prize. Ah, how did those fellows suddenly appear? Where did they come from? The audience was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong and his companions. What on earth is this? I was enjoying the sight of beautiful women, and suddenly you all show up, exclaimed one. Sun Wukong, you have arrived too late. The competition has already concluded, remarked the golden-haired host. Babidi, gazing at Vegeta, trapped within the crystal ball, let out a sinister chuckle. Vegeta, go and unleash your fury. Seize their energy. And if you must, kill them. Upon hearing Babidi's lecherous laughter echoing in his mind, Vegeta's expression darkened. Get lost? I only wish to battle Kakarot. The affairs of others are none of my concern. This was unprecedented. A loss of control. Babidi cursed inwardly. This is not right. You should be running over here to grovel at my feet. Vegeta, with a menacing grin, raised a finger towards Sun Wukong. just as confusion washed over the crowd. He brought his fingers together, aiming directly at him. With a swift motion, a yellow energy wave erupted from Vegeta's palm, shooting towards Sun Wukong like a cannonball. In a state of panic, Sun Wukong could only cross his arms in a feeble attempt to block this ki blast. However, it was futile. Even a weakened ki blast from Vegeta in his Super Saiyan form was far beyond what a non-transformed Sun Wukong could withstand. The energy wave gradually pushed Sun Wukong back, and ultimately, unable to bear the pressure, he instinctively dodged, sending the energy wave hurtling towards the audience in a moment of dire urgency. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Goten, who had just transformed, appeared as if teleporting directly into the path of the energy wave. He kicked with all his might, redirecting the blast toward the ocean's surface. The thunderous roar erupted from the distant sea, and a colossal mushroom cloud rose before the astonished onlookers, the fierce winds whipping their hair wildly. Vegeta nonchalantly lowered his hand, as if the earlier chaos had nothing to do with him. "Run for your lives!" cried the audience, who had never witnessed such a spectacle in their peaceful existence. Their frantic screams echoing as they scattered in all directions. Sun Wukong glared furiously at Vegeta. If it weren't for Goten's intervention just now, many would have surely perished, and in a gruesome manner at that. "Dad, I'm scared," Trunks whimpered, for Vegeta appeared far more terrifying than usual. The once strict father now resembled a ruthless monster. "What a pity," Babidi lamented. "If that blast had connected, it could have claimed at least 200 lives. "Enough chatter, Kakarot. Let us duel, or else the bodies will pile up here. And next time, you may not be so fortunate," Vegeta sneered. Seemingly realizing something, Sun Wukong spoke gravely. "Vegeta, are you suggesting that you allowed Babidi to control you on purpose?" Having achieved his goal and feeling intellectually superior, Vegeta retorted, "I do not wish to converse. Let me savor this moment of superiority." He aimed his hand towards the audience, launching an energy sphere that hurtled towards them. Boom! In a hasty reaction, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan and intercepted the energy ball. However, his rushed transformation merely diverted the blast slightly, resulting in numerous casualties among the audience. Sun Wukong's pupils dilated as he perceived Vegeta's menacing gaze, which seemed to threaten further destruction if he did not intervene. "Please, Sun Wukong," the Kaioshin implored urgently. "If you engage in combat here, it will play into Babidi's hands. Your energy will be absorbed by Majin Buu, awakening him." Yet his words fell on deaf ears, leaving the Kaioshin heartbroken. "I am the Kaioshin, and you won't even listen to me. How tragic. Vegeta, you wish to engage in a serious battle with me, and that is why you feigned Babidi's control." Sun Wukong asked with a serious expression. At last, you have perceived the truth," Vegeta replied with a hint of derision in his eyes. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Vegeta's theatrical demeanor. "What is this ridiculous act? If I had not done this, you would not have agreed to fight me. You can only remain in this world for a day, and now this has occurred," Vegeta grumbled. "You did this for such a foolish reason?" Sun Goten remarked, his mouth twitching at the absurdity of the situation. "What is this sense of déjà vu of being abandoned by a lover?" "Foolishness. You consider this foolish," Babidi's voice echoed in Vegeta's mind, igniting his fury. "For me, this is paramount. What Majin Buu? I couldn't care less. This guy surpasses me in strength. As a fellow scion, he always eclipses me. I am the proud prince of the scions. Yet he has surpassed me, even saving my life. I cannot tolerate this. Absolutely not." Vegeta's pride flared as he raged like a tempest, as if Sun Wukong had struck a nerve. Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta in silence before suddenly shouting, "Babidi, I have decided to duel with Vegeta. Transport us to a desolate place." "Wait," the Kaioshin interjected, arms outstretched with firm resolve, standing before Sun Wukong. "If you must fight, then you must first defeat me." Observing the Kaioshin's unwavering determination, Sun Wukong regarded him quietly for a moment. Under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, he raised a hand towards the Kaioshin, concentrating energy into a brilliant blue sphere. Tears streamed down the Kaioshin's face as he thought, "I am the Kaioshin. Have some consideration for me." Yet upon seeing Sun Wukong's serious demeanor, the Kaioshin relented, lowering his hands with resignation. "Very well. Do as you wish. My apologies, Kaioshin," Sun Wukong expressed with a trace of regret. With no further entertainment to behold, Babidi employed magic to transport Sun Wukong and the others to an uninhabited yet suitable battleground. You all may duel. I, along with Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, will disrupt the portal to locate Babidi. The Kaioshin conceded that he understood that allowing Majin Buu to awaken in full strength was not favorable. If they were fortunate, they might even prevent his resurrection entirely. You think I will allow you to succeed? Babidi, ever watchful, commanded Vegeta. Vegeta, eliminate this nuisance. Vegeta, hearing Babidi's command, struggled against the mental control, clutching his head as the crimson glow of them on his forehead intensified. I refuse, Vegeta declared defiantly. What Kaioshin and the others do is of no concern to me. I only wish to battle Kakarot. Nanny, Babidi gasped in disbelief. I will say it again. Eliminate the Kaioshin. Damn it. You dare not come and grovel at my feet. Vegeta's struggle grew more intense, his expression increasingly feral. I have spoken. My only goal is Kakarot. I'm a proud scion prince, and even if my body and mind are under your control, my pride will not bow to you. Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy, roaring defiantly towards the heavens. Son Goten, observing this unprecedented defiance against Babidi, couldn't help but internally critique, why does Vegeta resemble a fierce woman on the verge of a breakdown? And why does each of them harbor such profound affection for their father? And all of them are men? Good heavens, this is the first time something like this has happened. Babidi exclaimed in utter disbelief. You claim to be uncontrollable, yet you speak as if I am about to dominate you. I'm not interested in that. Astonishingly, the Kaioshin was equally stunned that someone could resist Babidi's control, as the ground beneath them opened. Babidi, following Dabur's advice, feared the Kaioshin might act rashly and awaken Majin Buu prematurely, a sight he wished to avoid. By the way, Gohan, Sun Wukong said, retrieving a Senza bean from his clothing, you expended considerable energy in that last battle. Have a Senza bean to recover. Very well, father, said Sun Wukong, as he took the and tossed it into his mouth. Wukong, remember your battle with Cell, as long as you harness your anger and unleash your full potential. There will be no adversary in this world capable of matching you, Son Goku advised. All right, but father, it feels like such a precious day is being wasted, Sun Wukong lamented with a look of regret. Son Goku turned his gentle gaze towards Sun Wutian. Come here, Wutian. Let me embrace you, ditto. Sun Wutian hesitated for a moment, and as he stepped into Son Goku's arms, he felt as though his heart had been tugged and he fought back tears. For this was his first experience of paternal love, something he had never known even in his previous life. We shall take our leave now, Sun Wukong said, pulling Sun Wutian and Trunks along with the Kaioshin who followed behind them into the portal. Son Goku watched them enter with a warm gaze before his expression shifted back to a serious demeanor. Focusing on Vegeta, I do not wish to be injured by you only to transfer my energy to Majin Buu, hence I will conclude this battle swiftly. Son Goku remarked calmly, oh, come now, what young person doesn't boast? Vegeta replied with a light chuckle, very well. Let me witness the fruits of your training in that other world. Son Goku transformed once more, his hair standing upright except for a tuft at his forehead. Arcs of electricity crackling around him, mirroring Sun Wutian's previous appearance. Vegeta maintained a stoic facade, yet internally he was taken aback, thinking, Kakarot nearly caught me off guard, had I not been empowered by Babidi. I might have been defeated. Truly, Kakarot's strength surpassed that of Wukong back then. Regardless of his internal astonishment, Vegeta resolved to retain his aloof demeanor. Vegeta roared, unleashing his own Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Son Goku raised an eyebrow. What? You can do that too. How am I supposed to maintain my mystique? Vegeta admired the surprise in Son Goku's eyes, relieved that he had allowed Babidi to enhance his power, thinking, this ruse is quite splendid. Where are the flowers and applause? It seems a swift resolution is no longer feasible, Son Goku remarked coldly. Come now, I will slay you, Kakarot, Vegeta cackled, launching himself toward Son Goku like a released arrow. Vegeta delivered a swift kick aimed at Son Goku, who raised an arm to block the strike. Vegeta retracted his leg and threw a straight punch at Son Goku, who caught Vegeta's fist and countered with a punch of his own, which Vegeta successfully intercepted. Boom, boom, boom. Their hands were locked in a struggle, forcing them to collide their knees instead, sending ripples through the air. Each clash resonated with thunderous echoes that reverberated across the battlefield as these two Super Saiyan 2 warriors engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others had defeated Babidi soldiers and stood before the final boss at the same time as Son Goku and Vegeta battled. Sun Wukong and his companions confronted Babidi. Buu will awaken soon, and he will be brimming with energy, Babidi said with a lecherous grin. Defeating you will put an end to this, Kaioshin stated gravely, fixing his gaze on Babidi. Babidi cast a spell, teleporting everyone in the control room, including the egg of Majin Buu, outside. What say you, Dabura? Are you confident in defeating that earthling? Babidi mockingly inquired. Dabura smirked. Of course, I faced him earlier. That weakling will be no challenge. You need not concern yourselves. Sun Wukong declared, transforming into a Super Saiyan, pointing his hands toward the egg of Majin Buu. What are you planning? Babidi gasped. Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful yellow energy wave aimed directly at the egg of Majin Buu. With a thunderous explosion, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. In an instant, everyone, in a bid to avoid the energy wave, activated their flight techniques to escape. Dude Wukong, you could at least give a heads up before launching such a massive attack. Trunks complained. Hovering in the the black smoke dissipated. Cracks began to form on the egg of Majin Buu, pink mist escaping from within. Majin Buu is about to emerge. Babidi cackled maniacally. The egg shattered completely. Yet to everyone's astonishment, it was empty. Babidi, Dabura, Kaioshin, and Sun Wukong all stared in disbelief. Sun Wukong, perplexed, gazed into the empty shell. Wait, weren't we told that Buu would emerge from there? Where is Majin Buu? Come out and say something. Babidi's laughter abruptly ceased. Where on earth did he go? Kaioshin chuckled. It appears that after being sealed for so many years, Majin Buu may have perished. Isn't that right, Wukong? Kaioshin turned to Sun Wukong, only to find him and his companions gazing intently at the space above the egg. At a distant location, Son Goku and Vegeta were locked in combat. Vegeta, wait. Son Goku suddenly sensed something, pausing with a serious expression as he directed his attention towards Sun Wukong and the others, feeling a powerful energy emanating from that direction. Nanny, Vegeta, furrowed his brow. Sensing the same energy, Kaioshin, it is possible that Majin Buu has not vanished, Sun Wukong stated earnestly. Nanny, Kaioshin, and Babidi gasped in shock. Turning their gaze towards the egg, the pink mist seeping from the egg had not dissipated. The pink mist coiled together, producing bubbling sounds, coalescing into a viscous, clay-like substance that ultimately formed a figure. The figure was rotund, with a minuscule black cape that barely concealed his corpulent form, white pants adorned with an emblazoned belt, a powdery purple cape fluttering in the wind, yellow gloves, and a peculiar antenna sprouting from his head, with small holes lining its edge and a pair of squinting eyes wearing a smile. Buu, is that truly you? Babidi inquired with delight. Who are you? Do you have food? I want chocolate, Buu replied, tilting his head like a child yearning for sweets. I have chocolate. Would you like some? Sun Wukong offered, retrieving a few unopened chocolate bars from his pocket. Great. You are a good person, Buu exclaimed joyfully, accepting the chocolate from Sun Wukong and then issuing a good person card. Sun Wukong's mouth twitched. So I've just been awarded a good person card. Thankfully, it's not from a girl. As they watched Buu revel in the chocolate, all present were left speechless. Buu, stop eating. Quickly eliminate those individuals, Babidi shouted, pointing at Sun Wukong and the three behind him. Buu glanced at Babidi, then at Sun Wukong, and promptly refused. No, Babidi was on the verge of losing his mind. I'm the one who released you. How can you side with outsiders? A few pieces of chocolate have turned you against me. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that he remembered the event from the original story. This rotund Buu possessed the goodness absorbed from the Grand Kaioshin. It could be soothed like a child. Come on, Buu, if you don't act, I'll seal you again. Babidi threatened in exasperation to boom in a state of tranquil yet menacing silence. Sun Wukong cast a cold gaze upon Babidi, while a massive pit before Babidi continued to emit dark smoke. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Babidi's forehead, yet he dared not attempt to seal away Majin Buu. Regardless of Dabura's prowess, the combined might of Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian would undoubtedly send him flying as for Babidi himself. Even the Kaioshin could effortlessly obliterate him. He was merely a sorcerer with impressive magic, his combat power likely inferior to that of an average earthling. "Buu, would you care for some candy?" "Let us disregard those two fools," Sun Wutian coaxed, pulling several pieces of candy from his pocket. Everyone was left in shock, exclaiming, "What the hell, Buu, you actually went for it." Babidi, tears streaming within, lamented, "Oh no, my Buu, come back. Don't follow that strange uncle." In hell at the soul-cleansing machine, the rhythmic clang of metal echoed. A small red-skinned demon clad in a green hoodie danced joyously, his headphones blaring music at maximum volume. "Hey!" shouted a blue-skinned demon, resembling a manager. The red demon continued his ecstatic performance, undeterred. "Hey!" the blue demon called again. This time louder, ignored entirely. The blue demon's face flushed with anger. "You little rascal, stop playing around." "Hey!" he bellowed, yanking the headphones off with force. The red demon, unfazed, greeted him with a cheeky grin. "Oh, you little brat," the blue demon fumed. "If you keep this up, I swear I'll dock your pay." Startled, the red demon instantly adopted a pitiful expression, pressing his fingertips together. "If you dock my pay, that means I'll have none left." "What on earth have you been docked?" "As long as you know." The blue demon, filled with rage, finally relented as the manager departed. The red demon promptly returned the headphones to his ears, disregarding his duties. On Earth, after finishing off Dabura, the group turned their puzzled gazes towards Buu, who suddenly displayed an expression of anguish. Sun Wutian, standing atop Babidi's fallen form, stared at the tormented Buu in bewilderment. What on earth is happening to Buu? He wondered, furrowing his brow as he noticed that the gas Buu expelled was not white, but a dark purple. "What is going on?" "Kaioshin, do you have any insight?" Sun Wukong inquired. The Kaioshin shook his head. "I am uncertain. I have never encountered such a situation." "Vegeta, do you sense it?" Sun Wukong asked gravely. "This malevolent energy seems quite unusual." Vegeta replied, "Damn it. All I wanted was a peaceful moment with Kakarot. And now you're causing a ruckus. It's as if Kakarot can't even focus on our rivalry." "Come here, author, I have something to show you," Vegeta said, preparing an energy blast behind him. "Ah," Buu yelled, clutching his head. Sun Wutian, brows knitted in concentration, scoured his memory for clues about Buu's past, and a flash of realization struck him. Oh no, could it be that the thin Buu is about to emerge? But Buu hasn't faced anything that could trigger such fury. His mind raced, recalling how Broly had emerged in the original story due to Sun Wutian's cries. Is the entire narrative unraveling because of me? It seems Buu's energy has diminished, Trunks observed, noting the sudden appearance of the lean Buu. Not diminished. Rather, his power has been separated, Sun Wukong grimly remarked, staring at the newly manifested thin Buu. The emergence of the lean Buu startled everyone. He was a stark contrast to the plump Buu, with a gaunt form that seemed as if a gust of wind could topple him, dark skin, black scara, and a sinister grin. How could there be another Buu? The Kaioshin trembled, nearly in tears. One Buu is already overwhelming. Now, there's another? Is the heavens intent on my demise? This energy is even more pure in its malevolence, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face stricken with fear. And what of it? Vegeta scoffed. That malevolence has already been weakened. Wufan should be able to defeat him. Now, Kakarot, let us resume our duel. If Majin Buu were present, Vegeta would not hesitate to eliminate him. Why must you appear on the day of my duel? He muttered in frustration. However, Sun Wukong paid him no mind, his attention fixated on Buu, igniting Vegeta's jealousy. Vegeta-sama, let us speak civilly. Lower your energy blast for now, the author trembled. Very well, Kakarot, Vegeta conceded, dissipating his golden aura. If you are so concerned about that Majin Buu, let us resolve him first. Really? That would be splendid. Vegeta! Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. I'm utterly weary of this. However, I've expended too much energy. Could you spare me a senzu bean? Vegeta requested. Of course. Sun Wukong replied, producing a bag from his pocket. Good heavens, How is it that your senzu beans remain intact despite such a fierce battle? Truly miraculous. Sun Wutian's expression darkened as he realized that the separation had stripped Buu of most of his power, leaving them in a precarious situation. The lean Buu grinned wickedly, gazing at the plump Buu with fiery anticipation. If I can consume him, my strength will surpass its former limits. Everyone, be cautious, the Kaioshin warned. His eyes filled with trepidation, for the malevolence radiating from the lean Buu mirrored that of the Buu who had once tormented him. Ready! Sun Wukong and Trunks responded in unison, all three transforming into Super Saiyans. Their eyes fixed warily on the lean Buu. With a guttural roar, the lean Buu disregarded the others, lunging towards the plump Buu. Get away from me! The plump Buu bellowed, furious, as he unleashed an energy wave. With a casual flick, the lean Buu deflected it, delivering a resounding slap to the plump Buu's face. The plump Buu was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the mountainside. Stop right there, Sun Wutian shouted, unleashing an energy blast towards the lean Buu. The lean Buu, alert, dodged the attack. The plump Buu shakily regained his footing, energy crackling from the antenna atop his head. Transform into chocolate, he bellowed, unleashing a stream of pink-purple energy that shot towards the lean Buu. Unfazed, the lean Buu took a moment to glance at the plump Buu, puffing out his cheeks and unleashing a powerful gust, sending the magical beam back towards its origin in a moment of panic. The plump Buu was struck by his own attack, transforming him into a chocolate bar no larger than a palm. Ah, Sun Wutian, alarmed at the sight of the plump Buu now reduced to a mere chocolate, frantically fired energy blasts at the lean Buu. The lean Buu's expression shifted as he evaded Sun Wutian's onslaught. Trunks, hurry and retrieve that chocolate, Sun Wutian shouted, mindful to avoid hitting the chocolate while targeting the lean Buu. Okay, Trunks agreed hurriedly, his energy flaring as he dashed towards the chocolate. Boom! The slender Buu, struck by the energy of Sun Wutian, swiftly seized the chocolate and tossed it into his mouth before Trunks could arrive. Alas, it was devoured, prompting Trunks to cover his face in disbelief. Crunch, crunch, Buu hastily chewed the chocolate into fragments, swallowing it in one swift motion. With a loud hiss, smoke began to emanate from every orifice of Buu's body. The atmosphere trembled violently as Buu's power surged uncontrollably. Vegeta and Goku, having just consumed the magic beans, exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by the sudden spike in energy. Vegeta, hold on to me. We need to check this out immediately. Goku urged anxiously, fully aware that this was no time for hesitation. Grasping Goku's shoulder, Vegeta braced himself as Goku pressed his fingers to his forehead, teleporting them to Sun Wutian's location. King Kai, Gohan, what on earth is happening? Goku shouted, observing the swirling smoke that signified an increase in power. Vegeta, puzzled, gazed at the haze, incredulous. Don't tell me this is Majin Buu. What in the world is going on? I unleashed this monstrosity during my duel with Kakarot. After learning the entire sequence of events, Goku began to piece it together, his expression turning grave as he regarded the smoke-enshrouded Majin Buu. Now more formidable than he had anticipated, the bead of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead. The raw power emanating from Majin Buu had surpassed even that of Super Saiyan 2, leaving him thoroughly unsettled. Though the surge in strength had ceased, the atmosphere had become terrifyingly oppressive, causing even Goku to question whether his Super Saiyan 3 form could overcome the current Majin Buu. As the smoke dissipated, a new incarnation of Majin Buu materialized before them. Unlike the previous forms, this version exhibited a more perfect physique, nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary human. He sported gloves that concealed a hand with 4 fingers fused together, devoid of a nose and cape, and was clad only in a single garment, referred to as Super Buu, possessing the might of both Wu Qian and the enigmatic Gohan. You might be inclined to argue that Kid Buu is the strongest, but you would be mistaken. This Buu not only wields immense power, but also possesses intellect, which is essential for assimilating Wu Qian and the mysterious Gohan. Buu cackled, reveling in the continuous flow of power within him. What an ominous aura, Gohan thought, his face betraying fear. How can we even contend with this? Even if everyone here were Super Saiyan 2, it wouldn't suffice against Buu's might. Sun Wutian's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Buu, subtly gripping his tail, contemplating whether he could transform in a Super Saiyan 4. Team battle. No, we must engage in one-on-one combat. With the transformation complete, the warriors heightened their vigilance towards the newly emerged Majin Buu. Meanwhile, Krillin and Piccolo, having regained their strength following Buu's demise, recognized their presence as a burden and discreetly withdrew. Hee, Buu grinned maliciously as he surveyed the assembled scions. The King Kai, in contrast, was dismissed as insignificant. Dare to look at me with such disdain. Do you wish to meet your end? Buu's piercing gaze ignited Vegeta's fury, and in an instant, he unleashed his Super Saiyan 2 power, dashing towards Buu like an arrow released from its bow. Buu smirked derisively, effortlessly sidestepping Vegeta's feline-like assault. Vegeta, be careful, Goku shouted, bang, wah. Before Vegeta could react, Buu delivered a powerful kick, sending him hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. Dad, Trunks screamed, his face contorted with rage as he charged at Buu. Buu die, Trunks roared, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that fell like meteors. Humph, Buu scoffed, nonchalantly deflecting Trunks' energy blasts with swift motions of his hands. Yeah. Goku propelled himself towards Buu through the chaos of Trunks' energy blasts. Closely followed by Gohan. Yeah, Buu extended his arms wide, channeling energy that surged like a tempest, repelling Trunks' energy blasts and forcing Gohan and Goku back. Vegeta, having recovered from Buu's earlier assault, rejoined his comrades, standing in a line as they scrutinized Buu with grave expressions. We have a general understanding of his power, but who will go first? Gohan proposed solemnly. Indeed, these individuals have reverted to their old habits, opting for one-on-one confrontations over a collective assault. I'll go. Kakarot, step aside. Vegeta declared with a sneer, still irked by being knocked away moments earlier. No. Vegeta, I should go, Goku insisted, placing a hand firmly in front of Vegeta. I will go, Vegeta countered, placing his hand against Goku's. No, I must go. Goku reiterated, blocking Vegeta once more. No, it has to be me. Do you wish to fight, Kakarot? Vegeta challenged. I will go. Having returned, I am eager to face such a formidable opponent, Goku replied, brimming with excitement. If you're up for a fight, let's do it, Kakarot. Or should we settle this with rock, paper, scissors? Rock, paper, scissors it is. Come on, you three, join in. All right, X3. Buu, initially dismissive, now found himself bewildered. What the hell are you doing? I'm right here. Are you seriously ignoring me just to play a game? Rock, paper, scissors, X5. The five warriors sat down to engage in their game, causing Buu's mouth to twitch in irritation while King Kai sighed, already accustomed to the absurdity. Excuse me, Buu began weakly, attempting to interject that he was still present and they could send someone to challenge him without hesitation. Shut up. Just as Buu opened his mouth, 5 fierce glares turned towards him, causing him to tense up. This is utterly ridiculous. I am, after all, a major boss. Show me some respect, although I may not have red hair. I seem to have inadvertently stumbled into something remarkable. For reasons unknown, the group spent nearly half an hour deliberating over who would face Buu first, leading to Buu growing increasingly bored. Eventually, he produced a comic book from seemingly nowhere and began to read it with great interest, occasionally sipping on a drink. Suddenly, a loud shout startled Buu. Whoa, who the hell just yelled like that? Do you not realize how frightening it is to shout while someone is engrossed in reading? Buu exploded in frustration. I was enjoying my comic when you just had to shout. Sun Wukong's lips twitched. This irritable Majin Buu was nothing like the one he remembered. Is it because my brother released him earlier that his mind has changed? What a racket, Vegeta complained, his gaze now ablaze with battle fervor as he focused on Buu. I will fight you. The intensity in Vegeta's eyes made Buu instinctively take a step back, feeling an involuntary tension. Yeah, Vegeta unleashed his full energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, the overwhelming force of his power creating fissures in the ground beneath him. Buu calmly set aside his comic, observing Vegeta with an expression of detached amusement, as if watching a jester perform. How dare you underestimate me? The great Vegeta. Buu, you are doomed. The blatant disdain emanating from Buu ignited Vegeta's fury further. Vegeta versus Majin Buu. Banged at. Vegeta was incensed by Buu's disdainful gaze. instantly launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a sonic boom in his wake. Ha ha ha. Vegeta swiftly closed the distance to Buu, delivering a powerful punch to Buu's abdomen that took him by surprise, causing him to hastily raise his hand to grasp Vegeta's fist that a smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Before Buu could react, he executed a sweeping kick that sent Buu flying, his form resembling a kite severed from its string. In a flash, Vegeta appeared above Buu, hands clasped together, forcefully driving Buu into the ground. Boom! The terrifying force of Vegeta created a massive crater in the earth, with Buu's form deeply embedded within it. Raising one hand, fingers poised together, he prepared for a big bang attack. Vegeta bellowed, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal azure energy sphere formed in his palm, hurtling downward and releasing a terrifying energy as it exploded within the crater. Boom! A resounding roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, causing the very ground to tremble. My goodness, that power is truly frightening. Son Goten exclaimed, patting his chest, that Vegeta's strength is indeed formidable. Even this Big Bang attack is something Goten himself could not withstand entirely. Vegeta is indeed terrifying. No wonder he possesses such an arrogant pride. It is not without reason. The Supreme Kai was left slack-jawed, thinking, damn, this guy is so powerful. Does he even leave us gods a way out? The Supreme Kai was almost ready to kneel before Vegeta. Haha! Dad won, Trunks shouted excitedly, only to find that everyone else wore a grave expression, one even more somber than before. What's wrong? Is Buu not defeated yet? Trunks' face darkened as he clearly sensed that Buu's energy had not diminished in the slightest. Vegeta's expression was grim as he stared at the dust-shrouded crater. Since just moments ago, Buu's energy had remained unchanged as the dust gradually settled. Buu's form emerged before everyone. Now, Buu appeared quite disheveled, his body far from intact. A large hole marred his abdomen, and his pants were torn and ragged, resembling a refugee. Yet he still bore a confident smile. What a monstrous creature, Vegeta remarked with a scowl. Gurgling sounds emanated from Buu's injured body parts. And in the blink of an eye, the wounds inflicted by Vegeta healed completely, his entire structure akin to that of modeling clay. Buu grinned wickedly, suddenly appearing before Vegeta and delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Pwah! Vegeta was struck as if by a high-speed train, spitting out a mouthful of bile as he soared backward, crashing through several stone pillars before ultimately slamming into a rock wall. Dad! Vegeta! Everyone shouted anxiously. Bang! Buu conjured a purple energy sphere the size of a basketball in his hand, which swiftly shot forth, striking Vegeta. Vegeta cried out in agony as the energy sphere impacted him, blood pouring from his arms, leaving him in a wretched state. What a joke! Vegeta, am... Vegeta's veins bulged, his face twisted in rage. The Prince of the Scions! Vegeta howled towards the heavens, his aura surging violently as if boiling water, terrifying energy erupting forth like a tempest. Shattering the stone wall behind him, Vegeta's power surged once more. Son Goku raised a hand to shield himself, sensing Vegeta's strength had ascended to a new level. Oh my. Is he about to transform into Super Saiyan 3? Son Goten clasped his arms in front of him, a wave of panic washing over him. It had been years since Vegeta had transformed. Would he truly become Super Saiyan 3 now? The on Vegeta's forehead glimmered with a golden light as his energy surged wildly. Even Buu was momentarily taken aback. What the hell? Is this how scions operate? Buu thought, feeling overwhelmed. Although Vegeta didn't undergo a further transformation, his power was comparable to that of Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku gasped, realizing that had Vegeta tapped into this power during their duel, he would have been utterly overwhelmed. This power! Vegeta stared in disbelief at his own hands. This force transcending limits felt akin to the power he had harnessed while under Babidi-esque control. Now seemingly even stronger, Vegeta incredulously touched them on his forehead. Ha! Vegeta's laughter began softly, then grew into a boisterous cackle, finally erupting into a maniacal laugh. This newfound power seemed to rekindle his confidence. Surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan 2, exceeding his former self, Buu, you shall learn the consequence of underestimating me. Next, Vegeta boldly pointed at Buu, his face radiating confidence. At this moment, Vegeta felt invincible, believing even Kakarot would not stand a chance against him. Of course, Vegeta was unaware that Goku possessed a transformation that surpassed Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 3. Buu, meanwhile, was contemplating his strategy that Vegeta's power had indeed reached a level that threatened to surpass him. He pondered whether to absorb Vegeta. Now, point 34, a shocking turn. Vegeta was absorbed. Boom! Vegeta, however, did not possess the habit of waiting for others to devise their strategies. In the instant Buu was distracted, he lunged forward like a drawn sword, his speed transcending space, leaving Buu momentarily stunned. That Vegeta's fist struck Buu with tremendous force. Buu hastily defended himself, yet the overwhelming power sent him flying once more. What incredible speed! Son Goku gaped, watching Vegeta move with a velocity reminiscent of instantaneous travel. Even he could not react in time. Boom! 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 Buu, recovering, unleashed all his might to engage Vegeta in battle. Each collision reverberated like thunder, creating ripples in the very fabric of space. That Vegeta's newfound power was indeed formidable, momentarily suppressing even Buu. Thud! Vegeta seized the opportunity to kick Buu away, his energy rapidly condensing within him. He spread his arms wide, palms claw-like, as golden energy surged and crackled around him, his hands forming a blossom-like shape reminiscent of a horizontally unleashed Kamehameha wave. Ultimate Flash! Vegeta roared, unleashing a golden beam of energy that pierced the sky, hurtling towards Buu with immense force. Boom! Ah! Buu screamed as the golden energy struck him, enveloping his form in Vegeta's ultimate flash. In that moment, the world seemed to be engulfed in golden light, as Buu was consumed by a cloud of black smoke. Had Buu been annihilated? Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, sensing no trace of Buu's energy. He clicked his tongue, marveling at how impressive Uncle Vegeta truly was. 7 years ago, he would have knelt before the current Vegeta. As the smoke gradually cleared indeed, there was no sign of Buu left. It was as if not even a single cell remained. Son Goten and Son Goku exchanged glances, both using instant transmission to arrive at the spot where Buu had vanished. Had Buu truly met his end? Impossible! If it were that simple, the original story would not have taken so long, and they would not have relied on the spirit bomb for resolution. Son Goten remained unconvinced that Buu could fall so easily. And Son Goku felt similarly. Even if Buu was weaker than Vegeta, he could not have been so easily defeated. Panting heavily, Vegeta caught his breath. The recent ultimate flash had drained much of his stamina, and he began to recover on the ground. However, as he recuperated, he couldn't help but laugh heartily that ha ha ha. This is the fate of those who underestimate me. Buu, Kakarot, wait for me to regain my strength. Our duel is far from over, Vegeta declared, still laughing. After searching long and hard, they found no trace of Buu. Even Son Goten began to waver. Could it be that Buu was truly finished? Supreme Kai. Is it possible that Buu has actually perished? Son Gohan asked incredulously that he should be dead, right? The Supreme Kai was also astonished. How should I know? I've never seen Buu die before. Huff. Vegeta exhaled softly, his aura rising like boiling water. Feeling a slight surge in his power, Kakarot, Majin Buu is dead. Let us duel once more. Before Vegeta could finish his sentence, a mass of pink, viscous liquid erupted from the crevice beneath his feet with blinding speed. Vegeta! Goku shouted. Damn it, Vegeta muttered as he frantically thrashed his body in an attempt to escape the liquid, but alas, he was ensnared. The pink slime gradually took on a humanoid form, revealing none other than the supposedly deceased Majin Buu. Now appearing more human than before, his hands had developed 5 fingers. The contours of his face were more pronounced, and the short antennae on his head had grown down to his rear. He also donned a blue, form-fitting vest akin to Vegeta's. This guy has absorbed Vegeta, Goku realized, momentarily stunned. How had Majin Buu moved so stealthily without him noticing? Ha! Having absorbed Vegeta, Buu laughed maniacally, admiring his new form. Not only had he gained Vegeta's strength, but he could also wield his techniques. Excellent. This is the true power of the universe's #1. Majin Buu. Aha! As Buu unleashed his energy recklessly, the entire world seemed to tremble as if caught in an earthquake. His formidable power sent shivers through the very fabric of reality. This guy's power has surged so much. This is bad. Goku grimaced, teeth clenched. Damn it, he's become so strong. This is troublesome. Sweat trickled down Goten's forehead. With Vegeta, the second male lead, absorbed, there would be no chance for the flamboyant and powerful Vegeta to make an appearance. This is ridiculous, Goten thought. Resolutely, he shouted at Goku, "Dad, can you create an artificial moon?" "Nanny," Goku blinked, suddenly noticing the brown tail wrapped around Goten's waist. He quickly understood Goten's implication. And oh way, Goten, if you transform into a great ape, you will lose your sanity. But Buu is already this strong. Unless I transform into a great ape, I won't stand a chance. Goten knew that if he could evolve into a golden great ape, he might have a fighting chance against Buu. But whether he would retain his humanity like GT Goku was uncertain. Otherwise, he would have already transformed into Super Saiyan for using his tail to AT that moment. Trunks, witnessing his father being absorbed, could no longer contain his rage and charged at Buu with a fierce roar. "Trunks!" Gohan called out, seeing Trunks heedlessly rushing toward Buu, and he followed suit. "Stop arguing. You can't think about transforming into a great ape right now." Goku glared at Goten before instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and engaging Buu in battle. Pathetic, Buu scoffed, casually raising his hands to catch Trunks and Gohan's furious punches. With a thunderous sound, the air erupted, yet Buu remained utterly unfazed. "Nanny?" Trunks gasped in disbelief, realizing that his full power strike hadn't even caused Buu to flinch. Gripping their fists, Buu forcefully flung Trunks and Gohan aside. Goku's expression turned grim as he compressed the energy within him, feeling it surge uncontrollably. The terrifying energy leaking from him caused the entire world to change color. The earth itself trembled as if caught in a cataclysm. Goku enveloped in a golden aura, drawing the surrounding clouds toward him with his overwhelming power. Buu looked on in astonishment. From the memories he absorbed for Vegeta, he had never encountered this transformation. If only Vegeta were here, he would undoubtedly berate Goku for hiding such strength. "Damn it! Why didn't you unleash this power during our fight? Do you look down on me?" Vegeta's voice echoed in frustration from within Buu, longing to confront the author of his misfortune. Gohan and the others were filled with dread. Goku's newfound power was terrifying enough to send chills down their spines. Goten frowned. While his father's Super Saiyan 3 form was impressive, it seemed insufficient against the Buu who had absorbed Vegeta. "Stop, Goku! Don't continue. It will drain your time on Earth," King Kai urged anxiously from his lookout on King Kai's planet. With a mighty roar, Goku's hair, previously standing upright, began to lengthen, his energy spiking yet again. As the golden light dissipated, a completely transformed Goku emerged. His hair, now cascading down to his waist, eyebrows vanished, and his green eyes now bore an additional layer of green pupils, exuding a fierce expression reminiscent of Piccolo, with a tuft of golden hair resting on his forehead. Surprised, Goku said coolly, "This is a further transcendence beyond Super Saiyan." "Behold, Super Saiyan 3. I see," Buu replied with a smirk. There was no mention of this transformation in Vegeta's memories. "It seems you were hiding your true abilities." Goku, now serious, stared intently at Buu, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he lacked the confidence to defeat the current Buu unless he resorted to the Spirit Bomb. But Vegeta was still inside Buu. What could he do? With a burst of speed, Goku launched himself at Buu, who smiled lightly, reciprocating the charge. The two collided in the void, their fists creating shockwaves that reverberated through the air, generating sparks of energy around them. As they exchanged blows, Gohan gazed in awe at his father's power, admiration shining in his eyes. Even Trunks shared the sentiment. Goten, however, remained solemn. While Goku could hold his ground against Buu temporarily, he was still a mortal bound by time. And the sweat on his brow was a clear indicator of his limitations. Damn it! If only I could transform into Super Saiyan 4, I could subdue Buu even if he had absorbed everyone. Goten clenched his tail tightly. "Hey, King Kai!" Goten turned to King Kai. "Can you create an artificial moon?" King Kai was taken aback. "What do you mean, I'm asking if you could perform a technique like an artificial moon or some magic." "Well, I can," King Kai pondered for a moment before confirming, oh, the Kaishin was somewhat bewildered by Sun Wutian's reprimand, yet he complied with the young warrior's demand, feeling as though he had no rights. Rather, he felt stripped of his divine authority. With his arms fully extended before him, the Kaishin summoned his immense divine power, and beyond the earth, a spherical celestial body, approximately 1/4 the size of the planet, began to take shape. However, the Kaishin was not without his own struggles. The creation of a planet, even for a deity, was a monumental task, and he was the weakest among the Kaishin. While the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Majin Buu raged on, Son Gohan and Trunks gazed upwards, transfixed by the miraculous birth of a new celestial body that it was indeed a divine act, albeit executed by a rather feeble god. Boom! 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 As the conflict escalated, Sun Wukong and Majin Buu continued to unleash their powers without a care for the Kaishin's endeavors. With each passing moment, Sun Wukong's strength surged, while Majin Buu, refusing to be outdone, unleashed even greater power, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. Every burst of energy released had the potential to annihilate a town. After 30 minutes of relentless exertion, a brand new moon was completed, yet the Kaishin was utterly drained, his arms falling limply to his sides, devoid of any strength. Thank you, Kaishin. Sun Wutian expressed his gratitude, loosening the tail that had been coiled around his waist and swinging it behind him like a genuine monkey. Wutian, are you serious? Sun Gohan exclaimed in disbelief. Even a fool could discern Sun Wutian's intentions, prompting him to chide, no. Wutian, if you transform, you'll lose your sanity. Sun Gohan's face was etched with concern. He recalled how, during his childhood, Vegeta had warned him that should his father, a low-class warrior, transform into a great ape, he would succumb to a primal rage, becoming nothing more than a mindless beast of destruction. And even if you transform, you wouldn't stand a chance against Majin Buu, he insisted. Indeed, Wutian, we could devise another plan, Trunks concurred, opposing Sun Wutian's transformation, lamenting his own decision to sever his tail, which might have proved useful now. How would we know if we don't try? Sun Wutian replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the moon. With a sudden jolt, Sun Wutian's attention was seized. As if his tail transmitted some unexplainable signal, rendering him momentarily dazed. His heart raced violently, as if it would leap from his chest. Thump! 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 His heartbeat, initially rapid at 70 beats per minute, slowed to a mere few beats, the sound growing louder and heavier, even audible to Trunks beside him. Thump! 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 Ah! Sun Wutian's previously vacant expression contorted into one of primal ferocity, a beastly roar escaping his lips as his eyes turned a vivid crimson. The energy within him surged uncontrollably, dark brown fur sprouting across his body, his youthful visage morphing grotesquely, his clothes shredding into tatters. Boom! The combatants, Sun Wukong and Majin Buu, halted their fierce exchange, bewildered by Sun Wutian's transformation, which left them utterly astonished. Aya! Sun Wutian howled towards the heavens, his form expanding, his body becoming enveloped in a coat of dark brown fur, ultimately transforming into a colossal great ape. Damn it! Wutian has transformed. Sun Wukong muttered, his countenance darkening. Though he chastised Sun Wutian, the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. This is the great ape transformation, Majin Buu remarked, astonished, recalling Vegeta's memories of transformation once dismissed. Yet here it was, revived in Sun Wutian. Roar! The great ape erupted in a burst of golden energy, its formerly dark fur radiating into a brilliant golden hue, leaving onlookers in sheer shock. What is happening? How can the great ape turn golden? Echoed the collective thoughts of those present at WTF. What is going on? Someone explain. The expressions of all present mirrored a mix of disbelief and confusion. Outside the martial arts arena, Chi-Chi suddenly felt a tug at her heart, her expression turning grim as she murmured, "What is this strange sensation?" Chi-Chi. "What's wrong?" Bulma inquired, her concern evident upon seeing Chi-Chi's unusual demeanor. "I don't know. I've never felt this way before. It feels as though something terrible is about to happen." Chi-Chi replied, her brow furrowed in worry as she gazed into the distance. Goku, Gohan, Wu Qian, please be safe. Roar, thud, thud. The golden great ape let out a thunderous roar, pounding its fists against its chest, its maw agape as a torrent of flames erupted towards the battleground where Sun Wukong and Majin Buu clashed. Both warriors' expressions shifted as they swiftly evaded the inferno unleashed by the great ape. The colossal creature, flexing its muscles, charged at Majin Buu, each of its steps causing the ground to shudder violently. Smash! Bam! A punch sent Buu flying, followed by another that struck Sun Wukong. You bastard! Sun Wukong managed to regain his footing, his expression grim. Wu Tian has lost control. In the depths of his memories, Sun Wu Tian awakened in a pitch-black void. Struggling to comprehend his surroundings, only to see his father, Sun Wukong, sent hurtling away by his own fist. Father! He cried in desperation, but his voice merely echoed in the emptiness, powerless to change the unfolding events. Brother! He shouted, attempting to halt his own fist from striking the weakened Kaishin, panic surging within him. Sun Wutian's heart raced as he witnessed Trunks, inadvertently caught in the chaos, and could do nothing but watch helplessly as his loved ones faced the onslaught of his own actions. Directed at the oblivious Majin Buu, who sought to absorb the rampaging great ape. No. Sun Wutian roared, his voice straining to the point of breaking, but the weight of his eyelids grew heavy as darkness enveloped him, his consciousness fading, leaving only a final, defiant cry. No. Little Tion, it's time to wake up. The sun is out. Amidst the chaos, a delicate voice reached Sun Wutian's ears, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. Before him stood a cheerful little girl. Xiao Tong, Sun Wutian murmured, his voice trembling as he extended his hands, yearning to embrace her, only to find his hands pass through her form as if she were a mere illusion. My body, confusion washed over him as he regarded his translucent hands, realizing he had stood before her for some time, without her noticing. Please, Xiao Tong, let me sleep a little longer. A languid voice interrupted his thoughts, causing him to turn and behold a familiar little boy. Sun Wutian stared in astonishment at the child. Is that me? Foolish little Tion. The director said if you don't get up, there will be no candy for you. Xiao Tong puffed out her cheeks in mock anger, which only made her more endearing. With a sudden burst of energy, Sun Wutian sprang to his feet, grasping Xiao Tong's delicate hand. That guy won't get away with stealing my candy. Ha ha, little Tion, slow down. The two little figures gradually faded from Sun Wutian's view, and he began to comprehend his current state. He was merely dreaming of his past life. Indeed, Xiao Tong remained as adorable as ever. Sun Wutian, in his previous life, was known as Sun Xiaotian, while the girl named Xiao Tong was actually Xia Yutong. Both children from the same orphanage, having grown up together as childhood friends at Ah, those carefree days were truly wonderful. As the scenes unfurled before him, Sun Wutian seemed lost in a reverie, recalling the happiness of his former self. Although he lacked parents, the companionship of childhood sweethearts ensured he was not engulfed in loneliness. Like a mere observer, Sun Wutian watched as Sun Xiaotian and Xia Yutong transitioned from kindergarten to elementary school, then to middle school, and finally to high school, with memories long buried gradually resurfacing. Witnessing that adorable little girl blossom into a charming young woman, who had shared with him the joys, sorrows, and bittersweet moments of life, a gentle smile graced Sun Wutian's lips. Everyone had believed that these two children would ultimately unite. And indeed, one evening, Sun Xiaotian confessed his feelings to Xia Yutong, only to be met with rejection. In that moment, a gaunt man wrapped his arms around Xia Yutong, with an expression devoid of emotion. Xia Yutong stated, Xiaotian, this is my boyfriend, Qian Yanhai. We are on the verge of getting married, and I hope you will no longer appear in my sight. Xiao Tong. Both Sun Xiaotian and Sun Wutian shouted in anguish. Get away from Xiao Tong, you scoundrel! Sun Xiaotian charged towards Qian Yanhai, aiming a punch at his smug face, but was swiftly knocked down by Qian Yunhai's bodyguard. Sun Wutian's gaze fixed intently on Qian Yanhai, his piercing eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the very essence of the man. That a fleeting glance at Xia Yutong revealed her slight struggle, causing Sun Wutian to flinch. In his past life, he had been beaten mercilessly, directing all his hatred towards Qian Yanhai, oblivious to Xia Yutong's actions. Qian Yanhai held Xia Yutong close, reveling in the sight of the defeated Sun Xiaotian. A satisfied grin plastered across his face as he slowly departed, leaving behind the forlorn figure of Sun Xiaotian on the ground. Sensing something amiss, Sun Wutian trailed behind the couple, fully aware of what Sun Xiaotian would endure next, but determined to comprehend what had eluded his previous self. Not long after their departure, Xia Yutong wriggled free from Qian Yunhai's embrace, her demeanor starkly different from moments before, now clutching her handbag tightly. Qian Yunhai, seemingly unconcerned, remarked nonchalantly, "What a pity, if it weren't for your leukemia. I would have taken you right here and now." Sun Wutian trembled at his words, while Xia Yutong, filled with resentment, lamented, "If it weren't for my leukemia, I would forever be with Xiao Tian, never with a scoundrel like you." "Your touch disgusts me, that's fine. I've already witnessed how I've trampled Sun Xiaotian underfoot," Qian Yunhai replied indifferently. "Though I haven't had the pleasure of savoring you in bed, I still find it quite exhilarating." Sun Wutian stood there, as if in a trance, for he had learned of everything he had previously been unaware. Chapter 38. The Fusion of Souls. Super Wutian emerges. Sun Wutian was engulfed in a stupor, realizing that Xia Yutong's leukemia had been the reason for her demise. How foolish he had been not to notice the signs that could have allowed him at least one last glimpse of her. Yes, one final look. Though powerless now, he yearned to see Xia Yutong one last time. With that thought igniting urgency within him, Sun Wutian dashed forward, desperate to catch a final glimpse of her, at the municipal hospital. Within the confines of a room designated for leukemia patients, Xia Yutong lay alone on the hospital bed, devoid of any family. Clutching a small photograph, her eyes brimmed with soft hues. "Xiaotian, I'm so sorry. I truly don't want to die like this. We haven't even gotten married yet, nor have we had children together. I don't wish to leave this world." Xia Yutong wept, her cries echoing with despair. Sun Wutian, an ethereal presence, gritted his teeth, striving to suppress his own tears. A single tear traced a path down his cheek, as love and hate intertwined within him. The misunderstandings of his predecessor towards Xia Yutong dissipated in that moment, and he grasped the depths of sorrow that had consumed Sun Xiaotian, who, overwhelmed by despair, had retreated into the confines of his room, obsessively escaping into the world of fantasy, attempting to forget Xia Yutong. Had it not been for this recollection, he might have entirely forgotten her existence. "Xiaotian, I love you," Xia Yutong murmured, her final breath escaping her lips as she departed from this world. "Xiaotong." Sun Wutian could no longer contain the anguish swelling within him. Tears streamed down his face, releasing the sorrow that had been pent up within his heart. As the scene shifted back to the enveloping darkness, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. "Are you truly going to give up like this?" Startled, Sun Wutian turned to see a child clad in an orange training suit with a blue long-sleeve shirt, sporting a crab-like hairstyle, smiling at him. "You are Sun Wutian." Sun Wutian's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing there was another version of himself before him. Sun Xiaotian, now resembling his youthful self, gazed at Sun Wutian. Confusion etched across his face. "You are Sun Wutian. Didn't I cross over into your body? How can you still be here?" With a gentle smile, Sun Wutian replied, "I'm uncertain myself. I only know that I saw you crying upon my arrival." "Sun Wutian, are you still within that body?" Sun Xiaotian asked, feeling awkward, for he recognized that Sun Wutian was the original inhabitant of that body. While he was merely an intruder, I cannot say for sure. All I know is that you have not yet fully acquired all my powers. Only through our fusion can we become the true Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian stated nonchalantly. "But you resent me for taking over your body?" Sun Xiaotian questioned. Matters not. Besides, you becoming Sun Wutian will be far better than I could ever be. Once we merge, you shall be me," Sun Wutian said with earnestness. "However, I feel I owe Xia Yutong so much. If I were to die, perhaps I could see her again," Sun Xiaotian uttered, his spirit waning. Sun Wutian, frustrated, placed his hands firmly on Sun Xiaotian's shoulders. "Do not forget, if you can cross over, why can't Xia Yutong? Furthermore, your family is still waiting for you." Sun Wutian's words struck a chord, awakening Sun Xiaotian from his despair. Yes, if he could traverse dimensions, perhaps Xia Yutong could as well. He also had a family to protect now. He was no longer the weak Sun Xiaotian of the past. Now that you understand, extend your fist. From this day forth, you shall be Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong extended his fist towards Sun Xiaotian. All right, Sun Xiaotian replied, extending his fist to meet Sun Wukong's in that instant. A radiant golden light flickered between their fists, enveloping them in brilliance, as the entire space was bathed in luminescence, signifying the fusion of Sun Xiaotian and Sun Wukong's souls. With a roar, the great ape outside momentarily halted, granting Sun Gohan, who awaited his demise, a fleeting opportunity to escape. Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Trunks bore the scars of their battle with the great ape. And due to exhaustion, Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state, with mere half an hour left in his time on Earth. What's wrong with Wukong? Trunks pondered, gazing at the halted great ape. Bewildered, where is Majin Buu? He is too terrified of the great ape to show himself right now. With a thunderous roar, the golden great ape unleashed a deafening cry, golden energy erupting from its being, causing an alarmed tension among the onlookers, for the previous display of power had nearly claimed their lives, and now it was escalating. The golden radiance enveloped the great ape, as within the realm of souls. Sun Xiaotian and Sun Wukong had perfectly merged, never to be separated again. From this moment forward, I am both the earthling Sun Xiaotian and the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. Deep within the soul, the resounding shout of Sun Wukong echoed, exuding an overwhelming aura. The golden radiance enveloped him, and a terrifying force pressed upon the hearts of those present like a colossal boulder, leaving them gasping for breath. The golden light continued to compress until it ultimately coalesced into a towering figure. As the golden glow receded, a tall man materialized seemingly out of thin air. He possessed long, flowing black hair, and beneath his dark brows lay a rim of crimson around his eyes, which held golden irises with black pupils, fixated upon the moon above. Apart from his muscular physique and 4 well-defined abdominal muscles, his body was covered in a layer of crimson fur, and a red tail swayed behind him. Although the man remained motionless, the energy radiating from within him was astonishing, surpassing even that of the Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong. Who exactly are you? Where is Wukong? Trunks inquired, pointing at the man with a look of confusion. Who am I? The man's lips curled into a slight smile as he shifted his gaze towards Trunks. Then to the wary faces of Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and the Supreme Kite, he opened his mouth, his voice reverberating like thunder in the ears of all present. I am Sun Wukong. Chapter 39. Wukong departs. The battle begins. Wukong. X3 that everyone stared in bewilderment at Sun Wukong. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. After all, the transformation of Wukong was nothing short of drastic. A 7-year-old child with a forehead height had suddenly morphed into a towering youth of nearly 6 feet. It was no wonder that no one could recognize him. Trunks approached Sun Wukong with a bizarre expression, comparing their heights, and tears streamed down his face. Just a moment ago, he had been half a head taller than Wukong. Now he found himself shorter than Wukong's calves. This was truly outrageous. Sun Wukong sensed Wukong's energy with a mere flicker of awareness, and cold sweat broke out upon his brow. He could not fathom the extent of Wukong's strength. Wukong, just how powerful are you now? Sun Gohan asked, his face a mask of astonishment, having sensed Wukong's current power just moments ago, nearly frightening him into submission. With an expression of icy indifference, Sun Wukong casually placed his hand upon a rocky outcrop. How strong? I'm not certain. Crack! Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the stone he touched shattered without warning, exploding outward and drawing the astonished gazes of everyone present. What kind of power could crush a mountain without any effort? Sun Gohan estimated the height of the rock formation, realizing it was taller than even the formidable Yabitan. Sun Gohan, bewildered, wondered what this Yabitan was, questioning how he had come up with the idea so naturally. Wukong. Sitting on the ground, Sun Wukong suddenly heard someone call his name. Turning his head toward the sound, he saw the fortune-telling old woman who had brought him to the mortal realm peeking out from a corner. Trembling, upon noticing Wukong's gaze, she quickly spoke. Wukong, your time has come. It's time for you to return. Understanding the gravity of her quivering voice, Wukong felt a wave of concern wash over him as he looked towards Sun Wukong. Fearing he had not yet regained his senses, Sensing the worry in Wukong's eyes, Sun Wutian flashed him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Dad. I've got this. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Wukong's face. After all, what was there to be worried about with his son? Yet he expressed a hint of regret. What a shame, Wutian. If it weren't for the time constraints, I would have truly relished the opportunity to spar with you. Sun Wutian remained silent, his smile unwavering as Wukong's form began to ascend. Following the old woman into the ethereal realm, he bid farewell. Goodbye, everyone. Gohan, please extend my apologies to Chi-Chi. That I will, Dad, son Gohan replied, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Farewell, Father. Sun Wutian turned his head away, concealing the glimmer of tears that threatened to fall. Discreetly wiping away his tears, Sun Wutian's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze forward, bellowing into an obscure corner. Come out, boom! A sonic boom erupted, and a pinkish-purple streak shot up from the depths of the earth. Bu, with a grave expression, locked eyes with Sun Wutian, an instinctual dread warning him of the extraordinary terror before him. A transformation even the scion Prince Vegeta could not comprehend. You are Sun Wutian, he stated, though it was more of a confirmation than a question. Sun Wutian merely smiled, remaining silent. Generally, those who inquire about someone they already recognize are merely foolish. What in the world are you now? Bu asked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. If the previous Wutian resembled a mere stream, now he was akin to an unfathomable ocean, his strength inscrutable. This, Sun Wutian's cold visage broke into a mocking smile, and he shouted, "This is the might of the Super Saiyan 4. Boom! Boom! Boom!" As Sun Wutian's thunderous voice resonated throughout the realm, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from within him, sweeping across the rocky terrain, obliterating all in its path. The onlookers were filled with dread as they beheld Sun Wutian. Merely his aura instilled a sensation akin to plummeting into an abyss. This singular thought occupied the minds of all present. Even Bu, who in that moment felt an overwhelming fear of death. Super Saiyan 4. Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wutian had not even transformed into Super Saiyan 3 before achieving Super Saiyan 4. What on earth could they do now? Was he paying for power? Creating joy with dedication. If you lack funds, then be troubled. Buu's lips twitched in frustration. How could they still engage in a fair fight? Wukong had already achieved Super Saiyan 3. Yet Wutian had skipped straight to Super Saiyan 4. How was Vegeta supposed to cope with this? Inside Bu, Vegeta thought to himself, enough with the bluster, you fool. Hypnotize yourself into believing you're the strongest. With a furious roar, Bu lunged forward like a cannonball aimed at Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian's lips curled into a derisive smile. In the split second before Bu could reach him, a tremendous explosion resonated, sending Bu hurtling backwards. That he was sent flying outwards away, far from the battlefield. WTF? What just happened? Why am I flying? Buu's mind went blank as he tried to grasp the situation. Wait a minute, let me think this through. I approached him, and then I was sent flying. Bu struggled to halt his backward trajectory, his expression one of sheer terror as he regarded Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian provocatively beckoned him closer with a finger. Come on, can't you see? I'll slow down for you next time. Son Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How should one respond to such provocation? Naturally, they would retaliate. Chapter 40. The Unparalleled. Indomitable resurgence of Sun Wutian. With a furious glare ignited by Sun Wutian's taunting gaze, Buu's fury surged. The holes in his head and arms spouted searing smoke, transforming him into a whirlwind of purple energy as he charged towards Sun Wutian. Determined to eliminate the loathsome boy without holding back. Boom! 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 Sun Wutian maintained his scornful demeanor. As Bu closed in, a series of explosive sounds filled the air, the ripples in the atmosphere paling in comparison to his speed. Once more, Bu was sent flying. This time, the onlookers witnessed Sun Wutian deliver but a single punch, yet Buu's body bore witness to countless indentations from the impact. Boom! Sun Wutian's fist struck Bu with such force that he was unable to muster any resistance, driving him deep into the ground and creating an enormous crater. All present wore expressions of disbelief, wondering how it was possible that they had only seen Wutian throw one punch, Yet Bu was now marred with at least 100 imprints of that strike. Bu must surely be on the verge of tears. Hey Bu, didn't you absorb Vegeta? How come you're still so weak? Uncle Vegeta would be in tears if he saw this, Sun Wukong taunted. Glancing down at the crater, S-beams of purple light erupted from the fissures in the earth. A column of violet energy surged forth, obliterating the debris. Bu emerged, looking utterly disheveled. Puffed. Sun Wukong stifled a laugh at Bu's current state, struggling to suppress his amusement, which only served to enrage Bu further. In a fit of rage, Bu unleashed a surge of energy, causing the skies to tremble. Son Gohan and Trunks leapt away to avoid being caught in the ensuing chaos, hastily dragging the bewildered Supreme Kai along with them. Sun Wukong retained a confident smile, his long hair billowing in the gusts of energy swirling around him, unfazed by Bu's escalating power. Swish, a brilliant light erupted from Bu, causing Son Goten and the others to instinctively shield their eyes. Once the radiance faded, they opened their eyes to find Son Gohan and Trunks gazing skyward with expressions of sheer terror. Bu, with one hand, cradled an enormous purple energy sphere. The energy emitted potent enough to obliterate the earth entirely. The sphere rippled through the air, and Gohan and Trunks turned ashen, knowing that if this sphere were to descend, the earth would be doomed. What do you mean by that? Son Goten smirked. Are you actually planning to destroy the earth? Indeed, Bu replied, swelling with pride as he held the energy sphere aloft. This sphere possesses enough power to annihilate an entire planet. Now, what will you do? If you fear for your life, you might as well flee, but that means saying goodbye to Earth. Besides, scions cannot survive long in the universe, while I shall endure, ha ha ha. At this, Bu, in his excitement, attempted to rise from his wheelchair, but instead erupted into laughter, oblivious to Son Goten's patronizing gaze. Young man, several years ago, there was someone just as arrogant as you, with the same intentions. Unfortunately, he is now deceased, and the grass on his grave has grown 10 feet high. That person was Frieza, that fool who thought he could survive in the universe and sought to destroy Namek, only to be decisively defeated by my father, Son Goku. Well, if you don't throw it down, you're my grandson, Son Goten remarked with a nonchalant smile, infuriating Bu to the point where his nostrils flared in rage. Then you shall accompany the earth to its grave? Bu shouted, hurling the energy sphere toward Son Goten with great force. The energy sphere sliced through the air, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Sweeping across the battlefield, Son Goten calmly raised his hand, palm open, to catch the incoming energy sphere, halting it in its tracks. In a way, Gohan gasped. Gohan and Trunks, now reduced to mere spectators exclaiming 666, stared in astonishment at Son Goten, who appeared utterly unfazed, even using his other hand to nonchalantly pick his nose. Hey, we're in the midst of battle. Could you take this seriously, you idiot? Here you go, Bu, Son Goten said coolly, swinging his hand with force, sending the energy sphere hurtling back towards Bu at an even greater speed. The energy sphere whizzed past Bu, unstoppable, as it broke through the Earth's atmosphere and detonated in the cosmos. The shockwave from the explosion even reverberated back to Earth, leaving the unsuspecting inhabitants bewildered. WTF? What on earth is this? This isn't the Arctic. With a swift movement, Son Goten appeared before Bu, his expression unchanging and calm. You scoundrel, he pointed at Bu, his disdain evident. If Uncle Vegeta knew you were misusing his power, he would surely come and strangle you, curse you, die. Bu roared, enraged by Son Goten's taunts, charging at him. Son Goten merely glanced at Bu, casually swatting him down as if he were a mere mosquito. Stay still. Daddy is speaking. Move again and see what happens. Bu, buried in the ground, wore a bewildered expression. Daddy? What the hell, where did this daddy come from? With that thought, Bu attempted to rise and confront Son Goten, only to be met with another merciless slap. I didn't expect you to be this foolish. It no matter. Even if you are dim-witted, Daddy still loves you, Son Goten said with a hint of pity. Bu, feeling a tightening in his lower regions, disregarded his injuries and fled, casting wary glances at Son Goten as if he were facing a hentai. Nonsense. I don't feel any love. Indeed, after all, paternal love is often silent. Son Goten stepped down on Bu, pressing him into the earth. How does that feel? Heavy. The weight bore down on Bu, rendering him immobile. As, "Oh, heavy," he groaned. "Heavy is right, for paternal love is like a mountain," son Goten said with a smirk, further aggravating Buu until he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Chapter 41, Chaos in Hell, Birth of Evil Thoughts. Clang, 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 clanged in hell, the soul purification machine buzzed as the Red Ghost, wearing headphones, entertained himself, entirely oblivious to the machine's needle reaching a critical point, emitting warning alarms. Boom! No one intervened, and the soul purification machine exploded with black-purple energy, triggering a chain reaction among the jars filled with malevolent hearts. In an instant, the entire base of the purification machine was engulfed in black-purple gas. The Red Ghost, holding something resembling a fire extinguisher, was left bewildered. "What should I do? How did this happen?" Bang! Another jar exploded, and the black-purple gas washed over the Red Ghost, causing mutations as his body began to take on a yellow hue and swell larger. "Oh my God, how could this happen?" The blue ghost rushed down the stairs, alarmed at the sight of the mutated Red Ghost. "I must report this to King Yama." "What is going on?" The vibrations from the explosions reached King Yama's throne, leaving him baffled. "I was just taking a nap." "How did it explode?" "If I catch you, you'll experience the full wrath of the 18 levels of hell." "King Yama, the soul purification machine is damaged, and one Red Ghost has mutated." The hurried blue ghost shouted, but the crystalline structure quickly sealed him in place, much like being frozen. King Yama gazed at the surrounding chaos, observing through the crystalline feedback a yellow, adorably rotund figure seated atop the crystallized Yama's throne, chanting "Evil Thoughts Wave, Evil Thoughts Wave." "Damn it, it seems this place has been overrun by that guy up there," King Yama said, sweat beading on his forehead. "The throne is sealed. We cannot exert the righteous power to correct this world. Chaos will ensue, and the dead will rise. In the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament, the board Kais gathered to hold this event. As they were all dead and had nothing better to do, it was a chance to engage in some recreational activity. Now, it was the duel between Sun Goku of the North Galaxy and the top fighter from the East Galaxy. Reboku Fan. Boom! The arena erupted as Goku and Reboku Fan engaged in a fierce battle, trading punches without mercy, knowing neither could die. Crack. A crystal burst forth from the ground, startling both fighters. What the heck is this sudden appearance? "Goku, Reboku Fan, cease your fighting. Something has occurred with King Yama. You must investigate," the Grand Kai commanded from the highest platform. "All right," Goku replied, accepting the Grand Kai's task. "Reboku Fan, hold on to me." Reboku Fan grimaced but reluctantly grasped Goku's shoulder as Goku pressed his fingers to his forehead. Concentrating. "Strange, King Yama's energy feels so weak," Goku noted, surprised, thinking to himself, "No matter, let's go check it out." With a swift motion, Goku used instant transmission to transport himself and Reboku Fan to King Yama's throne. Upon arrival, both were greeted with confusion at the sight before them. What happened to King Yama's throne? And I just sensed his energy. How did it end up outside? "Is that you, Goku?" King Yama's anxious yet hopeful face emerged from the crystal. "Yes, it's me, Uncle," Goku greeted him. "Goku, the main culprit is above us. You must drive him away to free us," King Yama urged in a panic. "Above?" Both Goku and Reboku Fan echoed, bewildered, as they began to float upwards using their flight techniques. "Ah!" They both exclaimed as a sudden fat face loomed before them, startling them. "What the heck is this thing? It scared me to death. I want compensation. Evil thoughts, evil thoughts." The plump figure with a yellow hue, wearing a naive expression, muttered the phrase "evil thoughts" repeatedly. "Hey, are you the main culprit behind all of this?" asked Ribbone Rice, pointing accusatorily at Evil Thoughts. Yet, Evil Thoughts remained indifferent to him, initially taken aback. Ribbone Rice then donned a rather lecherous expression and implored, "Good child, could you kindly open the barrier?" To his dismay, Ribbone Rice realized that a strange man was attempting to lure him away. The astute Evil Thoughts made no move, maintaining his usual demeanor of "Evil Thoughts, evil thoughts. Damn it, are you forcing me to take action?" Ribbone Rice, enraged and embarrassed, snapped back. "Evil thoughts, evil thoughts." Evil Thoughts gestured towards Sun Wukong, declaring, "I want to fight him." A glimmer sparkled in Sun Wukong's eyes as he realized that Evil Thoughts sought to engage him in battle. "Hey, Ribbone Rice, You go save Uncle Yinamo. I shall take on this foe." It was evident that evil thoughts had ignited Sun Wukong's fighting spirit, who had been in search of a worthy opponent. Chapter 42. The Resurrected Villains in the Mortal Realm. Sun Wukong and Bu were engaged in a lopsided battle that perfectly illustrated the concept of overwhelming dominance, akin to a father besting his son. Bang! With another resounding slap, Bu was thrust into the ground. Sun Wukong sighed in exasperation. Is life not good? Why must one court death? Bu spat out a mouthful of blood, tears streaming down his face, lamenting, "I, Majin Buu, once roamed the universe for years, having vanquished even the mightiest of Kaioshins. My father Babidi dared not speak loudly before me, and now I am being treated like a child by someone who is merely 7 years old. Oh God, save me." Observing Buu's woeful expression, Sun Wukong distanced himself, declaring, "For the record, I am male and am attracted to females. You, a man, should not gaze at me in such a manner." Bu ground his teeth, seething with rage as he charged at Sun Wukong. "How dare you mock the great Bu? Die, you scoundrel!" Bang! Sun Wukong delivered another powerful blow, sending Bu crashing into the earth. "Don't interrupt me while I'm showing off. Don't stop me. I shall fight you for 300 rounds." Bu exclaimed, eager to rise and engage Sun Wukong in a fierce duel. Bang! Get lost! With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong, witnessing Buu's attempts to rise, effortlessly kicked him away, sending the helpless Bu crashing into a stone mountain, shattering it into pieces. The trio of Sun Gohan, now reduced to a mere spectator, had transitioned from shock to numbness, gathering to play cards instead. With no choice, given Sun Wukong's overwhelming strength, Bu no longer posed a threat. Thus, engaging in a game seemed a welcome distraction. 3 to 7. Trunks, with a stoic expression, discarded 5 cards. 6 to 10. Sun Gohan followed suit, tossing down a set of cards. In no way. The Supreme Kai glanced at his cards, exclaiming in resignation, his gaze drifting towards Bu, a glint of mischief crossing his eyes. "Bu is so weak." Sun Wukong looked down at Bu, regarding him with regal disdain. "How infuriating! Yet I am utterly powerless. I have exhausted nearly all techniques used against Vegeta. Aside from a few original moves from Wukong, none have proven effective." Bu, wary, watched Sun Wukong while calculating in his mind that if I could absorb those 3, it might yield some increase in power, though it could also lead to my demise at the hands of an enraged Sun Wukong. Not worth it. Absorbing Sun Wukong? Don't be ridiculous. If I were to do that outright, I'd be obliterated. But perhaps if I were to do it stealthily. With that thought, a spark ignited in Buu's eyes as a blob of pinkish-purple goo detached from him, quietly burrowing into the ground, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Sun Wukong. Fearful of being discovered, Sun Wukong smirked. Did he not notice? Of course, he did. However, he chose not to intervene, for killing Bu outright would pose complications in explaining to Trunks and Bulma. Besides, the rotund Bu was rather agreeable, albeit a tad childish. Suddenly, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed across the expanse, drawing everyone's attention. Sun Gohan felt a surge of unease at a figure clad in white, save for a purple crown and mouth, hovered in the void, grinning wickedly at Sun Wukong. Well, if it isn't Sun Wukong, you've certainly changed. Frieza." Sun Gohan gasped, recognizing the formidable foe from his childhood. How delightful to find someone on Earth who remembers me." Frieza reveled in his own grandeur, performing a quintessential gentleman's bow upon noticing Sun Gohan. Upon recognizing the face before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Familiar. Sun Wukong, you are not where I expected you to be." Frieza's gaze flitted back and forth between Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, bewildered. "What in the world? Who are you two?" "Ha, Sun Gohan, I had no idea you had grown so much," a familiar voice chimed in. And Sun Gohan's composure faltered once more. Cell. Indeed, it was Cell, who had been slain by Sun Gohan 7 years prior. His face wore a charming smile, yet his eyes betrayed a simmering malice as they fell upon Sun Gohan. "So, you are the child of Sun Wukong," Frieza observed, astonished at the revelation. "Indeed, I am Sun Wukong's son," Sun Gohan declared confidently, knowing he might not best sell, but could easily handle Frieza. Trunks, I thought I had killed you. Cell exclaimed, his gaze shifting to the wary Trunks. So you're the Trunks of this era that I never anticipated you to be so adorable in your youth. Trunks? Frieza echoed, utterly bemused before his anger flared upon recognizing Trunks' face. Is that not the very face that thwarted my grandstanding? Frieza's eyes glowered with malice, his murderous intent palpable, that I came to Earth to display my might, only to be bested by this face's owner. Curse you all. Chapter 43. Resurrection with no purpose. Frieza's gaze fixed on Trunks, the hatred in his eyes not easily quelled, for it was this very individual who had thrust him into the embrace of King Yama. Trunks wore a perplexed expression, thinking, why is this guy glaring at me? I don't even know you. Is he some kind of pervert? Trunks' face contorted as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. Are you not the fool who, upon arriving on Namek, provoked my father into annihilating you, only to seek revenge on Earth, only to be vanquished by Trunks? Frieza's brow twitched as he struggled to fathom the audacity of this child. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not know the rules of insult? Then you must be the fool who provoked my brother in a fury and was subsequently obliterated, Sun Wukong remarked, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather, causing Cell's countenance to contort with rage. Who are you? I have never laid eyes upon you 7 years ago. Cell glared at Sun Wukong. At me. Sun Wukong grinned confidently. I am Sun Wukong, the posthumous son of Sun Wukong, the younger brother of Sun Gohan. I was not even born when my brother defeated you. Posthumous son? Nonsense. You may as well claim your math teacher died early, for you are but 7 years old and nearly taller than your father. How absurd! Cell exploded, barely containing his primal power. Oh, you take me for a fool. A 7-year-old standing at 1 meter 80. Even a scion's growth cannot be this accelerated. Find a more plausible excuse. Gazing at the drooling and bewildered figure of Cell, everyone appeared utterly perplexed, with Sun Gohan being even more confounded. My goodness, is that really you, Cell? It can't be. You must be an imposter. In a daze. Sun Gohan approached Cell, and under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, he executed an action that left everyone utterly astonished. What are you doing, Gohan? Stop it right now. Let go. With both hands, Sun Gohan grasped Cell's face and tugged at it vigorously, causing the Supreme Kai to nearly lose control of his bladder. My goodness, that's a deity. Indeed, it was real. The tangible sensation on Cell's face caused Sun Gohan to falter. This can't be. Cell shouldn't be this silly. Seeing Sun Gohan release him, Cell quickly jumped back, shielding his swollen face with an expression of a wounded little creature, casting a forlorn gaze at Sun Gohan, fearful that he had developed an addiction to being grabbed. A chorus of stifled laughter erupted as everyone, including Frieza, covered their mouths in an attempt to suppress their mirth, though Frieza's lips quirked upwards in amusement. Clearing his throat, Cell's face flushed red with embarrassment. Son Goten chuckled lightly. No worries, I was getting a bit tired of tormenting Buu anyway. It's your turn now. Frieza paused, then stifled a laugh. Well, this little brat is quite audacious. Let me remind you back when my father was showing off. Son Goten disdainfully interrupted, casting a scornful glance at Frieza, who had just been slapped into the ground. That slap was quite satisfying. Cell, with grave concern, observed Son Goten, realizing he had failed to detect the speed at which he moved, while Frieza remained in utter disbelief. What the hell? How did I end up eating dirt? Son Gohan and Trunks exchanged bewildered glances, sensing a significant change in their younger companion. Damn it, I'm Frieza! Frieza exclaimed in agitation, attempting to rise and confront Son Goten, who simply cast a dispassionate glance his way before kicking him against the stone wall. It's your turn. Son Goten smiled at Cell, a smile that appeared devilish in Cell's eyes, prompting him to attempt an escape using instant transmission. Son Goten did not pursue. Instead, he watched Cell flee in a panic. Calmly lifting his hand, he aimed at Cell's back, and with a resounding boom, a yellow energy wave erupted from his palm, shooting forth like a cannonball towards Cell. Cell gazed in despair as the energy wave approached, mercilessly engulfing him, the echoing screams resonating throughout the cosmos, reminiscent of a tolling bell. You see, this is the fate of those who try to show off in front of me, Son Goten remarked, his tone instructive as he addressed Frieza, Frieza's mind raced with an array of curses he wished to hurl at Son Goten. What the hell? Cell didn't say a word, and yet he was obliterated. How shameless of you. Next time you revive, don't flaunt it in front of me. Got it, Son Goten ominously stated, his eyes glinting with lethal intent, causing Frieza to nearly lose control of his bladder. Resting a hand on Frieza's chest, Son Goten waved goodbye with a smile, as if bidding farewell to an old friend. Farewell, with a blast of energy. Frieza was consumed, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 44. Son Goten gets absorbed with the battlefield cleared. Son Goten exhaled and turned his gaze toward Buu, now merely an onlooker. His previously calm demeanor was swiftly replaced by a palpable aura of menace. Now, it's your turn, Buu. In an instant, he materialized before Buu, his icy eyes fixed intently upon him. Buu, taken aback, thought to himself, what is happening? Why is this little brat intent on killing me? Damn you, Babidi! Why did you have to resurrect me on Earth and draw the attention of such a formidable foe? I could have perished on any other planet. Buu cursed Babidi inwardly. In the depths of hell, Babidi lamented, I refuse to take the blame for this. How was I to know such a powerful being existed on Earth? If I had known, I wouldn't have perished. Wait, Buu exclaimed, panic-stricken, waving his hands in fear. You can't kill me. If you do, Vegeta inside me will also die. Surely, you don't want that, and Trunks over there will despise you for it. Buu's threats only intensified Son Goten's murderous intent, and he responded with a chilling smirk filled with condescension. You fool, do you not know about the Dragon Balls on Earth? The last time Trunks and I gathered them. We hadn't even made a wish. Buu's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he recalled Vegeta's memories, which indeed contained knowledge of the Dragon Balls. With a flourish, Son Goten formed a blue energy sphere, radiating a vibrant azure light, surrounding him in an ethereal glow. Buu, in despair, shut his eyes, considering escape. However, Son Goten's overwhelming presence paralyzed him with fear. He heard an odd sound, something lightly brushing against him. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find colorful ribbons emerging from nowhere, while Son Goten rolled on the ground, laughing heartily as if he were lifting weights. If Buu still didn't comprehend that he was being toyed with, he would need to purchase some medication for his stupidity. Ha. I didn't expect you to be so easily frightened, Buu. You must be on the verge of soiling yourself. Son Goten laughed until his sides hurt. Pounding the ground in amusement, the spectators were equally baffled, questioning the source of the colorful ribbons. All right, enough laughter, it's time for you to rest. Son Goten abruptly shifted from his playful demeanor to a serious one. As if the jester had never existed, he looked at Buu coldly. Buu, wary, watched Son Goten, who stood confidently, arms crossed. Here's the deal. I'll give you 10 seconds. Son Goten extended his palms, brimming with confidence. I'll count to 10. During this time, you can either flee with all your might or attack me. After 10 seconds, I will strike, reducing you to nothing but particles. The finality in Son Goten's voice made it clear he was not jesting. 1.2.3. What to do? I'm so anxious. Buu thought frantically, watching Son Goten count to 4 and 5, feeling utterly helpless. Attacking Son Goten? That was a laughable notion, as the memory of being pressed into the ground was fresh in his mind. Fleeing? He couldn't even use instant transmission to escape. 6.7.8. Buu's eyes darted around, and suddenly he spotted a hidden corner with a pinkish-purple object. That's the part one split off earlier, he realized, glancing at Son Goten, who was oblivious. Buu focused his mind, manipulating the pinkish-purple entity. The object slithered toward Son Goten like a serpent. Son Goten's lips curled into a sly smile, only to quickly mask it again. 9. The pinkish-purple liquid expanded as Son Goten continued counting. Though no one noticed that moment, Buu shouted, and the pinkish-purple liquid surged forth, enveloping Son Goten. Oh no! Everyone froze, sensing the impending disaster. In the split second before the liquid engulfed him, Son Goten summoned a protective barrier around his body. The pinkish-purple liquid entered Buu and merged with him. Ha. As I expected, you little brat are clueless. You must be trembling in fear. Buu cackled, displaying his middle finger in disdain towards Son Goten. Now, this annoying little brat is absorbed, and I, Majin Buu, remain the strongest in the universe. What a shocking turn of events. Goten has been absorbed, leaving Trunks in a state of disbelief as he gazes at the spot where Goten vanished. The Supreme Kai, filled with silent resentment, muses that Goten's overconfidence perhaps provided Buu with the opportunity he needed. Gohan, after observing Buu for a considerable time, notes with unease that Buu shows no sign of increasing power or any change in appearance. Reflecting on Goten's earlier enigmatic smile, Gohan begins to piece together the situation. This kid, Goten, must be attempting to rescue Uncle Vegeta, he murmurs to himself. Chapter 45. The world in chaos, huh? Baka Baka. Buu, blissfully unaware of his unchanged state, continues to wear an expression of smug triumph, utterly dismissing Goten that a mere child is still just a child. What use is strength when he has been absorbed into my power? Ha 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 ha. Baka. Buu harbors a deep-seated disdain for Goten, who often ends up in dire straits while mocking him. Now, that boastful brat is mine. Today, the common people shall rejoice, and I shall sing. The jubilant Buu, akin to a peasant celebrating a great upheaval, decides it's time for a celebration, temporarily ignoring Gohan and the others. This laugh is unbearable, Goten thinks, desperately covering his ears within Buu's body, unable to suppress the urge to draw forth the colossal sword. Nevertheless, he is relieved to have infiltrated Buu's interior, confident that rescuing Vegeta and the pudgy fellow will render the small Buu insignificant. Satisfied, he retracts his protective barrier and begins to sense Vegeta's energy. Goten's lips curl upward. Buu has indeed kept them in the same location, sparing him the effort of searching anew. Upon locating Vegeta's energy, Goten swiftly darts towards it. How curious. I usually experience some change after absorbing others. Yet now, nothing, Buu muses, glancing at himself in confusion before dismissing the thought. Regardless, that arrogant brat is now part of me. I'm the strongest in this world. Ha ha. This fool has a pitiful intellect, Goten remarks, realizing that Buu is oblivious to the fact that he is the one being absorbed at that moment. Chaos reigns across the world, with countless long-dead individuals resurrected, leading to utter disarray. The Supreme Kai, noting the shift in circumstances, decides to return to the Kai realm for observation, reassured by Gohan's words that Goten is unharmed. Frieza and Cell have returned, and there may be even more powerful adversaries resurrected. Gohan and Trunks hastily venture to other regions to assess the situation in the cities. Numerous armored tanks ruthlessly trample everything in their path. Strangely, the leader of this army bears an uncanny resemblance to Hitler, leaving many bewildered. Meanwhile, a carriage bearing the Qing dynasty's emblem adds to the absurdity of the scene. In the depths of hell, Goku finds himself powerless against the evil containment wave. Despite his full transformation into Super Saiyan 3, you are the second person, after Majin Buu, to force me into such a predicament, Goku states coldly. Observing the attack, the evil containment wave claps its hands, seemingly entertained by Goku's transformations. Humph! Goku launches an energy blast towards the evil containment wave, sending it flying. With a mighty punch, he drives the evil containment wave into the ground, charging at it like an arrow. Ha! Goku's power converges in his fist, striking the evil containment wave down, burying its head deep within its body. Breathing heavily, Goku finally relaxes, dispersing the energy aura surrounding him. Kakarot! Suddenly, a voice calls out behind him, causing Goku's expression to shift dramatically. Before he can turn, a powerful fist sends him reeling. Cursed carelessness! I didn't expect anyone to be behind me. Goku halts his backward momentum, wiping the blood from his lips, gazing in astonishment at his assailant. Broly. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, recently defeated by Goten and Trunks, has been resurrected amidst the chaos of the afterlife, instead of venturing to the mortal realm. He remains in hell, seizing the opportunity to strike Goku. Oh no, I didn't anticipate Broly would be here, Goku thinks, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he regards Broly warily. Kakarot! Broly bellows, charging at Goku. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku counters Broly's assault, deflecting his blow. Kakarot! Broly, undeterred, launches another attack. Meanwhile, the evil containment wave, now resembling a creature akin to Cell, observes the battle between Goku and Broly, choosing to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Even applauding at the impressive exchanges. Aha! I found you. Goten exclaims, finally locating Vegeta. A smirk graces his lips as he points, unleashing a beam of energy that frees Vegeta from his egg-like confinement. With Vegeta's energy source severed, Buu swiftly reverts to his original form, bewildered as he surveys his transformation. What? How did I revert? Vegeta was still. Wait, I've been tricked. Realizing the deception, Buu feels his intelligence insulted, unable to tolerate the humiliation. Finding a secluded spot, Buu delves into his own body. All right, I've released Vegeta. Goten chuckles. Buu surely can't maintain his facade now that I almost admire my own cunning. Is that you, Goten? You truly managed to evade my absorption. Buu emerges, fuming with rage. What a surprise! Are you shocked, pleased, or perhaps dismayed? Goten raises an eyebrow. Feigning innocence, I'm about to explode. Buu roars, his fury boiling over. Chapter 46. The emergence of primitive Buu. Buu glares menacingly at Goten, his predatory gaze filled with a desire to consume him. Hey Buu, may I pose a question? Ignoring Buu's fiery stare, Goten smirks, tilting his head towards Fat Buu. What do you think will happen if I release him? No. Don't. Buu flails in panic, realizing the implications of Goten's words that, if you pull him out, I will cease to exist. Oh, Goten replies nonchalantly. Why should I care? With a decisive yank, Goten tears the connection to Fat Buu, causing the external Buu to contort in agony, letting out a horrific howl. Ah! The inner Buu dissolves as if doused in acid, his form collapsing into chaos. I must leave, quickly. Goten laughs, seizing Vegeta and the pudgy fellow, soaring toward the exit. Ah! Buu's anguished cries echo, smoke billowing from his head as he struggles against the pain. Sensing Buu's unstable energy, Gohan and Trunks exchange worried glances, realizing something is amiss. This must be Goten's doing. Trunks exclaims, thrilled, that Buu's energy is weakening. Goten has rescued Dad. Wait a moment, Gohan begins, but then notices a troubling surge in Buu's energy. Nanny? Trunks was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. How has it changed again? Stammering, he questioned. How could it possibly transform like this? The Supreme Kai gazed in terror at the crystal ball displaying Majin Buu, whose muscles had become extraordinarily massive, reminiscent of Trunks' third transformation. The Supreme Kai's thoughts drifted to ancient times, when the 5 great Kais were still alive, and peace reigned until the emergence of the Majin. Subsequently, 2 of the 5 great Kais, North Kai and West Kai, were killed, while the mightiest among them, South Kai, was absorbed by Majin Buu, resulting in the current formidable visage. Ah, it has transformed again, exclaimed Goten, who was astonished to witness Buu's metamorphosis. What is going on, Goten? Asked Gohan, his expression grave as he observed Buu's changes. Don't worry, brother, Goten replied nonchalantly. No matter how much Buu changes, I can take him down with a single slap. Is that truly the case? Gohan furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Ah, Buu howled to the heavens, his form undergoing a tremendous alteration, enveloped in a brilliant purple light that compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. With a thunderous roar, the newly manifested Majin Buu was no longer the same creature. Standing less than 5 feet tall, he appeared diminutive compared to his previous form, embodying the most primitive and frenzied aspect of Majin Buu. Aha! Oh, I knew it already. It feels like I'm seeing it for the first time. Goten remarked, astonished. Buu has turned into a little imp. The small Buu coldly surveyed his surroundings, locking eyes with Trunks, who was gripped by fear, as if he had just danced on the precipice of death. Gohan, having faced many ruthless adversaries since childhood, seemed somewhat less affected, though when he glanced at Goten, he noticed a flicker of fear in Buu's eyes, perhaps recalling the humiliating defeat he had suffered previously. Without uttering a word, the diminutive Buu stretched out his arms towards the sky, conjuring a massive lavender energy sphere that pulsated with an even more terrifying energy than before, casting the entire realm in shades of pink and purple. In this society, I am Buu, fierce and unyielding. The little Buu grinned wickedly as he hurled the energy sphere at Goten. The sphere sliced through the air, sending ripples and a gust of wind toward Goten, who felt a chill of foreboding. Buu, it seems you haven't learned your lesson yet, he declared, suddenly springing into action and deflecting the incoming energy sphere with a punch. The little Beau felt a pang of humiliation, thinking, can't you show me a bit of respect? You're making this quite awkward for me. The energy sphere whizzed past Beau, colliding with the moon created by the Supreme Kai, resulting in a tremendous explosion that painted the sky over Earth in hues of purple. You won't learn unless you face the consequences, will you? Goten sneered, delivering a swift kick that sent the little Beau flying. Kamehameha, Goku, having endured a tumultuous battle with Broly, could no longer restrain himself. He unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave at Broly. The clash of blue and green energy waves ensued, with the blue wave gradually overpowering the green, ultimately engulfing Broly entirely. Never engage in a beam struggle with a scion, especially with one of the Sun lineage. Panting heavily, Goku lowered his hands, feeling somewhat drained from the earlier Kamehameha, when suddenly a new development arose. The evil energy beam, which had been silently observing, suddenly roared in agony. Goku turned in astonishment to see the evil energy beam writhing in pain, dark energies surging from the depths of hell and flooding into it. What is happening? Goku gasped, eyes wide with terror as the familiar dark energies flowed into the evil energy beam. Its power escalating exponentially as Goku scrutinized the swirling black energies. He recognized several familiar presences among them: Raditz, Jinyu Dor, and Slug. Goku was astonished, muttering their names in disbelief. Frieza, Cooler, Cell, and Broly. What on earth is going on? Goku's expression darkened as he realized that the evil energy beam had absorbed their powers, its presence now surpassing that of the Majin Buu who had previously defeated Vegeta. This is bad. If it escapes to the human realm, I wonder if Goten can handle it. That a sudden thought crossed Goku's mind, intensifying his concern. Although he knew Goten possessed incredible strength, he lacked certainty about Goten's ability to unleash it effectively. I must stop it, Goku resolved fiercely. The evil energy beam, now empowered by the essence of past warriors, donned a dark purple armor and crimson skin, exuding a malevolent aura, its size now significantly greater. In an instant, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, focusing intently on the evil energy beam. Ha! He bellowed, charging forward at the evil energy beam, which grinned wickedly and effortlessly seized Goku's fist as he struck. With a powerful counterattack, the evil energy beam unleashed a devastating punch, sending Goku hurtling backward. The impact propelled him into a mountain of needles. The evil energy beam chuckled, picking up a small vial from the ground and crushing it, transforming it into a red longsword. With a swift motion, it slashed downward, cleaving a massive fissure into the needle mountain. Goku, caught off guard, felt the sword slice through his arm. Though, being a scion, he remained intact. A normal person would have lost their arm, but Goku merely sustained a wound, blood spraying forth. This is not good, Goku thought, realizing the evil energy beam was swinging the red sword again, unleashing a series of energy slashes. He swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Meanwhile, in the human realm, Goten landed a merciless punch squarely on Little Boo's face, distorting its features, and followed up with a kick that sent it sprawling. Presently, Little Buu found itself pressed against the ground, being thoroughly humiliated. After recovering, Little Buu screeched angrily, smoke billowing from its head as it darted towards Goten, intent on reclaiming its pride as Majin Buu, yet proved futile. With a single punch, Goten sent Little Buu flying, feeling somewhat bored by the encounter, as if it were a stubborn mule seeking its own demise. Since I've grown weary of this game, it's time for you to report to King Yama, Goten said, his eyes gleaming with cold determination, radiating a deadly intent that caused Little Buu to swallow nervously, realizing the imminent danger it faced. What a predicament! I'm in serious trouble. I might truly perish this time. Goten clasped his hands together, forming a brilliant blue energy sphere that illuminated the surroundings. Kamehameha. The energy sphere turned the area into a brilliant azure, unbeknownst to anyone, as a rift appeared in the sky. The crack expanded ominously, threatening to engulf the heavens. Kamehameha echoed through the air, sending Little Buu into a state of panic, aware that uttering the word wave would seal its fate. As the rift widened, nearly covering half the sky, Little Buu closed its eyes in despair, Resigned to bid farewell to this beautiful world, oh no, the inevitable explosion followed. The sky suddenly erupted, causing Sun Wutian's movements to falter. And the Kamehameha wave was retracted. Damn it, who is interrupting my show? Step forward, and I promise I won't kill you. Chapter 48. 48. Sudden change. Evil spirit viewed at a colossal tear appeared in the sky, and a pitch-black void seemed capable of devouring all living beings. From a fissure, a towering figure emerged before the crowd. Who is this? Such a formidable aura. Astonishingly powerful. Sun Wukong and Trunks exchanged glances, their expressions grim as they beheld the figure stepping out from the rift, treading upon the void. What the hell? How did the evil spirit emerge? This is utterly unscientific. Sun Wutian internally raged. This is wrong. The evil spirit was only a tyrant in hell, ultimately defeated by Vegeta. Could it be that Vegeta's absorption by Buu has completely distorted the narrative? What the hell? This aura. It is Frieza. Sensing the familiar energies within the evil spirit, Sun Wukong's astonishment deepened. Cell, Broly, Dorius. How can all their energies be present? What? Sun Wutian exclaimed in disbelief, for indeed he sensed those familiar energies too. Frieza, Cell? I thought this guy looked somewhat different from the one in the anime. It seems he is transformed after being assimilated by these evil forces. Damn, this guy is far more formidable than Buu. Sun Wutian felt a surge of anxiety. In the original tale, the evil spirit could read minds and foresee an opponent's next move. The father of Super Saiyan 3 was thoroughly overwhelmed. And now, having absorbed the powers of so many boss-level characters, the fate of Super Saiyan 3's father was likely grim. Roaring, the evil spirit spotted Sun Wutian and let out an ecstatic howl, suddenly lunging at him with a powerful punch. Boom! The evil spirit's fist struck Sun Wutian's right cheek, twisting his head to the side. Hey! Sun Wutian seized the evil spirit's arm where he had been struck, his eyes glinting with fierce determination that you've got some nerve. Evil spirit. Seems I need to teach you a lesson. Boom! Ugh! Sun Wutian unleashed a rapid punch into the evil spirit's abdomen, the terrifying force causing the evil spirit to spit out bile. Seizing the moment while the evil spirit clutched its stomach in pain, Sun Wutian clasped his hands together and delivered a crushing blow to its back. Boom! The evil spirit crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. Arg! The evil spirit drew upon its energy to obliterate the rubble that buried it, a dark purple energy column shooting up from the ground, with a predatory gaze fixed on Sun Wutian. The evil spirit raised its hand, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts like brilliant meteors hurtling towards him, each blast potent enough to reduce a city to ashes. Get lost! Boom! 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 Sun Wutian scoffed as the meteoric energy blasts neared him. An invisible aura manifested and deflected them away. Boom! 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 The energy blast struck the ground, creating massive craters that pocked the once smooth surface, resembling the lunar landscape. Fortunately, this area was devoid of life, as those who once inhabited it had been dealt with by Babbidi's minions. Boom! Sun Wutian delivered a fierce punch to the evil spirit's face, instantly deforming it. As he prepared to strike again, the evil spirit's body disintegrated into several small cubes and reappeared behind Sun Wutian. Oh, a disintegration move. How intriguing. Boom! Just as the evil spirit reappeared behind him, Sun Wutian kicked it away. Having read the original tale, Sun Wutian recognized this disintegration technique that had previously left Super Saiyan 3 Goku in a state of confusion. Glop, glop. Meanwhile, the waiting Majin Buu saw the evil spirit flying towards him and transformed into a mass of pink, sticky substance, lunging at the evil spirit upon its approach. Glop, glop. Damn it. Sun Wutian was taken aback. Buu, are you really that desperate? You want to absorb anyone who comes near. The pink goo writhed and finally formed into a humanoid shape, still adorned with its characteristic small antennae, yet flanked by the evil spirit's sword-like helmet. Its entire body seemed cloaked in a dark pink armor, a deep pink tail swaying behind it, emitting an eerie chuckle that echoed the combined voices of the evil spirit and Buu. Reminiscent of the voice of Vegeta, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta in the original tale. WTF, this is a disaster. Sun Wutian's expression turned grave as he gazed at the evil spirit Buu. He could sense that this new entity's power had significantly increased. Their combined strength was not merely the sum of their parts. Both were born from immense evil, and their fusion had elevated their might to the level of Super Saiyan 4. Damn it! How could this be? Buu's power has already matched Wu Tian's. Trunks, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed in terror. Quickly, Sun Wutian's grave expression was replaced by a surge of battle spirit, the scion's warrior instincts ignited by the challenge posed by evil spirit Buu. Having a worthy opponent in terms of power was invigorating, that he was no longer the weak Sun Wutian of the past. He was now the mightiest Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 49. 49. Fierce battle. Evil spirit Buu versus Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian grinned, a fervent light igniting in his eyes. The terrifying power of evil spirit Buu, so closely matched to his own, stirred the warrior within him. Sun Wutian and evil spirit Buu locked eyes, an unspoken challenge reflected in their gazes. Glop, glop. Sun Wukong and Trunks, who had been waiting on the sidelines, swallowed hard and retreated to a safe distance. They sensed that the impending battle would be nothing short of cataclysmic, as the two represented the pinnacle of cosmic power. Wu Qian, give it your all. Sun Wukong silently cheered on his son, who had successfully rescued King Enma. From the earlier skirmish, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The only one capable of defeating evil spirit Buu now was Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wutian. Crack, crack. Having been rescued, Vegeta had already awakened. Upon hearing Sun Wukong recount the events, his face twisted in frustration. What a joke! Kakarot, how dare you? You have achieved Super Saiyan 3, and yet you don't transform. Are you looking down on me? Vegeta and Kakarot's brat, Super Saiyan 4. This is outrageous. Vegeta's anger boiled over, feeling utterly humiliated. Wu Qian, I'm counting on you. Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with concern, secretly lamenting his own weakness. Had he not given up on training in the past, he could have shared the burden with Wu Tian now. Whoosh, whoosh. Finally, both warriors moved, vanishing from sight in an instant. Boom, crackle, crackle. When they reappeared, their elbows collided, the overwhelming energy compressing the air and distorting space itself, arcs of electricity dancing in the atmosphere. A smile crept onto the faces of Sun Wutian and evil spirit Buu simultaneously. Whoosh, boom, boom, boom. Once more, they vanished from view, leaving ripples in the air from their fierce clashes. The sheer force of their every encounter caused the entire earth to tremble. As if the end of the world had arrived. Mr. Satan, save us. Witnessing the cataclysmic tremors ravaging the earth, some ignorant inhabitants prayed for Mr. Satan to rescue them once again, as he had done 7 years prior. Little did they know that their so-called savior was still unconscious from a single punch delivered by Sun Wutian, and his seemingly formidable bodyguards were now trembling in fear, clinging to each other. Videl stared into the distance with a worried expression. Wufan, is that Majin Buu really that strong? I hope you return safely. Boom. The battle rages on, as Sun Goten is propelled away by a knee strike from the malevolent Buu. In the same instant, an energy blast is unleashed, striking Buu squarely in the face. Ignoring the blood trickling from his nose, Buu transforms into a streak of light and darts towards Sun Goten as he is sent flying. Damn it, still daring to pursue. Sun Goten curses, swinging his arm to deliver a powerful blow to the approaching Buu. Boom! Like a kite severed from its string, Buu is sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently into a rocky cliff, creating a bottomless chasm. With a rumble, a dark purple energy column bursts forth from the abyss, and Buu launches towards Sun Goten like an arrow released from its bowstring. Boom! Sun Goten waves his hand, sending another energy blast hurtling towards Buu, enveloping him in a cloud of black smoke. Ha ha ha! The sound of explosions echoes as Sun Goten unleashes a flurry of energy blasts that rain down upon Buu like brilliant meteors. Panting heavily, Sun Goten remains grave, fully aware that Buu is no easy adversary. As the smoke clears, Buu's silhouette emerges, arms outstretched in a cross, enveloped in a purple energy shield. Despite the onslaught, he remains unscathed, though beads of sweat at his forehead, indicating that Sun Goten's previous attack had taken its toll. This a technique from Cell, or perhaps Android 17. Son Goten wonders, momentarily taken aback by the familiarity of the move. Recognizing it as a signature technique of perfect cell, ha. Buu, seeing Son Goten cease his assault, dispels his protective barrier, knowing that maintaining such a defense against Goten's ferocious attacks would rapidly drain his stamina. "You bastard," Son Goten bellows, once again launching himself at Buu. Chapter 50. The defeat of Buu and the disappearance of Goten so swift, their movements are barely perceptible. Vegeta gazes in astonishment at the sky. Unable to discern their actions amidst the spatial tremors created by their clashes, the disparity between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 3 is glaring. Even with Vegeta's temporary power at Super Saiyan 3, he feels outclassed. "Impressive, Goten!" Goku exclaims with joy, watching the battle unfold on a screen that reveals the ferocity of the conflict on Earth. "This is Super Saiyan 4. Utterly invincible." The Grand Kai observes Goten's prowess with admiration. A glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes behind his sunglasses, noting how Goten's strength far surpasses that of Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form. As time progresses, the intensity of their unleashed powers escalates, causing the surrounding space to tremble ominously. Buu conjures deep purple energy discs in each hand and hurls them towards Son Goten. "Whoa!" Son Goten exclaims in alarm, transforming into a streak of light and fleeing to evade the pursuing energy discs. This technique, pilfered from Frieza's key sphere, poses a significant threat to Goten, unlike Buu, who seems to wield it ineffectively. Realizing the danger, Goten resolves to concentrate his energy, shattering the discs as if they were mere glass. Buu is momentarily taken aback. "What? How is this possible?" With renewed vigor, Goten bursts forth in a golden blaze, darting towards Buu like an arrow. With a powerful punch, Goten strikes Buu squarely in the face, delivering a series of blows. "Unorthodox tactics," Buu exclaims, regaining his composure and launching into a fierce exchange with Goten. Boom! 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 This time, both combatants unleash their full might, relentlessly pummeling each other with their fists. The shockwaves from their clashes shatter the very fabric of space. After sending Goten sprawling, Buu extends a finger towards him. A sinister grin spreading across his face, a crimson energy beam shoots forth from his fingertip, aimed directly at Goten. "Watch out!" Goten yells in horror, narrowly dodging the incoming energy ray. This technique, reminiscent of Frieza's, is deceptively swift and penetrative, a skill that once claimed Vegeta's life. In an instant, Goten appears before Buu, landing a decisive punch that sends him reeling. Spitting blood, Buu glares at Goten with hatred, a malicious smile creeping onto his lips as he assumes a familiar stance. With a breath, Buu clasps his hands together in a flower-like formation at his waist. "Kamehameha!" Buu's dual-tone voice reverberates through the air, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Why is he using the Kamehameha? Gohan stares at Buu, astonished by the familiar gesture. It seems he acquired it after absorbing Cell. Vegeta remarks coolly, pondering Buu's intentions. "Tenfold Kamehameha? What?" Everyone is momentarily stunned. The energy spheres coalesce in their hands, with Buu's Kamehameha manifesting as a dark blue orb while Goten's glows a vibrant crimson, before either can unleash their attack. The sheer force of their energies stirs the air around them. The space between them is divided in a riot of colors. One side dark blue, the other a vivid red. A gulp resonates through the crowd as tension mounts. The two simultaneously thrust their hands forward, releasing their energy blasts. The collision of their powers creates a chaotic fusion of dark blue and crimson energy, locked in a fierce tug of war. Goten strains against his dwindling energy reserves, pushing the sphere inch by inch towards Buu. Buu, too, amplifies his output, yet proves futile as Goten's energy steadily pushes back against him. Crack, crack, the surrounding space begins to fracture under the immense pressure of their clashing energies, threatening to unravel the very fabric of reality itself, unbeknownst to the fighters, who continue to pour their strength into their attacks. As the energy strikes Buu, he is gradually overwhelmed, and Goten shouts, "Remember this. Buu, never challenge a scion of the Sun lineage." Ultimately, Buu is consumed by the energy, utterly obliterated, with the overwhelming force causing the world's barriers to shatter. A tragic fate befalls son Goten as he is drawn into the collapsing space beside him. Goten, Exin, the crowd exclaimed, attempting to alert Sun Wukong, yet he was drawn in, consumed by the void of exhaustion, vanishing from this realm. Chapter 51. Dragon Ball Super wound up misguided into a new world, the realm of Dragon Ball Super. Where am I? It hurts so much. My body aches. In the boundless, endless black void, a boy, marred with scars, furrowed his brow. Soon, he was enveloped by the infinite darkness, losing all consciousness. As the child lay in a stupor. Ethereal streams of energy flowed into his wounds in the vast emptiness. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Was it a year, 10 years, or even a century? No one knew how long had passed, nor did anyone realize that a child lingered in this desolation. On the azure sea, a youthful figure, bare and unadorned, drifted. The boy, sensing something, gradually opened his tightly shut eyes as blinding sunlight streamed in. Why does my body feel so cold? Sun Wukong suddenly jolted, instinctively utilizing his flight technique to ascend. Momentarily dazed as he recalled the events that transpired, I remember battling the evil Majin Buu. Although I had vanquished him completely, it seems I was also drawn into something akin to a black hole. Glancing down, Sun Wukong was startled. Goodness, I've grown, he marveled at his reflection. Aside from his longer hair, he appeared almost identical to his Super Saiyan Force self, standing at 6 feet tall, with a strikingly handsome visage and a brownish-black tail swaying behind him. He realized he was clad in nothing. Never mind, I should find some clothing, he thought, as he transformed into a blur, soaring swiftly into the distance, his speed rendering him nearly invisible. Indeed, this is the world of Dragon Ball. Sensing several powerful auras, a smile graced Sun Wukong's lips. Fortune favored him, as he appeared to still be in his original world. Wait, how is there another Sun Wukong? A surge of confusion washed over him. This isn't right. I'm Sun Wukong. How can it be another? Bulma got slapped by someone, and then Uncle Vegeta flew into a rage. Oh my, this power level exceeds Super Saiyan 3. Oddly, I can't sense the aura of the one who struck Bulma. Nor can I detect another presence. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, leaving Sun Wukong in shock. Could this possibly be the world of Dragon Ball Super? That makes sense. The divine presence is imperceptible to mortals. Yet, why can I sense that someone is nearby, without relying on their aura? Never mind. I'll just head home to find some of Dada's clothes. Sun Wukong veered in the void. Racing towards the familiar Capsule Corporation, 5 minutes later. Capsule Corporation perfect. It seems Dada's clothes fit me just right, he mused, contentedly surveying the orange training outfit he had donned. He even found a pair of scissors to trim his long hair into the familiar style. Now resembling his father so closely that anyone could mistake him for Son Goku. They seem to have finished their fight, Sun Wukong noted, gazing in surprise toward Vegeta and the others, a smile playing on his lips. Now, it has time for the protagonist to make his entrance. Tuan. Sun Wukong gathered his energy, a white aura swirling around him, darting through the void like an arrow. My strength now surpasses what it once was. Increased by several dozen times, he thought, astonished at the transformation coursing through him. He felt that his ordinary power was now sufficient to rival that of Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong was oblivious to the fact that the energy drifting through the void had aided him while he was suspended in the cosmos. Casting aside his doubts, he unleashed his full power, racing towards the ocean at breakneck speed. No pudding, no Super Saiyan god. Upon a luxurious cruise ship on the sea, a feline creature resembling a Russian blue cat bore a grim expression, gradually levitating. The god of destruction, Beerus, casually raised a paw, a sphere of terrifying energy coalescing at his fingertip, contemplating the destruction of Earth. It's over. Everything is finished. Despair clouded the faces of all present. Suddenly, Beerus' expression shifted, perplexed as he turned his head to the side, the energy sphere at his fingertip dissipating involuntarily. What's wrong? Bulma, noticing the serious expressions of the warriors who could sense ki, inquired in confusion that a colossal power is approaching us. Vegeta stated gravely, at last. A figure emerged before them, shocking everyone into silence. Goku! Hixen, goodness, that's me. Sun Wukong, hidden nearby, thought in astonishment. Goku. Sorry, I am not, Sun Wukong replied, crossing his arms in a rather pretentious manner. If you're not Goku, then who are you? Chi-Chi questioned, pointing at Sun Wukong. Hee, Sun Wukong chuckled, unleashing his energy, leaving everyone in awe. This is Wukong. All eyes turned towards the bewildered young Wukong. Let us refer to the super version of Wukong this way. Incredulous at the striking resemblance, Sun Wukong gracefully descended to the ground, strolling towards the dazed young Wukong, beaming broadly. Nice to meet you. This is my younger self, or rather, the Sun Wukong of this world. The last line was merely a thought in Sun Wukong's mind. Hey. XN. Moments later, the tranquil cruise ship erupted into deafening screams, startling Beerus and Whis. Goodness, did you just scare a god? Do you even realize? Chapter 52, Dragon Ball Super 2. Testing Beerus. The crowd stood agape, glancing back and forth between Sun Wukong and the young Wukong, but rather than resembling the younger Wukong, Sun Wukong bore an uncanny likeness to Goku. All right, let us not dwell on that topic. Sun Wukong coughed lightly to redirect their attention, casting a puzzled glance at Beerus. But who is this fellow? Instantly, the crowd was drenched in cold sweat. Goodness, brother, the being before you is a true god. That Wukong. May I address you as such? Gohan asked quietly, struggling to accept that this being, bearing his father's visage, was his brother. Certainly, Sun Wukong replied with a gentle smile. What's the matter? This individual is Beerus. The god of destruction, it is said he seeks a master known as the Super Saiyan god, and I wonder if you are aware of him, Gohan said eagerly, hoping that this Wukong might know, as it could potentially save Earth. Regrettably, Sun Wukong shook his head gently. Sorry, brother, I have never heard of a Super Saiyan god. Well then, the group's spirits sank, faces painted with despair. Without the Super Saiyan god, Earth might be doomed to destruction by Beerus. However, amidst the despair, Sun Wukong, with a playful grin, turned to Beerus. I would very much like to spar with you. The fiery glint in Sun Wukong's eyes met Beerus's, eliciting exasperated sighs from the onlookers. Goodness, this brat truly is Goku's offspring. Even at such a time, he seeks a challenge. Beerus merely chuckled nonchalantly. No worries, kid. You're the son of that scion on King Kai's planet. Right? Just like your father, you want to challenge me, but he fell to me in just 2 moves that I hope you're stronger, of course. Sun Wukong grinned widely. Hey, Vegeta interjected, addressing the grown Sun Wukong. Do you have confidence? Even Super Saiyan 3 Kakarot was defeated in just 2 moves. Can you manage? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong exploded in indignation. How can a man declare himself incapable? Just watch me. Ha. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Beginning to harness the surging power within him, nearly 100-fold, a white aura enveloped Sun Wukong. As the explosive energy within him erupted, a tempestuous wind sweeping through the area, forcing those nearby to retreat. No way, he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his aura is already this formidable, Krillin remarked, shielding his face with his AR-M.20 as the surge of energy breached the critical threshold. A golden aura enveloped the scene, heralding Son Goten's transformation into a Super Saiyan. This newfound power eclipsed even that of his father in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Son Gohan gazed in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the overwhelming might exhibited by this newcomer claiming to be the future Son Goten, whose strength as a mere Super Saiyan already surpassed that of his father in Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta grimaced inwardly, grappling with his dissatisfaction. It was one thing to be outmatched by Kakarot, but now even his son was proving formidable that a flicker of surprise crossed Beerus's eyes. Indeed, your power has outstripped both Vegeta and that scion called Son Goku. But it ends there. Who knows? Son Goten smirked, appearing before Beerus as if by instantaneous teleportation, delivering a swift kick that sent the god flying to ha. Son Goten transformed into a blazing golden streak, rocketing towards Beerus like a missile, casually hurling an energy sphere in his direction. Boom! Beerus dismissed the energy blast with a flick, instantly appearing before Son Goten, and with a simple snap of his fingers, struck the center of Son Goten's forehead, causing him to stagger back uncontrollably. Ouch! Son Goten rubbed his forehead, glancing at Beerus with a playful grin. I S that all you've got. Beerus replied with an impassive demeanor. Of course not. Son Goten flashed a wide smile, his aura intensifying once more. Zing! Zing! Son Goten transformed again, this time into Super Saiyan 2. Oh, Super Saiyan 2. Huh. If you have Super Saiyan 3 up your sleeve, you might as well show it. I'm starting to lose my patience. Beerus remarked with a hint of irritation. I S that's so. Super Saiyan 2. What kind of training has Goten undergone? I can't even match him as a Super Saiyan. If you were to transform into Super Saiyan 3. He might even compel Beerus to reveal some of his true abilities, Son Goku mused quietly. Super Saiyan 3? I can't, Son Goten replied, reverting from his Super Saiyan 2 form. Having gauged Beerus's strength, can't? Beerus exclaimed, a flicker of astonishment crossing his expression. And you still admit this? Aren't you afraid I'll obliterate the earth? Son Goten dismissed Beerus's threat with a carefree chuckle. What's so funny? Beerus inquired, bewildered. Did my earlier strike leave you dazed? Super Saiyan 3. I truly cannot achieve, Son Goten declared, lifting his head to reveal a confident smile. But who told you that Super Saiyan 3 is the pinnacle of transformation? Chapter 53. Super Saiyan 4 versus God of Destruction Nanny. Everyone stared at Son Goten in shock, particularly Vegeta, whose jaw nearly dropped. After years of training, he hadn't even attained Super Saiyan 3, yet someone was now suggesting that there were transformations beyond it, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Oh, Beerus said nonchalantly. Then I shall see this so-called transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 3. Is it true that there are transformations beyond Super Saiyan 3? Son Goku thought, brimming with excitement at Son Goten's revelation, nearly bursting forth to inquire further. Rest assured, I won't disappoint you, Son Goten replied confidently. Son Goten's expression morphed into a fierce grimace, his aura boiling like water at its peak. As the energy within him surged dramatically, rumble. The power Son Goten gathered caused the very fabric of reality to tremble, waves crashing violently, instilling fear in the trio attempting to flee on their small boat. A beam of golden light erupted from Son Goten, illuminating the world, casting everything into a radiant ocean of gold, blinding to behold, forcing even Beerus to shield his eyes instinctively. After what felt like an eternity, the golden light receded, and when the onlookers opened their eyes, they no longer beheld a human Son Goten. Instead, he was now covered in a coat of red fur, save for his mouth and abs. His black shoulder-length hair cascading down his back, and a red tail swaying with agility. Long last. This is my strongest transformation. Super Saiyan 4. Son Goten declared with a defiant smile in that moment. Everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly astounded by Son Goten's transformation. Jaws agape. Remarkable, simply unfathomable. This was the collective thought of the spectators. Son Goten's current strength surpassed even that displayed during his battle with the evil Kid Buu, capable of dominating him with ease once more. This is Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta stared at Son Goten in a daze, realizing his power had escalated to a realm beyond their comprehension. Impressive, truly impressive. Goten, so this is Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku exclaimed in sheer delight. Come on, Beerus, Son Goten said with a wicked grin. Not bad, kid, Beerus acknowledged. In terms of raw power, you have indeed surpassed me. Yet he quickly regained his composure, addressing Goten with a calm demeanor. Alas, I am still a god of destruction. We'll find out soon enough, Goten replied, a mischievous glint in his eye. Swoosh, bang, wah. Goten seemingly teleported before Beerus, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing Beerus to spit out his drink as he was sent flying. How is this possible? I can't even see his movements. Vegeta stared in horror, wide-eyed. Goten's attack was so swift that it appeared as though he had always been in front of Beerus. I can't see it either. I can't track Goten's movements. Son Goku felt a tumultuous wave of shock within him, the speed reminiscent of when Beerus had easily bested him, recovering quickly from his flight. Beerus shot Son Goten an irate glare, bellowing, "You little brat, you've stirred my wrath." Son Goten remained silent, provocatively waving at Beerus, his taunting expression only fueling Beerus's fury further, with a powerful push against the void. Beerus propelled himself towards Sun Goten like a cannonball. Boom! Sun Goten managed to block Beerus's kick with one hand, but was met with a punch that sent him soaring. Come on, bring it on. Sun Goten laughed, the fervor of battle igniting within him. It was exhilarating to encounter an opponent worthy of his full strength, the scion blood within him surging with vitality. Boom! Sun Goten and Beerus's fists collided, unleashing a terrifying energy that distorted the surrounding space. Boom! Wah! Sun Goten was caught off guard and was sent flying to the sea by Beerus's knee strike, the tremendous force creating a massive whirlpool in the ocean. Swish! 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 Numerous energy blasts surged forth from the water, showering down upon Beerus like a celestial display. Boom! Wah! The energy blast came in a relentless barrage, overwhelming even Beerus, who could only stave off the onslaught for a moment before being engulfed. Hurled several seas away with a pained cry, "Oh dear! Lord Beerus is in quite the predicament," was remarked teasingly from the luxury cruiser, savoring earthly delicacies as he observed Beerus's slightly disheveled state. "Shut it!" Beerus barked in irritation, his displeasure palpable. Boom! Sun Goten emerged from the depths of the ocean, a playful smirk adorning his face. "So, shall we conclude the warm-up?" "Hee indeed," Beerus replied, a hint of amusement breaking through his facade. "Goodness, is this really just a warm-up? Can the two of you great ones show a little mercy on us weaklings? We truly cannot handle this," the onlookers lamented internally. Roar! Beerus's expression shifted as a purple aura of energy ignited around him. Though the humans present could not sense it, the invisible pressure weighed heavily upon them. Is this the true power of a god of destruction? How formidable! Sun Wukong laughed exuberantly, puzzled by an inexplicable sensation of an overwhelming power emanating from Beerus. Was it not said that mortals could not perceive the aura of gods? Yet here he was acutely aware of it. You can sense my power?" Beerus remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "I'm not sure how, but I can feel it," Sun Wukong replied. "Could it be that you are the Super Saiyan god I've been seeking?" "No, you should not be a god at this moment," Beerus said, his brow furrowing in confusion, unable to comprehend how Sun Wukong could detect his aura. "Who knows?" Sun Wukong replied with a nonchalant smile. Chapter 54. Fierce battle with Beerus. Who cares, as long as I can defeat you? Sun Wukong chuckled dismissively. Him. The notion of divinity held little weight. Strength was what truly mattered. Regardless of whether one was a god or not, he could still force them to the ground. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's playful demeanor shifted as he let out a howl, unleashing the surging power within him. An overwhelming energy swept through the arena like a tempest. In an instant, the atmosphere became tumultuous. Lightning crackled across the sky, and the ocean trembled violently as the true might of Super Saiyan 4 erupted forth. "The ship is tipping! The ship is tipping!" the canine member of their trio shouted in terror. On the cruise ship, all aboard crossed their arms in front of them, desperately bracing against the ferocious winds stirred up by Sun Wukong, striving to maintain their balance. Incredible. This is the power of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta gritted his teeth, filled with envy. If only I could achieve such a transformation, I could finally surpass Kakarot and even challenge Beerus. "Catch your breath. I'm out of air," Trunks gasped, struggling to shield Bulma behind him. His gaze toward Sun Wukong tinged with admiration. "So terrifying, so powerful," Goten said, striving to protect Chi-Chi, his eyes filled with longing as he gazed at Sun Wukong. The disparity between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 3 was staggering. And hidden in a corner, Goku watched his son with fervent pride. What is happening? Sun Wukong suddenly sensed something amiss within his own body, though he could not articulate. Is this your full power? "I never expected a human to grow this formidable," Beerus stated gravely, feeling that Sun Wukong's strength now rivaled his own. Perhaps even surpassing it, he was struck by the illusion that Sun Wukong might indeed be the Super Saiyan god he sought. My Lord Beerus," Whis remarked with a glimmer of intrigue, "this scion has surpassed you. What do you plan to do?" "Hey, I've kept you waiting, Beerus," Sun Wukong declared as golden flames of energy surged around him. Arcs of electricity dancing wildly, his confidence manifesting in a mischievous grin. "Let us battle." They both shouted in unison, vanishing from sight like a flash of lightning. Boom! The clash of their fists resonated through the void, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Again, they both called, smirking as they disappeared once more. Boom! 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 As their battle intensified, they drifted farther from the others, the frequency of the shock waves escalating. It was as if they collided in one spot, only to reappear in another, their speed instilling fear in everyone watching. Even the likes of Goku and Vegeta struggled to follow their movements, let alone the others. Meanwhile, Gohan, having neglected his training for years, had transformed from a formidable warrior who could easily defeat Super Buu into a scholar who could barely manage to transform into a Super Saiyan. Beerus bellowed, launching a purple energy sphere infused with destructive power towards Sun Wukong. "What the Iron Fist?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, startled, before delivering a powerful punch that struck the energy sphere, causing it to surge forward momentarily before ricocheting back toward Beerus. Is this even possible? Beerus marveled, surprised by this unexpected maneuver. "I was unaware of such a tactic. Boom! Beerus narrowly evaded the returning energy sphere, only to be struck directly by an energy wave unleashed by Sun Wukong. "Blast it!" Beerus glared at Sun Wukong, transforming into a purple streak as he barreled toward him like a cannonball. "Come on, let us hurt each other!" Sun Wukong laughed, charging toward Beerus instead of retreating. Boom! The two engage in another round of combat, exchanging blows as they playfully grapple with one another. "Why are you pulling my hair? You're the one grabbing my ears. Let go of my nose if you can. Stop it. You're about to break my tail. For heaven's sake, take this seriously. Don't you realize you're both acting like street thugs?" The onlookers thought in exasperation. Their fight carried them farther away, even beyond the atmosphere. Beerus taunted, "Sun Wukong, if you're brave enough, try to catch this." He clasped his hands together, then opened them to reveal a colossal energy sphere, larger than many asteroids, which he hurled towards Sun Wukong with great force. It's a beam struggle. Who's afraid of whom? Tenfold Kamehameha. Sun Wukong grinned maniacally, positioning his hands at his waist and unleashing a crimson energy wave from his palms, colliding with Beerus's energy sphere. They both shouted, pouring their energy into the clash. The two forces battled fiercely, neither yielding ground. Although Sun Wukong's raw power had eclipsed Beerus's, he still lacked the divine mastery that Beerus possessed, resulting in a stalemate. "Don't underestimate the scions," Sun Wukong shouted, increasing his energy output, gradually pushing Beerus's energy back. "This is bad." Beerus's expression shifted as he exerted all his strength to deflect the returning energy, the combined might of their energies being pushed into the depths of the universe, ultimately vanishing from sight. "How about that, Beerus?" Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, a playful grin on his face. Beerus regarded him silently, before a wry smile of resignation crept onto his lips. "You've won, Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong exhaled a long breath, reverting to his normal form as he descended. Chapter 55, Summoning the Dragon. How impressive. Wukong, indeed, that must be Super Saiyan 4. It's extraordinary. As Sun Wukong landed on the cruise ship, a crowd quickly gathered around him, bombarding him with questions and admiration. Wait, it's a bit crowded. Could you step back? I am a bit exhausted." Sun Wukong awkwardly smiled at the throng. "What a pity. If Goku were here, he'd probably want to spar with Wukong. The grown-up version?" Krillin chuckled, though he hesitated to address Sun Wukong. My dad would have been here long ago." Sun Wukong smirked mischievously. The crowd's expression shifted. Sun Wukong raised his voice toward a concealed corner. "Hey, Goku, hiding over there. You've seen enough. Haven to you." "Nanny." Goku emerged from the shadows, scratching his head awkwardly. "Hey, everyone. Wukong, when did you arrive?" Krillin joyfully clapped Goku on the back. I was probably watching from the sidelines long before you got here." Sun Wukong cheekily threw his father under the bus, exemplifying what it meant to be a dad's pitfall. "Nanny." Vegeta furiously seized Goku by the collar. "You've been here all this time and chose not to show yourself." Under the fierce gaze of Vegeta, Goku wore a forced smile, exclaiming, "Goodness, Vegeta is truly terrifying now." Ahem. Beerus cleared his throat, indicating his presence, and squinted as he spoke. "Goku, Your arrival suggests you were aware of the Super Saiyan God? Witnessing Beerus's disdainful expression, which seemed to say, if you don't have the answer, I might obliterate you. Goku felt a surge of anxiety. How would I know about the Super Saiyan God? He stammered. Well, never mind, Beerus sighed in relief, remarking that although he hadn't found the Super Saiyan God, he still enjoyed the fight. The crowd collectively exhaled, relieved that the Earth had narrowly escaped destruction, thanks to the arrival of Goten. Otherwise, the planet would have surely been lost. Why don't you ask the dragon? It should know, Goten timidly suggested, feeling somewhat overlooked. Indeed, the dragon might possess that knowledge, Goku exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, before turning to Goten and asking, How do you know this? Goten simply smiled in silence, thinking it unwise to admit he had seen the storyline. Bulma placed the 7 Dragon Balls she had gathered on the ground, their cores shimmering with golden light. Come forth, dragon! Grant my wish, Goku called out. Instantly, darkness enveloped the realm, with intermittent thunder and lightning, the booming echoes reverberating in the hearts of the onlookers. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated intensely, merging into a single golden beam that shot into the sky. As the golden light faded, a long dragon with greenish scales emerged. With eyes aglow, the dragon's solemn voice resonated throughout the expanse. O the one who has gathered the Dragon Balls, I can grant any wish. But only Dragon, can you bring forth the Super Saiyan God that Lord Beerus seeks? Goku inquired. At the mention of Beerus, the dragon's previously dignified demeanor shifted to one of alarm. What? Lord Beerus? The dragon's gaze darted anxiously before settling on Beerus, its tone suddenly obsequious. I apologize for not recognizing you, Lord Beerus. I humbly beg your forgiveness for my lack of proper greeting. First, find the Super Saiyan God, Beerus commanded, though his tone turned menacing, or else I shall destroy you. I regret to inform you, Lord Beerus, that I cannot bring the Super Saiyan God, the dragon replied helplessly, while Goten inwardly cursed its ineptitude. Why not? Goku pressed urgently. I ask your wish merely to summon the Super Saiyan God? If so, I suggest you reconsider, the dragon replied coolly. The Super Saiyan God is merely a mythical figure born from ancient scions. What do you mean? Vegeta inquired, intrigued that in ancient times, a group of righteous scions could no longer tolerate the brutality of their evil kin and rebelled. And it was during this tumult that the Super Saiyan God was born, the dragon explained. Why all this rambling? Goten interrupted impatiently, rolling his eyes. Our wish is to learn the ritual for creating the Super Saiyan God. The Super Saiyan God is born when 5 righteous scions channel their energy into another scion of the same virtue, thus transforming them into the Super Saiyan God. The dragon's eyes flashed red. Your wish has been granted. You have one wish remaining, and oh need for the last wish. Goten waved dismissively. Then, I take my leave, Lord Beerus. Before departing, the dragon respectfully acknowledged Beerus and swiftly reverted back into the 7 Dragon Balls. They floated into the sky, transforming into 7 streaks of light that vanished into the horizon. 5 righteous scions. It seems the Super Saiyan God cannot be summoned, Piccolo remarked, hinting at something deeper. Why is that? Goku asked, puzzled. Don't forget about Trunks. Vegeta might not be as certain, Piccolo replied casually. Meanwhile, Goten's lips twitched in disbelief. Uncle Piccolo, are you trying to get yourself killed? If this were the old Vegeta, you would have already met your end. What? Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins as he glared at Piccolo. How can you speak of Vegeta like that? Bulma defended her husband fiercely. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, turning his head aside. However, since the Buu saga, Vegeta had been somewhat redeemed. Otherwise, he would not have been resurrected in the original storyline, considering the wish was to revive only those who were not evil. Perhaps Vegeta's self-sacrifice for Earth was seen as a just act. Thus the dragon deemed him worthy of resurrection. Rest assured, Uncle Vegeta is capable, Goten smiled reassuringly, explaining amidst the puzzled expressions of the others. Don't forget why Uncle Vegeta was revived during the battle with Buu. Why was he revived? Goku recalled the wish, assuring Piccolo, don't worry, Vegeta is definitely capable. Seeing Goku pound his chest in confidence, Piccolo fell silent. Chapter 56. The birth of the Super Saiyan God. All right, since we now understand the ritual for the Super Saiyan God, let us commence, Gohan's voice reminded everyone that there was still a crucial task ahead. Although Beerus had enjoyed his bout with Goten, he was keen to discover the nature of his anticipated adversary. "Please, hurry it along," Beerus urged it. "Oh, right." Goku hurriedly led Gohan and the others aside, while the rest kept their distance, their eyes wide with anticipation, ready to witness the birth of a deity. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Vegeta joined hands, with Vegeta and Gohan placing a hand on Goku's back. "Hey, don't forget about me," Goten silently lamented, extending his arms in a plea. The group transformed into Super Saiyans in unison, their surging energy flowing through their hands into Goku's back, causing his power to skyrocket, a tempestuous wind sweeping across the area. What a formidable aura! The crowd gasped in astonishment at Goku's sudden energy surge, while only Beerus and Piccolo remained composed, Goten already aware. His expression unchanged. "Goku, you should now be the Super Saiyan God." Krillin, oblivious to the truth, exclaimed in delight, "It's nothing special. It's merely my Super Saiyan level. Not particularly impressive," Goten thought to himself. "This is not godly power." Goku observed gravely, acutely aware that even his current strength could not match that of Super Saiyan 2 Goten, let alone the god of destruction. Indeed, the essence of a deity does not leak out like this. It is at most slightly stronger than Super Saiyan 3, Beerus remarked coolly. "This is far from godly." "Wait, the dragon assured us it would work." Goku responded astonished. Goten sighed, face-palming. "Dad, didn't you catch all of it? The dragon explicitly stated that 5 Scions channel their energy into another. This implies we require 6 Scions." The group exchanged awkward glances, realizing the truth in Goten's words. "Why not have Goten join in? You could become the Super Saiyan God too," Goku suggested enthusiastically. To Goten's eyes rolled even more dramatically. "Dad, I can already transform into Super Saiyan 4. Do you think I still need to be a Super Saiyan God?" That did make sense. After all, Super Saiyan 4 Goten could potentially defeat even Beerus, the god of destruction. Goten understood that even if they summoned the Super Saiyan God, it would not be a match for Beerus, who had previously remarked that their transformation was not the one from his prophetic dreams. Goten didn't feel like arguing further. "All right, Dad, get ready," Goten said, holding on to little Goten with one hand and Trunks with the other, glaring with a deadpan expression. All right, the ritual commenced once more as Vegeta and the others transformed into Super Saiyans. Only Goten remained in his normal state, while white flames entwined with their golden auras, boiling like jets of steam. That moment, Goku too ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan. Their Super Saiyan energies seemed to be drawn together, merging into a singular entity, as the golden flames were replaced by a cerulean blue energy. The divine aura reminiscent of Beerus erupted, causing Beerus to suddenly widen his squinting eyes, a glimmer of light flashing across his gaze. In the sky, attracted by this divine power, golden clouds began to drift down, dense beams of golden light enveloping the heavens, and even the azure sea was tinted gold. Wow. The group aboard the cruise ship gazed in astonishment at the sudden phenomenon, some unable to suppress their exclamations of surprise. Soon, Goku, infused with the heart energy from his companions, was enveloped by the cerulean energy and gradually ascended into the sky. A massive rift appeared in the golden cloud-covered heavens, its depth exceeding 1,000 meters. The scenery above shifted as day turned to night in rapid succession, an unprecedented spectacle that left Beerus's eyes widening in disbelief as the mysterious figure from his prophetic dream, self-identified as the Super Saiyan God, materialized once more in his mind. The extraordinary event quickly dissipated, the cerulean energy surrounding Goku slowly dispersing, revealing a now gaunt-faced Goku with crimson hair and eyes encased in black pupils, devoid of expression. Is this the Super Saiyan God? All present stared in bewilderment at Goku's transformation. His form was slimmer than before, and he emitted no discernible energy, as if he were utterly absent. It seems Goku is a bit thinner now, Bulma observed, regarding Goku's current appearance with a fascination reserved for rare creatures. "Really?" Goku replied with a naive expression. "How about it, Goku? Want to give it a try?" Beerus smiled, eager to gauge the true strength of the Super Saiyan God, a formidable rival he wished to confront. "Sure." Goku grinned, his lips curling into a smile brimming with combativeness as a fire-like crimson-purple energy ignited around him. Although Goku currently exhibited no visible energy, he exuded an immense pressure. Goten, filled with curiosity, studied Goku, contemplating whether his own power infusion would render Goku's Super Saiyan God form even stronger than the original. Chapter 57. Super Saiyan God vs. Destroyer. Let us begin. Beerus stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at Goku with a calm demeanor, yet a surge of purple divine energy bubbled from him. He sensed that Goku had ascended to the realm of the gods, his power now far surpassing that of his earlier incomplete state. With a mighty push, Goku launched himself like a cannonball towards Beerus. Bang! A fierce punch connected with Beerus's abdomen, sending him flying backward, rolling through the air before coming to a halt. Goku pursued closely, the two facing each other in silence, their gazes locked. Goku's speed is incredible, exclaimed Krillin, his eyes wide with disbelief that Vegeta's expression twisted in concentration. His brow furrowed. Goten watched with keen interest, pondering how much power the Super Saiyan God could wield with his own strength-augmenting IT. In the original narrative, the Super Saiyan God was limited because of Biddy's non-scion heritage. Being merely a human with scion blood, Beerus had likely deemed Goku inadequate as the Super Saiyan God because he had not demonstrated his full potential at that time, while the prophetic figure had been recognized by Beerus as a worthy opponent. Far from weak. Once more, Goku's eyes burned with fervent combat spirit, the power of the Super Saiyan God igniting his excitement, and more importantly, the chance for vengeance. Come on! Beerus returned his fiery smile, rushing towards Goku with equal zeal. Boom! They both raised their legs and struck fiercely at one another, ripples echoing through the air. Beerus landed a brutal punch to Goku's abdomen, causing Goku to cough up a mouthful of bile. His face contorted as he clutched his stomach. With a clenched fist, he retaliated, striking Beerus in the face. Wow! Beerus's head was knocked aside by Goku's blow. With a swift kick, Beerus sent Goku flying, conjuring a yellow energy sphere that surged towards Goku. Ha! Goku strained to catch Beerus's energy ball, shouting as he hurled it skyward. Not bad, Goku. You managed to catch 70% of my power, Beerus remarked, a look of admiration in his eyes. Really? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Goku replied innocently, I thought you were giving it your all, Lord Beerus. What? Beerus's brow twitched, his patience wearing thin. Boom! The two engaged in battle once more, this time pushing further apart, creating a massive chasm in the ocean as their fight escalated. The earth beneath them shattering. Boom! 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 Beerus's eyes glinted with malice as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Goku, shattering stone pillars in their wake. Dodge this! Goku shouted excitedly, his hands ablur as he unleashed a stream of energy blasts like shooting stars. Swish! 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 Boom! 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 The meteoric energy blasts rained down, unleashing a terrifying torrent of power. A sly grin crept across Beerus's face as he directed the debris blasted by Goku towards him, trapping Goku in a crushing embrace of rock. Ugh! Goku roared, flames of energy erupting as he shattered the surrounding boulders and soared upwards, Beerus in hot pursuit. They're back! Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Goku and Beerus burst forth from the ground, colliding in the upper atmosphere. Goku, if you have the guts, try to catch this, Beerus bellowed, launching a destructive energy sphere akin to the one he had used against Goten. The force of the incoming energy sphere could be felt even by those on Earth. Previously, they had been shielded from its intensity by Goten and the distance from the planet. What is that? Such a terrifying force. Is it a divine judgment upon humanity? The people on Earth cried in panic, gazing up at the ominous energy that threatened to annihilate them, some believing it to be divine punishment. In truth, they were partially correct. It was indeed the power of a god, but not a punishment. Merely two warriors unleashing their full might, nearly obliterating the Earth in the process. The people of Earth grumbled in discontent. What the hell if the Earth is destroyed? How are we supposed to live? Kamehameha! Goku shouted, unleashing a brilliant blue energy wave to clash against the energy sphere. Sun Wukong roared, desperately squeezing the scant energy remaining within him. Upon witnessing this, Beerus felt an ominous premonition. The two immense energies were potent enough to annihilate anyone present. himself included, without exception. Beerus unleashed his full power, the additional energy he summoned neutralizing the two conflicting forces, causing them to cancel each other out. You perform admirably, though you may not rival Son Goten. You have indeed compelled me to exert my utmost strength. You are a worthy adversary, Beerus remarked with a faint smile, observing Sun Wukong, who had reverted from Super Saiyan God. Heh, what a pity that I still cannot match Goten's Super Saiyan 4 power. Sun Wukong replied with a wry grin. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of Super Saiyan God, which made him fully cognizant of how terrifying Super Saiyan 4 Goten truly was. Had Goten's prowess been on par with Beerus, the God of Destruction would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed. The amplified strength was no trifling matter, especially considering the current state of Son Goten. Well, I never expected Super Saiyan God to endure for so long. Goten remarked with a hint of surprise that, in the original tale, Sun Wukong had reverted from Super Saiyan God while battling underwater. Yet this time he had maintained it until the very end, which was indeed impressive. Referencing the movie Gods and Gods, Chapter 58. Daily life. A week had passed since the celestial clash between gods, and on a sunlit morning, Son Goten lamented, "Honestly, I'm already a college student. Yet I find myself back in high school. What a ridiculous situation that I in class." He wore a bored expression, his eyes filled with bitterness. Sun Xiaotian, come up and answer this question, the elderly teacher, brandishing a pointer, glared at Son Goten for daydreaming during his lesson. Ugh. Son Goten rolled his eyes in response. To avoid confusion with the original Goten, he had to use his former name, as he was indeed Sun Xiaotian. And everyone followed suit to differentiate between the two. As for why Son Goten was compelled to attend school, it stemmed from a certain incident during Bulma's birthday cruise, where he had foolishly flaunted his bravado, only to be labeled a delinquent by Chi-Chi. Consequently, he was forced to return to his studies, with Chi-Chi lamenting the future for not having instilled the importance of education in Goten. Goten himself fared better, but the younger Xiaotian was burdened with relentless training sessions that Chi-Chi had meticulously arranged, determined to prevent him from becoming a future delinquent. The pressure was palpable, and Xiaotian's gaze towards Goten was laden with resentment. Sigh, to think I, the one who defeated a god of destruction, am now reduced to attending school. What a travesty, Son Goten grumbled as he wrote down his answer on the blackboard, exhaling in frustration. A fleeting glance at the teacher left him feeling disheartened. Why couldn't he have a female teacher? He mused that if that were the case, he would ace any examination, even at a postdoctoral level. A surge of rebellious thoughts coursed through him. Super Saiyan God, that wretched Kakarot. Even without anyone else, I must attain that strength, Vegeta bellowed, his face contorted with frustration. The memory of Sun Wukong's terrifying power still lingered in his mind, as even Beerus had to exert himself fully to emerge victorious. Yet, Vegeta found himself unable to summon even a fraction of Beerus's strength Super Saiyan 4, that form Goten can assume, which even Beerus could defeat. Vegeta thought, recalling Goten's invincible presence as Super Saiyan 4, igniting a flicker of hope within him, that if he could transform into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta was confident his lineage would ensure that he would vanquish Kakarot and his son without difficulty. With renewed determination, Vegeta disregarded everything else, harnessing his energy as he propelled himself towards the Baozi mountain at breakneck speed. Whoa! Vegeta, what brings you here? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished to see Vegeta approaching while he toiled in the fields. Kakarot, where is Son Goten? Vegeta inquired impatiently as he landed. Goten? Over there, Sun Wukong pointed towards the departing Xiaotian. Chi-Chi was just about to take him to tutoring. You came at an opportune moment. Is Trunks looking for Goten? Confused, Sun Wukong gestured towards Xiaotian, his expression puzzled that it was unusual for Vegeta to seek out Goten. You idiot, Kakarot. I'm looking for that Son Goten, the grown-up one. Vegeta snapped, realizing he had been misled by Kakarot. Oh, you mean Xiaotian? He's at Gohan's school. He won't return until this afternoon. Sun Wukong stammered, taken aback by Vegeta's intensity. Nanny? What's Xiaotian? Vegeta queried, perplexed. Xiaotian is the grown-up Goten. We call him that to distinguish between the two. As he suggested, Sun Wukong clarified. All right, let's set that aside for now. What do you mean he's off to school? Vegeta asked, his expression incredulous. Son Goten certainly didn't appear to be a student. Why was he being sent to school? Sun Wukong explained the situation, leaving Vegeta with an angry scowl as he departed. Bro, let us make a deal. Just let me go. School isn't teaching me anything worthwhile. And I'm just wasting my time here. IT would be better if I help you look after Xiao Fang. Sun Goten pleaded with a sycophantic demeanor in the office. Sun Gohan appeared troubled. Shouty yawned. It's not that I don't want to help you, but Mom calls every hour to check on you. I can't just lie to her. Besides, Uncle Piccolo is watching over Xiao Fang. So you don't need to worry. Instantly, Sun Goten felt a pang of despair, wishing to cry out for help. Mom, I truly don't need this. If there were a contest for the world's model mother, there's no doubt my mom would win. Otherwise, I'd be broadcasting my misfortunes. Dejected, Sun Goten exited, his expression conveying a profound loss of faith in the world, which concerned Sun Gohan. Finally, the school day ended, and Sun Goten stood vigilantly at the school gate, scanning the surroundings as if evading someone. Upon confirming that the coast was clear, he emerged from his hiding place, exhaling in relief. Hee, Shoutian Sr., I finally found you. Just as Sun Goten let out a sigh of relief, a playful yet excited voice called from behind, causing him to cough in shock. Good grief, you nearly scared the life out of this fragile heart of mine. Turning stiffly, Sun Goten was met with the radiant figure of a girl named Aliana. What a coincidence, Aliana. You're still here? He managed to say with a strained smile. The charming girl bounded over, affectionately embracing Sun Goten's sturdy frame. Shoutian Sr., I've been searching high and low for you. How will you make it up to me? Aliana's plaintive tone made Sun Goten's lips twitch involuntarily. Truth be told, had he not been preoccupied with Xiao Tong, he would have gladly accepted the affection from such an adorable girl. Now, however, he found himself at a loss regarding how to respond. Their encounter had been somewhat cliché. One day after school, Sun Goten had stumbled upon Aliana, who was being cornered by a group of ruffians. Moved by sympathy, he had chased them away, inadvertently capturing Aliana's heart in the process, leading to an unquenchable infatuation. Sun Goten regretted his earlier bravado. Why did I have to show off? If I kept a low profile, perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament, and Aliana wouldn't have recognized me as a fellow student. I feel an overwhelming urge to slap the past me for being so foolish. Chapter 59. Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan for good grief. Women are terrifying, Sun Goten thought, feeling utterly drained after escorting Aliana home. His expression one of horror. If Xiao Tong were to act like this, I might just collapse. Women truly are a handful. With a look of exasperation, Sun Wukong flew slowly towards Baozi Mountain, utilizing his ability to dance through the air. He muttered under his breath, having just endured the lecherous gazes of countless male onlookers, which felt as though they could pierce through him 1,000 times over. Unable to retaliate with a ki blast, he sighed deeply, glancing helplessly at his phone that IT contained the number of a girl who had forcefully taken it from him, claiming she could call him at any moment. The most disconcerting part was her expression, which suggested that if he dared to delete her number, she would cry uncontrollably, rendering him unable to refuse her. Hey, Sun Wukong. Raising an eyebrow at the familiar voice, he slowly turned his gaze towards its source. Recognizing the distinctive, fiery hairstyle. Uncle Vegeta, what's the matter? Sun Wukong inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Sun Wukong, quickly tell me how to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta demanded, excitement etched across his face. Huh. Sun Wukong was taken aback. You aren't planning to wait for me here all day, are you? He scrutinized Vegeta's somewhat disheveled appearance with a peculiar expression. Vegeta's nostrils flared in frustration. You little brat. Can't you see I'm in a hurry? Ha! 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 What are you laughing at? Vegeta bellowed angrily in Sun Wukong's ear. Ah, my head is about to explode, Sun Wukong exclaimed, bewildered. That is quite a loud voice, you know. I'm not deaf yet. All right, I'll tell you. Noticing that Vegeta was about to continue, Sun Wukong quickly interrupted, loosening his tail from his waist and allowing it to sway behind him. Uncle Vegeta. The key to my transformation into Super Saiyan 4 lies primarily in the power of my tail. Tail? Vegeta looked at the tail, puzzled. Indeed, after transforming into a great ape, something inexplicable happened, and I mutated into a golden great ape. Upon regaining my sanity, I transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Wait a moment. As Sun Wukong explained the transformation process, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of incredulity. You mean to say that after becoming a great ape, you regained your sanity? That's impossible. Kakarot, as a lower-class warrior, shouldn't possess the bloodline to maintain his sanity after such a transformation. Gohan experienced the same. How could you? With a raised eyebrow, Sun Wukong regarded Vegeta with a deadpan expression. What is wrong with being a lower-class warrior? Did a lower-class warrior owe your family money? Is it so unbearable that a lower-class warrior surpassed you as the prince of all scions? Not to mention, his son was the first to achieve a transformation beyond Super Saiyan, and wasn't he it who saved you? I don't know. That's just how it happened, Sun Wukong replied. Rolling his eyes, Vegeta silently assessed Sun Wukong, sensing no deceit in his demeanor. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it, I must find a way to unleash my tail." "Hey Vegeta, where are you going?" "Whoa, Dad, slow down. What are you doing?" Upon arriving home, Vegeta dashed straight to the training room, dragging Trunks along, ignoring Bulma's calls in the hallway. Only the echoes of Trunks' lament could be heard. "Dad, this isn't the bathroom or the toilet. Why are you taking off your pants?" Trunks exclaimed, his expression one of utter disbelief. Could it be that his father was? No, that couldn't be right. He was still a child. Surely his father wasn't into younger boys? Was he? Fortunately, Trunks refrained from voicing these thoughts, or else he would soon feel the wrath of Vegeta's iron fist. Vegeta produced a giant clamp from seemingly nowhere and threw at Trunks. "Trunks, come here and help your father get his tail out." "Why?" Trunks asked, bewildered. "Forget why. Just do it." Vegeta glared at Trunks, who trembled and feared, "If you accidentally break the tail I've worked so hard to get out, your training will be multiplied by 10. "Understood." Trunks shivered, determined to complete the task. "Let us go." With that, Trunks clamped the device tightly around the small protrusion of flesh behind Vegeta, his face turning crimson as he pulled with all his might. Ah! The training room echoed with anguished cries that seemed capable of shattering the heavens, while those outside heard not a sound, thanks to Bulma's specially designed soundproofing. As long as the inside didn't explode, no noise would escape. Ha! 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 The tail is finally out, Vegeta exclaimed with glee, gazing at the tail he had just freed. Eagerly, he rushed outside to find a secluded spot. "Perfect! Tonight is a full moon." Vegeta beamed as he observed the moon hanging high in the sky. Fixating his gaze upon it, with the aid of his tail, he transformed into a great ape. Ha! 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 Super Saiyan 4, I am finally going to achieve it. Kakarot, prepare to be defeated. Vegeta roared in excitement, ready to embrace the arrival of Super Saiyan 4. An hour passed without any change. 2 hours went by, with still no transformation. After 5 hours, frustration boiled over. "Damn it, Sun Wukong! You tricked me." Vegeta unleashed a torrent of curses upon arriving at Bowsy Mountain. "I waited for 5 hours, and nothing happened." "Hey!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, bewildered. "That's impossible. I transformed like this?" "Uncle Vegeta, perhaps your tail is still adjusting," Sun Wukong suggested, though he remained perplexed. Could it be that only those from this world could achieve such a transformation, and that Super Saiyan 4 was incompatible here? Is that so? Vegeta pondered, his expression one of confusion. Could it truly be the case? "How about you try again?" Sun Wukong proposed. Chapter 60. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Effortlessly overpowering Super Saiyan 3 to the back of Bowsy Mountain, a place frequently visited by the 3 Saiyan fathers and sons for training. Vegeta stood with his tail thrashing in the air, eyes fixed intently on the moon. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong observed nervously, fearing Vegeta would lose control and wreak havoc, while Sun Wukong merely rolled his eyes, curious to see if the Dragon Ball Super version of Vegeta could indeed transform into Super Saiyan 4. With the moon casting its radiant light, Vegeta's tail reacted, his heart racing faster and louder, as if it might burst from his chest. He let out a beastly roar, his body hair sprouting as his once chiseled features contorted, his eyes turning a vibrant crimson. His physique swelled, and miraculously, his clothes remained intact, demonstrating their durability. Vegeta, now resembling a mindless beast, pounded his chest in a frenzy. Sun Wukong realized the situation was dire and shouted, This is bad. Vegeta has lost control. The great ape set its sights on Sun Wukong, swatting at him with ferocity. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 to face Vegeta. Sun Wukong, exasperated, remarked, "I can't believe you've forgotten. Have you ever seen a Saiyan prince lose control due to becoming a great ape?" With a casual swipe, the great ape sent Sun Wukong flying, opening its massive mouth to unleash a torrent of flames upon him. Boom! Regrettably, Sun Wukong was struck by the fiery onslaught of the great ape due to his carelessness. The great ape, utilizing all four limbs, swiftly dashed toward Sun Wukong and seized him from midair, squeezing him as one would a mere insect. Sun Wukong cried out in agony, catching a glimpse of Sun Wutian, who was spectating the scene and could not help but shout Eon, "What are you doing there? Hurry and assist in subduing Vegeta's rampage." Sun Wutian initially regarded the wailing Sun Wukong with a look of disdain, rolling his eyes and responding, "Dad, Uncle Vegeta is merely toying with you. When have you ever seen him go berserk due to the great ape transformation?" Indeed, it seemed that such a scenario had never occurred. "Vegeta, you dare to toy with me." With this thought, Sun Wukong bellowed at Vegeta. "Haha, Kakarot, your reactions are truly sluggish," Vegeta guffawed, releasing Sun Wukong and reveling in his moment of superiority. "Do not interrupt my performance. Allow me to relish this intellectual edge." After a fit of laughter, Vegeta turned to Sun Wutian and solemnly inquired, "Wutian, why have I not yet transformed into Super Saiyan 4? "Let me ponder," Sun Wutian mused, stroking his chin, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Perhaps you lack something. All right. Uncle Vegeta, reflect on any sorrowful experiences you might have." "Sorrowful experiences?" Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta queried in bewilderment. "Why should there be sorrow?" "Indeed, it was the sorrow in my heart that catalyzed my transformation," Sun Wutian asserted, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta. "Sorrow?" Vegeta began to reminisce about his life, and if any sorrowful moments existed. The image of Trunks, particularly the one from the future, being vanquished by Cell flashed in his mind, indeed striking a chord within him. Vegeta's entire being ignited with golden energy, his dark brown fur transforming into radiant gold. A brilliant light erupted from his colossal form, prompting both Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian to involuntarily close their eyes. As the golden light dissipated, Vegeta's appearance had drastically altered. His fiery, shoulder-length hair flowed down his back, and within his crimson eye sockets glimmered piercing green irises filled with pride. His red fur enveloped his muscular physique, and a deep crimson tail swayed playfully behind him. "Super Saiyan for Vegeta. Reporting for duty," he proclaimed. "Ha ha ha, this power is simply astounding." Vegeta reveled in the overwhelming energy surging within him, throwing his head back in joyous laughter. Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta with fervent admiration. "Incredible! Vegeta! Shall we engage in battle?" Vegeta's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. "I was just thinking the same." "Ha!" Sun Wukong's expression sharpened as he instantaneously appeared behind Vegeta, launching a powerful punch aimed at the back of his head. "Boom, Nanny!" A look of disdain crossed Vegeta's face as he effortlessly caught Sun Wukong's incoming fist. Sun Wukong was taken aback, astonished that his attack had been so easily thwarted. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed Sun Wukong aside, sending him crashing to the ground. "That stings," Sun Wukong grimaced, cradling his head. "How does it feel, Kakarot?" "This is the extent of my current power," Vegeta remarked, a hint of pride in his tone. He felt quite content with his newfound strength, believing himself to be on par with even the Super Saiyan god. However, this was merely a delusion, as Vegeta's prowess was only slightly superior to that of Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wutian. "Hey, shouty on. Can I achieve Super Saiyan 4 as well?" Sun Wukong, reverting to his base form, looked at Sun Wutian with eager anticipation. Sun Wutian wore a peculiar expression, surprised that Vegeta had indeed transformed. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's question, he rolled his eyes and couldn't help but dampen his father's enthusiasm. "Dad, it's not that I wish to discourage you, but until you can overcome your lack of composure, you might want to reconsider asking that." Sun Wukong's lips twitched. "It's not as simple as just overcoming it. It's not like I can just shed my tail. Observing Sun Wukong's crestfallen demeanor, Vegeta couldn't resist the urge to taunt him. Haha, Kakarot, it seems you cannot attain Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta felt a surge of elation. Having finally subdued Kakarot, he was reveling in his triumph, proclaiming it a glorious turnaround. Wait, why am I laughing like this? Chapter 61. Super Saiyan 5. Since Vegeta mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he had been relentlessly training in the training chamber daily, enhancing his base combat power. Even when a certain angel snuck onto Earth for a culinary adventure, he remained undeterred, while Sun Wukong made a decisive choice to accompany Whis to the realm of destruction for training. All in pursuit of surpassing Super Saiyan 3. Alas, Sun Wukong felt despair. The path to transforming into Super Saiyan 4 appeared deceptively simple. Yet it was obstructed by his inherently inferior bloodline. While he could wish to alleviate the pain associated with his tale through Shenron, eliminating the bloodline disparity proved to be a formidable challenge. The overwhelming strength of others rendered even Shenron incapable of assisting him, leaving Sun Wukong to seek alternative avenues. Meanwhile, our protagonist Sun Wukong continued to lead a mundane student life, avoiding a certain young lady while still diligently training. He thought to himself that if he were to transform as his older brother had, he would likely be in tears, thus he often retreated to the mountains for rigorous training. Sigh, Elena, could you please not cling to me so closely? It's rather warm, Sun Wukong remarked, his brow twitching as he looked at Elena, who had firmly wrapped her arms around his. Please, Xiaoyan Senpai. Elena pouted, tightening her embrace. With no other recourse, Sun Wukong resolved to make plans. The next day, he would request a leave of absence. Dad, when you go to the realm of destruction, could you take me to the Kaishin realm for a visit? As they finished their meal, Sun Wukong prepared to head to Bulma's home to find Whis when Sun Wukong spoke up. Xiaoyan, what is the matter? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. Hee, Sun Wukong grinned widely, revealing a row of pristine teeth. I want to attempt breaking through to Super Saiyan 4. Nanny, Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. You don't mean you've discovered a method to surpass Super Saiyan 4, do you? Not long ago, during an unexpected incident, Sun Wukong had managed to transform into Super Saiyan 3. But he quickly dismissed it, as such a transformation drained his stamina significantly without offering substantial increases in power. In contrast, Super Saiyan 4, at full capacity, allowed him to draw upon the combined strength of 4 Super Saiyans. Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, little Sun Wukong, and Trunks. Sun Wukong nodded. Very well. Xiaotian, grasp my hand, Sun Wukong instructed, placing his fingers on his forehead. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, grasping Sun Wukong's shoulder, and with a whoosh, the two figures vanished. Mr. Wukong, what brings you here? Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong's sudden appearance startled old Kaishin and Kibito. Kibito chuckled lightly. Hello, Kaishin, it's Xiaotian who sought you out, Sun Wukong greeted, gesturing for Sun Wukong to step forward. Hello, Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow in greeting. Xiaotian, what brings you here? Kibito inquired, somewhat puzzled, having witnessed everything transpiring on Earth and aware that Sun Wukong had changed his name to Sun Xiaotian to avoid confusion with the original Tob Frank. The battle on Earth had nearly terrified him. After all, even the god of destruction Beerus had not been a match, which led Kibito to regard Sun Wukong with a degree of reverence. I wish to request old Kaishin's assistance in surpassing Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong stated, looking earnestly at old Kaishin. What would you have me do? Old Kaishin asked slowly. This. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with eagerness. Although he could not transform into Super Saiyan 4, he felt a surge of inspiration that I need you to help me identify 4 emotions, Sun Wukong explained, settling into a cross-legged position to elaborate. The transformation into Super Saiyan stems from rage, while Super Saiyan 2 is an intensified form of that rage. Super Saiyan 3 embodies a sense of joy, and Super Saiyan 4 is rooted in sorrow. I must identify and blend these 4 emotions. Sun Wukong spoke with earnest seriousness, to which old Kaishin nodded. Calm your mind, and I shall assist you. Then I shall entrust this to you, declared Sun Wukong solemnly. Promptly closing his eyes, the old Kaishin extended his hands towards Sun Wukong, enveloping him in an intangible force. Sun Wukong did not depart, but remained nearby, curiosity piqued regarding the power that transcended Super Saiyan 4. The initial Super Saiyan form was trivial, a transformation Sun Wukong had mastered since childhood, thus he bypassed it. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a memory from his youth, battling Broly, where Trunks and Gohan were successively defeated. Gohan lay beneath Broly's foot, the latter bouncing upon him as if propelled by springs, each stomp causing the ground to crack further. "Broly, you wretched fiend!" Sun Wukong roared, his eyes wide with fury. The scene shifted to his past. The happiest moments spent with Xiaotong. Xiaotong, Sun Wukong gazed at the familiar silhouette from his dreams, undeniably the most joyous time of his life, even surpassing his experiences in Dragon Ball. The image transitioned once more. This time to a hospital room, where Sun Wukong stared at the lifeless body, his eyes vacant, a profound sorrow enveloping him as he wept uncontrollably. "Xiaotong, no!" Tears streamed down his face as he cried out to the heavens. Suddenly, a peculiar energy manifested within Sun Wukong's abdomen, imbued with mystery, yet exuding a formidable authority. This energy, having flowed into him while drifting beyond the world, surged into his brain, merging with it. The scene changed again, and Sun Wukong found himself in his spiritual realm. Before him, motes of light coalesced into the figure of a girl, whom he embraced. In a splendid city, a young girl opened her eyes gently, her beautiful gaze scanning the horizon. With a cherry-like pout, she murmured, "Xiaotian Ji." Ah! In the real world, Sun Wukong opened his eyes, roaring thunderously as a terrifying energy erupted from within him. "Quickly, get away from Xiaotian!" Sun Wukong shouted. Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his energy escalating wildly, erupting like boiling water, a fearsome force vastly exceeding his former limits. Such a terrifying aura! Sun Wukong struggled against the gale swirling around Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's form shimmered with alternating red and white, culminating in a tremendous explosion, a cloud of black smoke engulfing the surroundings. "Xiaotian!" Sun Wukong cried out anxiously. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Sun Wukong re-emerged before the trio. While an unfathomable power swept across the universe, detectable even by Vegeta on Earth and the god of destruction, Beerus. "This energy," Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes widening in terror, his body trembling. This Sun Xiaotian's? How fascinating. The power of a scion has grown to such heights, Beerus mused, a glimmer of intrigue crossing his gaze. This world no longer seemed as dull as before. That must be the scion who defeated Lord Beerus. Which chuckled, savoring a delectable earth dish prepared by Bulma. Sun Wukong had undergone a remarkable transformation. His long silver hair cascaded to his waist, his silver eyebrows framing piercing azure eyes, exuding an air of coldness. His fiery red hair replaced by white. With a smile amidst their astonished expressions, he proclaimed, "This is the power that transcends Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 5. This is the power beyond Super Saiyan 4. Jebit muttered incoherently. "Incredible." Sun Wukong gasped, unable to gauge the magnitude of Sun Wukong's current strength. Chapter 62, returning to campus, provoked Sun Wukong clench his fists, a shadow of concern crossing his features. He recalled that while watching Dragon Ball AF, it seemed that Super Saiyan 5's immense power could damage the brain if maintained for too long, and he wondered if he could eliminate this weakness. "What is wrong, Xiaotian?" Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled by Sun Wukong's demeanor. Though Super Saiyan 5 possesses extraordinary power, prolonged transformation could harm the brain, the old Kaishin observed, squinting his eyes knowingly. "Nanny!" Sun Wukong exclaimed in alarm, turning anxiously towards Sun Wukong. "Hey, Xiaotian, hurry and revert." Sun Wukong chuckled softly. Super Saiyan 5, while nearly invincible, does pose a considerable risk to the brain. Yet he found it curious that a strange energy seemed to flow into his mind during his transformation. "Uncertain whether it was a boon or a bane that I wish to test how long I can maintain Super Saiyan 5, Sun Wukong declared resolutely, eager to discover his limits, the highest known transformation to date. "Very well. However, I shall observe," Sun Wukong replied, focusing intently on Sun Wukong to prevent any harm. "An hour passed without change. Sun Wukong appearing vibrant. 2 hours elapsed. Still no alteration. 5 hours later. Suddenly, grr. What is happening? Has the time elapsed? Sun Wukong asked anxiously. No, I'm just hungry, Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head, prompting laughter from the others. Grr. Sun Wukong clutched his own rumbling stomach. I'm hungry too. However, Sun Wukong noted that Sun Wukong had sustained his transformation far longer than old Kaishin had suggested. He glanced at Sun Wukong, who seemed unaffected aside from his hunger, and looked questioningly at the old Kaishin. The old Kaishin, astounded, regarded Sun Wukong, unable to fathom the unexpected outcome. Could it be that the energy flowing into his brain had imparted some unknown change? Well, Kaishin, old Kaishin, we'll take our leave now, Sun Wukong stated, placing his fingers to his forehead. Farewell, Sun Wukong grasped Sun Wukong's shoulder, waving at the two Kaishins as they vanished from sight. However, unbeknownst to them, Sun Wukong's blunder led them not to the desired destination, but rather to Capsule Corporation, Bulma's residence. Humph, Kakarot? And that little rascal Sun Xiaotian. As soon as Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong arrived, Vegeta sensed their presence and stormed out in a fury. Upon spotting Sun Wukong, Vegeta disregarded Sun Wukong, his eyes widening in disbelief as he scrutinized the transformed Sun Wukong. What is this transformation? It resembles Super Saiyan 4, yet the aura is far more potent. Just standing there, I lacked the courage to strike. Vegeta seethed inwardly, his face contorted with frustration. Oh, so this is the one with that overwhelming battle power. You must be Sun Wukong, correct? Was emerged from the house. Intrigued, then took a bite of the hamburger in his hand, a look of bliss overtaking his features. This earth delicacy is delightful. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Vegeta, why is it that all divine beings behave like this? And this one is an angel. The three scions exchanged bemused glances as they observed Whis, utterly engrossed in earth cuisine, a common fare that had become mundane on earth. Hey, Sun Xiaotian, what is this transformation? Vegeta demanded, his eyes nearly blazing with intensity. Oh, this? Sun Wukong smiled slightly. This is my latest transformation, Super Saiyan 5, a form that surpasses Super Saiyan 4. Nanny. What did you just say? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Damn it. Can we not enjoy ourselves anymore? I haven't even fully adapted to Super Saiyan 4, and you've already unleashed Super Saiyan 5. Tell me, are you intentionally making things difficult for me, Vegeta? Though his heart was heavy with turmoil, he chose to remain silent, merely wishing to quietly curse in frustration. Returning to his normal state, Son Goten bid farewell to his companions as he headed back to school. Miss Elena, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was irresistibly drawn to your beauty. That if you accept my feelings, please accept this rose as a token of my affection. As Son Goten approached the school gate, he overheard the almost nauseating confession. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a flicker of annoyance stirred within him. On campus, a stretched limousine was parked on the playground, where a handsome young man with golden hair, dressed in white, knelt on one knee. Holding a bouquet of roses and gazing passionately at the girl before him, Elena's eyes betrayed her disdain, while internally she mused, what on earth? I haven't even sought out Senior Tion yet. And here you are. Oh wow, it's Prince Charming Barud, sighed one girl. Why doesn't Lord Barud come to confess to me? That girl is so lucky. If it were me, I would surely faint from happiness. The surrounding girls gazed adoringly at Barud, who was engrossed in his romantic declaration, proving that infatuated girls existed in every realm. Hey, Senior Tan, upon spotting Son Goten, Elena beamed with a smile reminiscent of summer blooms, gracefully approaching him and enveloping him in her embrace. Leaving the onlookers stunned and Barud heartbroken in Goten's arms, he did not push her away as he usually would, allowing Elena to feel elated. Hey, who are you? Release Miss Elena. Barud pointed an accusatory finger at Son Goten, his face contorted with anger. The girl he had just confessed to had completely disregarded him in favor of another man, igniting a sense of humiliation in Barud, who had always been pampered. It's Son Goten, isn't it? Upon closer inspection, he's quite handsome too, murmured one infatuated girl. Fool, Son Goten replied, casting a disdainful glance at Barud, his gaze unwavering. Hey, Son Goten, let go of Elena. My father is one of the top 10 richest men in the world. Dawson, if you don't release her, you'll regret it. Barud threatened ominously. Son Goten raised an eyebrow, bemused by the urban novel-like absurdity of the situation. He was clearly a traveler from a two-dimensional, action-packed manga. Was it possible he had activated his powers incorrectly? Get lost. Son Goten's face hardened with frost. He detested those who relied on their parents' wealth. Had he possessed his current world-shattering strength back then, perhaps he wouldn't have endured the humiliation from that moneyed brat. He vowed that if he ever returned to the modern world, that moneyed fool would meet a terrible fate. You dare insult me? Barud's expression twisted in disbelief, unable to comprehend that anyone would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Boom! Son Goten casually raised his hand, palm facing the car, and an energy wave erupted from his hand, obliterating the luxurious limousine in an instant. Observing the incredulous expressions of those around him, Son Goten scoffed. Indifferent to the consequences, he was not a man to shy away from conflict. With the universe's strongest powers at his disposal, he had no fear of anyone, dismissing these foolish earthlings altogether. Chapter 63. Teaching Barud a lesson and confessing to Elena what on earth just happened. Barud's car exploded as if it had been struck by a missile from Son Goten's hand. The crowd gasped, their jaws dropping in disbelief. This defies all logic. Barud, snapping back to reality from his moment of shock, furiously shouted at Son Goten, "You lowlife, what have you done to my car? I spent a fortune on that luxury vehicle, and you've already blown it up before I even had the chance to drive it." Lowlife? Son Goten's head bowed slightly, shadows obscuring his eyes. "You country bumpkin, you could never afford a car like mine with your meager earnings. You unrefined fool. Do you think you stand a chance with Miss Elena? I advise you to stay away from her, or I'll make you regret it." Barud ranted, his demeanor shifting from that of suave gentleman to an irate loudmouth, drawing disdainful looks from the enamored girls. Just as Barud was reveling in his verbal tirade, Son Goten let out a soft, disdainful chuckle. "It was merely a sound," yet it enveloped the crowd in a chilling silence, the air thick with palpable tension as he fixed his cold gaze upon Barud. Only Elena, standing closest to him, could sense the intensity of his killing intent. Barud had made a grave mistake in insulting Son Goten's parents. Raised solely by Chi-Chi, alongside his brother Gohan, Goten held deep respect for his father, who had sacrificed himself heroically against Cell. To have that legacy insulted by a second-generation brat ignited a fury within him. Pulling Elena behind him, Son Goten calmly raised a hand, palm facing Barud, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a light blue energy sphere began to coalesce, shimmering with a captivating glow. "What is that?" One boy gasped, fear etched across his face. "Have you finished your tirade?" Son Goten's expression was cold as he spoke, a smirk of disdain creeping onto his lips. "If you're done, then down you go to hell." A glint of cold determination flashed in Son Goten's eyes as he released the energy sphere, which soared toward Barud, tracing a beautiful arc through the air. "Stop, Tion!" Just as the energy sphere was about to end Barud's life, Gohan suddenly appeared before him, deflecting the attack. The sphere struck a nearby skyscraper, shattering a corner of the building. "Brother Gohan." The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that the usually unassuming Gohan could deflect Son Goten's powerful strike. "Tion, what are you doing?" Gohan admonished. "He insulted Dad. He insulted Mom. So he deserved to die." Son Goten replied coldly, his fingers still pointing at the terrified Barud, his killing intent surging. Gohan paused, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his gaze as he regarded Barud. Being Son Goten's older brother, he understood all too well that their mother had raised them alone, while their father had perished heroically. Gohan recognized that Son Goten, deeply respectful of their father, would not let such insults go unpunished. "Brother, if you don't believe me, ask our classmates. They heard everything," Son Goten calmly stated. "But he is a living being," Gohan thought, inheriting the kindness of Goku and Chi-Chi. Though he was angry, he could not bear the thought of an innocent life being taken. "All right, you may escape the death penalty, but you will face the consequences." Son Goten turned his gaze toward the frightened Barud, extending his finger as a beam of energy shot forth, piercing Barud's shoulder and causing blood to spurt forth. "Ah, my arm!" Barud screamed in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face as he clutched his wound. Son Goten had severed his tendons, rendering that arm useless. "This is the price for your reckless words. Next time, not even the gods will save you," Son Goten remarked, casting a lingering glance at Barud before departing with Elena, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Tion. Gohan watched Son Goten's retreating figure for a long moment before he too turned to leave. As they walked away, Son Goten stared blankly into Elena's beautiful eyes. Elena, was I terrifying just now? Elena let out a light chuckle. Although she initially felt frightened, sensing that the Goten before her was quite different from the one she knew. The barrage of insults from Barad eased her tense mood. When faced with Barad's derogatory remarks aimed at his parents, it was impossible for anyone to remain composed. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Goten's waist. Not uttering a word, yet her actions spoke volumes that a bittersweet sensation coursed through Goten's heart. He felt a stir of emotions for Elena, reminiscent of his past feelings for Xiaotong. Exhaling heavily, Goten gently placed his hands on Elena's delicate face. Urging her to meet his gaze, I must confess, Elena, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Goten stammered, his heart racing with nervous anticipation, unsure of Elena's response, especially considering how his earlier demeanor might have terrified a crowd. Just as Goten wrestled with his anxious thoughts, a radiant smile blossomed on Elena's exquisite face, akin to summer flowers, as she softly replied, I like you too, Senior Xiaotian. Their eyes locked in a deep, affectionate gaze, and then their lips met, lingering in a tender embrace. Chapter 64. Daily Life. Transition. Throughout the night, a smile never left Goten's face as he hummed a cheerful tune. After living 2 lives, he had finally shed his single status. His family looked at Goten's elated demeanor with a hint of bewilderment, wondering what had caused this sudden change in him. He was as sweet as honey today. They asked for the incident at school that evening. Son Gohan chose not to mention it to the family, knowing that Barad was solely to blame. That Goten's action of incapacitating Barad by breaking his arm was quite humane, had Gohan not intervened upon sensing Goten's overwhelming power. Barad might have met a dire fate. In the ensuing days, Goten's routine revolved around attending school, going on dates, and returning home. Meanwhile, Barad sought vengeance, hiring numerous assassins to exact retribution on Goten. However, every assassin he dispatched met their demise at Goten's hands. Within a mere 10 minutes, he obliterated all of Barad's assets upon discovering their connection to him. This swift destruction made both Barad and his father acutely aware of Goten's formidable prowess. The following day, they hastily obtained identification and fled from Satan's city to the far side of Earth, vowing never to return, which finally put Goten's mind at ease. Darling, shall we go out and have some fun during the summer break? Elena eagerly dashed from her classroom to Goten's as soon as class ended. The classmates in Goten's class merely cast a surprised glance at Elena before departing quickly, fully aware that this young lady was the beloved of the formidable Xiaotan. If they caught his eye, it would surely spell doom for them. Most people were unaware of Barad's transfer, but on that day, everyone seemed to understand, and their gazes towards Goten were infused with both reverence and fear. As for summer vacation, wait, why is the sky turning dark? Goten pondered aloud, interrupted by the sudden change in the atmosphere. In no way, time shouldn't move this quickly, he exclaimed, realizing that someone was summoning Shenron. His thoughts drifted to a scene from Dragon Ball Super. Recalling Shenron's second appearance when Frieza was resurrected. Well, it doesn't matter if Frieza is revived. He can't surpass Beerus. After all. Hey, why is the sky darkening again? Elena gazed up at the sky with a slightly dazed expression. Goten affectionately ruffled her hair, choosing not to speak further. Collecting Dragon Balls was a mere trifle for him, especially with the Dragon Radar at his disposal. He thought to himself that he could gather them one day to grant Elena a wish. Soon, the dark clouds dispersed, indicating that the wish of the person who summoned Shenron had been fulfilled, and the 7 Dragon Balls scattered once more. By the way, darling, where should we go to have fun? Elena blinked her eyes innocently. Hee, Goten replied with a mischievous smile. How about I take you back to Bowsy Mountain to meet my parents? Meet your parents? Elena's mind whirled, her eyes spinning as her face flushed crimson. And she stammered. Goten continued, or perhaps I could visit your home and meet your future in-laws. Dear, see you later, Elena exclaimed, her face flushed before darting away in a hurry. That girl, Goten chuckled softly as he shouldered his backpack and departed. Time flew by, and soon summer vacation arrived. During this period, Goten visited Elena's home to meet his future in-laws, and to his relief, he encountered no difficulties. The couple was supportive of their relationship. "Dad, I'm going with you to train with Whis," Goten said eagerly, his face brimming with anticipation as he looked at Son Goku. "Wait, why do you want to train with me?" shouted Yan. "Don't you already have the transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Goku inquired. Puzzled, Goten beamed widely. "I want to learn about the gods' training methods and see if I can develop a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 5. Goku almost choked on his food at Goten's ambition. "Shouty Yan, could you show a bit of concern for us weaker beings? Our experience is rather lacking, you know." "All right, I'll take you," Goku said, immediately using instant transmission to bring Goten to the God of Destruction's realm. Goten was indeed envious of the Ultra Instinct technique. He wondered if his Super Saiyan 5 could withstand Ultra Instinct, as his memories only went as far as Goku using it to eliminate Kefla. He was uncertain about the true strength of Ultra Instinct, but he was undeniably curious about the powers of the Super Saiyan God, pondering if they could be fused with Super Saiyan power. If that were possible, his combat prowess would surely double the— "Shouty Yan, what brings you here today?" Whis remarked, somewhat surprised to see Goten. "Whis Shouty expressed his desire to train here," Goku said, scratching his head awkwardly. "Of course. But did you bring any delicacies?" Whis asked with a light chuckle. "Certainly," Goku replied, handing over the prepared food. Whis accepted the bag of food. He waved his hand, and Goku and Goten's figures vanished without a trace, transported to a space resembling the hyperbolic time chamber. "Whis, I just heard Goku and Goten talking," Beerus said, yawning as he rubbed his eyes and approached. "Yes, Lord Beerus. Would you like to try this delicacy called udon?" Whis offered, taking a bite of the udon that Goku had brought. "Oh, I must give it a try," Beerus said, taking a mouthful and instantly being captivated by the flavor. "However, Whis, is it too soon for Shouty Yan to be taken to that place?" Beerus inquired casually. "Rest assured, Lord Beerus, given Shoutyan's current strength, it won't pose any issues," Whis reassured, sipping the broth. "I see." Chapter 65. Training light years away from Earth, aboard a disc-shaped spaceship, a high-tech chamber housed a creature resembling a lizard person, with sharp spikes atop its head, gradually healing its wounds. Suddenly, the individual opened its eyes wide, all injuries fully mended, and a terrifying energy erupted from its being, shattering the chamber doors like glass and causing the green nutrient liquid within to burst forth. Frieza shook off the nutrient fluid, staring in bewilderment at his hands. "I have been resurrected." "Indeed, Lord Frieza." Salb knelt respectfully, eager to take credit. "That I used the Dragon Balls to bring you back to— "Oh, is that so?" Frieza observed Salb with a sly grin. "Yes, my lord, I had intended to resurrect King Cold as well, but an unexpected incident occurred," Salb replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. "Father," Frieza's expression darkened. "Bringing him back would only mean competing for territory. Better he remains deceased." Indifferently, Frieza directed an invisible force toward a red-skinned warrior, unleashing a powerful ripple in the air. Boom! The formidable warrior was suddenly sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing through the main control room's door. "Zasami! Solbay!" They shouted anxiously. The look of dissatisfaction emerged on Frieza's face, his gaze, filled with death, sweeping over all the soldiers of the Frieza army present. Upon noticing the emaciated Taguma, he could not help but roar in fury, lamenting how the once mighty Frieza army that roamed the cosmos had fallen to such depths. "Forgive me, Lord Frieza," Solbay said, lowering his head in shame. "Forget it. What about that Son Goku?" Frieza inquired, his teeth clenched as he recalled that detestable figure. Solbei's expression faltered, fear creeping into his voice as he replied, "That Scion, Son Goku, has only grown stronger since his battle with you. Hasn't he?" Frieza calmly continued Solbei's thought. "Indeed," Solbay fervently nodded. "Since defeating you, that Scion has continued to grow in power. It is said he even triumphed over Majin Buu." Majin Buu, Frieza's brow furrowed. His father had once warned him never to provoke two individuals, Majin Buu and the God of Destruction. Beerus think Majin Buu had been bested by Son Goku. That a smirk appeared at the corner of Frieza's mouth as a faint lavender energy began to swirl around him. "And so what? What if I also train?" "Train?" Solbay and the other warriors looked on in bewilderment. Had their king suddenly lost his senses after being struck by that scion? Indeed, Frieza replied with unwavering confidence. From the moment I was born, I possessed extraordinary talent, yet I have never trained. If I dedicate 4 months to training before seeking vengeance on Earth, I will undoubtedly eliminate that scion who has brought me endless humiliation. Lord Frieza, the warriors exclaimed excitedly, for in their eyes, Frieza was their singular faith. Frieza glanced at the lethargic Taguma beside him and smiled slightly. You, for these 4 months, will be my sparring partner to me. Taguma pointed to himself, and upon seeing Frieza nod in affirmation, he became elated. Yes, Lord Frieza, I in a sacred and enigmatic space. Finally, I can move, exclaimed Son Goten, waving his arm as he carefully surveyed the mysterious surroundings, where energy sparkled like countless stars, and Whis' staff glimmered with a greenish hue. All right, little Goten, let us commence our training, Son Goku said with fervor, his gaze fixed on Son Goten. During this time, Son Goku had deeply appreciated the extent of Son Goten's strength and understood precisely how formidable he had become. Sure, Dad, Son Goten replied, a smile gracing his face as he clenched his fist and darted toward Son Goku, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! Son Goku countered Son Goten's incoming fist, grinning as he swept his leg towards Son Goten's waist. The father and son duo trained within Whis' space, occasionally interrupted by the Scion Prince who had heard about Son Goten's training, transforming their session into a trio. However, most of the time, it was Son Goku and Vegeta teaming up against Son Goten, which left Vegeta feeling quite vexed. Having to join forces to contend with a younger generation was undoubtedly an insult to his status as a Scion Prince. After all, Son Goten's base combat power was astonishing, capable of matching their Super Saiyan 2 forms, and in this space, even Super Saiyans could not transform. Doing so would render them immobile. Yet this arrangement proved immensely beneficial for the three, gradually redefining their understanding of divine power. Son Goten's base combat power surged, rapidly approaching Super Saiyan 3. Phew, Goten is truly a monster. His strength is simply overwhelming. Son Goku gasped, utterly exhausted as he collapsed. Son Goten's base combat power was indeed terrifying. Within merely 2 months, Son Goten grasped the power of Super Saiyan God, able to transform to a level comparable to Beerus, which left Beerus internally seething. Damn, how long did it take me to reach this level? And you've arrived at it so quickly? Are you trying to make a fool out of me? Beerus, Son Goku, and Vegeta also began to touch upon Super Saiyan God, which is to say, the blue transformation of Super Saiyan. However, Son Goten was bewildered that his transformation into Super Saiyan God was not blue, but instead the original red of Super Saiyan God. Thus he named it Super Saiyan Red. Realizing that school was about to start, he hurriedly bid farewell to the two still training and to Whis and Beerus, utilizing the instant transmission he learned from Son Goku to return to Earth. Chapter 66, The Imminent Arrival of Frieza. That night, Son Goten sat cross-legged, unable to sleep, meditating and immersing himself within. Strange, after searching for so long, I still cannot find that mysterious power. Son Goten scratched his head in confusion. Having scoured his entire being without locating the energy that alleviated the side effects of Super Saiyan 5, frustrated, he nearly flipped the table. Damn it, despite searching for so many days, I still can't find it. Did I misjudge my feelings? Sighing in resignation, Son Goten exited his meditative state. Feeling utterly drained and breathing heavily, he began contemplating his future path. He had already commenced training in divine power and the Ultra Instinct technique. He had often heard Whis explain that one must completely relinquish thought during battle, allowing the body to act instinctively to evade any attack, even those unseen at AS for the complete Ultra Instinct. Son Goten had yet to witness it. He only knew that the incomplete version could defeat Caulifla and break the Podhera fusion ability. Entrust everything to my body. Damn it, how am I supposed to do that? I am not my dad, the chosen one who possesses all these abilities. This feels like an outright challenge to me. Son Goten, he lamented, pondering whether Vegeta had ultimately attained Ultra Instinct, which seemed unlikely. This guy had traversed the Dragon Ball Super timeline just as Son Goku unlocked Ultra Instinct to defeat Caulifla, and thus he was completely unaware of the concluding events of Dragon Ball Super. Damn, I've basically mastered all the Super Saiyan transformations. Super Saiyan 5 is my limit. But what in the world is Super Saiyan 6? Son Goten fell into silence. Damn, I don't even know what Super Saiyan 6 looks like, let alone how to transform into it. Forget it. Time to wash up and sleep. He collapsed onto the bed, and within 0.01 seconds, snoring filled the room. Peaceful days always seemed to pass swiftly, and before long. Several months had gone by. In the cosmos. A massive disc-shaped spaceship was rapidly approaching Earth at Bulma's estate. A one-person operated spaceship landed, and a purple-eyed alien with an appearance reminiscent of a salted egg disembarked. "Wow, who are you?" Trunks exclaimed, astonished at the alien named Gak. "I am Gak, an elite warrior from the universe and a friend of Bulma's." "Where's she?" "I need to see her," Gak declared, exuding an air of arrogance. Despite his combat power being only marginally stronger than that of some random minions "A friend of my mother's?" Trunks gasped, realizing that his mother's social circle even extended to outer space, which he had no prior knowledge of. Gak was even more shocked. "What? Bulma has a son. She actually got married." "Sorry to hear that my mom got married." Trunks squinted at Gak. "All right, enough of that. Take me to Bulma." Gak urgently reminded Trunks of his purpose for coming. "Oh, hey Gak, what brings you here? Where's my sister?" Bulma greeted Gak with joy upon seeing him. "Not good, Bulma. The evil Emperor Frieza has been resurrected and is heading toward Earth," Gak said, his expression grave. Bulma chuckled dismissively. "How could that be? Frieza, isn't he already dead?" "It's true. Frieza has come back to life," Gak insisted, increasingly anxious. "This is not a joke?" Jayakak was utterly convinced, while Bulma let out a cry, the name Frieza evoking memories of that fateful encounter on Namek. "But wait, what does it matter if Frieza has been resurrected? Goku managed to defeat him once, and he can surely do so again." Jayakak wore a look of astonishment. It was baffling how quickly Bulma, who had been terrified moments ago, regained her composure. "It's fine. Frieza is nothing to worry about. He was defeated by a friend of mine, and even if he has returned, it changes nothing." Bulma waved her hand dismissively. "Nanny!" Jayakak exclaimed in surprise, unable to fathom that the notorious Frieza, who had caused so much distress to the Galactic Patrol, had been bested before the flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Where is he now? As he pondered this, Bulma fell silent. Goodness, not only was Goku absent, but her husband was also off training with Whis, and Gohan, who hadn't trained in years, might not stand a chance against Frieza. Oh, right. That little son Shao is still around. He even defeated a god of destruction. Frieza is definitely no match for him. With that thought, Bulma's spirits lifted as she smiled brightly. "Don't worry, although that person is not on Earth at the moment. His son remains, and he is even stronger." "Really?" Jayakak's skepticism deepened, his expression subtly scrutinizing Bulma. Noticing Bulma's unwavering confidence, he tactfully refrained from interrupting her. On board a spaceship, Frieza, accompanied by a cadre of elite warriors, was en route to Earth. His blood-red eyes fixated on the last planet he had visited in life. Memories of the battle against the Super Saiyan Goku on Namek flooding his mind. A feeling of humiliation washed over him, along with the image of that mysterious boy who had slain him with a single strike. "Goku," echoed Frieza's voice, laced with deep-seated hatred, within the confines of the dimly lit spacecraft. "Can you feel that? It's Frieza." "Impossible. Wasn't he killed by Trunks?" The Earth warriors sensed the unmistakable aura of evil emanating from Frieza, their hearts gripped by fear, especially since his powers seemed to have multiplied exponentially that moment. The astute Piccolo recalled how the sky had darkened before. Perhaps someone had summoned the dragon to resurrect Frieza. "We should investigate." Krillin, suppressing his fear, called out as he activated his flight technique, soaring towards the location where Frieza was about to land. "Ah, Frieza the little rascal is back. It's been ages since I've had a good fight. I'm itching for action." From afar, son Goten, just emerging from class, couldn't help but smirk, thinking the day would no longer be dull. Chapter 67. Frieza's assault at a seaside location. The warriors stood ready, as the incoming foe was no ordinary opponent. This was none other than Frieza, a force to be reckoned with. "Bulma, what are you doing here?" "It's dangerous," Krillin exclaimed, irritation creeping into his voice upon seeing Bulma arrive in a spaceship. Sister, a great battle is about to unfold. Bulma scanned the area, but was disappointed not to see the distinctive figure of a crab-headed warrior. Where's Showdown? I don't know. Piccolo shrugged, as everyone's gaze turned to Gohan. Gohan offered an awkward smile. Sorry, Showdown hasn't finished school yet. What the did you hear that? I said what the collective roar erupted in the minds of the warriors. How could someone miss such a crucial moment? Bulma felt a pang of despair and decided to implement her backup plan, pulling out a massive strawberry sundae and shouting to the heavens. Whis, please bring Goku and Vegeta back. Frieza has been resurrected and is coming to Earth. Jayakak's lips twitched. Should he consider fleeing? No. As an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol, he couldn't run away, especially since he was a brother to Ultraman. Just then, amidst the tension, our protagonist's son Goten, freshly out of class, was still engrossed in sweet nothings with Elena. Every man harbors a dream of a harem, and Goten was no exception. Unlike Gohan, who remained steadfast in his devotion to his wife. Goten was more carefree. He thought about how, without those unforeseen events, some might not even have wives today. Goten felt free-spirited. If he was in love, he would love fervently, regardless of what the future held. If he ever found the reincarnation of Little Tong, they would be together. Anyway, without my dad, I'm sure I can send Frieza packing to no problem. Wait a minute. If memory serves me right, his father was ambushed by a minion and ended up retreating. And Vegeta, being careless, almost caused the earth to crumble. That wouldn't he do? Dying without a clear reason would be unfortunate. Even though Whis could rewind time to revive Earth, who would want to die in such an ambiguous manner? It seems it would fall to him to take action. Goten silently focused on the location of Frieza's impending arrival, having mastered most of his father's abilities, including instant transmission and the Kaioken technique. I can just teleport over there. What a genius I am! A mischievous smile crept on a Goten's face. Fortunate that no one noticed, or else his carefully crafted image would be ruined. You all go ahead. Frieza, now on Earth, surveyed the warriors before him with a sinister grin. I remember you. You were defeated by me on name. It seems you too have been resurrected by the Dragon Balls. Frieza chuckled menacingly at Krillin. Like a swarm of bees, Frieza's warriors surged towards the Earth fighters. The warriors dispersed to combat the attacking Frieza army. These foes were hardly formidable, not even capable of besting Master Rashida. The battle has begun. Son Goten, now in his last class, constantly monitored the skirmish with his energy, noting the fight's one-sided nature, reminiscent of the original tale. 1,000 warriors nearly obliterated by just 5 or 6. Frieza, my lord. A fallen soldier from Frieza's army trembled, extending a hand. Soleil's expression darkened. These soldiers were mostly trained by him, and seeing them defeated was tarnishing his reputation with Frieza. Zasami, you must restore the honor of Frieza's army. Soleil barked at the strongest warrior, Zasami, unaware that Tagoma's power level had skyrocketed. Understood, Zasami grinned wickedly at the assembled warriors, his form launching forward like a cannonball. I'll take this. Gohan stepped in to intercept Zasami's assault. Engaging him in combat, at this juncture, the unfolding events mirrored the original narrative, yet with a twist. Since Goten's arrival, he had frequently sparred with Gohan, allowing Gohan to gain the upper hand against Zasami. Infuriating Soleil. Although Gohan had not yet fully regained his former strength, he was steadily improving, unlike the weak version that had nearly been bested by Zasami and killed by Frieza's fist. Boom! Wah! Seizing an opening, Gohan threw a powerful punch at Zasami's abdomen, causing him to spit up a mouthful of bile and roll his eyes back, unconscious. Whoosh! Boom! Wah! Just as Gohan prepared to retreat to his team, an energy blast hurtled towards him, striking the unconscious Zasami. The terrifying force sent a shockwave through Gohan, causing him to cough up blood and be sent flying. Gohan. The crowd gasped in astonishment and hurriedly rushed to the side of Sun Wukong, expressing concern for his injuries. Fortunately, Sun Wukong had managed to deflect the majority of the attacks with timely luck, but Zasami was not so fortunate, essentially reduced to nothing but ashes. The onlookers turned their gaze to the source of the energy blast, where Taguma stood with one hand outstretched, wisps of black smoke still emanating from his palm, clearly indicating that the energy blast had originated from him. Taguma. Why? Salb exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Why? I am now solely loyal to King Frieza. He has promised that if this revenge succeeds, I shall become the commander of the Legion. Taguma cackled maniacally, visions of his training sessions with Frieza flashing through his mind, grateful for the power he had gained thanks to King Frieza. Ah, this fellow is quite amusing, Sun Goten remarked, observing how a longtime comrade could ruthlessly eliminate someone, revealing considerable ambition. With that, a smile crept onto his lips as school had just ended. Next up, the protagonist was about to make his entrance. Chapter 68. 18th, the arrival of Sun Goten transform. It's not even 3 seconds before Taguma's battle power surged, and he eagerly sought to demonstrate his loyalty before Frieza, charging towards Sun Wukong like a cannonball. Despite the ferocity of his attack, catching Sun Wukong off guard, he was swiftly subdued and pressed into the ground by the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. As Taguma attempted to rise and retaliate, a frog with 2 antennae abruptly intervened, scrawling the words "change form" on the ground with a webbed hand. Upon reading it, a yellow aura enveloped both the human and the frog, firing 2 beams of light that intertwined them. Ha! Captain Jinyu is back! A different voice emanated from Taguma, startling the crowd. It was not Taguma, but rather Captain Jinyu, who had taken over his body, letting out a maniacal laugh as he delightedly executed the dance of the sky and approached Frieza. King Frieza, it is such a joy to see you again, Jinyu beamed, ecstatic to once more stand before Frieza. Oh ho, I recognize that voice. You are Jinyu, Frieza chuckled, eyeing the body of Taguma, now occupied by Jinyu. Is it really Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force? Salb questioned, astonished, having believed Jinyu had perished on Namek alongside the other members of the Jinyu Force. Realizing his predicament, the transformed Taguma snapped out of his daze, panic-stricken as he hopped away, only to be obliterated by a beam of light. The crowd turned their attention to the source of the beam, where a crab-headed man in a high school uniform stood. Exuding an air of helplessness, his arm extended and still emitting wisps of smoke. The beam had been his doing. Behind him, a remarkably beautiful girl clung to him, accentuating the young man's exasperation. Sun Goten's lips twitched in irritation. He had intended to use instant transmission to arrive here, but was unexpectedly embraced by Elena, rendering him unable to stop and dragging her along. Elena, could you please refrain from being so startling? Sun Goten said, his serious gaze fixed on her. Noticing the mist welling in Elena's eyes, he couldn't help but smile helplessly, pointing at Sun Wukong. Why don't you hide behind my brother for now? All right, my dear, I'm off. Elena kissed Sun Goten's cheek before reluctantly scurrying behind Sun Wukong. Krillin and Master Roshi exchanged knowing smiles. Sun Goten glanced at the somewhat disheveled Sun Wukong, a playful smirk appearing on his face. Brother, even Majin Buu was defeated by you with ease, yet you seem so flustered dealing with a mere minion. Sun Wukong's face flushed. He knew he could not compare himself to his former self. Xiao Tian, you've arrived just in time. Quickly defeat that villain. Bulma shouted from her vantage point that a bead of cold sweat trickled down Sun Goten's forehead. Aunt Bulma was as fierce as ever. From the moment Sun Goten appeared, Frieza's icy gaze fixated on him, particularly on that deeply ingrained crab-headed hairstyle. Jinyu glared at Sun Goten with equal malice. Sun Goten turned his head casually to meet Frieza's gaze, an overwhelming aura of killing intent bearing down on him. Son Goku, did you ever imagine I would return? Frieza cackled, his malevolent energy dissipating as a bright smile adorned his face, making it seem as though he and Son Goku were the best of friends. Son Goten raised an eyebrow, a mocking glint in his eyes. Son Goku, sorry, that's not me. Nanny, Frieza's expression shifted momentarily. Then he laughed. Son Goku, lying is not a good habit. Haha. Son Goten remained unfazed. Idiot, I'm his son. How could you possibly not distinguish that? You should get yourself a pair of glasses. There's a shop next to our school currently having a sale. Perhaps you should check it out. Frieza nearly ground his teeth to dust, enraged. This is definitely not Son Goku. I've never encountered someone capable of infuriating me to this extent. That you're not Son Goku. Are you the child who once opposed me on Namek? Frieza said, glancing at Sun Wukong. Then who is this? Moron, who told you scions only have one child? Sun Goten scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes. What kind of cosmic emperor are you? You might as well be called the emperor of idiots. Gac's heart nearly leapt from his chest, exclaiming, Goodness, ancestor, have some decorum. Can't you see Frieza is about to explode? Frieza glared at Sun Goten, his killing intent nearly materializing. How dare you show such disrespect to King Frieza? Jinyu transformed into a loyal minion, dashing towards Sun Goten like a streak of light. Get lost, you background character. Sun Goten shot a glance at the incoming Jinyu, swiftly raising a leg and delivering a kick that sliced through Jinyu's midsection, tragically finishing off the captain who had barely returned to life before meeting his end. Elena gasped, having never witnessed such a bloody scene before. Frieza, unfazed, merely glared at his fallen subordinates with a mix of resentment and resignation. Stop posturing and come down here, Sun Goten shouted at Frieza, irritated by his floating position on a hovering platform as he extended his palm, unleashing an energy wave. Boom! Frieza was taken aback, exclaiming, Coach, someone's breaking the rules. As he hastily leaped aside, the energy wave struck the platform, causing it to follow Jinyu into oblivion. You should transform, Frieza. You are no match for me in your current state, Sun Goten declared, looking down at Frieza with an air of regal disdain, causing Frieza's eyelids to twitch. I desperately want to kill him, but how can I? I would surely be sent packing. Chapter 69, 19 at a bloody defeat for Frieza, roaring in fury. Then, as you wish. Frieza, about to put on a show, suddenly realized he hadn't asked for Sun Goten's name. How embarrassing. Sun Goten, he stated, a contemptuous sneer on his face that Frieza's forehead bulged with veins. Fuming, I will make sure to beat you so thoroughly that you won't even recognize your own father. Yeah. Frieza's entire body ignited with a purple energy flame, the terrifying aura expanding into a massive sphere of purple energy that enveloped him and his unfortunate soldiers. As the light dissipated, Frieza transformed into his final form, leaving a gaping crater in the ground beneath him, obliterating the earth below. This guy, in a bid to showcase his power, has even sacrificed all of his subordinates, Piccolo remarked, his expression grim. Sun Goten felt no surprise. This scene mirrored the original story closely, with only the protagonist exchanged for himself. Given Frieza's personality, it would be more shocking if he had not acted this way. I assume this is not your full power. Is it? Sun Goten casually remarked, leaving the spectators among the warriors in utter astonishment. How is it possible? Such immense power, and yet it is not even Frieza's full strength. Krillin exclaimed in horror, though. Why is that? Sun Goten, Frieza asked with a smirk. Well, of course, Frieza is here seeking vengeance against my father. He certainly would have gathered some intelligence about him, that if he were to be vanquished upon his arrival. What would that make him? The so-called Emperor of Evil. Sun Goten explained, eliciting laughter from everyone at the mention of the Emperor of Evil, while Frieza's expression darkened. Don't stop me. I am determined to annihilate him. Frieza chuckled lightly, adding, Indeed, I possess transformations of an even higher caliber, though those are intended for Goku. For you, this form will suffice. Upon uttering this, Frieza noticed the peculiar gazes directed at him, resembling sympathy, with Sun Goten looking at him with a caring demeanor. What's wrong? Is my dear friend exceptionally strong? Elena questioned, perplexed by the crowd's expressions to her. Sun Goten seemed to possess merely a modicum of superhuman strength, especially since he had not showcased remarkable power in her presence. Aside from that one occasion against Barlot, Krillin gazed at Elena in disbelief. Wow, Sun Goten is incredibly fast. Indeed, Sun Goten is quite formidable, Krillin said with a broad smile. Sun Goten scoffed internally, thinking to himself, calling you the Emperor of Evil was no exaggeration. Come at me then, he taunted, casting a mocking glare at Frieza, gesturing provocatively, inviting him to strike first. This is your own doing, Frieza glared at Sun Goten, lunging towards him. Boom! Wah! Crash! Sun Goten swiftly delivered a punch, sending Frieza hurtling backwards into a mountain. How infuriating! Frieza cursed as he emerged from the rubble, extending his fingers to unleash a crimson energy beam, with an air of nonchalance. Sun Goten evaded Frieza's laser, who, undeterred, fired several more energy beams, all of which were deftly dodged by Sun Goten. As Frieza noticed Sun Goten not even breaking a sweat, a sense of panic began to creep in. Now it's my turn. Sun Goten's face twisted into a sinister grin as he appeared before Frieza in the blink of an eye. No. Boom! Frieza, taken aback, had no time to react before Sun Goten's knee sent him soaring into the sky. Sun Goten followed suit, pursuing Frieza into the heavens, unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down mercilessly upon him, leaving Frieza utterly defenseless against the overwhelming disparity in their combat prowess. Wah, wah, wah. Each of Sun Goten's strikes elicited a pained cry from Frieza. Sigh, you truly are weak, Sun Goten sighed, casually swatting Frieza away. Now battered and bruised, Frieza looked nothing like the self-proclaimed strongest in the universe he had been moments before. You detestable scion monkey, Frieza glowered at Sun Goten. Yet found himself completely powerless. He had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ha! I still have a chance to turn the tide, he cackled. Sensing he had discerned Sun Goten's weakness, Frieza's confidence surged, prompting Sun Goten to wonder if he had truly knocked some sense out of him. Oh no, I hope I don't have to pay for his brain damage. Oh no, I'm still a model student. Author exclaims. What the hell, kicking down Jinyu and still calling yourself a model student? Who has ever seen such a brutal student? Sun Goten. I have my brother to take down Cell, and he was still a model student. Author. Go to hell. You damned scion, Frieza fumed, gathering purple energy into a disc with his hands, launching it towards Sun Goten. This is the energy blade, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Goten calmly regarded the approaching energy blade, its sharp edge seemingly capable of slicing through space itself. With a swift motion, he clamped his hands, effortlessly capturing the energy blade, leaving the onlookers in shock. Incredible, he caught the energy blade. Krillin stared in disbelief at the energy blade now held in Sun Goten's grasp. This is absurdly powerful, Master Roshi remarked, equally astonished. Sun Goten truly dares to catch anything. Gohan echoed, surprised but recalling his own experience of catching Cell's energy blade. Sun Goten toyed with the energy blade mockingly. Frieza, I recall my father mentioning that during your battle on Namek, this very technique split you in half, forcing you to rely on my father's energy to survive. Goku puzzled. When did I say that? You never asked. Frieza recollected his past battle on Namek, his face flushing with embarrassment at his own overconfidence that nearly led to his demise. Such a dark chapter was better left forgotten. Chapter 70, Transformation in Progress. How infuriating. Frieza glared at Sun Goten, as if he wished to devour him whole, never having encountered someone so ostentatious. With a slight exertion of his fingers, Sun Goten shattered the two energy blades like glass, scattering them into stardust. Dusting off his hands, Sun Goten sneered, Frieza, if you wish to flaunt your power, do so quickly. Soon I shall send you back to meet your maker. His sharp gaze glimmered with murderous intent, unleashing a wave of killing aura that made Frieza break into a cold sweat. From the earlier skirmish, he acutely felt the overwhelming gap between their strengths. Originally, this power was meant for Goku. Now, I shall let you witness it. As he contemplated his hidden power, Frieza's initial trepidation transformed into calm confidence as he regarded Sun Goten. Sun Goten, puzzled, wondered what trick Frieza was attempting this time. Suspecting he might have indeed knocked something loose in his head. Seeing Sun Goten remain unfazed, Frieza assumed that he could not transform into a Super Saiyan, filling him with newfound confidence as he prepared to unleash a transformation that even surprised himself. For heaven's sake, if you're going to transform, hurry up. Flaunting is pointless. With this time, I could have defeated you hundreds of times already. Watching Frieza act foolishly, Sun Goten rolled his eyes and delivered a swift slap to Frieza's face, stunning him momentarily. What does flaunting matter now? Frieza, his eyes bloodshot, glared intensely at Sun Goten as if wishing to consume him alive. Ah! Upon hitting the ground, Frieza's pale face contorted in agony, his cries echoing in torment as a violet aura ignited around him like a blazing inferno, shaking the very fabric of the world, causing the sea to churn with his immense power. That Frieza's energy was on the rise once more. This guy indeed possesses even greater strength. Will Sun Goten be able to withstand it? He will. Frieza cannot possibly surpass the god of destruction. Son Goten has the capability to defeat even a god of destruction. The onlookers began to retreat from the scene, realizing Frieza's power had reached staggering levels, making it hard to fathom that he had only trained for 4 months, that if he were to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, he might ascend to unimaginable heights. That individual is extraordinarily powerful. Can my dear friend defeat him? Elena expressed her concern, gazing anxiously at the seemingly indifferent Son Goten. Don't worry, Gohan reassured her, patting her shoulder. The violet aura swelled massively, enveloping the entire area in a radiant light that compelled observers to squint. As the violet glow receded, a completely transformed Frieza stood before them, emanating a terrifying aura. His body appeared as if crafted from gold. The upper half glimmered in golden hues, while his lower half and arms bore a bronze tint. With purple palms and soles, his eyebrows drooped slightly, and the areas around his nose and mouth were also purple. Radiating golden energy, Frieza smiled faintly. So what do you think, Son Goten? This is my new form. Choose a simpler name. Let us call him Huang Jin Furisha. It's quite straightforward, akin to being splashed with golden paint. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, resembling a lifeless fish, his expression so bored it seemed he might perish from ennui. Oh, and what now? Have you inflated your ego? Do you think I'm incapable of wielding a blade? Furisha's lips twitched uncontrollably. Now that you have completed your transformation, it is my turn. A slight smile graced Sun Wukong's lips. What? Do you wish to become a great ape? Scions are, and will always be, nothing more than wretched monkeys, Furisha taunted, casting an ironic glance at Sun Wukong. Humph! Sun Wukong uttered with a light grunt. A dense crimson light enveloped him, instantly cloaking his form in a vibrant glow that seared the eyes of onlookers. The crimson radiance fractured from his feet to the crown of his head, dissipating into the air, revealing a Sun Wukong with a striking spiky hairstyle reminiscent of a fiery hedgehog, capturing everyone's attention. Now, Sun Wukong's hair mirrored that of a Super Saiyan. Though it had transformed from golden to crimson, his red eyes gleamed with a piercing brilliance, and an aura of red energy surged around him. Yet his presence felt deceptively concealed, remaining undetected by all. This is not unlike Goku's Super Saiyan God form. Apart from the hair, his presence seems indistinguishable. All eyes were on Sun Wukong. No one noticed Furisha's ghastly complexion, akin to a scorned dog. Despicable Scion, how dare you deceive me into thinking you could not transform into a Super Saiyan? How audacious of you, though that hair is rather peculiar. Did you not claim you couldn't become a Super Saiyan? Furisha accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked bemused. When did I ever say that? You truly are a foolish monarch. Furisha's inner turmoil erupted, feeling as though he might choke on his own blood. Do not impede me. I shall vanquish him. No one must intervene. This is the transformation of a scion possessing the power of a Super Saiyan god. Sun Wukong smirked mischievously. A Super Saiyan transformed by the power of a Super Saiyan god. Furisha echoed, his complexion darkening. Damn it, I nearly bit my tongue. Sun Wukong chuckled inwardly. This fellow is indeed a foolish monarch. Conclusion confirmed. In simpler terms, let us call it Super Saiyan Red, Sun Wukong declared. Super Saiyan Red? Furisha wore an expression of utter confusion. Super Saiyan Red? What a strange name, Krillin remarked, perplexed. Wow. The dear one's color can even change. How dashing. Elena gushed, starry-eyed. Chapter 71. Super Red vs. Golden, Furisha's demise. Come on. As the first opponent for this transformation, I grant you a special privilege. You may strike first. How does that make you feel? Are you moved to tears? Sun Wukong taunted, his eyes gleaming with mischief, provoking the wrath of our king Furisha once more. I will slay you, Furisha roared, his form shooting forth like a cannonball aimed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong vanished from sight, and in the next moment, a resounding clash echoed as he collided with Furisha, his leg blocking Furisha's elbow strike with ease. Humph! Furisha snorted, casting a resentful glare at the nonchalant Sun Wukong, and unleashed another punch aimed at Sun Wukong's abdomen with ferocity. Another explosion echoed as Sun Wukong effortlessly blocked Furisha's attack with his leg once more. Boom! 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 Furious's face contorted with rage. His fists became mere blurs, like shooting stars, as they rained down upon Sun Wukong. Yet every strike was effortlessly deflected by Sun Wukong's single foot, dismissing Furiosa entirely, which incensed him greatly. "Damn Scion," Furiosa bellowed, pointing a finger towards the sky. A massive energy sphere, resembling molten lava, swelled menacingly, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. "Ah, you bosses truly are relentless, always threatening to obliterate the earth," Sun Wukong mused. Raising his head to gaze at the incoming energy sphere, seemingly unperturbed by the typical villain theatrics. Bu was just like this, always launching planetary destruction upon a whim, with such a poor attitude. How can they expect to be the final boss for the protagonist? Thank goodness they haven't experienced the oppressive rote learning of Huaxia, or they would surely lose their minds. Kamehameha! Sun Wukong clasped his hands at his waist, unleashing a brilliant azure energy wave towards the colossal energy sphere. Boom! The Kamehameha propelled the massive energy sphere into the vastness of space, causing an explosion that illuminated the sky. "I say, Furiosa, could you perhaps devise some new techniques?" Sun Wukong remarked with a derisive smile directed at Furiosa. Crack, crack, crack! Furiosa ground his teeth, glaring at Sun Wukong in fury. "Ah, today's training was quite satisfactory. I in the realm of destruction," which released Goku and Vegeta from their mysterious confinement. Chuckling at their somewhat fatigued appearances, Beerus glanced at Goku and Vegeta, a flicker of dissatisfaction passing through his eyes as he often compared them to Sun Wukong. "Whis, someone has sent a message to you," Beerus said, catching a glimpse of Whis's staff. Let me see." Whis tapped his staff lightly against the ground, and a video message from Bulma shimmered into view. "Strawberry sundae. It looks so delectable," Whis observed, his mouth watering at the sight of the exquisitely crafted dessert. "What? A strawberry sundae? Wow, it truly looks amazing." Beerus too adopted a gluttonous expression, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the treat. "Hey, if I heard correctly, Bulma mentioned Furiosa." Goku and Vegeta's expressions shifted dramatically. Vegeta reanimated and dashed to the staff. Recognizing Furiosa's previous appearance, "That it really is Furiosa," Vegeta exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "In a way, wasn't Furiosa killed by Trunks ages ago?" Goku echoed, equally shocked. Immediately, Vegeta turned to Whis with urgency. "Whis, contact Bulma. Bulma-san. Whis, you finally picked up?" Bulma exclaimed as was connected to Earth, only to be interrupted by her. "Yes, Bulma-san, the strawberry sundae looks delightful. Can we come over now?" Whis inquired eagerly. "But wait, hold on, Bulma, has Furiosa truly been resurrected?" Just as she began to speak, Vegeta interrupted, his tone frantic. "Vegeta," Bulma paused, "Furiosa has indeed returned, but Shao Tian is already dealing with him." "Really?" "And Furiosa has become remarkably powerful." Sensing the energy from Earth, Goku exclaimed in astonishment, truly taken aback by Furiosa's newfound strength. "Nanny," Vegeta gasped, centering himself to sense the energy on Earth, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he detected Furiosa's overwhelming power. How could Furiosa become this strong? "We must go and see," Goku urged, promptly teleporting with Vegeta to the battlefield, while Beerus stood speechless, exclaiming, "Damn it, take me with you. I want to taste that strawberry sundae." "Goku! Vegeta!" Suddenly, Goku and Vegeta appeared before the crowd, startling them. However, both Goku and Vegeta wore grave expressions as they regarded Furiosa, fully aware that his power had surged remarkably, standing at least on par with their own. "Gohan. Who is that? He looks just like Dear One." Alina, seeing Goku for the first time, asked Gohan with confusion. "Oh, his name is Goku. He is my father," Gohan explained with a smile. Alina was taken aback. "Gohan's father? That means he is Shao Tian Sr. They look so alike. It's nearly indistinguishable." "Well then, Furiosa, I shall resolve this with a new technique." Upon witnessing that Frieza had reached a point of utter despair and was incapable of resistance, Goten lost all interest in continuing their playful skirmish. "What? A new move?" The onlookers were filled with confusion. When had Goten devised a new technique? Frieza was taken aback. Goten was preparing to eliminate him. How did Goku arrive, and Vegeta as well? With a resounding boom, Goten's crimson energy surged, a terrifying divine power coalescing around him. His form propelled forward like a bolt from a crossbow. In the air, an explosion erupted as a golden divine dragon soared upward, hurtling toward Frieza. Dragon Fist, unleash. Indeed, this was the Dragon Fist frequently employed by Goku in Dragon Ball GT. In this realm, Goku had not invented it. Even if Goten had conceived it himself, it was formidable nonetheless. The golden divine dragon, forged from divine energy, pierced through Frieza's eyes filled with fear and despair, penetrating his chest before coiling around him. The overwhelming divine power ravaged Frieza's body, and with a thunderous crash, our Lord Frieza was once again dispatched to the depths of hell. What a powerful move from Goten! A glimmer of admiration crossed Goku's eyes as he gazed fervently at Goten. Alas, has Frieza already met his demise? The two gods, arriving belatedly, appeared bewildered, only to have their attention swiftly diverted by a strawberry sundae. Chapter 72.22 Teaching Elena the art of flight in the boundless expanse of the universe, a streak of light zipped past until it halted before a planet, revealing two figures. These two figures bore a striking resemblance to Beerus and Whis. The one resembling Beerus was a corpulent cat, even rounder than Beerus himself, with a short tail and clad in tattered destruction god attire. The angel, akin to Whis, was a mature woman, her long ponytail cascading down to her waist, her alluring lips captivating all who beheld her. Bardos, is this the place? The destruction god resembling Beerus inquired of the angel, named Bardos, with a hint of impatience. Why not give it a try, Lord Kampa? Bardos replied with a charming smile. Kampa extended a hand towards the planet, his palm aimed at it, and a small energy sphere brimming with destructive energy coalesced before him. The energy sphere was launched and hurtled toward the planet. Boom! The planet erupted, radiating a dazzling brilliance against the backdrop of endless darkness, releasing its final beauty in a spectacular display. What a pity. Not the right place, Kampa sighed, lamenting his inability to locate the last wish orb. Behind them trailed 6 colossal entities, each the size of a planet, embedded with 1 to 7 red stars. Their exterior shimmered in orange, instantly recognizable to those familiar with Dragon Ball as the origins of the series itself, Dragon Ball. Never mind, Bardos. Let us proceed to the next location, Kampa said, placing a hand on Bardos's back. Bardos lightly tapped her staff against the void, causing ripples to traverse the space, and the two transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the distance. On Earth, darling, could you teach me that cannon-like technique of yours? Elena said, playfully shaking Goten's arm. And that ability to fly through the air. Goten smiled gently. You mean the energy manipulation and the art of flight? Certainly, I can teach you, really? That's wonderful. Elena exclaimed excitedly, throwing herself into Goten's embrace and planting a fervent kiss on his lips. Goten led Elena to a secluded area where they sat cross-legged, beginning to explain the techniques to her. Energy, or ki, is a form of power inherent to all humans. Everyone possesses it, but it merely requires the right guidance to harness it. Goten explained earnestly, his palm open as a pale blue energy orb materialized, shimmering with bluish light around them. Intrigued, Elena crawled closer, observing the ethereal energy orb dancing in Goten's hand, its azure glow illuminating her playful face. You can only learn the art of flight once you can control your ki, Goten chuckled lightly. The power of ki is immense. You saw it during my last battle. If your ki is strong enough, even obliterating a mountain would be no issue. With a flick of his wrist, Goten sent the sparkling energy orb hurtling away, creating a massive crater not far from them, leaving Elena momentarily dumbfounded. But how do I learn? Elena asked, her expression one of confusion. Well, like this, Goten demonstrated, bringing his hands together, gradually conjuring a new energy orb. Clear your mind. Focus on channeling the energy within you, condensing it into your hands before releasing it. Goten dissipated the energy orb in his palm and smiled warmly at Elena. Let me give it a try, she said, mimicking Goten's stance with her delicate, alabaster hands pressed together, furrowing her brow as she attempted to cast aside distracting thoughts. They continued this for nearly half an hour, her brows knitting tightly, while Goten patiently observed. However, Elena struggled to coalesce her ki. With a deep breath, she sighed, I can't do it anymore. Elena, don't fret. Remember, think of nothing else but gathering your energy. Goten encouraged, gently ruffling her hair. All right, it seemed Goten's encouragement had an effect. This time, Elena focused more intently, and the ki within her began to converge towards her hands as if responding to an unspoken call. After accumulating a sufficient amount, she released it, manifesting a pale pink energy orb in her hands. Exhausted yet satisfied, she gazed at the orb with delight, and with a sense of relief, it dissipated, ignoring her perspiration. She wrapped her arms around Goten's waist, exclaiming, "I did it! I succeeded, my darling. Once you master your ki, I shall teach you the art of flight," Goten said, affectionately tousling her hair. Unexpectedly, Elena exhibited a talent surpassing even that of Bidalai. Her ability to grasp the release and dissolution of ki was remarkable, sufficient to warrant instruction in the art of flight. Elena, the art of flight involves spreading your ki throughout your body, allowing you to defy gravity and soar, Goten explained, a smile gracing his lips as he levitated effortlessly in midair. Do not rush. Focus on feeling your ki, as before. That's it. Keep going, watching Elena gradually comprehend the nuances of flight. Goten's smile never faltered as he continuously cheered her on. Eventually, Elena managed to lift off the ground, if only for a few seconds, but she had achieved it. What astonished Goten next was that within merely an hour, Elena could fly steadily, her speed increasing to nearly that of an ordinary car, prompting Goten to exclaim in awe. Goten stood, mesmerized, watching Elena soar freely through the air, though he had swiftly learned the art of flight as a scion. It was remarkable for an ordinary girl like Elena, who had never undergone any training, to master it so quickly. Well done, Elena. You can fly freely now, Goten beamed. Chapter 73.23 The Destruction God Kampa of Universe 6 Boom. Today, an unexpected guest made a grand entrance at the sacred realm of destruction. Goku, Vegeta, don't run if you have the guts. Beerus, disturbed from his slumber, was irate, unleashing waves of destructive energy blasts throughout the sacred realm in a frantic search for the culprits who had awakened him. Innocent Goku and Vegeta. The hapless duo, clad in Whis' gravity training suits, clumsily dodged Beerus's relentless barrage. Being struck by his destructive energy was no trifling matter. Bardoss, can't you find a more graceful way to land? Kampa, disheveled and covered in dust, shouted angrily at Bardoss that it was Lord Kampa's insistence to do it this way. Who knew you wouldn't prepare for it? Bardoss replied with a playful smile, well aware of Kampa's somewhat childish demeanor. Umph! Kampa scoffed, casting a cruel grin towards Beerus's residence in the distance, ready to stir up trouble. Brace yourself, Beerus. Lord Kampa has arrived. Lord Kampa, do you intend to walk? Bardoss remarked with a teasing glint in her eyes as she observed the path ahead. Kampa, exuding an air of arrogance, strutted in front of Bardoss, creating an impression that this rotund figure was formidable. Despite his seemingly corpulent appearance, his stamina was surprisingly robust, being a deity after all. Yet, after a brief distance, Kampa, panting heavily, plopped down on a protruding vine. Bardoss, I am parched. Bring me water. Bardoss maintained her composed demeanor, responding, Lord Kampa, we shall arrive shortly. Just a bit more, and it will serve to reduce your weight. In a way. Hurry up, Kampa exclaimed, snatching the water flask from Bardoss and gulping down its contents greedily. Boom, boom, boom. As Kampa and Bardoss approached what resembled a city gate, observing the chaos within, Kampa chuckled triumphantly. That fool Beerus must be quaking in his boots at my presence. However, before he could finish his boast, an energy blast shattered the gate, and a stray bullet struck the pompous Kampa squarely in the face. Goku, Vegeta, come out now, Beerus bellowed, his expression seething with fury as he wielded destructive energy in each hand, searching for the silhouettes of Goku and Vegeta. Hey, Beerus, Kampa, now with a face covered in soot, glared at Beerus in indignation. Beerus, bewildered by the sight of the disheveled figure before him, questioned, Who are you? Kampa wiped his face with a towel. Fuming, I am Kampa. Kampa? Oh, it's you. Beerus's demeanor darkened instantly. In the grand hall, Kampa and Beerus faced each other, while Whis and Bardoss stood to the side. Goku and Vegeta, sensing the absence of danger, emerged from their hiding spots and positioned themselves behind Beerus, accompanied by a curious Goten who had come running. Thus, it became evident that this seemingly Beerus-like figure was actually his sibling, and that the enchanting angel was Whis' sister. They were the god of destruction and angel of Universe 6, respectively, who had been embroiled in a trivial dispute for millennia. Observing the two deities bickering, Goten couldn't help but smirk. Although he had already been informed, hearing it again still provoked a chuckle. Beerus, I have brought a delectable delicacy from our Universe 6, which shall prove that we are the true culinary universe, Kappa declared with a hearty laugh. Goten scoffed internally, realizing that if Universe 6 Earth had not been obliterated, there might have been chance. But alas, it was futile now. This is the egg of the dong-dong bird. Larger than a goose egg, Bardos explained, watching as Kampa cracked it open. Beerus took a bite, only to find his initial excitement dissipate. It was nothing more than an ordinary egg. Goten, unimpressed, took a bite as well, having long grown weary of eggs. Delicious, exclaimed Goku, oblivious to the fact that it tasted exactly like a chicken egg. What say you? Beerus, are you conceding now? Kampa gleefully taunted as Goku praised the dish. Beerus beckoned. Whis, bring that over. Yes, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, soon producing 7 bowls of noodles and an hourglass. What, Beerus? Are you planning to eat a bucket's worth? Kampa seized the opportunity to mock. As the sand in the hourglass trickled down, Whis announced, All right, everyone, you may begin. As Kampa took his first bite, his expression shifted dramatically. He then devoured the noodles voraciously, leaving not a drop of broth. Feeling the weight of Beerus's scornful gaze, Kampa's face flushed, and he feigned indifference, saying, Well, it's just average dough, but you finished every last drop, Beerus remarked with a knowing smirk. What is this? How can it be so delicious? Kampa inquired eagerly. Noodles from Earth, Beerus replied nonchalantly, though his smug grin betrayed his satisfaction. Earth, Bardos. We should also have an Earth. Let us search for it. Unfortunately, Universe 6 Earth had been annihilated due to humanity's foolish wars, which infuriated Kampa, leading him to propose using the Super Dragon Balls as stakes for a contest. If Universe 6 triumphed, their Earth would be relocated to Universe 6. If Universe 7 won, they would receive the 6 Super Dragon Balls Kampa had collected. Although Beerus was inclined to decline, Goku's insistence swayed him, especially since he noted that Goten had not opposed the idea. Goten felt excitement surge within him, anticipating how formidable Hit would be, especially since he could not utilize lethal force during the Tournament of Power. He also wondered about encountering someone entirely unexpected this time. Before departing, Kampa cast a lingering glance at Goku, noticing his clumsy movements, which elicited a cold smirk before he followed Bardos away. A deafening scream erupted at the Capsule Corporation, startling passers-by. Nanny, if we lose, Earth will be swapped with Universe 6. What is the meaning of this? Bulma shouted at Beerus, leaving him momentarily stunned. Now, Bulma-san, please do not fret, Whis chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Goten, who was playing outside with Trunks and Little Goten. With Little Goten here, Universe 6 need not concern us. Bulma raised an eyebrow, glancing at Goten outside, realizing she might have been overly anxious, forgetting that there was someone here who could even suppress a god of destruction. Oh dear, I'm only 38. How can I be old? In the original, she was 37, if I recall correctly. Yet what exactly are these Super Dragon Balls? Even the gods of destruction seem to care, Vegeta pondered, frowning at the wager established between Kampa and Beerus at the godly realm. The others shared expressions of confusion. They had Dragon Balls on Earth, and even stronger ones on Namek. What, then, were these Super Dragon Balls? They were utterly in the dark. Perhaps we should inquire with Lord Zumas, suggested Gak, who had appeared out of nowhere. Lord Zumas? The crowd looked at Gak in bewilderment, prompting him to feel like a star. Lord Zumas is said to be omniscient. There is nothing he does not know, so asking him is certainly wise, Gak explained quickly, sensing the scrutiny of the crowd. Very well, I shall go see, Bulma decided. I will accompany you. Goten chimed in with a bright smile as he entered. The group had no objections, and they boarded Gak's spaceship, setting off towards the star system where Zumas resided. Zumas, with a head larger than his entire body, reminded Goten of a certain character from One Piece, prompting a fleeting thought of vengeance. This figure's hairstyle bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Momonosuke, yet was even more blatant. When Zumas proposed a condition for information, especially that females could kiss him 3 times, such brazen demands likely stirred envy and resentment among the vast majority who had witnessed it. Bulma found herself in a predicament, while Goten's radiant smile concealed an inward scoff. Did Zumas think that without Vegeta present, he would get away with such a request? Given Vegeta's temperament, he would have annihilated Zumas the moment the offer was made. There's no need for that, Goten said coldly, casting a frosty glance at Zumas, an ominous glint flashing in his eyes. An energy blast soared towards Zumas, narrowly missing him. Boom! A crater formed, causing Zumas to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Boom! Another crater appeared, leaving everyone to swallow audibly, astonished by the ferocity displayed. You need only to divulge the information regarding the Super Dragon Balls. Amidst the cacophony, with a smile gracing his countenance, Sun Wukong held in his hand a sphere of energy pulsating with terrifying power. Zhuma was immediately drenched in perspiration, harboring no doubts about the cataclysmic potential of that energy orb. Very well, I conceded, as Zhuma's aloof demeanor crumbled. Urgency etched upon his face as he recounted the details of the Super Dragon Balls. These wish orbs were conceived by the Dragon God and scattered across the 6th and 7th universes, and so on. That was the crux of it. Zhuma, in a state of panic, gazed at the energy sphere in Sun Wukong's grasp. Pleading, my ancestor, I have divulged all. Might you please lower that energy sphere? It fills me with trepidation. Sun Wukong, satisfied, dissipated the energy ball, finding that the narrative aligned closely with his recollections, and chose not to further press Zhuma. Despite the fleeting impulse to silence him, Zhuma cast a resentful glance at Jieka, muttering, "Who told you to bring this untouchable little ancestor?" Jieka protested his innocence. Now that we have acquired the desired information, shall we take our leave? Bulma suggested with a smile. Sun Wukong nodded and followed Bulma out, while Jieka hurriedly trailed behind. Zhuma gazed deeply at Sun Wukong's retreating figure and inquired, "Might I ask your name?" "Esteemed sir, Sun Wukong," he replied lazily, casting a glance over his shoulder, "though you may also refer to me as Sun Xiaotian." Sun Wukong, Zhuma echoed, furtively attempting to utilize his supernatural abilities to glean insights into Sun Wukong's essence. Suddenly, a splutter erupted. "Zhuma!" He gasped, blood spewing forth, staining the nearby floor, prompting several attendants to rush in concern. "I cannot fathom that individual." That scion de Zhuma's expression twisted with fear as he stared at the entrance. His squinted eyes wide with disbelief. "I end this world." Even the god of destruction could at least perceive a fraction of the future. For instance, he could foresee the Universe Union tournament 3 days hence. Yet now, the future lay shrouded in a dense fog, devoid of clarity. The attendants exchanged worried glances, their fear mounting as they contemplated the implications of their omniscient master failing to penetrate the essence of a mere mortal. "Let us settle here." On a planet at the nexus of the 2 universes, Kampa surveyed the nameless orb with satisfaction. With a flourish of his staff, Beerus conjured verdant energy to envelop the desolate planet, revealing a vast arena adorned with colossal portraits of the 2 gods of destruction. "Lord Kampa, should we allow that child to make an appearance at the tournament?" Bados inquired, recalling a striking figure with a smile. "Are you referring to her?" Kampa mused, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Let it be. As long as she can defeat the 7th universe, that fool Beerus will lose." Chapter 75, Pre-Battle Preparations, that evening. Beerus wore a grim expression, his narrowed eyes lost in contemplation. Following Bulma's revelations, he remained in this brooding state. Both universes possess this capability? Excellent. Kampa, I initially wished to spare you a humiliating defeat. But do not blame me now. A glint of malice flickered in Beerus's gaze. "So, Father, are you planning to train in the hyperbolic time chamber with Uncle Vegeta?" Sun Wukong queried, casting a perplexed glance between his father and Vegeta, causing unease to settle in both. "Goodness, Father, you 2 will be alone in a room for 3 days. 3 years. You cannot mean to engage in that, can you? Heaven forbid." Mother and Aunt Bulma would weep. Sun Wukong's mind conjured absurd images. mercifully left unspoken, for fear of Vegeta's wrath. Who else is participating besides us? Sun Wukong asked, shaking off the ludicrous thoughts, his expression now serious, pondering the identities of the other contestants. There's also Buu and Piccolo, Sun Wukong responded. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. That aligns closely with the original narrative, though I've supplanted Manaka, as Beerus originally fabricated a rival merely to ignite Sun Wukong's competitive spirit. At that time, Sun Wukong could indeed be regarded as the strongest in the seventh universe. Without a formidable opponent, Beerus feared he might become complacent. Now, Sun Wukong stood resolutely before them, a veritable mountain of strength. Invigorating both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, for he possessed the power to even suppress a god of destruction. Furthermore, in terms of energy, he surpassed Whis. Had it not been for the disparity in realms, he would have triumphed long ago. Showdown, why not join us in training? Sun Wukong urged, coaxing his counterpart to accompany him. Never mind that. When you compete, call me Wu Qian, as the other me won't participate. Let me temporarily revert to this name. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly, though he still harbored fond memories of his former life. Yet now, he lived as Sun Wukong, a name bestowed by his mother, so it seemed prudent to adopt it for the time being. Very well, Sun Wukong acquiesced without further thought. In the sixth universe, the god of destruction's sanctuary, you have returned, Sister Bados. Lord Kampa, a maiden as radiant as a blue lotus, spoke with a cool demeanor. Bados regarded the girl before her, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Indeed, Kia. The girl known as Kia allowed a faint smile to grace her delicate features. Sister Bados, I have now mastered the divine powers, and, combined with my scion strength, I shall surely match Lord Kampa's prowess. Do not be overly confident, Kia, Bados cautioned, observing her intently. Though you may wield divine power, it does not imply that others cannot as well. Take note, for in the seventh universe, there are those who also possess divine abilities, and like you, they are scions. Kia's previously composed visage shifted. The seventh universe, so the time has come. Bados regarded Kia with satisfaction, feeling a sense of alignment with her. I am eager to discern the gap between myself and the scion Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The thought of battling alongside my idol would undoubtedly evoke envy in that fellow. However, a shadow of melancholy crossed Kia's face. I wonder if he would forgive me for my past actions. Perhaps he remains unaware that I have long since perished. After all, I inflicted such deep wounds upon him. He may never forgive me. A self-deprecating smile flickered across Kia's lips. What troubles you, Kia? Are you lost in thoughts of the past? Bados inquired with concern. I am well, Kia said, brushing away the tears that glimmered at the corners of her eyes. Forcing a smile. The following day, at the break of dawn, Sun Wukong and Vegeta eagerly plunged into the hyperbolic time chamber for training. After 3 days of waiting, in Bulma's garden, a lavender cube capable of accommodating more than 20 individuals stood before them, eliciting puzzled expressions from the gathered crowd. Have Sun Wukong and Vegeta not arrived yet? Beerus remarked, scanning the assembly for the two miscreants. After a moment's wait, the duo, resembling Spartan warriors, finally made their appearance. My beard has grown quite long. Perhaps we should wash up and trim it afterward, Sun Wukong mused, examining his facial hair. Sun Wukong, with a mischievous grin, teased, Father, why not transform into a Super Saiyan? Why would I? Sun Wukong responded, perplexed. Just do it. Sun Wukong urged, his grin widening. Twanda, I cannot see. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his golden beard obscuring his vision as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong laughed uncontrollably. Father, you are hilarious. Forgive my unrestrained laughter. What are you fooling around for? Hurry and wash up, Beerus roared, exasperated. The freshly groomed Sun Wukong and Vegeta joined the others as they stepped into the cube, with a flick of Whis' staff. The cube vanished as if leaping through dimensions. Within the harmonious confines of the cube, everyone relaxed, even indulging in a barbecue. Upon reaching their destination, an unnamed planet nestled between the two universes, Sun Wukong gazed deeply at the orb. For he alone knew that this planet harbored the seventh Dragon Ball, unnoticed by the dim-witted Kampa, and Bulma had yet to activate the Dragon Radar. Wow. So this is the Super Dragon Ball. It is magnificent. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the 6 colossal Dragon Balls encircling the nameless planet. The Dragon Balls from Namek were utterly incomparable to these. It was no wonder that Kappa fervently asserted that the Super Dragon Balls could grant any wish. And indeed, it appeared to be the case. Even Goten was momentarily rendered speechless, exclaiming, "Damn, this is enormous." This dragon god was indeed formidable. Within the series, even Goku's body could be exchanged with that weakling Zamasu, a feat that even Porunga would hesitate to undertake. Beerus, feeling increasingly displeased, thought to himself, "Damn it, at least half of this is in my universe. That accursed Kampa is truly asking for it." Chapter 76. Section 26. The competition begins. The throng of individuals surveyed the surroundings, as if they were farmers entering a city for the first time. One must admit that the angel's supernatural abilities were indeed impressive. With a mere wave of the hand, the audience and contestant seats were prepared. The first round consisted of a written examination, as per Vegeta's insistence. A written test was mandated before the tournament commenced, justified by the need to prevent some illiterates from being unaware of the rules. These were the contestants from Universe 6. Goku, with an inquisitive expression, scrutinized the participant from Universe 6, and, upon spotting a diminutive figure, his expression changed. Frieza, Nani, Vegeta, and Piccolo gasped, their eyes fixated on Frost, a member of Frieza's race who resembled a blue-painted version of Frieza himself. Frost, unfazed by the wary glances from Goku and the others, instead offered them a friendly smile, leaving the group momentarily stunned that Goten's attention, however, was not on Frost, but rather fixated on a girl whose face displayed a hint of surprise. Who is she? They exchanged glances, a mutual question arising in their minds. Goten was astonished to recognize her as a scion. However, wasn't the only scion from Universe 6 supposed to be Kaba? Or was the robot Vegeta? Who could this person be? Goku? No, the attire was different, and besides, Goku was right there. Who could this individual possibly be? Wu Qian, what's wrong? Goten was jolted from his thoughts when his shoulder was tapped. He turned to see his father, Goku. Realizing, Goten nodded in acknowledgement. Wait a moment, Goten, he pondered. Isn't Goten just a child? How could he possibly be this grown-up? Could it be that this world's Goten was born alongside Gohan? Goten mused as he cast a puzzled glance at Caulifla. Certain that this unknown scion posed no threat compared to the weak hit, yet could she be a fellow traveler like himself? Goten thought in astonishment. As the test papers were distributed, Goten felt overwhelmed upon glancing at the first question. Struggling to suppress the urge to curse, this can't possibly be elementary school material. He randomly filled in the answers and promptly laid his head down to sleep. The written test was simple. However, it proved challenging for Goku, who had never studied, while Vegeta managed a bit, and Piccolo, well, that's another story. The most infuriating part was that Buu had simply fallen asleep and did not awaken, prompting Goten to wish he could knock the little pudge out. The first match commenced, with Goku pitted against Berta, a contestant resembling a green version of Buu. The referee, holding a microphone, announced loudly. Berta, clad in yellow and sporting more fat than Buu, glared provocatively at Goku. Berta launched himself at Goku like a rubber ball, but Goku effortlessly leaped aside to evade the attack. Kamehameha, Goku shouted, unleashing a cerulean energy wave towards Berta. However, upon striking Berta's abdomen, the energy merely rippled away, dissipating into nothingness. What is happening? The crowd gasped, bewildered by Berta's resilience. He must have redirected the attack to another dimension. A glimmer of insight flashed in Gak's eyes as he deduced like a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. Dad, why not just throw him out? Goten rolled his eyes, exasperated by his father's antics. Heeding Goten's words, Goku tripped Berta and dragged him toward the edge of the arena. Despite Berta's futile struggles and his attempt to unleash energy blasts, Goku deftly avoided each one that upon reaching the arena's edge, Goku released Berta's feet, only for Berta to rise in fury, intent on retaliating against Goku. However, his slow speed allowed Goku to execute a shoulder throw, securing victory in the first match. Foul! Kampa, unwilling to concede, raised a ruckus, vociferously accusing Goku of using weapons. That was a weapon, he insisted, indignantly pointing fingers at Goku. Nevertheless, the referee clarified, Goku merely utilized his inherent strength, not a weapon. Yet, they underestimated Kampa's audacity, who lay sprawled on the ground like a petulant child throwing a tantrum after losing a game. Boom! An energy blast soared through the air, creating a shallow crater before Kampa, startling everyone present that a loss is a loss. As a god of destruction, he should have more dignity. What a shameless display. Goten thought, his palms still smoking with energy, his icy gaze causing Kampa to involuntarily shudder. Realizing he was indeed a god of destruction, Kampa bellowed angrily at Goten, "You insolent mortal dare to chastise me. I am a god of destruction. Do you believe I won't obliterate you right now?" At that moment, the crowd was filled with astonishment, their expressions reflecting concern for Kampa's sanity. Beerus, drenched in cold sweat, thought, "I know just how powerful this guy is. All of us combined might not even stand a chance." Let's swiftly proceed to the second match. Whis interjected to ease the tensions. "Humph, consider yourself lucky," Kampa huffed, taking a seat. The second match commenced, with Frost from Universe 6 stepping up. The referee, pleased that the uproar had finally settled, announced loudly, "Frost, enter the arena." Frost took his place, yet everyone's attention was not on him. The contestants from Universe 6 wore serious expressions, all fixated on Goten. Caulifla gazed intently at Goten, for he had audaciously threatened a god of destruction in public, leaving her perplexed by Beerus and Whis's demeanor. As if they were genuinely apprehensive of Goten's potential outburst, Goten's temperament seemed off, causing the crowd to regard him with uncertainty. "Wow, he's so cool," Elena exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with infatuation, prompting the others to sweat profusely in embarrassment. Caulifla shot a surprised glance at Elena, realizing that this girl actually had a boyfriend, albeit one who seemed rather weak. Probably a human from Earth. Goten, appearing bored, yawned and produced a blanket from seemingly nowhere. "Wake me when it's my turn. I'll just take a quick nap," he said, waving dismissively. Within seconds, he was snoring, leaving the crowd utterly flabbergasted. That kid looking down on me?" Kampa glared at the seemingly indifferent Goten, fuming. "Damn it, this is a competition. Sleeping during my match is a blatant insult." "Lord Kampa," Badatsu interjected, attempting to calm him, "there's no need to voice your thoughts aloud." Kampa, overwhelmed, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his inner turmoil evident. Chapter 77, Section 27, The Devious Frost. Greetings to everyone from Universe 7. Frost began as he stepped into the arena, politely addressing the audience, garnering their respect. Is he Frieza from Universe 6? They wondered, noticing the striking resemblance. Yet he appeared to be the polar opposite of the notorious tyrant. The spectators from Universe 7 rubbed their eyes in disbelief, confirming they were not mistaken, engaged in hushed discussions, realizing that Frost was nothing like the foolish tyrant Frieza, shattering their preconceived notions. "This fellow is surprisingly courteous. Who is he?" Kampa inquired, glancing at him. "His name is Frost, a renowned ambassador of goodwill from our Universe 6, primarily assisting planets devastated by war," Badatsu explained, his words evoking a wave of empathy among the audience that I assured him that if he emerged victorious, Lord Kampa would generously support him. Ia disdainfully curled her lips, her eyes fixed on Frost, who was still theatrically attempting to win over the audience. This fellow's face was utterly shameless. While others might be oblivious, she, as a time traveler, was acutely aware of the truth. Back when she watched that episode of Dragon Ball Super, she nearly smashed her computer in frustration. She held a particular contempt for individuals who present one facade in public while concealing another in private. "Though we are rivals, I still hope for an exhilarating match." Frost feigned a smile that few could see through. "Come on." Sun Wukong assumed his stance. "Hey." A glint of coldness flashed in Frost's eyes as he surged forward like a cannonball, delivering a powerful punch. Sun Wukong effortlessly blocked Frost's attack, countering with a swift kick that sent Frost flying, then accelerated to deliver another blow. "Hey, how long do you intend to hide your strength?" Sun Wukong frowned, realizing that Frost was clearly underestimating him by only utilizing his first transformation, which irked him. "Huh." Frost glanced at Sun Wukong in surprise. "All right, I see." As he met Sun Wukong's steadfast gaze, A ruthless glint passed through his eyes. This fool was courting death, so he decided to transform. Hey! Frost's face twisted into a snarl as he transformed into his most hideous third form, with an elongated and unattractive head. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. Surely, Frieza had higher transformations. Could Frost not access them? Questions flooded his mind. Yeah, Frost shouted, unleashing a crimson energy wave towards Sun Wukong. Once again, Sun Wukong demonstrated what it meant to dominate, mercilessly overpowering Frost. Give it up. You should have one more transformation left. I don't understand why you're hiding your power, but just transform. Sun Wukong coldly remarked at Frost that no, I won't transform into my final form. It's not a matter of hiding my strength, Frost denied. I can't control my ultimate power. Once, I accidentally killed a villain who shouldn't have died, and that's why I refused to use my final transformation. Kuya's disdain deepened upon hearing this. You probably killed him because your subordinates threatened to expose your misdeeds. Frost erupted with astonishing energy, enveloped in a blue-purple aura, as his form solidified. He bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, his power evidently enhanced. But how did you know I was hiding my strength? Frost queried, perplexed, because Sun Wukong smirked enigmatically. I too have been concealing my power. With that, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, a confident smile gracing his face. Jack stared in astonishment at Sun Wukong. Scions can transform too? What's wrong? Haven't you seen this before, you bumpkin? Kuya scoffed. Her derision and disdain unmasked Gaby's face flushed with embarrassment. Zampa, unlike in the original story, remained composed, as if he had witnessed such transformations numerous times. Frost chuckled. Well, that is fine that I believe you can withstand my power. Let us go. Once more, it was a complete domination. Boom, pow, boom, ah, boom, cough. Frost launched countless attacks at Sun Wukong, yet each was met with a single punch, compelling some spectators to look away in discomfort. Give up? You're no match for me. Sun Wukong sighed, pitying Frost as he stubbornly approached, fists raised, in a way. Frost's resolute gaze locked on his Sun Wukong, his weakened fists slowly rising as he stepped forward. If I win, I'll gain Zampa support, allowing more people to receive better care. Slap. Sun Wukong casually caught Frost's feeble punch, but failed to notice the cold smile creeping onto Frost's lips. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared as if intoxicated, swaying unsteadily, his vision blurring. Now that's my chance. Seizing the opportunity, Frost struck Sun Wukong out of the ring. Outside the ring, Frost was declared the victor, leaving many in disbelief. The referee confirmed Sun Wukong's elimination with a loud proclamation. Everyone looked incredulous. How could Sun Wukong be knocked out by such a weak punch? Ha! Beerus, you finally lost. Zampa jeered mercilessly at Frost's victory. Damn it. Beerus glared fiercely at Zampa, then glanced at the still sleeping Sun Wutian, gradually calming down. Though Sun Wukong had been eliminated, Sun Wutian remained a trump card in the third match. Piccolo faced Frost. Upon entering, Piccolo regarded Frost with grave seriousness, using his intellect to anticipate Frost's movements. Seeing his hands bound by Piccolo's technique, Frost wore a sinister smile, discreetly reaching for a concealed weapon. What is happening? I can't see. Piccolo, like Sun Wukong before him, had fallen victim to Frost's scheme. But fortunately, Jack noticed the weapon embedded in Frost's wrist. I declare that Frost has used a weapon and is disqualified. The referee announced that moment. Vegeta stepped forward. Don't disqualify him. Chapter 78, Section 28. Vegeta's outburst and uproar erupted at Vegeta's declaration. What is going on? What is wrong with Vegeta? Vegeta leaped onto the stage. Don't disqualify him. I'll take this match. That's not permissible. Frost has used a weapon and lost his eligibility. The referee insisted that I said I'll take it. Vegeta glared menacingly at the verbose referee. Eliminating him is too lenient. I intend to teach him a severe lesson. The referee's expression twitched as he glanced at Beerus and Zampa, who both nodded in agreement, leaving the referee with no choice but to concede. So, weapons are permitted in this match. Frost taunted Vegeta. How about we also lift the rule against killing? Nanny, do as you wish. Vegeta replied, unfazed, smirking. With that, Frost dashed toward Vegeta, addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for a massacre. You'd better get lost. Boom. In less than 3 seconds, Frost was sent flying by an enraged Vegeta, eliminated from the match. Next up was Vegeta against Gaby. As the referee announced the start, Frost's fate was of no concern to anyone. Vegeta indicated he hadn't even used his full power, leaving Frost with a breath of life. We can skip this part. Everyone has surely seen it in Super. Let us move on. With Vegeta's assistance, Gaby successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, only to be swiftly defeated by Vegeta as Super Blue. Forging a deep friendship, that was a nice sleep, Sun Wukong yawned, stretching as everyone looked on with a vein popping on their foreheads. Now it's Vegeta against Hit. Let us begin. Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Blue. Gazing intently at Hit, his body enveloped in a blue divine aura. Vegeta focused, launching himself toward Hit with a punch aimed at his face. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to connect, Hit suddenly appeared behind him, delivering a punch that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Ugh! Vegeta groaned, clutching the back of his head where Hit had struck. Hit stared at Vegeta in astonishment. According to his calculations, that punch should have knocked Vegeta out. Kuya watched in disbelief. Wait, according to what I've seen in Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta should have been defeated by that punch. How is this possible? Ha! Vegeta rose leisurely, throwing his head back to let out a wild, boisterous laugh, while Hit, with a blank expression, questioned, "What are you laughing at? You are quite impressive, worthy of witnessing my transformation at this level that I hope you can endure it." Vegeta confidently reverted from Super Saiyan Blue. Hit's peculiar gaze locked onto Vegeta. Could it be that he had somehow damaged his own mind? Vegeta roared as energy surged within him, a terrifying aura sweeping across the arena like a tempest. What was happening? Vegeta's power had escalated tremendously. What is this? That Scion's energy has become overwhelmingly powerful. Kampa shielded himself with his arms against the oncoming gusts. "Mr. Vegeta!" Gab gazed in awe at Vegeta, now enveloped in golden light. Vegeta's silhouette stood before them, his body cloaked in deep crimson fur, save for his muscular arms and 2 abdominal muscles. His long black hair, cascading like a dark waterfall, and a deep red tail, swirling behind him. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. What transformation was this? Strangely, Vegeta looked quite dashing in this form. Bulma observed with a hint of infatuation. "But my Goten is still more handsome." Chi-Chi interjected, "No, Vegeta is the handsome one. It's definitely Goten." All right, the 2 women nearly erupted into a quarrel over who was more attractive, prompting Gohan to intervene, fearing they might actually come to blows over such trivialities. Kaya, in disbelief, fixed her beautiful eyes on Vegeta. Super Saiyan 4, if I recall correctly, is from Dragon Ball GT, isn't it? Hit's eternally stoic face finally showed a flicker of surprise as he regarded Vegeta's current appearance. "Hey, can Scions transform like this?" Kampa exclaimed, astonished as he turned to Kaya. "Humph. Are you surprised?" Vegeta smirked, an air of devilish charm gracing his handsome features. "This is the first time I am utilizing this transformation in battle." Super Saiyan 4. The true visage of the Scions from our Universe 7. Hit raised his fists, adopting a boxing stance, while Vegeta mirrored his original pose, ready for confrontation. An invisible wave of energy erupted from Hit, and in his perception, time itself seemed to freeze as he dashed towards Vegeta's rear, only to be met with a swift kick from Vegeta. Boom! Wah! Hit cried out in pain as he was sent flying by Vegeta's strike. "Nanny!" Everyone stared in astonishment at Hit, who had just been sent sprawling by Vegeta. How could it be? Hit's time skip was countered. Kampa exclaimed, utterly shocked. The time skip was Hit's signature technique, and to see it rendered ineffective was unfathomable. Hit, astonished, looked at Vegeta. His time skip had failed to restrain him, and he had never encountered such an opponent in his assassin career. A significant blow to his confidence. "It seems your previous move had no effect on me. What do you plan to do now?" Vegeta tilted his head, regarding Hit with a look that conveyed, "What was it you just attempted? It had no impact on me at all." Hit stood up again, his expression serious as he scrutinized Vegeta, seeking any weakness to exploit. Chapter 79. Vegeta's defeat. Hit's sharp eyes bore into Vegeta, determined to find a flaw for a decisive strike. However, Vegeta stood there seemingly at ease, his entire being brimming with apparent vulnerabilities, leaving Hit momentarily at a loss. There were so many openings, he couldn't decide where to strike. If you won't come to me, then I'll take the initiative. Vegeta's arms bent theatrically, a peculiar grin spreading across his face as he vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously behind Hit.0. Hit gasped, instinctively attempting to activate his time skip to escape, but Vegeta's formidable fist was already hurtling towards his face. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Hit found himself sent reeling, his head tilted at an awkward angled so fast. His time skip proved utterly ineffective. The inhabitants of Universe 6 were once again at a loss. The first time could perhaps be attributed to Hit's carelessness, but the second time, even after Vegeta had announced his intentions, he still managed to land a blow that it was well known that Hit's time skip allowed him to freeze time. Yet Vegeta's speed was so overwhelming that Hit couldn't even initiate his technique in time. Hit, incredulous, realized that while others may have missed it, he clearly observed that his time skip had indeed been activated. Yet it seemed as though Vegeta was immune to its effects. In Hit's realm of time skip, typically only he could act, which was why those targeted by him would perish without suffering. Time halted, their lives snatched away before they even realized it. That was the true horror of it. The rationality of an assassin quieted Hit as he pondered his next move. If it was ineffective against Vegeta, what if he used it on himself? Once more, he activated the time skip, appearing before Vegeta as if teleporting, delivering a kick that sliced through space itself toward him. Boom! Vegeta staggered back several steps. In that critical moment, he instinctively leaned to the side, while Hit, the assassin, mercilessly landed a punch directly into Vegeta's side. How dare you! Vegeta's expression twisted in fury as he realized he had been caught off guard by Hit's time skip. Vegeta bellowed, raising his fist to unleash a furious strike at Hit. Hit, eyes closed and indifferent, appeared as though he was not the one about to be struck by Vegeta, which only fueled Vegeta's anger. You dare underestimate me? I'll send you flying. Vegeta's fist drew ever closer, while Hit remained unmoved, eyes still shut. What is he doing? Is he attempting to enter Ultra Instinct? Goten wondered in astonishment. Finally, Vegeta's fist connected with Hit. It passed right through him, as if he were a mere figment of air, reminiscent of the phantom punches from the original Dragon Ball series. Nanny? Vegeta exclaimed in shock as a sound of slicing air reached his ears. And before he knew it, he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Wah! Vegeta activated his flight technique, managing to avoid being eliminated from the match. How could this be? Your time skip shouldn't have been able to hit me. Vegeta gazed at Hit with disbelief. That was indeed a time skip. Hit replied coolly, eyes still closed. It proved ineffective against you, but I just discovered another application while using it on myself. Thank you for the revelation. What do you think, Beerus? Our Hit is on the brink of victory. Your Universe 7 is destined to lose. Kampa jeered loudly at Beerus. How infuriating! Beerus shot a displeased glance at Kampa. The sight of that foolish grin on Kampa's face was utterly vexing. Hit, eliminate that scion quickly. Kampa commanded, seeing that Hit's time skip had regained effectiveness, now that victory seemed imminent. Hit remained silent, although he had uncovered a new usage for the time skip. He still could not effectively attack Vegeta, as long as Vegeta maintained his defensive stance. Even Hit would find himself grounded. Vegeta smirked lightly before unleashing a wave of pale, purple energy that enveloped his entire being. Final flash, Vegeta roared, launching an energy wave that seemed capable of piercing the very fabric of reality itself, hurtling toward Hit with great force. Roar! Hit too, bellowed as he unleashed a deep purple energy wave, clashing violently with Vegeta's final flash. Vegeta relentlessly unleashed the energy within him, as the two opposing waves of power engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, gradually being crushed. Hit was taken aback, realizing that he had made a grave mistake, and immediately released his energy, leaping to evade the impact of the energy wave. The terrifying force struck the pale green energy barrier, shattering it like bamboo and vanishing into the sky, with a swift motion of his staff. Whis instantly repaired the gaping hole created by Vegeta's assault. Vegeta roared, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, his fists becoming mere afterimages as he mercilessly targeted Hit. In response, Hit unleashed his signature lethal techniques, launching a barrage of deadly strikes towards Vegeta. Boom! 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 The arena and the air around them became a battleground for the two warriors, with the sounds of their clashes growing increasingly frenetic. Each collision sent ripples through the atmosphere, while their stamina rapidly dwindled. As a seasoned assassin, Hit's combat prowess was formidable, yet Vegeta, having devoted his life to battle, was no less skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Final flash. Vegeta bellowed, unleashing his ultimate technique, the golden electrical energy wave, infused with Vegeta's tremendous power, was met with Hit's calm demeanor. Vegeta's energy had already locked onto all potential escape routes for Hit, leaving him no choice but to confront it head-on, concentrating all his energy into his palm. Hit transformed his hand into a blade and struck fiercely at the weakest point of the energy wave. The force of Hit's strike diverted the energy wave, which then shattered the energy barrier and tore through the sky. As if splitting the world in two, a glint of cold light flashed in Hit's eyes as he seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen at his most vulnerable moment. "Yawa!" Vegeta cried out in pain, his body hurtling backwards and landing outside the arena. Vegeta was defeated. Chapter 80. Instant kill on Hit. The final ace, Koya takes the stage. Outside the arena, as Vegeta was declared defeated, the referee's voice rang out, "In a way. Dad has lost." It was in that fleeting moment of weakness that Vegeta had succumbed to Hit's exploit. The audience from Universe 7 was astonished. How could someone as formidable as Vegeta be defeated? "Haha, Universe 7's Baga. Beerus, you are down to one fighter left. We from Universe 6 are bound to win." Compa jeered, making a mocking face at Beerus. This dim-witted fellow, truly a god of destruction. Does a lower IQ equate to a higher divine status? It seems like the intelligence of a kindergarten child is still superior to that of the Omni King, Son Goten remarked, his expression twitching slightly. Beerus shot a furious glare at Compa before turning to Son Goten. "It's up to you now. Don't worry." Son Goten replied, his face radiating confidence. And then, as if teleporting, he appeared on the arena, catching everyone's attention. Son Goten lifted his head slightly, gazing haughtily at Hit. "You might as well jump down. It would save me the trouble of having to fight you, Nanny." The crowd gasped at Son Goten's audacious declaration, their minds echoing with words like arrogance, pride, and hubris. "Hey kid, are you scared?" Acting so cocky, Compa mocked, a smirk on his face, having completely discarded any previous fears. Son Goten shot a disdainful glance at Compa, smirking as he fixed his gaze on Hit. "You should assess your own strength. Do you still have the energy to perform your time skip? Is that true, Hit?" Compa asked in disbelief. "Indeed, Lord Compa. Hit has nearly expended all his strength. Defeating Vegeta has drained him completely." Koya interjected before Hit could speak. "This is outrageous." Vegeta fumed, infuriated at his own elimination. Anyone who approached him would surely face his wrath, while Son Goku kept his distance, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Hit contemplated retreating, but as the top assassin, his pride forbade him from leaving the arena in disgrace. He at least wanted to land a blow on his opponent, even if just one, seeing that Hit had no intention of stepping down. The referee declared loudly, "Now, the match between Son Goten and Hit begins." Whoosh! Boom! Yua! In an instant, Son Goten vanished and reappeared before Hit, who had little strength left to resist. Son Goten landed a devastating punch to Hit's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying back to collide against the energy barrier, crashing to the ground without the strength to rise again. Is he still alive? The referee checked and confirmed Hit's survival, quickly announcing the result. Outside the arena, Son Goten is the victor. Instant kill. Kompa's eyes widened in disbelief. One of Universe 6 Ace's Hit had been vanquished in an instant. Just a moment, Beerus remarked. Hit barely had any strength left. Even if Bergamo had stepped in, the outcome would have been the same. "Well then, it's my turn," Koya said solemnly, having already shed her outer garments to reveal her battle attire. "Koya, we are counting on you." Kompa echoed the same sentiments as Beerus, placing his hopes in her. Koya smiled captivatingly, then leaped onto the arena to face Son Goten. With a wary expression, Koya understood that only the strongest from each universe remained, a sentiment echoed by Son Goten. Although he was puzzled as to why Koya had grown so much, He recognized he had the WINIS this the strongest from Universe 6. She's just a girl. And quite cute too, Krillin remarked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he took in Koya's beauty. And rather alluring, Master Roshi's eyes gleamed with excitement, the smile of a seasoned veteran returning. Now, for the final match, Son Goten versus Koya. Let the battle begin. The referee announced the commencement of the match, yet neither participant moved. Koya stared intently at Son Goten, a hint of anxiety creeping into her heart. "Yeah," Koya exclaimed, her form shooting towards Son Goten like a bullet. Boom! Son Goten effortlessly caught Koya's incoming punch, surprising even him with its softness, akin to an exquisite work of art. He then glanced at Koya's impressive physique. She was indeed quite well endowed, even compared to certain scions who had engaged with Alina. To his surprise, although Koya was shorter than Alina, she was still quite ample in that regard, though he wondered if she had any enhancements. Koya's face flushed crimson as she broke free from Son Goten's grasp, while he remained unperturbed, adopting a demeanor of quiet observation that infuriated Koya to no end. In no way. This girl is barely on the same level as Son. How could she be the last fighter from Universe 6? Piccolo mused, baffled. Aren't the later fighters supposed to be stronger? Why would they send out someone of such a similar caliber to Goku? Regardless, Son Goten was certain of victory. Vegeta's expression reflected his annoyance. Contemplating what would have transpired had he not been eliminated, he would have easily secured the final match. Son Goku shared a similar sentiment, lamenting his own predicament. If I hadn't been poisoned by frost, I would have surely conquered all my matches by now. Meanwhile, Koya had gleaned Son Goten's true strength, causing her expression to shift as a golden aura erupted from her. Her ponytail, previously tied back, flared out like a porcupine, her dark hair transforming into golden locks, with sparks of electricity coursing around her. The audience watched in astonishment as Koya transformed, particularly those from Universe 7. For this transformation was not unfamiliar to them. Super Saiyan. This girl can also become a Super Saiyan, and not just any Super Saiyan, but a Super Saiyan 2. In no way. This girl is also a Scion? They were bewildered, questioning how she could achieve Super Saiyan form. Son Goten was only mildly surprised. Koya's transformation was but a minor shock to him, considering he had seen Kale achieve Super Saiyan form so swiftly. So, in your universe, this is what you call Super Saiyan 2, Koya stated confidently. You should transform as well. Sun Wukong smiled softly, his gaze playfully fixed on Kia. This girl was refreshingly innocent and charming. Suddenly, with a resounding tuan, an aura of power emanated from him that rivaled hers. Yet Sun Wukong remained in his normal state, leaving Kia utterly astonished. You can transform into a Super Saiyan 2. I must admit, I am quite surprised. However, I do not require such power to deal with you, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. Chapter 81. Sun Wukong versus Kia. The energy radiating from Sun Wukong caused the inhabitants of the 6th universe to pale. Kia's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Sun Wukong enveloped in white energy. To her astonishment, he was merely in his normal state, yet he matched her Super Saiyan 2 level of energy with apparent ease, as if he were not exerting himself at all. The spectators from the 7th universe had long since grown accustomed to such displays, although they remained uncertain about the extent of Sun Wukong's strength. His base power was already on par with that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku, showcasing astonishing combat prowess. After all, his Super Saiyan Red form was able to contend evenly with Beerus, and even the combined efforts of Goku and Vegeta might not suffice against him. How formidable! Is this the true strength of the scions from the 7th universe? Gabe exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. While Kia's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan had startled him, it was Sun Wukong who was even more fearsome. He had effortlessly matched the power of Super Saiyan 2 Kia in his normal state, a stark contrast to his own nascent transformation into a Super Saiyan. What is your power? Kia stammered, her body trembling with fear. This Sun Wukong seemed like a completely different person from the one she had known. Not only had he grown up, but his strength surpassed that of Goku. Could it be that he had attained that mysterious state? Remembering the terrifying power of the enigmatic Gohan, Kia felt a slight easing of her anxiety. If this was indeed Sun Wukong's mysterious state, It meant he could not transform into a Super Saiyan, giving her a glimmer of hope for victory. Kia let out a cry, her figure darting forward like a nimble monkey, eager to discover the extent of Sun Wutian's mysterious power. With a swift motion, Sun Wutian raised his arm to block Kia's punch, the force of her strike creating a terrifying gust of wind that swept through the air. Kia furrowed her delicate brows and unleashed a kick towards Sun Wutian's face. Sun Wutian deftly leaned aside to evade her attack, extending his palm toward her. An invisible pressure surged from his hand, pushing Kia back. Utilizing the momentum from Sun Wutian's pressure, Kia leaped into the air, her hands outstretched as she conjured a pink energy sphere. Under Sun Wutian's astonished gaze, the sphere unleashed a barrage of energy waves aimed directly at him. Sun Wutian chuckled lightly, raising a hand. A pale blue energy shield enveloped him, absorbing the countless energy waves that crashed against it and the arena, generating plumes of black smoke. In an instant, the arena was shrouded in a haze, and Sun Wutian's form vanished within the cloud. Beerus, what do you think? Now the seventh universe knows true power. As Sun Wutian's figure was engulfed by the smoke, Compass shouted mockingly, believing him to be injured, unaware of the concerned expression surrounding him, even from his own team. Barda sighed in exasperation, finding it a tedious task to serve a god of destruction with such a lack of perception. Kia's finely shaped brows knitted together in concentration. She could sense that Sun Wutian's power had not diminished at all, as expected. When the smoke cleared, Sun Wutian's energy shield remained intact, and he appeared unfazed, as though Kia's attacks had failed to affect him. I told you. This is all I need to deal with you, Sun Wutian remarked as he dismissed the protective barrier with a casual air. Kia remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. She then slightly bent her arms, her beautiful features contorting into a fierce expression. Kia's face twisted in rage as she unleashed a primal roar, her energy surging once more, causing the very planet to tremble. Could it be? No way. Super Saiyan 3. Kia's power continued to swell, her aura boiling like water. Her once straight golden locks now cascaded down her lower back, her delicate brows dissipated and drooped, and her previously lovely visage transformed into something monstrous, becoming far more terrifying than before. Sun Wutian patiently awaited the completion of Kia's transformation. Although the power of Super Saiyan 3 was formidable, it did not intimidate him. At most, it would require him to exert a bit more effort. Sun Wutian roared, his white energy flaring up once more, matching Kia's newfound strength, leaving the onlookers in awe. A bead of sweat trickled down Kia's forehead as she realized the extent of Sun Wutian's terrifying prowess. Confident that she could surpass the mysterious Gohan, she was nonetheless bewildered by how this enigmatic Sun Wutian had cultivated his power to such an incredible level. Had he continued to refine his strength after unlocking it? Sun Wutian smiled at Kia, casually raising his hand and extending his palm toward her. Big bang attack. Kia's heart raced with alarm as Sun Wutian shouted. A vibrant blue energy sphere coalescing in his palm before hurtling toward her. Vegeta stared in shock at this technique, recognizing it as his own. How could Sun Wutian wield it? The energy sphere struck the arena floor beneath Kia, creating a tidal wave of force. Kia had already leapt into the air to evade the incoming attack, narrowly escaping the blast. The energy sphere obliterated a tenth of the arena, leaving Kia in a precarious position, her battle attire now tattered. Damn it. How dare you ruin my outfit? Kia seethed, glaring at her exquisitely crafted battle suit, her fury igniting as she charged angrily at Sun Wutian, her delicate fists flying toward him like a shooting star. Sun Wutian's expression turned serious. A Super Saiyan 3 female warrior was not inherently terrifying, but an enraged woman was a different matter altogether. Thus, he could not afford to be careless, and their fists collided, creating ripples in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The air reverberated with the sounds of their fierce confrontation as Sun Wutian seized the opportunity presented by Kia's momentary lapse in defense, sending her reeling back. Hey, you should transform again, Sun Wutian said coldly, uttering a seemingly nonsensical statement as he gazed at Kia. Staying by Compass' side, you cannot only possess such a transformation, Surely you have other forms, like Super Saiyan Blue. Sun Wukong continued, disregarding the expressions of those around him as a smirk crept onto his lips. Right? A traveler not belonging to this world. Chapter 82. Kia's Transformation. Super Red versus Rose. Sun Wukong's voice echoed throughout the arena, leaving Kia's mind in a state of confusion. Traveler, what is that? I don't know, but it seems Wukong has seen through something. The spectators from both universes whispered among themselves, their gazes flickering toward the two on the stage. A traveler, what could that be? Goku scratched his head in bewilderment, while Vegeta furrowed his brow in contemplation. Beerus and Kampa appeared to be lost in their own thoughts. The concept of a traveler was Kia's most closely guarded secret, one that even her closest companion, Bardoss, was unaware of. Why would this Sun Wukong be able to discern it at a glance? Realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Perhaps Sun Wukong was an adult. And there was also Vegeta's ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4. The truth became apparent. Could it be that you are also a traveler? Kia asked incredulously, her eyes locked on his Sun Wukong. Although her tone was questioning, her gaze betrayed a sense of certainty. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, but a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The traveler. One is all that is necessary. Besides, I do not know her, and perhaps she was a man in her previous life. Indeed, if my guesses are correct, you should be like me, hailing from that modernized planet known as Earth. Sun Wukong's face broke into a chilling smile as he fixed his gaze upon Kia. Upon hearing this, terror flooded Kia's face as she became fully convinced that Sun Wukong was indeed from Earth, not the Earth of this realm, but that modernized Earth, which had fragmented into hundreds of nations. Which country do you belong to? Huaxia, the island nation. In Sun Wukong's eyes, a flicker of confusion passed, quickly dismissed as he thought, regardless of your nationality, it matters not to me. You must be aware of the immense stamina drain that accompanies the transformation into a Super Saiyan 3. Correct? Do not accuse me of denying you an opportunity. Hasten to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Sun Wukong, growing increasingly impatient, regarded Koya with fervor, eager to defeat her. In hindsight, he would be immensely grateful that his brother had not acted hastily, for it would have led to profound regret. Koya glanced at Bardoss, who nodded in affirmation, signaling the cessation of her Super Saiyan 3 transformation, reverting to her normal state. Taking a deep breath, she calmed the tension within her, meeting Sun Wukong's gaze with serene composure. Ha! Koya's delicate face lifted as she issued a fierce cry, enveloped in a rose-colored divine energy, radiating an aura strikingly akin to that of Vegeta. Nanny! Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta temporarily cast aside their previous bewilderment, their expressions shifting to shock as they beheld Koya. The familiar divine energy was unmistakable to them, despite its obscurity to others. The divine aura enveloping Koya's statuesque form shattered like glass, dissipating into the atmosphere. Cloaked in a rose-hued divine energy, her hair stood spikily, and her tranquil rose-colored eyes fixated on Sun Wukong as her divine flames simmered with intensity. This is my most formidable transformation, Koya stated calmly, her gaze unwavering at in your terms. I shall call it Super Saiyan Rose. Sun Wukong, observing Koya's transformation, wore a look of astonishment. What is happening? Is she a traveler from another realm, thus causing her Super Saiyan God transformation to differ in hue? With a slight smirk, Sun Wukong raised his chin and released a surge of crimson energy, entering his Super Saiyan God state. This form is known as Super Saiyan Red. Koya, taken aback by Sun Wukong's transformation, had initially thought her rose hue stemmed from her existence in the 6th universe, differing from the original narrative. However, she pondered why Sun Wukong, hailing from the 7th universe, also diverged from the source. It was evident that Vegeta had indeed transformed into Super Saiyan Blue moments prior. Wow, this female Saiyon's transformation is peculiar, yet undeniably stronger than mine. Sun Wukong's fiery gaze remained fixated on Koya, acknowledging that her Super Saiyan Rose had surpassed his Super Saiyan Blue in raw power. Damn it, to think I have been outdone by a woman. Vegeta scowled at Koya, his displeasure evident, though he might have triumphed in Super Saiyan 4. He found himself irked that he could not surpass her in blue. Ha! You may attack first. Do not claim that I hinder you. Sun Wukong taunted with a cold smirk, beckoning Koya provocatively. How dare you underestimate me? Koya's features ignited with fury as she lunged towards Sun Wukong. With determination, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as he launched himself at Koya like a cannonball. The two raised their formidable fists, colliding with tremendous force, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rippled outward, creating a series of reverberations. Awe. The audience was engulfed by the ferocious winds generated by their clash. Even the protective barrier conjured by Whis and Bardos was affected. That girl is incredibly strong, capable of facing Wu Tian head-on. Indeed, even Frieza stood no chance against him. Unperturbed by the spectators' astonishment, the battle between Sun Wukong and Koya resumed, each collision producing a thunderous roar that assaulted the eardrums of all present. The arena appeared to fracture, resembling a parched earth, teetering on the brink of collapse. Boom! 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 Their fierce combat continued, drawing closer to the barrier overhead, the energy they expelled relentlessly battering it, causing cracks to appear. This is bad. Bardos and Whis exchanged alarmed glances at the impending collapse of the barrier. Raising her staff, Bardos expanded the barrier nearly tenfold, significantly increasing its thickness, ensuring its integrity for the time being. Ultimate! Sun Wukong bellowed, a terrifying surge of golden electric energy coalescing as he spread his arms wide, leaving Vegeta once again astonished. This guy has even mastered my ultimate flash. Vegeta muttered in disbelief. Compressing the gathered energy into a flowerbud shape, he positioned it at his waist. Kamehameha? Nanny, could Wu Tian be merging the techniques of both Goku and Vegeta? This is troublesome. A glint of cold light flashed in Koya's eyes as she shaped her hands into a flowerbud at her waist. Kamehameha! How is it possible that this girl can also perform the Kamehameha wave? The inhabitants of the seventh universe gaped at Koya in astonishment. The energy they had coalesced at their waists emanated a terrifying wave of power. Sun Wukong's energy sphere shimmered in a golden electric blue, while Koya's was a pure azure. They locked eyes, their energy fully concentrated within the spheres in their hands. Chapter 83. Koya's Astonishment. God of Destruction level ultra red between the two. The very fabric of reality was split into two colors. One side dominated by Koya's azure sky, the other by Sun Wukong's golden blue. The sheer magnitude of their energies caused the space around them to tremble ominously. Should these two terrifying forces collide, even a god of destruction would face a bitter demise. Gulp! A sound of someone swallowing echoed, startlingly loud in the tense atmosphere. Beerus observed Sun Wukong with grave seriousness, while even the typically carefree Kampa remained silent. Whis and Bardos stood ready, aware that this battle was beyond interruption. The angels could only gather their divine power for any unforeseen circumstances. Boom! X2, the roars of ancient deities reverberated across the realm as Sun Wukong and Koya unleashed the full extent of their terrifying energy. Two waves of extreme power surged toward each other, colliding in an otherworldly explosion, akin to a cataclysmic rift in reality. The two forces, after an intense clash, merged together, forming a colossal energy sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters. Its terrifying power would challenge even Whis to tread carefully. Yah! Ugh! Both Sun Wukong and Koya screamed, fervently squeezing every ounce of divine energy from within them, the tempestuous winds they generated sweeping ferociously around them. What an astonishing force! Are they disregarding everything? At this rate, this planet will be obliterated. The onlookers struggled against the gusts, nearly toppled by the overwhelming winds. Observing this, Whis waved his staff lightly, reinforcing the barrier protecting the audience. Diminishing the ferocious wind's impact, the deep blue energy sphere expanded in the air, its contained energy growing increasingly formidable, distorting the surrounding space. Ha! Koya unleashed her full power, her exquisite form radiating rose-colored energy flames, boiling like water in a pot, desperately extracting her limited divine strength, causing the energy sphere to gradually shift towards Sun Wukong. Albeit slowly, the distance between them narrowing. Wu Tian, Chi-Chi watched with deep concern, her heart racing. Though she lacked understanding of energy, she sensed the malevolence contained within this power, enough to threaten Sun Wukong's life, her features etched with worry. Only those aware of Sun Wukong's full capacity, like Beerus and the others, remained unfazed, particularly Vegeta, whose face bore a hint of unease but no genuine concern. Wu Qian, for heaven's sake, could you please temper the flames of your passion in your gaze? It seems you have a wonderful mother. Koya, observing the slowly encroaching energy sphere towards Sun Wukong, cast a complex glance at Chi-Chi, a flicker of envy crossing her eyes. Sun Wukong, with a subtle smile, replied, "Indeed, while I lacked parents in the past, my life has been quite fulfilling. Even in my previous life, the companionship of a sister-like figure brought me joy. Oh, why did I ask that so?" Koya's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. "You and a friend of mine share a striking resemblance." "Oh, really?" It is undeniable that Sun Wutian smiled. "What do you plan to do now? It seems that the scales of victory have tipped in my favor, and you shall soon face defeat." Kuya gazed at Sun Wutian with a teasing look. How ironic. In the original narrative, it was Universe 6 that faced defeat, yet this time the roles have reversed. Ha! Sun Wutian cast a disdainful glance at Kuya, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Who told you this is my full strength? You arrogant woman. No, wait. Who knows if you were a man in a past life?" Kuya looked at Sun Wutian in astonishment, her heart racing with alarm. Roaring with intensity, Sun Wutian unleashed a divine power even greater than Kuya's, a crimson energy blazing like a fierce fire, injecting a more terrifying force into the energy sphere approaching him. What? Kuya watched in awe as Sun Wutian's energy erupted. In her perception, this power was nearing that of a god of destruction. How did he cultivate to this level? With the infusion of Sun Wutian's latest divine power. A spatial vortex appeared at the core of the deep blue energy sphere, causing the massive energy ball to contract, its energy diminishing gradually, reducing the sphere's diameter to mere meters. Boom! When the energy sphere was compressed to less than a meter in size, it exploded, sending forth waves of black mist that engulfed the entire arena. Wu Qian, Kuya! The inhabitants of both universes were concerned for the contestants affected by the blast. Those calling out for Wu Qian were naturally from Universe 7. Nearly everyone joining in unison, highlighting Sun Wutian's popularity. Conversely, the few who called Kuya's name from Universe 6 were sparse, with only Xiangpa and Batos looking on with worry amidst the smoke. As the dust began to settle, a portion of the scene was revealed. Kuya was seen weakly kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath, unable to maintain her Super Saiyan Rose form, her strength almost entirely depleted. "Ha! Beerus, I don't see any of your Universe 7 fighters around. It appears you have lost." Xiangpa jeered loudly at Beerus upon noticing Sun Wutian's absence. "Fool!" Beerus remained unfazed, casting a casual glance at Xiangpa, devoid of any sense of loss from defeat, a smirk playing on his lips. "Nanny!" As the smoke cleared entirely, revealing Sun Wutian's figure, he appeared almost unscathed aside from some dust on his clothing, the power of Super Saiyan Red still radiating from him. What a pity, Kuya thought, a bitter smile gracing her lips as her beautiful eyes calmly regarded the unharmed Sun Wutian. "Just how powerful are you?" "Huh." Without uttering a word, Sun Wutian let out a mighty roar, a presence even more terrifying than before emanating from him, causing the surrounding space to tremble subtly. This power, could it be? Xiangpa stared incredulously. Wide-eyed, this energy is rivaling that of a god of destruction. The stout Kaishin of Universe 6 was filled with dread. Indeed, if one were to label Wutian now, it would be as a god of destruction. Even Lord Beerus could barely contend with him. Chapter 84.34. Wutian was astounded. Kuya is Xiaotong. Wis's words struck like thunder in the ears of everyone present, leaving the members of Universe 6 in a state of shock. What the hell? A god of destruction? You're telling me that a scion who looks no older than a teenager is on par with a god of destruction, and can even match Beerus? Who is among the top tier? Did you spend money to gain this power? Kuya was equally shaken, realizing she could barely match the level of a god of destruction, while Sun Wutian could contend with Beerus. With a hint of bitterness, she cast a glance at Sun Wutian, silently observing him. "Do you have anything else to say?" Sun Wutian asked flatly. "Ha," Kuya replied, lowering her head in resignation. "I can't argue that I lost fairly. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I have always been a woman. and had it not been for a certain illness that took my life, I would probably still be with the person I have always admired, Kuya said with a wry smile. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk forming on his lips. Care to share what illness led to your demise? Kuya initially met his gaze with calmness, her resentment fading into indifference as she softly replied, leukemia. Upon hearing those 3 words, Sun Wukong's pupils constricted sharply. The term leukemia striking a deep chord of guilt within him, not a girl who succumbed to leukemia. Could it be? No, it's impossible. Though she claimed to have been a woman in her past life, how could he be sure? I must ask you, did you pass away in the autumn of your 18th year? Sun Wukong lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Kuya. Yes. Kuya's expression shifted in surprise. How did he know? After observing her for a moment and realizing she was not lying, Sun Wukong's suspicions deepened. Was it true that aside from a male friend of the same age, you had no other male friends, and before your death, you were still yearning for that boy? How do you know this? Kuya gazed at Sun Wukong in astonishment, realizing he had hit the mark once more. Your name, Yabitan. Sun Wukong's face lit up with hopeful anticipation as he observed Kuya's reaction. Kuya's complexion turned pale. How could this man possibly know her former name? How did you find out? Kuya asked, her voice trembling. Sun Wukong's head bowed once more, a shadow falling over his darkened features. What is wrong with Wukong? The members of Universe 7 anxiously observed the arena, perplexed by the unfolding events that it seemed as if Sun Wukong and that girl were acquainted. Beerus regarded Sun Wukong with unexpected curiosity. Sun Wukong and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Was it not said that this Sun Wukong came from another world? Could it be that this scion named Kuya shared the same origin? Hey, what's wrong with you? Kuya inquired, noticing Sun Wukong's unsettling demeanor. Sun Wukong, with his head bowed, suddenly let out a chilling laugh, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Hey, you really made it easy for me to find you. Kuya, no, Xiaotong. Sun Wukong slowly raised his head, a whirlwind of emotions. Anger, joy, resentment, fear, and delight flashed across his face. You are Kuya? Her eyes widened in disbelief. There had only ever been one person who had called her that throughout her life. Boom! Just as Kuya was about to speak, an enraged Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen, causing her to double over in pain and be sent hurtling backward. Kia. Bados exclaimed with concern. Coughing, the fiery pain in her abdomen forced Kuya to gasp, her eyes misting over. Throughout her life, there had only been one person who consistently called her Xiaotong. Even the former head of her school had merely referred to her as Yutong. Xiao Tiangu. Kuya mustered the strength to call out the long unheard name of Sun Wukong, her heart now fully convinced that Kuya was indeed Xiaotong. Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy within him, swiftly replaced by rage as he coldly glared at Kuya. You remember me as Xiao Tian, but what have you regarded me as all these years? You didn't tell me you were terminally ill, and instead, you sought a debauched scion to deceive me. Do you have any idea how deeply you hurt me back then? Xiao Tiangu. As Kuya witnessed Sun Wukong's outburst, she couldn't help but cover her face, bursting into tears. Hey, this is too much. Xiang Pa shouted in anger at Sun Wukong upon seeing Kuya weep. Sun Wukong shot a frigid glare at Xiang Pa, golden flames erupting from him as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. An aura of terrifying intent bearing down on Xiang Pa Super Saiyan 4. Kuya watched in a daze as Sun Wukong transformed before her. Indeed, it was thanks to this transformation that Sun Wukong recalled the moment he had taken a gamble on the Great Ape transformation to initiate the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. There was no denying, Xiaotong. You were quite successful. Had I not dreamt back to my past life during my Great Ape transformation, I might have completely forgotten you. I'm terribly sorry, Xiao Tiangu. But Xiaotong's tears have only deepened. Do you have any idea of the anguish I felt at that moment? Sun Wukong's emotions gradually calmed, yet the fury etched on his face remained unabated. Can you fathom the torment of the cowardly son Xiaotian, who was mercilessly beaten into submission by Qianyan Hai, unable to retaliate? Do you understand the agony of watching oneself endure such suffering in silence? Unable to intervene, are you aware of the pain I felt upon discovering that your leukemia had reached its terminal stage, rendering treatment futile? Do you know the heartache of hearing you utter my name before your demise? While I was powerless to embrace you, do you comprehend the sorrow of your departure from this world, leaving behind a cold corpse, while I could only lament from the sidelines? Do you even realize this? Sun Wutian's agitation escalated as he roared at Kia, the thunder of his voice echoing. Chapter 85. Kia's Past. Sun Wutian's fervor intensified, culminating in a primal scream, as if seeking to unleash years of pent-up resentment. The onlookers, though unaware of the circumstances, felt a profound discomfort witnessing Sun Wutian lose his usual composure, his demeanor bordering on madness. Xiaotian, I apologize. Kia's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Indeed, he still cannot forgive himself. Thus, he sought solace in a relationship. Kia cast a complex glance at the audience, particularly at the visibly distressed Aliena. Had she not acted as she did, perhaps she would be the one standing beside Xiaotian now. With a self-deprecating smile, she glanced at the terrified referee cowering in the corner, and spoke with a strained tone. Referee, if I happen to be killed by Sun Wutian, please do not penalize him. All right, Nanny. Everyone looked incredulously at Kia, unable to believe she would forsake her life. The referee appeared troubled, acknowledging that although it was her request, he couldn't simply decide without knowing if her opponent would agree. Hey, Kia, please don't do anything reckless, Xiang Pa shouted anxiously. Sun Wutian's fury began to stabilize as he regarded Kia with a steady gaze, sighing inwardly as he took heavy steps toward her. Kia calmly closed her eyes, a hint of relief gracing her features. Hey, that's Scion. If you dare to lay a hand on her, I will ensure you pay dearly, Xiang Pa declared, poised to leap off the table to confront Sun Wutian. Wutian, stay calm. Do not act impulsively, Sun Wukong urged, desperately trying to restrain his son while Vegeta held him back firmly. Tap, tap, tap. Each step Sun Wutian took resonated with a crisp sound against the floor. Echoing in the hearts of the spectators, this. To perish at the hands of Xiaotian would not be a regret, Kia mused, only to be startled by a warm hand gently ruffling her hair. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Sun Wutian's tender gaze. Foolish girl, how could I ever bring myself to harm you? Sun Wutian said with a soft smile. In truth, his earlier outburst was merely an expression of the betrayal he had endured for so many years. Hidden truths weighing heavily upon him. While Xiao Tong passed away alone in a hospital bed, he had succumbed to his own despair, retreating into a world of fantasy rather than seeking news of her. Xiaotian. Kia gazed tearfully at the gentle Sun Wutian, reminiscent of how he used to comfort her in their youth. The audience remained in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding scene. What is happening? Who am I? Where am I? What on earth is going on? Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, we are still in the midst of a duel. Piccolo interjected, breaking the spell between the two. Sun Wutian arched an eyebrow, glancing at the bright lights surrounding them, and subtly released Kia, exclaiming, Are we not still in a competition? How infuriating! Aliena, filled with resentment, mused inwardly as she observed the closeness of Kia and Sun Wutian, feeling her heart ache at the thought of a newcomer stealing his affection. Xiaotian, is that girl your girlfriend? Kia asked, her gaze lingering on Aliena with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, Sun Wutian admitted after a moment's hesitation, casting a soft glance at Aliena. Have you two been intimate? Kia inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Sun Wutian faltered, What do you mean by that? What do you think? Kia's suspicious gaze bore into him. Why yes, he stammered, feeling the pressure of her scrutiny. With a look of unwillingness, Kia shifted her gaze toward Aliena, a glimmer of envy flashing in her eyes. How's your time in the 6th universe been? Sun Wutian asked curiously. How could it be well? Kia's expression morphed into one of hatred as she glared at Jabe, her resentment palpable. Startled by her sudden shift, Sun Wutian exclaimed, What happened to the gentle Kia I once knew? Calm down, he urged, swiftly grabbing her as she prepared to confront Jabe. In the 6th universe, there exists an unspoken rule among the scions, Kia began, her head bowed as shadows cloaked her flawless visage. To preserve the purity of their bloodline, scions are forbidden from forming relationships with individuals from other planets, lest they face annihilation at the hands of their kin. Sun Wutian's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he absorbed Kia's recounting of the 6th universe's scion customs. I'm the child of a woman from the planet Moda and my father. Consequently, until I turned 2, I was relentlessly pursued by all scion factions that to ensure my escape, my parents sacrificed themselves, allowing me to flee to another star system while they perished in battle. As she recounted the tale, tears streamed down Kia's face. Her hopes of a new life were shattered before she even turned 2, leaving her an orphan once more. If it weren't for Sister Babados nurturing me, I would have long since perished, she sobbed. Sun Wukong enveloped Kia in his embrace, allowing her to weep freely, while his heart grew colder with the realization that he would need to find a way to annihilate the scions of the 6th universe. The onlookers regarded the grieving Kia with sympathy. Even the usually carefree Sun Wukong remained silent, understanding that the plight of the 6th universe's scions was not so different from their own. Chapter 86. The Arrival of the King. Sun Wukong gently patted the girl in his arms, reflecting on how he once believed himself to be the most unfortunate in comparison to Showdown. He felt as though he were in paradise. Indeed, while Sun Wukong had grown up without a father, having only Sun Wukong by his side, he at least had his mother and an older brother, a life filled with warmth and friends like Trunks. Additionally, he had the chance to see his father on the day of Majin Buu's emergence. Compared to Showdown, his life had been relatively fortunate. Rest assured, I am here for you, Sun Wukong said, gently wiping away Kia's tears. The sudden display of affection left the single spectators feeling as though they had been struck by an emotional wave. Animal Protection Organization? I report this. There is animal cruelty happening here. What animal? A dog. The single ones are animals too, but who wins in this situation? Sun Wukong glanced around, realizing he was still engaged in a tender moment with Kia. Should he concede defeat? With a soft chuckle, Kia leaped gracefully from his embrace, leaving the audience in disbelief. She just jumped down without a second thought? Kia, contestant, has exited the arena. Sun Wukong, contestant, is victorious. Thus, the winner is the 7th universe. The referee finally announced with clarity. Kia playfully winked as she employed her flight technique, gracefully returning to the preparation area of the 6th universe. Is this really how it ends? Surely, this cannot be so simple. The audience was left utterly bewildered, exclaiming in disbelief at the dramatic turn of events. Moments ago, they were locked in a fierce struggle, seemingly intent on taking each other's lives, and yet now, the outcome appeared almost surreal that a group of inept individuals had all succumbed to defeat, leaving Kampa seething with rage as he glared at the 4 competitors. As for Caulifla, it was a jest. Without even considering her connection to Goten, the presence of Beerus kept Kampa from unleashing his wrath upon her, directing his fury instead at the 4 from Universe 6. I shall obliterate you all, whether it be through instant transmission or Super Saiyan transformations. I will annihilate every last one of you, Kampa declared, harnessing the unique destructive energy of a god of destruction. Lord Beerus, is there any way you could save them? Goku implored, gazing at the vanishing opponents. No, Beerus replied lazily, reclining with his legs crossed, casting a casual glance at Universe 6. Fortunately, Kampa didn't lay a hand on that girl. Otherwise, Goten would have undoubtedly erupted in anger. Although I'm uncertain of their relationship, I suppose I'll find out soon enough. Suddenly, several figures appeared on the arena, but everyone's attention was fixated on Universe 6, rendering them unseen. Lord Kampa, Vados remarked, noticing the unexpected arrivals and tugging at the impatient Kampa. What is it? Don't pull me, Vados, Kampa retorted irritably. Lord Beerus was called out to Beerus. What is it? I'm not concerned with the affairs of Universe 6. Beerus replied, still lounging comfortably. Lord Kampa, Lord Beerus, the Omni King has arrived, Vados and Whis exclaimed in unison, startling the 2 gods of destruction. Nanny, the Omni King. In an instant, the expressions of Beerus and Kampa shifted dramatically, their gazes snapping to the arena where a familiar figure emerged. Leaving them pale with fear, the 2 gods of destruction dashed to the Omni King, bowing deeply in greeting. Welcome, Your Majesty. Cold sweat trickled down their brows as they set aside other concerns, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the supreme ruler had arrived. Well then, the author shall refrain from elaborating further. Readers may fill in the narrative as they please, considering the protagonists are not present. My dear, Are you not going to explain who she is? Elena inquired, tightly wrapping her arm around Goten possessively, casting a wary glance at Caulifla. That is a long story. Goten sighed, gazing wistfully at the sky, his expression turning somber. I've mentioned before that I hail from another world. You should recall, Caulifla is a friend I met in that realm. Goten earnestly spun the tale he had concocted previously, weaving a tragic love story that, though somewhat cliché, fit perfectly within the narrative style of the Dragon Ball universe. Convincing everyone present, Caulifla stifled a giggle behind her hand, thinking to herself that Goten's talent for spinning yarns had not faltered. Back when they used to skip class together, his silver tongue had left their teachers bewildered. As she observed Goten, her thoughts drifted to their time on Earth, reminiscing about the joy they shared during their carefree days, until the devastating diagnosis of her late-stage leukemia shattered her world. Oh, how embarrassing, she thought, reflecting on how, had things been different, they might have even had children by now. In the meantime, the audience watched as Goku put on a playful display before the Omni King, prompting Goten to facepalm in exasperation. Overwhelmed by having such a whimsical father. Alas, Goten sighed softly, lamenting that he had yet to finish watching Dragon Ball Super and was left in the dark about Jiren's true strength. If only I could have completed the series. As Goten voiced his grievances, Caulifla merely chuckled, and then, as if recalling something, she discreetly pinched Goten's side. By the way, Goten, why were you so aggressive towards that person? You nearly killed them. Goten quickly smiled. Hey, remember that book we read about the Dark Force theory? Back then, I didn't know you were also a time traveler, and I had no way of knowing if you meant me harm, so I had no choice but to eliminate you. All right then, you're off the hook. Caulifla relinquished her grip, huffing playfully, unaware that Elena was pouting nearby, her cheeks puffed up. Let us hurry and find the 7th Super Dragon Ball, Goku exclaimed with carefree enthusiasm. Once the Omni King departed, Kampa and the others from Universe 6 followed suit. Caulifla resolved silently to catch up with Goten, knowing that with the Omni King's appearance, the tournament of power was imminent, and she must enhance her strength to avoid the impending doom that awaited Universe 6. Goten watched calmly as the members of Universe 6 retreated into their bubble, feeling relieved that he had refrained from directly destroying Caulifla earlier. Otherwise, he would have had to commit seppuku as an apology. Chapter 87. Transition, Dragon of the Universe, grant my wish. I must power up. 1 month later, on Earth, Xiaotong, over here, Goten called out, effortlessly swatting away an incoming energy blast. Grinning at Caulifla, she huffed, catching her breath, glaring at Goten, thinking how absurdly powerful he had become, far surpassing even the formidable Gohan. Since their last battle, Caulifla had frequently sought Goten for training, believing that the best way to communicate among scions was through combat. Thus, the two, imbued with scion blood, often engaged in sparring matches. Elena fixed her gaze intently on them, feeling a sense of danger ever since Caulifla had arrived. Not only was Caulifla strikingly beautiful, but she also possessed formidable strength and an understanding of Goten that Elena found deeply unsettling. Kamehameha, Caulifla shouted, focusing her energy as she unleashed a powerful wave towards Goten. With a smirk, Goten effortlessly caught the oncoming blast with one hand, extinguishing the iconic attack with a mere squeeze that I'm done for. Big brother, Caulifla exclaimed in frustration, plopping down onto the ground. How on earth are you training? I'm giving it my all, yet I can't even draw out your true strength. Besides, I'm still haunted by that Super Saiyan 4 transformation. That power exceeded even that of the gods of destruction, and even the angels might not be able to intervene. After a brief respite, Caulifla suddenly leaped to her feet, her eyes ablaze with determination. Goten, exasperated, flicked her forehead. Girl, it's not that I want to dampen your spirits, but with your current state, I can't muster any enthusiasm that you'd be better off transforming into a Super Saiyan directly. Caulifla, it's time for us to head back, Vados announced, descending in a cascade of vibrant light. Smiling warmly must it be so soon? Caulifla's expression fell. Indeed, Caulifla, we must depart, the angel of Universe 6. I cannot linger too long. You know Kampa's ways, Vados teased, exasperated by her capricious god of destruction, who seemed more interested in revelry than responsibility. Then, big brother, I shall take my leave. I'll come find you again next time. Caulifla said reluctantly, placing her hand on Vados's back as they ascended into the sky, disappearing into the distance. Finally, that woman is gone. Elena huffed, her small fists clenched in frustration. Whenever Caulifla appeared, Goten would neglect her, leaving Elena feeling quite disheartened. Goten chuckled at her irritation, realizing that his dream of a harem was still a long way off. "What do you have against her?" he asked, tousling Elena's hair playfully. "Naturally. She makes my dear one so upset," Elena replied, glaring at Caulifla's retreating figure. Wishing she could confront her, though she knew she wouldn't dare, the outcome would undoubtedly be her defeat. My dear. "It seems you need to vent your frustrations," Elena said, wrapping her arms around Goten's neck, gazing into his eyes. "Yet it's strange," Goten mused, scratching his head. "Why can't I sense my dad or Uncle Vegeta's energy? I can't even feel Trunks or little Goten's presence." As Sun Wutian's brows gradually furrowed, he realized that neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta could be sensed. They might have ventured to the realm of the god of destruction for training. However, the absence of Trunks and little Wutian, those two rascals, puzzled him. Closing his eyes to concentrate, he allowed his intangible perception to expand, soon detecting two divine auras clashing fiercely. What the hell, why are Dad and Uncle Vegeta fighting on an alien planet? Sun Wutian's eyes twitched in exasperation. And what are those two little brats doing? Are they just standing by shouting praises? Sighing, he decided to teleport and see for himself, appearing right beside Trunks in an instant. "Wow," Trunks exclaimed, startled by Sun Wutian's sudden arrival. "Hey, why has Uncle Vegeta's aura changed?" Sun Wutian gazed upward at the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. That Vegeta's skin had taken on a pinkish-purple hue, and his once bright blue aura had deepened to a dark blue. Just as he was about to inquire, he was taken aback. "What the hell?" Sun Wutian gaped at Vegeta, who stood beside him, a pacifier in his mouth, immediately realizing the absurdity of the situation. "Uncle Vegeta, weren't you up there having a loving duel with Dad?" Almost spilling the truth, Sun Wutian quickly corrected himself, though he still wore a bewildered expression. Vegeta, visibly vexed, felt a vein bulge on his forehead, inwardly lamenting the foolishness of the boy. "Little Tion, you're just in time. Quickly eliminate that imposter pretending to be my father, or else my dad is doomed." Trunks urged frantically. "All right, I understand," Sun Wutian replied solemnly, fixing his gaze on Vegeta above that a flash of red light enveloped him as he transformed into Super Red. Vegeta could manage on his own against Super Blue. But if Super Saiyan 4 were to emerge, things could become troublesome. Thus, Sun Wutian unleashed his full energy, fixating intently on Vegeta. Chapter 88. Sun Wutian vs. Vegeta. Sun Wutian's transformation into Super Red halted the fierce battle between the two. "Oh, little Tion, you've arrived." Sun Wukong grinned broadly to Vegeta's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. He had absorbed Vegeta's power and memories, and thus was well aware of Sun Wutian's circumstances. To this point, Super Red was already comparable to a god of destruction. And if he were to transform into Super Saiyan 4, it would be dire. Daha. Sun Wutian cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta before blinking out of existence and reappearing beside Sun Wukong. Locking eyes with Vegeta. "Dad, I'm here to play with this guy," he chuckled playfully, a teasing glint in his eyes. "No, this is my fight with Vegeta. Little Tion, do not interfere." Sun Wukong quickly interjected, insisting that he had yet to finish his bout. Sun Wutian sighed in exasperation at his stubborn father. Fine, fine. You have the final say." He rolled his eyes. "But Dad, lives are at stake here. You and Uncle Vegeta are nearly evenly matched, and even if you use the Kaioken, can you guarantee that you'll defeat him before it's too late?" This was no exaggeration. In the original story, Sun Wukong had only managed to overcome the Vegeta created from the super water because Manaka inadvertently stepped on the core of that water, exposing a flaw. Without Manaka's extraordinary luck, which resembled that of a destined hero, they might not even find the core this time. Sun Wukong hesitated, realizing that Vegeta's life took precedence, especially if Vegeta accessed Super Saiyan 4. His own Kaioken would be futile. "Dad, I'll hold off this imposter Vegeta. You and Trunks go search for the core of the super water. Destroy it, and you'll save Uncle Vegeta." Sun Wukong whispered conspiratorially into Sun Wukong's ear. All right, Sun Wukong nodded, landing on the ground. Come on, let me see how much of Uncle Vegeta's power you can unleash. Sun Wukong provocatively beckoned Vegeta, activating his maximum taunting skills. Vegeta scrutinized Sun Wukong, fully aware that he was the strongest being in the universe, capable of even suppressing a god of destruction, which made Vegeta exceedingly cautious. Yeah, Vegeta decided to strike first. His cerulean energy flared like raging flames as he darted toward Sun Wukong, fully committing to an all-out assault. Good choice, Sun Wukong mused inwardly. Boom! Sun Wukong raised his arm to block Vegeta's incoming kick, a smirk playing on his lips as he seized Vegeta's leg and hurled him away. Crash! Vegeta collided violently with a stone mountain. A golden light erupted from the rubble where Vegeta lay buried, the mountain obliterated by the overwhelming force. Vegeta emerged from the crater, his cerulean aura now transformed into a golden blaze, bubbling like boiling water. And his deep red fur had taken on a pinkish hue. Even his hair cascading skyward had turned pink. That imposter, Vegeta glowered at the copy of himself, realizing that even Super Saiyan 4 had been replicated. Did you think that would suffice? Sun Wukong scoffed, disdain radiating from him as he regarded Vegeta. A mere copy. And you really think you can rival me? Little brat, die. Vegeta's face contorted with rage as he extended a hand towards Sun Wukong. Fingers together. Big bang attack, Vegeta shouted, conjuring a brilliant blue energy sphere aimed at Sun Wukong with lightning speed. Sun Wukong wore a mocking smile, mirroring Vegeta's stance. Big bang attack, he roared, summoning a similarly hued energy sphere, which collided with Vegeta's, resulting in a thunderous explosion that resonated throughout the heavens. Humph! How can your imitation compare to my authentic power? Vegeta scoffed, watching Sun Wukong engulfed in smoke, laughing derisively. You fool! A chilling voice emerged from the haze as Sun Wukong appeared, unscathed, as though he were not the counterfeit. How is that possible? Vegeta stood dumbfounded, staring at the untouched Sun Wukong. You, with that pathetic power, can't even unleash half of Uncle Vegeta's strength that are nothing but a weakling. Sun Wukong continued to mock. Vegeta smirked faintly. Well said, young one. You truly understand my intentions. Nanny, Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong, then shot a glance at his doppelganger, his expression one of utter fury. You dare claim I'm inferior to that, Vegeta? How dare you? Die. Sun Wukong, Ultimate Vegeta's eyes burned with fury, his arms outstretched as he gathered a terrifying electric energy in his hands. Come on, let's harm each other. Sun Wukong cackled maniacally, positioning his hands at his waist in a flower-like stance. Gathering a blue energy sphere. Kamehameha! Sun Wukong compressed his divine power into the energy ball, while Vegeta amassed all his might into a golden electric sphere. Boom! Flash! They both roared, releasing their gathered energies, and two terrifying forces collided in the void. Chapter 89. The Future World in the Future. A blue-haired youth sprinted through the smoke-filled ruins of a city, occasionally hiding behind crumbling walls to survey his surroundings, as if evading something that a glint of cold determination flashed in Trunks' eyes as he sprinted toward a hidden location. Xiao Wu! Trunks, as Tenenx opened a relatively well-preserved door. He beheld a youthful and radiant girl, whose serious countenance momentarily transformed to reveal a glimmer of joy. The sky above was torn asunder by two formidable energies. One half bathed in golden light, while the other was steeped in deep blue. These two forces clashed and compressed against one another, creating a tumultuous battle of energies in the void. Ah! Vegeta roared like thunder, fervently drawing upon the energy within him and directing it relentlessly towards Son Goten. Son Goten, refusing to be outdone, unleashed a torrent of divine power that rivaled that of a god of destruction, causing the azure energy beam to swell dramatically. The collision of these two forces sent tremors throughout the planet, as if the very ground were quaking in an earthquake. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared as though he had been struck by a surge of electricity. His body momentarily stalled, and his energy output seemed to falter. The might of his ultimate flash was considerably diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Son Goten summoned every ounce of strength to unleash the Kamehameha wave. which swiftly consumed the ultimate flash. It seemed that his father had succeeded, and son Goten chuckled inwardly as the terrifying energy surged toward Vegeta with an unstoppable force. Ah, I won't accept this. Vegeta was engulfed by the overwhelming energy of the Kamehameha wave, his figure swallowed by the onslaught. In his last moment, he emitted a furious roar of defiance before being obliterated by the attack. In the instant before Vegeta vanished completely, his nearly transparent form abruptly returned to clarity. Irritated, he averted his gaze, producing a pacifier that resembled a baby's father. Tenanks exclaimed, rushing joyfully toward his father upon witnessing Vegeta's revival. Vegeta huffed dismissively, attempting to mask his own embarrassment. Son Goten, noticing the pacifier still clutched in Vegeta's hand, couldn't he help but smirked up. By the way, Uncle Vegeta, why were you still chewing on that pacifier? Ice and tea that meant for infants? Vegeta stared blankly at son Goten's mischievous expression, then glanced at the pacifier, his face a portrait of disbelief, as if to say, "Are you kidding me? Am I really a man in his 40s chewing on a pacifier?" Upon returning to Earth, Vegeta was taken aback to see a baby-like Shao Fong with a pacifier in her mouth, internally cursing. What the hell? I actually was chewing on a pacifier. That hot pot alien, come here. I swear I won't let you live. Son Goten cast a sympathetic glance at Vegeta, feeling pity for the poor child, who was unaware of the absurdity of the situation. It was no wonder, as Vegeta had likely been immersed in his training, while Tenanks was busy with the pacifier. In the future, after Tenanks had returned from the present and vanquished the androids in Cell. Peace was restored to Earth. However, new adversaries had emerged, plunging the future back into peril. Mother, Tenanks said as he handed a jar of pure blue liquid, obtained from Xiao Wu, to Bulma. She calmly accepted it and placed it in the energy slot of the time machine. Once they exited the basement, she looked solemnly at Tenanks. Tenanks, this is our last hope. You must return to the past and bring Goku and your father back. Yes, but Mother, Tenanks began, but before he could finish, the ceiling erupted violently. Instinctively, he recoiled. Mother, Tenanks shouted in terror as he watched Bulma being seized by a figure cloaked in black mist. Tenanks, run, Bulma struggled to utter, her gaze pained as she looked at him. A wave of energy was unleashed by the shadowy figure, and Bulma, in despair, recognized the familiar face of son Goku. Goku? She exclaimed, just before the energy wave struck her, reducing her to nothingness before Tenanks' horrified eyes. Mother, he cried, panic-stricken as the smoke dissipated, the figure resembling Goku emerged from the darkness. But Tenanks' gaze was not filled with reverence. Rather, it was consumed by an unshakable resentment. Black Goku. Tenanks glared with loathing at the figure, his face etched with frost and a fierce intent to kill. Soon, it will be your turn, scion. Black Goku sneered, his left ear adorned with a patra earring that shimmered in the firelight. In an instant, Tenanks transformed into a Super Saiyan, his fury ablaze as he charged at Black Goku without hesitation. With a slight smirk, Black Goku appeared before Tenanks, as if through instant transmission, delivering a kick that sent Tenanks crashing into the wall like a broken kite. Ugh, he stifled a cry of pain as a wave of fiery agony coursed through his abdomen, tasting blood in his mouth. Soon, you will find release, scion, Black Goku remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Tenanks. Die. Xiao Wu, seemingly appearing from nowhere, brandished a machine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets at Black Goku, the dark muzzle spitting fire as countless rounds sped toward him. Black Goku smirked derisively at the incoming bullets, showing utter contempt. Xiao Wu. Tenanks gasped in despair as he watched her collapse, her head lolling to the side. Lifeless. Gently, he laid down her lifeless body, shooting a vengeful glare in the direction where Black Goku had flown. Forcing himself to remain calm, Tenanks gazed deeply at Xiao Wu before turning his back and fleeing to the basement. Where is Tenanks? Black Goku wondered aloud as he returned to the scene. Spotting Xiao Wu's corpse and dismissing her as dead, he floated in the air, scanning the ground for Tenanks' whereabouts. Found him. His focus sharpened as he detected Tenanks operating the time machine in the basement. A cruel smile creeping onto his lips. With practiced ease, Tenanks activated the time machine, which began to ascend slowly to, oh no, as the machine emerged from the basement. Tenenks caught sight of Black Goku hurtling toward him. His heart racing with trepidation, he was trapped inside the machine and unable to fight without risking its destruction. An outcome that would render his efforts futile. Black Goku's hand swept forward, unleashing a powerful energy wave directed at Tenenks. Just then, a white aura enveloped the time machine, which vanished from sight as if leaping through space. The energy wave struck the ground, exploding in a shower of debris. What just happened? Black Goku exclaimed, taken aback. How could he simply disappear? He intensified his senses, probing to the maximum range. It's impossible. Tenenks has truly vanished. A look of astonishment crossed his icy features. Within the golden-hued time portal, Tenenks felt a wave of relief as the time machine successfully entered the river of time. Exhausted, he finally succumbed to sleep. The author, with utmost seriousness, called the traffic police. Hello, I have someone here driving while fatigued. Traffic officer. Very well, what is he driving? Author. A time machine. He out cold. As the traffic officer shouted, get lost. The sky suddenly filled with countless golden specks converging together. Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at the celestial phenomenon. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed in wonder. The golden lights coalesced, revealing a time machine before the onlookers. Wow, what is that? Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. The time machine landed smoothly on the ground, and Sun Wukong squinted, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. At a time machine, it seems the future Trunks has arrived. He mused silently. Shio, quickly fetch the chairman. Pilaf instructed his companion Shio, who was following closely. Understood, Shio replied, hastening towards Capsule Corp, mumbling to himself, always being sent on errands. Do they not realize I am an elderly dog? Hey, there's someone inside, Trunks exclaimed, noticing the slumbering future Trunks within the time machine. Young master, that appears to be the insignia of the Capsule Corporation, the plump tutor stammered, pointing at the emblem on the time machine. Indeed, Trunks remarked, somewhat surprised. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes beside them. Of course, that was crafted by your mother herself. Nevertheless, the advanced technology of Dragon Balls is indeed astonishing. Setting aside the time machine, the existence of androids alone, which could wreak havoc on an era, is something unimaginable on the earth of my past life. If such androids were truly created, that nation would undoubtedly rise to be the world's strongest, making the United States bow down in submission. Let us get the person inside out, Sun Wukong said helplessly, looking at the crowd of Trunks and Goten. Hurry, Goten, help me, Trunks urged as he opened the hatch of the time machine. Upon hearing that future Trunks had arrived, Bulma immediately rushed over, spotting the older Trunks lying on the bed, covered in wounds, her face filled with concern. Trunks, she called out anxiously. Trunks, upon hearing her voice, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His form turned gray. I am Trunks. Who is this imposter calling himself Trunks? Who am I? At that moment, Sun Wukong placed a hand on Trunks' head. Don't worry, perhaps this fellow, like me, is a Trunks from another realm. Upon hearing this, Trunks' demeanor brightened. Right? This guy looks just like me. He might be the Trunks from the future. Just then, Goku and Vegeta hurriedly arrived from the sacred world of the Kais. Upon seeing the injured future Trunks, their joy quickly turned to concern. Thanks to the sins of beans brought by Goku, future Trunks soon regained consciousness. Trunks is awake. His eyes slowly opened, and upon seeing Goku, he perceived a wicked smile reminiscent of Black Goku, which filled him with rage. You, Trunks, Goku greeted cheerfully, only for Trunks to retaliate with a fierce punch. Dark One. Future Trunks angrily swung his fist at Goku, his eyes filled with genuine hatred. The crowd gasped in surprise as Goku caught Trunks' punch without hesitation. Hey, Trunks, it's me, he exclaimed. Smack! Bulma swiftly slapped future Trunks across the face. After years apart, you greet him with a punch. That is unacceptable. The slap jolted future Trunks back to clarity as he focused on Goku. Uncle Goku, realizing he had struck the wrong person, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Uncle Goku. Trunks, what happened? Bulma asked kindly, Mom. Future Trunks exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before Bulma, overwhelmed with emotion at seeing her alive once more. So you shamelessly fled here, Vegeta chastised after listening to Future Trunks recount the calamities of his timeline. Future Trunks seemed poised to defend himself, but instinctively recoiled under Vegeta's scornful gaze that don't say that. Vegeta, the era Trunks comes from was merely a struggle for survival. Goku interjected with a grin up. By the way, who are you? I don't recall seeing you before. You look quite like Uncle Goku. Future Trunks inquired, having noticed Goten watching from the sidelines. Goten smiled broadly, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Son Goten. Hello. Future Trunks shook Goten's hand, his expression growing more perplexed. Goten, what is your relation to Uncle Goku? I don't think I saw you during my last visit. Goten smiled casually. I am the second son of Goku, the posthumous child from the battle against Cell. Future Trunks was taken aback. No way. You're kidding. I thought that fight was only a short while ago. The current me is still just a little kid, yet you're already so grown, seeing the unabashed skepticism in Future Trunks' eyes. Goten's smile remained unwavering. To be precise, I am the Goten from another world. While in this world, I am merely a child akin to that Trunks. I see. Future Trunks nodded in understanding. I never imagined humans actually succeeded in creating a time machine. I thought it was impossible, Beerus remarked, eyeing the time machine parked in the courtyard with a solemn expression. Humph. Bulma jumped down from the cockpit of the time machine, puffing her chest out proudly like a victorious rooster. This is my invention, she declared, her face beaming with pride. Yes, that's so. Manipulating time is strictly prohibited. Even gods dare not meddle excessively with time, that you've committed a grave offense, was remarked ominously, gazing at Bulma, who was lost in her triumph. Bulma's face fell in confusion. Is that really the case? She asked skeptically. Indeed, was affirmed, time is a domain even gods refrain from interfering in too greatly. For instance, consider a blade of grass. It serves as food for a young sheep. If you were to return to the past and trample that blade of grass, the sheep may perish for lack of sustenance, triggering a cascade of consequences. Lord God, if there is to be punishment, let it fall upon me. Do not trouble my mother. Future Trunks, pale with fear, knelt beside Whis upon comprehending the severity of manipulating time. Hey, Beerus, taken aback, pointed to himself. Wait, I'm a god here. You're asking the wrong person. Noticing Beerus' discomfort, Whis smiled and pointed to Beerus. He is the god. I am merely his attendant. Future Trunks glanced at Beerus, then without hesitation knelt before him. Please, Lord God, do not punish my mother. That will not do, Beerus replied coldly. Young man, next time, keep your eyes open. Bulma, unfazed by Beerus' reaction, knowing him well from their past interactions, produced some fish sausages from her pocket. What's this? Something you haven't tried before. Beerus accepted the sausage from Bulma, took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Delicious. Then, regarding my creation of the time machine, Bulma began, but Beerus interrupted. Forget it. Is there any more? I need more. Having finished the sausage in an instant, Beerus expressed his desire for more for the time machine creation. That was of no consequence. Witnessing this blatant exchange, Pilaf and the others stood there, astonished and bewildered. In open transaction. Trunks, let me test your strength. Sun Wukong gazed at Date with a curious expression. After several years apart, he remained oblivious to the source of Date's formidable power. Furthermore, considering that even Date was unable to contend with certain foes, Sun Wukong sought to form his own judgment. The two exchanged a glance, and without a word, they gradually floated into the air, locking eyes as they stood upon the void. Tuan, crackle, crackle. Date concentrated his energy, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2, electricity crackling around him. Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, exclaiming Tuan, as he too manifested as Super Saiyan 2. With a fierce shout, Date launched a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong, imbued with terrifying force. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, and in that fleeting moment, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Their fists collided with a thunderous impact, unleashing a violent gale that rippled outward. Bulma, once more, retrieved a remote control from her pocket, her delicate fingers pressing a button. From above the courtyard, several pillars emerged, firing energy beams towards the space above Sun Wukong and Date. The energies clashed, forming a barrier that separated the two combatants. This should suffice, Bulma remarked with a smile. Seeing that his attack had yielded no results, Date raised a leg and launched a fierce kick at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised an arm to block the incoming kick, a smirk playing on his lips as he launched a flurry of strikes towards the Tay, his limbs moving like shadows. The Tay, undeterred, also unleashed his limbs in a fierce battle against Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. The energies released from their attacks swept across the surroundings, creating ripples upon striking Bulma's protective barrier, which subsequently dissipated. One must admit, Bulma was indeed a genius. The barrier she had constructed could withstand the energies surging from two Super Saiyan 2 fighters. That little rascal isn't too shabby, remarked Beerus as he took a bite of his sausage, observing Date matching Sun Wukong blow for blow. Impressive. To hold your own against your father, it seems Trunks has been diligently training during peacetime. After all, having endured apocalyptic days, he should understand the importance of being prepared. Even if he cannot defeat Black Goku. Ha! Seizing an opening, Date landed a kick to Sun Wukong's side, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Chapter 92. The arrival of Black Goku in the future. What is going on? Black Goku's face darkened as he scoured the entirety of Earth without finding Trunks, a fact that infuriated his self-important demeanor. Black Goku glanced at the exquisite silver ring adorning his right hand, which flickered with a sinister glow. A beam of energy shot forth from the ring, penetrating the location where Date had vanished. Under the influence of this energy, a dark fissure crackled with lightning manifested. Could it be? Gazing at the ring on his finger, Black Goku pondered a possible scenario, swiftly propelling himself towards the fissure, disappearing into its depths. Now, I didn't expect you to grow so powerful, Trunks, Sun Wukong remarked, a broad grin adorning his face as he observed Tate subtly distanced himself from Sun Wukong, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon him, seemingly perceiving the ominous smile of Black Goku, which stirred his inner ire. No, compared to the Dark One, I am still far from strong enough. Date clenched his fists in frustration, memories of a desolate future flooding his mind. The image of his mother being brutally slain by Black Goku, her body left unburied. Sun Wukong's form bent downward, his arms angled at 90 degrees, his visage twisting into a fierce grimace as his energy surged once more, his golden hair extending to his waist, his expression transforming into one of terrifying ferocity. This was the power that transcended Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 3, the golden aura surged like a jet, leaving Date utterly astonished. Super Saiyan 3, feeling the immense energy radiating from Sun Wukong. Date no longer concealed his strength. With a sharp sound, he drew the sword from his back, aiming a downward slash at Sun Wukong. The blade approached with blinding speed that a sinister smile spread across Sun Wukong's face as he extended his fingers to catch Date's sword in a flash. Nanny! Date exclaimed in shock, straining to drive the sword into Sun Wukong, but found it firmly clamped in place. Boom! As Sun Wukong caught Date's sword, the terrifying sword energy and the pressure of their energies shattered Bulma's barrier, unleashing a fearsome gale. Sun Wukong shouted, propelling Date away with a kick, then instantaneously appearing above him to deliver a punch, sending Date crashing into the ground, creating a vast crater. Are you all right, Trunks? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing down at Date in the pit. I'm fine, Uncle Wukong, Date replied, struggling to his feet, brushing off the dirt, and sheathing his sword once more. You're remarkably strong, Trunks. It appears your training hasn't faltered since returning. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly. Date responded with a dry laugh. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed from the sky, causing everyone to furrow their brows. A massive tear in the heavens opened, dark lightning dancing within as the world descended into darkness. A figure emerged from the rift. The Dark One, Date seethed, glaring at Black Goku with unrestrained fury, his eyes filled with a desire to obliterate him. Black Goku silently regarded the rift behind him, then glanced at his ring, muttering softly, "So that's it. Have I traversed through time? He's the Dark One, and he bears a striking resemblance to me," Sun Wukong remarked, curiosity evident in his expression as he scrutinized Black Goku's face. "Indeed, Trunks," Black Goku replied, focusing on the Date below, a smirk of mockery creeping onto his face. Sun Wukong. Vegeta, he surveyed the intrigued Sun Wukong and the frowning Vegeta. Lord Beerus was also present. Black Goku cast a glance at Beerus, who lounged on a beach chair, sipping a beverage, and thought to himself, "Hey, are you the Dark One?" Sun Wukong stepped forward, a glimmer of battle intent in his eyes. "Humph, Sun Wukong, how do you do?" Black Goku sneered, fixating on him. "Father, you just fought with Trunks. This time, it's my turn." As Sun Wukong prepared to ascend and engage Black Goku, he was halted by Son Goten, who took his place to confront Black Goku. A flicker of surprise crossed Black Goku's eyes. "Who the hell are you? Isn't Sun Wukong over there?" Son Goten sensed the peculiarity in Black Goku's gaze. "Wait, he should have seen me before. Why does he look as if he has never met me?" "Who are you? Let Sun Wukong come forward," Black Goku demanded ominously. "You're not worthy to know who I am," Son Goten retorted, disdain evident in his tone. "You rely on seizing others' bodies to gain strength. Even using your father's body, you don't deserve my respect." Weiss, enjoying a sausage while reclining on a beach chair, cast a sidelong glance at Black Goku, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. He leaned close to Beerus and whispered, "Lord Beerus, do take note of the ring on Black Goku's right index finger." Beerus's gaze sharpened as he glanced at the ring, narrowing his eyes. "The time ring? How does this fellow possess one?" "What did you say?" Black Goku glared furiously at Son Goten. "How dare you, foolish human, disrespect me?" With a furious rush, Black Goku surged forward, unleashing a powerful punch at Son Goten. "How dare you?" Son Goten retaliated. Anger ignited within him. "Don't think I'm unaware of your secrets." He swiftly closed the distance and landed a heavy punch to Black Goku's abdomen. Yawa. In a dramatic turn of events, Black Goku was struck fiercely in the abdomen by a terrifying punch from Son Goten, causing him to spew a mouthful of sweet blood and fly backward like a kite severed from its string. Dieter was astounded, his face a mixture of shock and elation, for it was indeed a rare occurrence to witness someone capable of vanquishing that dark overlord. It was the first time he had encountered Son Goten's formidable strength. Engaging with Super Saiyan 3 was no trivial matter. With a thunderous crash, Black Goku collided violently with a mountainside, utterly devoid of any resistance. Coughing, he left a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. His expression contorted in agony as the tumult within his abdomen raged, clearly indicating the weight of Son Goten's earlier blow. The pain was excruciating, and for a moment, Black Goku felt utterly powerless. The flicker of fear crossed his eyes, swiftly followed by a surge of fervor. He sensed an enhancement in the power at his disposal. Who was he truly? Wasn't Son Goku the strongest in the 7th universe? Could it be that the figure he had observed was not Son Goku, but rather this very person? A thread of confusion gnawed at Black Goku's mind, refusing to dissipate. Son Goten soared before Black Goku, a mocking grin upon his face, as if to deride Black Goku's overestimation of his own capabilities. "You have incited my wrath, Scion," he declared. The disdain evident in Son Goten's gaze ignited a blaze of fury within Black Goku. His face twisted in rage, wishing nothing more than to subject Son Goten to 1,000 tortures. Son Goten contemptuously beckoned with his fingers, taunting, "Come at me if you dare, bastard!" Black Goku roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a swift motion. Launching himself at Son Goten with a furious punch aimed at his insufferable face, Dieter, witnessing this transformation, was taken aback, but even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Son Goten, with an air of nonchalance, seized Black Goku by the throat, remaining unscathed despite receiving a powerful punch in return, leaving Dieter utterly dumbfounded. "Ugh!" Black Goku gasped, struggling to breathe as Son Goten's grip tightened around his throat, his limbs flailing in desperation. The sight of Black Goku, the embodiment of darkness, being so thoroughly subdued was beyond Dieter's comprehension. How could it be? I am a god. How can I be restrained by a mere human? Fear clouded Black Goku's gaze, realizing he was at the mercy of a human. With a resounding crash, Son Goten delivered a punishing blow to Black Goku's abdomen, releasing his grip on the latter's throat. Blood surged forth from Black Goku's mouth, resembling a blooming flower of crimson. Seizing the moment while Black Goku clutched his wound, Son Goten launched a powerful kick that sent him hurtling into the rocky crevices, leaving him in a pitiful state. Truly impressive, Dieter mused. watching in awe as Sun Goten toyed with Black Goku, a figure that had once haunted his nightmares now being treated with such contempt, shattering Dater's worldview. "Hey, are you dead? If so, make a sound," Sun Goten called down mockingly from the air, surveying the rubble where Black Goku had landed. The onlookers were speechless. How could one respond when already defeated? Suddenly, a dark energy beam erupted from the fissures, shattering the stones that encased Black Goku, who emerged in a disheveled manner from the depths below. "You dare defy me, human," Black Goku bellowed, veins bulging in fury. "How dare you insult me in such a manner? Keep it down, will you? No one wants to hear your whining," Sun Goten snapped, slapping Black Goku on the forehead with annoyance. "Oh, you think you're the main character whose power relies solely on shouting?" Black Goku was momentarily stunned. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. He had roared. His battle power should have surged. And yet here he was, receiving a slap instead of a proper response. "You seek death," he bellowed, charging at Sun Goten with fists flying like shadows in a storm. "Hey, put some effort into it," Sun Goten teased between blows. "Haven't you eaten? Should I let you fill your belly before we continue?" Black Goku's frustration mounted. Every punch he delivered was effortlessly countered by Sun Goten, who, while dodging, continued to commentate as if it were a mere game, determined to provoke him further. Suddenly, a powerful suction emanated from a tear in time above, causing Black Goku to falter, his body gradually being pulled back. "What is happening?" The crowd wondered, perplexed by the sudden halt in battle. "That force is overwhelming. It's like a wound. This rift seeks to mend the disordered flow of time." This explained nonchalantly from the sidelines. With all his might, Black Goku struggled against the rift's pull, attempting to resist being drawn back. Sun Goten observed the spectacle, contemplating whether to eliminate Black Goku now, as he appeared utterly defenseless. However, he decided against it, thinking it best to leave him for Dieter to handle. Yet he couldn't allow Black Goku to escape unscathed, raising a hand with a smile. He bid farewell, goodbye. With that, he unleashed a devastating attack. As his fingers converged, a brilliant blue energy sphere coalesced in his palm, hurtling toward Black Goku, who was caught in abject terror as it struck him. "Oh!" Black Goku cried out, losing all resistance as he was engulfed by the rift's power, slowly being absorbed as the tear began to close, the sky returning to its serene blue, as if the chaos had merely been a fleeting dream. In the aftermath, within the rift, a disheveled Black Goku appeared as it sealed shut, collapsing helplessly to the ground. "But I can now wield the full power of Saiyan Son Goku," he gasped, blood spilling forth, even the slightest movement causing him excruciating pain. "You truly are in a pitiful state," a voice echoed from above, dripping with condescension. "Ah, it's you. Seeing me like this brings you joy," Black Goku replied with a self-deprecating smile. Meanwhile, Sun Goten reclined comfortably, hands behind his head, leisurely sipping a soda, reflecting that the earlier encounter with Black Goku had not truly satisfied him. For the entity Zamasu had only recently obtained Son Goku's body and could not possibly unleash its full potential. "Mr. Goten, please teach me to grow stronger," Dieter implored, his admiration for Sun Goten having reached new heights after witnessing his dominance over Black Goku. With a smirk, Sun Goten glanced at Dieter. "If you wish to grow stronger, you must first remove your tail." "Tail?" Dieter was left bewildered. "Tail?" Dieter asked, puzzled. "What does a tail have to do with becoming stronger?" He cautiously inquired. "Mr. Goten, why must I remove my tail?" "Humph, Trunks, pay attention," Vegeta interjected, his gaze fixed intently on Dieter, energy surging within him as if boiling water. "Ah," Vegeta roared, golden aura radiating with blinding brilliance, compelling Dieter to shut his eyes as the golden light faded. The figure of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta reflected in Dieter's terrified eyes. "Now you see, this is the true visage of a scion," Vegeta proclaimed, a confident smile gracing his lips. It can also be referred to as Super Saiyan 4, as the Ultra Super Saiyan 4 was nearly overwhelmed by Vegeta's terrifying power. Deti's face was etched with fear as he gazed at Vegeta, stammering in fright at the sheer magnitude of his strength. However, the expression of terror on Deti's face swiftly transformed into one of exhilaration. This formidable power capable of annihilating everything, could undoubtedly vanquish Black Goku. Yet Date also felt a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on the time when they faced Cell, relying solely on the singular breakthrough of Super Saiyan Gohan. Now, whether it was Goku's Super Saiyan 3 or his father's Super Saiyan 4, they could effortlessly overpower Black Goku. Of course, Date remained oblivious to the fact that they also possessed the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. While Black Goku had a similar transformation in a rose hue. Dad, how does one achieve this Super Saiyan 4 transformation? Is it truly reliant on the tail? Date inquired excitedly. Vegeta nodded affirmatively. Exiting the state of Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, this transformation required the presence of a tail, but I don't have a tail at all. Date blushed, realizing that he had no recollection of ever possessing one, leaving him uncertain about his own nature. Why don't we give it a try? Son Goten raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he looked at Date, causing the latter to feel a twinge of unease. What are you looking at me like that for? Does this guy have some ulterior motive? Date thought to himself, casting a wary glance at Son Goten. Hey, Trunks, is there anything protruding from your backside? Son Goten inquired with a devilish smirk. There is, Date replied, his gaze toward Son Goten growing increasingly peculiar. Could it be that this fellow truly had some peculiar inclinations? No way. I need to keep my distance. Upon hearing this, Son Goten's grin widened as he glanced at Trunks. Hey, little Trunks, come here and help me out. Okay, Trunks replied, momentarily taken aback before following Son Goten. Son Goten seized Date and dragged him towards Vegeta's training room, calling out as they left, Uncle Vegeta, may I borrow your training room for a moment? With a swift motion, Son Goten closed the door to the gravity chamber, producing a massive pair of pliers from behind him, which looked oddly familiar. Future Trunks, take off your pants, Son Goten casually instructed, causing Date to break into a cold sweat. Oh no, is my rear end about to be compromised so soon? What kind of look is that? Are you reading my expression? Son Goten's lips twitched, his expression shifting into shock. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of weirdo. I have a girlfriend. I'm not into that. Sorry, Date murmured after a brief silence. Offering an apology, casting a disdainful glance at Date, Son Goten tossed the pliers to Trunks. Little Trunks, when I grab hold of that, Trunks, you help me pull the T's tail out. Got it? Son Goten's gaze sharpened, hinting at a threat. Trunks straightened, understanding the task at hand. Leave it to me. Excellent, Son Goten replied, satisfied, before fixing his gaze on Date, his meaning clear. Go ahead, young man. We are with you. Reluctantly, Date lowered his pants halfway, while Son Goten firmly grasped his shoulders, preventing any movement. Trunks, with unwavering focus, targeted the small protrusion on Date's backside and clamped down fiercely, pulling with all his might. Date cried out in agony at the sudden pain, clearly indicating that Trunks was no novice in such matters. The training room echoed with anguished cries, a cacophony of despair that resonated down the corridor. If any fan were to witness such a scene, their imagination might conjure up numerous exceedingly vivid scenarios. Two men and a youth, indeed, a plethora of intriguing possibilities. Time passed swiftly, and Date, drenched in sweat, found a brown-black tail swirling in the air behind him. It seems we have succeeded. Son Goten smiled faintly, envisioning how Black Goku would react to Date's transformation into Super Saiyan 4. His excitement palpable. The tail has emerged. What comes next? Date asked, adjusting his pants, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Next, we need Uncle Vegeta to create an artificial moon so you could transform into a great ape. Son Goten replied with a grin. But I heard that scions lose their sanity when they transform into great apes. Date frowned. Humph, that only applies to lower-level warriors, Vegeta interjected, having overheard their conversation. As my son, you possess the proud bloodline of the scion royalty. Even when transforming into a great ape, you will not lose your sanity. To be honest, Son Goten envied Vegeta's royal scion lineage. The great ape transformation was undeniably a terrifying weapon. Under equal combat power, transforming into a great ape would amplify one's strength tenfold, without losing one's sanity or suffering side effects. The only drawback was a decrease in mobility, akin to a tenfold Kaioken without any adverse effects. When Vegeta first arrived on Earth and battled Goku, he leveraged the power of the great ape transformation to utterly dominate Goku. leaving him in a state of helplessness. At that time, Goku had no option but to rely on the Spirit Bomb, which took too long to gather energy, while Vegeta thoroughly overpowered him. With a flourish, Vegeta gathered energy in his palm, forming a pure white energy sphere, and hurled the artificial moon into the sky with a mighty shout. Explode, artificial moon. The artificial moon erupted in the sky, casting a brilliant light over the courtyard, illuminating everything beneath. As the radiant light shone down, T's tail reacted, and before the gathered spectators, he transformed into a massive brown-black great ape, letting out a ferocious roar towards the heavens. Ah, it's that monster. The Pilaf gang shrieked in terror at the sight of T's transformation, their faces filled with dread as they recalled their initial encounter with Goku's great ape during their first Dragon Ball hunt. Mr. Goten, I've transformed into a great ape. What should I do next? The great ape inquired, articulating human words as he turned to Son Goten. Son Goten regarded Tete with a serious expression. Trunks, next, you need to delve into your inner sadness and let that emotion erupt. Sadness. The great ape's eyes slowly dimmed as he sank into memories. Tete's mind flooded with recollections of the days ruled by the androids. A dark era where lives were lost daily due to the androids' whims, and others perished in resistance, much like Gohan during that time. Gohan. Tete recalled the moment of Gohan's demise, marking the beginning of his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Then came Black Goku's assault, leading to Bulma's tragic death at his hands. Mom. Tete roared, the great ape unleashing a thunderous bellow, transforming into a golden great ape. As the golden great ape radiated blinding light. The brilliance faded to reveal a completely new Tete. Clad in deep crimson fur, with his torso exposed, his striking blue eyes shone brightly within red sockets, and his long black hair cascaded down his back, reminiscent of his Super Saiyan hairstyle, brimming with immense energy. So cool. In the trio, Xiao Wu gazed adoringly at the cold and aloof Tete. Super Saiyan 4, Tainanx, made his grand entrance. Chapter 95. The rematch, Super Saiyan 4 Tainanx vs. Super Blue Sun Goku. Tete, momentarily entranced, glanced at himself, clenched his fists, and a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The energy coursing through him was beyond anything he had ever imagined, as if a mere punch from him could obliterate the world. This power was overwhelming, utterly incredible. Tete marveled, confident that with this strength alone, he could vanquish the earlier Black Goku. Son Goku was already eager to engage, for Tete's current power was sufficient to earn his full attention. How does it feel? This power hasn't let you down, has it? Son Goten squinted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He felt almost like a wholesale distributor of Super Saiyan 4, noticing the peculiar glances exchanged between Xiao Wu and Tainanx. Perhaps he should bring forth the Super Saiyan 4 transformations of these two youngsters as well. However, leaving Tainanx aside, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly be incapable of such a transformation. She was not a time traveler like him. Tainanx, shall we battle once more? Son Goku exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Tete quietly observed Son Goku for a few seconds before a light smile broke across his face. All right. He was eager to ascertain his current strength. After all, if his father had attained Super Saiyan 4, perhaps Son Goku had as well. Yet, Tete overlooked the fact that Son Goku, as a lower-tier warrior, lacked the control over the great ape transformation that Vegeta possessed. And he failed to consider whether Son Goku had a tail. Wait a moment. Just as it seemed these two were about to clash, Bulma's voice rang out, halting them. She scolded them. You two should fight elsewhere. If you accidentally damage the time machine, how will we return to the future? A hint of embarrassment colored Tete's face, and he felt a twinge of fear. If the time machine were to break, their journey to the future would be postponed. Son Goku, blissfully oblivious, chuckled, well, we don't understand the world of battle maniacs. The two exchanged glances before darting away like streaks of light into the distance. Diverging from the original tale, this time, Black Goku was directly sent back to the future by Son Goten, leaving no time to damage the time machine. Thus, only minor repairs were needed, and replenishing the energy required for the time machine would take a day or two at most. Bulma, seeing the two depart, transformed the time machine back into a capsule. She clutched the diary she had obtained from the time machine, detailing her future self's notes on the time machine, humming a cheerful tune as she returned to the research lab. "It seems we have been forgotten," murmured a certain god of destruction, feeling somewhat neglected. "Well, Lord Beerus, at least there are a few sausages left here," was replied, taking a bite of a sausage, lost in its delectable taste. "Ugh, that Nanks really loves to show off," Sun Goten remarked with a smirk, casting a sidelong glance at the infatuated Xiao Wu. Is he perhaps still a fan of Loli? He thought mischievously. "Oomph!" Vegeta shot a glance at Sun Goten before activating his levitation technique to catch up with Son Goku and Tite. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Tite soared through the skies, landing in a desolate desert. "Hey, don't be startled, Nanks," Son Goku chuckled, a serious expression settling on his face. "Ha!" With a commanding shout, Son Goku enveloped himself in a blue-white energy, forming a shimmering barrier around him. The barrier shattered like glass. Dissipating into the air, his hair transformed into a brilliant blue, resembling that of a Super Saiyan, and beneath his azure brows were a pair of icy blue eyes radiating intensity, surrounded by a concentrated aura of energy. Yet not a trace of it escaped. What transformation is this? Tite gazed in astonishment at Son Goku's new form. This is the Super Saiyan transformation, harnessing the power of Super Saiyan God. Son Goku explained with a light laugh, a Super Saiyan transformed by the power of Super Saiyan God. Tite's face reflected a mix of shock and confusion. What is Super Saiyan God? It sounds remarkably powerful. Simply put, it's a blue Super Saiyan. Son Goku clarified that it's a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 3. That's so. Tite nodded, yet new questions arose. "But Uncle Goku, why don't you transform into Super Saiyan 4 as well?" Son Goku scratched his head, pointing to his backside. "I don't have a tail, so I can't transform. Plus, if I turn into a great ape, I would lose my sanity. That's not an option." Huh. Tite stared in surprise at Son Goku's waist. Indeed, there was no tail, something he had overlooked until now. That's so. "All right," he replied, though the astonished expression quickly shifted to one of gravity. Although he couldn't sense Son Goku's energy, his instincts warned him that the current Son Goku posed a significant threat. Noticing Tite's silence, Son Goku also fell silent, the two locked eyes, searching for a chink in the other's armor. "Let me see your current strength, Nanks," Vegeta commanded from his perch on a rocky peak. Focusing intently on the two, silently encouraging Tite. "Ha!" Son Goku made the first move, his form blurring into a phantom as he surged forward at blinding speed, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Tite's left shoulder. "Nanny!" Son Goku's expression changed as his fist passed through Tite's shoulder. Alarmed, he sensed an overwhelming force strike his abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain as he was sent hurtling backward. After being struck, Tite raised his right leg, maintaining a forward thrust with his knee, revealing that Son Goku had been propelled away by his force. The Tite who had been hit earlier began to fade like an illusion. Nanks' speed had increased. Vegeta noted with intrigue, though he realized that such speed alone would not be enough to defeat Kakarot. Son Goku, having been knocked back, rolled through the air several times before landing safely. "Quite strong, aren't you, Nanks?" Son Goku's fighting spirit ignited further. "Then I shall." Once again, Son Goku charged at Tite, this time aiming a kick at him. Boom! This time, Son Goku's speed had notably escalated, momentarily bewildering Tite. Tite's body was solidly struck by Son Goku's kick, causing him to stagger, yet he quickly regained his composure and retaliated with an energy blast. Boom! Son Goku deftly dodged Tite's energy blast, which subsequently detonated among the rocky outcrops, shattering several stone pillars. Vegeta floated slightly back, observing the skirmish. Boom! Whoa! Seizing the opportunity while Son Goku evaded the energy blast, Tite delivered a powerful kick to Son Goku's abdomen. Nevertheless, Son Goku retaliated with an energy blast of his own, resulting in both combatants crying out in pain as they staggered back several steps. "Super Saiyan Blue is indeed formidable," Tite remarked, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, his demeanor turning serious. "Vegeta can do it too." Son Goku grinned widely, chuckling. "Nanny, Dad too," Tite exclaimed, casting a shocked glance at Vegeta, who watched the battle unfold with crossed arms and an unimpressed expression. "However, I will unleash my full power now," Son Goku declared, a smirk forming on his lips. With a mighty shout, he proclaimed, Kaioken times 10. As Son Goku's voice echoed through the air, a crimson aura erupted around him, intertwining with the azure energy that enveloped him, adding a layer of red to his form. Ha! Seeing Son Goku unleash such astonishing energy, Tite could not afford to hold back. He roared, his golden aura blazing like boiling water, as he fully unleashed the power of his Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Boom! Boom! The terrifying energy unleashed by Tite and Sun Wukong sent tremors throughout the entire Earth, reminiscent of the impending apocalypse. Oh dear! It seems that Tenanks and his father are quite engrossed in their battle, and feeling their astonishing power. Son Goten leisurely sipped his drink, reclining with his legs crossed. Goodness, it's not over yet. The sudden earthquake nearly startled Beerus, who was sipping his drink, causing him to glare discontentedly in the direction of Sun Wukong and Tite. Oh no, an earthquake! Pilaf exclaimed in terror, fleeing with his companions Xiao Wu and Xiao. Chapter 96. The battle comes to a close. Z's group. Boom! 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 In the wilderness, the battle between Tite and Sun Wukong raged on, with a torrent of energy continuously erupting. Energy blasts soared through the air, creating ripples in the atmosphere. That cockroach, Vegeta scowled, his expression marred with displeasure as he observed the duel. That oh my, Tenanks is quite formidable, managing to compel my father to employ the tenfold Koken. Son Goten mused with keen interest, pondering whether he should fuse with Tenanks, envisioning the awe-inspiring Super Saiyan 4 Gotenks. Ha! Boom! Sun Wukong seized an opportunity, landing a powerful punch to Tite's abdomen. Ugh! Tite cried out in pain, his body hurtling backward, spitting a mouthful of blood mid-air before crashing into a crevice, stirring up a cloud of dust. Whoosh! From within the fissure, a pillar of energy shot skyward, shattering the stones that had encumbered Tite. He emerged, slightly disheveled and bearing multiple injuries, though Sun Wukong fared much worse, his shirt reduced to mere tatters, revealing the sheer might of his Super Saiyan 4 physique. Sky Cannon. Tite veered to the left, his hands forming claw shapes as a pale purple energy flame erupted around him. With a mighty roar, he propelled the accumulated energy towards Sun Wukong. Kamehameha! Sun Wukong gasped in alarm, hastily forming his hands into a blossom shape at his waist. Subsequently, a wave of energy that painted the world a vibrant blue surged forth to collide with Tite's Sky Cannon. The two roared in unison, fervently squeezing every ounce of energy from within. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, the energy erupted between them, engulfing both Tite and Sun Wukong in a shroud of black mist. Echoed twice as both Tite and Sun Wukong cried out in agony from the impact. Tenanks! Cockroach! Vegeta exclaimed in alarm, swiftly darting towards the obscured figures. Vegeta thrust his hands forward, unleashing an invisible gust of energy that swept away the black mist, revealing the battered forms of Sun Wukong and Tite. Both appeared quite worse for wear, covered in bruises, with only their indestructible trousers remaining intact, their muscles exposed to the air. Sun Wukong could no longer maintain his super blue form, reverting to his normal state, while Tite had also returned from Super Saiyan 4, though he seemed in better shape than Sun Wukong. Quite impressive, Tenanks. Sun Wukong managed a weak smile, recognizing that Tite's power was nearing his own enhanced Super Blue Kaioken. Approaching Vegeta's level, Uncle Wukong's strength has grown considerably as well. The Super Saiyan Blue transformation is truly remarkable, Tite exclaimed with admiration, noting that Super Saiyan Blue could be regarded as an alternative version of Super Saiyan 4. Representing a power that surpassed Super Saiyan 3, let us head back, Vegeta declared, his tension easing upon seeing that Tite and Sun Wukong were relatively unscathed. With a facade of indifference, he uttered a parting remark before taking off. Sun Wukong cast a lingering glance at Vegeta's retreating figure. Come on, let us go too. Upon returning to Bulma's courtyard, Tite remained preoccupied with Sun Wukong's earlier words, intently scrutinizing Son Goten. Earlier on their way, Tite had inquired about Son Goten's strength, recalling how Sun Wukong had responded. You know, Goten, to be honest, I have no idea how strong he is right now. Even when I exert all my power, I can't seem to unleash much from Super Saiyan 4 Goten that he once knocked me down with a single hand, and he possesses transformations that exceed Super Saiyan 4, so I can't be certain. Date reflected, his curiosity piqued by the mysterious Son Goten from another world, enveloped in an aura of enigma. Son Goten sensed an unusual feeling, as if someone were praising his looks behind his back. Turning his head, he discovered Date, the silly boy, was indeed watching him intently. What s with that gaze? I'm not interested in that sort of thing, Son Goten thought to himself, a shiver running down his spine. By the way, Goten, I'd like to know where Gohan is, Date suddenly remembered, feeling the absence of someone. Glancing around, he finally pinpointed who was missing and promptly asked Son Goten, "You mean my brother?" Son Goten looked at Date in surprise. "Yes." Date nodded. "I used to train with Gohan, but I forgot to thank him during my last visit, so I'm curious about his whereabouts now." As Date spoke, a vision of his future self, attempting to thwart the androids and meeting his demise, flashed through his mind. He recalled Gohan's tragic fate, lying lifeless in a ruined city, raindrops pattering upon his fallen form. While he himself had achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan. "I believe he has a meeting today, but it should be wrapping up soon," Son Goten replied with a slight smile. Outside the school, Son Goten spotted Gohan leaving the meeting and called out, "Hey, brother, over here!" "Goten!" Gohan exclaimed, surprised to see his younger brother, as he thought Goten detested school, unless Elena was present, in which case Goten would undoubtedly show up. "What brings you here, Goten?" Gohan asked as he approached quickly. A peculiar smile crept on his son Goten's face as he sidestepped, revealing Date behind him. "Brother, look who's here," Son Goten said, raising an eyebrow with a grin. Gohan paused, staring at Date in recognition. "You're Tenanks." "Gohan, it's been a while," Date replied with a light smile. In a park, Son Gohan offered Date an ice cream. "Thank you." Date accepted the treat and took a bite. "I often come here. I'm quite familiar with the owner." After savoring a bite, Son Gohan began chatting casually, waving at the ice cream vendor. "I come here every day," Son Goten interjected, devouring the exposed ice cream in one bite. Nonchalantly adding, "Though I wouldn't come if I were alone." Son Gohan shot Son Goten an exasperated glance. "Wasn't he at you who came here with Elena? If you were by yourself, you wouldn't bother." "Who is Elena?" Date asked, puzzled that Goten's girlfriend. Son Gohan explained, and Date regarded Son Goten with a strange expression, and Son Goten raised an eyebrow, retorting, "What's wrong? I'm already 18. It's perfectly normal to have a girlfriend." "But I'm curious, brother, how did you and sis-in-law get together?" Son Goten shifted the topic, his curiosity piqued about how Gohan managed to win over Videl, given Gohan's innocent demeanor, which didn't seem like the type to pursue girls. Perhaps it was Videl who had taken the initiative? Let's not delve into the details. Gohan's face flushed slightly as he quietly resumed eating his ice cream. "Huh, brother, you're already married?" With great astonishment, Date gazed at Sun Wukong. Not only that, but he also had a child, a girl, no less. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, slightly appearing lewd. However, she was merely a restless little ancestor, Sun Wukong silently added in his heart. Throughout the Dragon Ball GT and Dragon Ball Super series, Xiaofang had consistently been a disruptive force. Those who had witnessed the episodes where Date visited Wufang's home during the Black Goku arc, along with the aftermath of Goku's tenfold Kaioken, would recall Xiaofang being a mischievous little rascal. Even in GT, she was no different, doing as she pleased, venting her frustrations by kicking a spaceship, nearly damaging it in the process. He wondered if, in his own world, his brother had managed to woo Biddy Lee, and whether his father had been resurrected after his chaotic intrusion. Having departed, he was uncertain about his mother's well-being. And for a moment, Sun Wukong's gaze turned melancholic. In the original Dragon Ball Z world, Shenron, please let Wukong return. At Bulma's residence, Sun Wukong expressed his wish to Shenron, the halo of an angel, signifying the dead, no longer hovering above him, indicating that he was now a living being. Chi-Chi gazed up at Shenron with hopeful eyes, and upon closer inspection, it seemed Chi-Chi had aged considerably. Shenron's eyes glowed red, and he reluctantly spoke. "I'm sorry, but I cannot locate Sun Wukong." "Why, Shenron? Why can't you find him?" Sun Wukong's eyes filled with despair as he shouted at Shenron, While Chi-Chi wept uncontrollably, it seemed that Sun Wukong was absent from this world. Even I cannot find him, but I can assure you that he is still alive, Shinran explained. In the Z world, the Z fighters were all reminded of Sun Wukong, the lone warrior who had valiantly faced off against the evil Buu. Damn it! Sun Wukong's face twisted in anguish. Everything happening in this Z world was unknown to Sun Wukong, who was currently at Sun Wukong's home, accompanying the little troublemaker, Xiaofang. Chapter 97. Speculations on Black Wukong in the evening. As the two emerged from Wufang's residence, they both bore expressions of having been thoroughly exhausted. Did I just lose my mind? How did I end up taking care of Xiaofang? Reflecting on the day, Sun Wukong's face was filled with dread. Watching Dote's misfortunes in the anime had once been enjoyable, but now it was his turn. He sighed, "Forget it, I want to end it all." Dote, following behind Sun Wukong, wore a helpless expression, a bitter smile etched on his face. Wufang's daughter is truly a living ancestor. "Let us head back first, Trunks," Sun Wukong stated stiffly, then activated his flight technique, soaring into the sky like a zombie. Flying instinctively, Dote twitched his lips, also taking to the air behind Sun Wukong on the roof of Bulma's house. Not bad. Looking quite spirited, Bulma nodded in satisfaction at Dote, who had changed into new clothes. "He is definitely my son. He looks handsome in anything. By the way, where did Uncle Wukong go?" Dote inquired, scanning the room and noticing the absence of the most animated figure at the dining table. "It is said that Lord Beerus sensed a presence similar to that of the Dark One, and they have gone to Universe 10, Krillin explained. "Really?" Dote exclaimed, rushing over to Krillin, excitement lighting up his face. If they truly discovered the identity of Black Wukong, the situation would be advantageous for him, as he would at least know who Black Wukong was and that he possessed the Super Saiyan transformation. Indeed, Krillin nodded, slightly taken aback. After conversing with Krillin for a while, Dote noticed Krillin's hair and exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Krillin, I didn't expect you still had hair." "Well, I am married now. Having hair is certainly better than being bald," Krillin replied, stroking his flowing hair. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Dote was momentarily dazed, then exclaimed in shock, "Ah, Uncle Krillin is actually married." "Yes, we have a daughter," Krillin continued. Dote felt a wave of nostalgia. He never anticipated that his brief visit would alter so much history. His mentor and elder brother, Wufang, not only got married, but also had a daughter. Even Krillin was no exception, and even Sun Wukong, a character who never existed in history, had thrived due to his changes. "Who is your wife? Do I know her?" Dote pressed on it. A hint of embarrassment crossed Krillin's face. "You know my wife very well." I could see that moment. A melodious voice chimed in. "Krillin." Dote instinctively turned his gaze. Gasping in astonishment, point 18. Dote stared at 18, fear flickering in his eyes. This individual had brought him a tragic childhood, even causing Wufang's demise in her hands, albeit in a different timeline. "Daddy," Marin whined, running into Krillin's arms. Dote's shocked expression shifted to one of confusion. This little girl called Krillin Daddy, meaning she was Krillin's daughter. "Wait, her hair is golden." Krillin said, "I know his wife. It can't be." "No way. You saw it." "Trunks, 18 is my wife," Krillin replied, a hint of awkwardness in his smile. "Trunks, I heard you took down the future version of me. Should I ask you for compensation?" 18 approached Dote, her face close to his, speaking ominously. "Huh." Dote looked utterly bewildered. "Just kidding." 18's expression transformed into a radiant smile. Dote continued to be perplexed. Her mood changed so rapidly that he could hardly keep up. Sun Wukong took a bite of grilled meat. Glancing at the equally meat-focused little Trunks and little Wukong, his eyes rolling mischievously. "Hey Trunks, how about we train for a super ultimate move?" Seeing Sun Wukong's mischievous grin, Dote instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. "Little Wukong and little Trunks, why don't you show this Trunks your move?" Sun Wukong beamed at little Wukong and little Trunks, his tone friendly yet subtly threatening. Brother Wukong, what move are you referring to?" The two little rascals, feeling intimidated by Sun Wukong, swallowed hard. "Please tell us what it is." "Fusion," Sun Wukong replied, his tone deadpan. "You two dimwits." "Oh, okay." The two little ones left their seats, standing a specific distance apart, striking a unique pose as they gradually drew closer. "Fuss Ion," With a twist of their waists, the tips of their outstretched fingers collided, and a blinding blue-white light erupted from their fingertips, engulfing their figures. Ding ding, Wu-Tien Trunks has arrived. A child emerged, possessing the combined traits of both little ones. His hair blazed in flames, half black and half purple, clad in a small black vest, a cocky grin perpetually gracing his face. A rather peculiar sight. Wow, amazing, Dode exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock, staring at the fused Wu-Tien Trunks, astonished by the immense power surge. This technique is called fusion, taught to them by Dad during the Majin Buu saga. The warrior resulting from the fusion possesses formidable strength. Sun Wukong explained to Dode in detail. This move was taught by Uncle Wukong. It truly is a terrifying technique. Dode marveled. Hee, what do you think? While I could easily defeat that Black Wukong, even killing him would be no issue. Don't you think he might have a transformation similar to Super Saiyan Blue? Plus, in terms of raw power, he is undoubtedly stronger than your current Super Saiyan 4 strength. Defeating him will probably be quite the challenge. Care to give a try? Sun Wukong's tone was laced with temptation. Super 4 Wu-Tien Trunks, absolutely awesome. Even though I have to take care of Trunks, who is weaker than Super 4 Vegeta. I can surely handle Fuse Zamasu without a hitch. Black Wukong is strong, but Zamasu is just a weakling, and his power boost ISN to anything significant.as for the claims online that he surpasses Beerus. I can only chuckle. Who is Beerus? The god of destruction, a being of unparalleled might among his peers, possesses within him the destructive energy and semi-autonomous capabilities that would allow him to effortlessly subdue the fused Zamasu. Pressing him into the ground and engaging in intimate contact with the Earth Mother, 18 most, he might find it a tad challenging to eliminate him.as for whether the blue Vegeta could contend with Beerus. That remains to be seen. After all, it is well known how Vegeta was diminished in power during the Super Series, compounded by the constraints of time. This grand spectacle is somewhat burdensome, given that the pose is rather ludicrous. Wouldn't you agree? Half a day has passed in the traversal between universes, and it is now morning on Earth. Ultimately, the Grand Priest did not acquiesce to Goten's requests, as he firmly believes that Super Saiyan 4 can vanquish Black Goku. Goten ceased his attempts to persuade him, as it was merely a fleeting whim. Whether or not they merged was of little consequence. Thus, upon observing the time, rings still intact, and the presence of Zamasu, one might question whether Black Goku is indeed a deity. After listening to everything Beerus had to say, Goten's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Truly foolish, Goten remarked derisively. Beerus' eyes bulged in indignation as he glared at Goten. Unperturbed, Goten savored a delectable piece of roasted meat, casting a disdainful glance at Beerus. Tell me, did you not sense a similar aura emanating from that dark figure, akin to that of Zamasu? Yes, what of it? Beerus retorted, his anger palpable. You recall the visage of that dark entity. Goten continued. I do, Beerus admitted, somewhat begrudgingly. From your earlier descriptions, it seems Zamasu harbors a prejudice against humanity, much like that dark figure. Goten observed. The others pondered over yesterday's battle, recalling the dark figure's evident bias against humans. And then, Goten pressed on, according to your accounts, my father fought Zamasu, and Super Saiyan 2 triumphed over him. After taking a sip of soda and clearing his throat, he added, given Zamasu's bias against humanity, could he not harbor ulterior motives after witnessing my father's strength? Might he seek to eliminate humanity by somehow reverting my father's body? That is not outside the realm of possibility. Beerus' brow furrowed, clearly deep in thought, as Goten continued. As for how that dark entity managed to swap bodies with my father, there exists but one means to accomplish such a feat. A knowing smile graced Goten's face. Goku remained lost in contemplation, while Vegeta, evidently having surmised the truth, wore a grave expression. The Super Dragon Balls. The group was taken aback. The Super Dragon Balls, which they had encountered not long ago, were said to be capable of granting any wish. If it is indeed the Super Dragon Balls, then it is conceivable that he could assume Kakarot's body, Vegeta stated seriously, but we only just utilized the Super Dragon Balls. They should not be available again so soon, Goku countered. Goten smirked lightly. Consider your purpose for venturing to Universe 10, and the answer shall reveal itself. You seek individuals with an aura akin to that dark entity and the time ring. At this juncture, Beerus began to connect the dots. The time ringed. It appeared that Beerus had come to a realization, as Goten smiled slightly. The time ring, though it cannot transport us to the past, can indeed take us to the future. That a glint of coldness flickered in Beerus' eyes. Chapter 98. 48. The future. While the time ring cannot facilitate a journey to the past, it does allow for travel into the future. Observing Beerus' expression, as frigid as ancient ice, the group felt a jolt of apprehension. The ability to traverse into the future implies significant implications. It seems you have deduced it, Goten remarked, a hint of mockery in his smile as he set down his nearly empty cup. The Super Dragon Balls can be reused within a year. If that Zamasu were to use the time ring to travel back and gather the 7 Super Dragon Balls, he could fulfill his wish. A shadow loomed over Beerus' countenance. The notion that such a disruption of the temporal order could be executed by a mere apprentice Kai was alarming, suggesting that the future was already compromised. Goku frowned deeply, instinctively believing that a Kai would not engage in such actions, yet the evidence presented by Goten was difficult to dismiss. Well, regardless, a journey to the past will clarify everything, Goten shrugged, opening his mouth wide as a piece of succulent meat entered. Humph. Vegeta snorted heavily, his reasons for irritation unknown. Perhaps it was the fact that the dark entity had not swapped bodies with him that left him discontented, suggesting that he felt overshadowed by Goku. All right, the time machine is ready for use, Bulma announced, wiping the sweat from her brow as she approached. Truly, this is splendid, the Grand Priest exclaimed, his eyes alight with vengeance. The time machine roared to life, and observing the energy gauge nearing its limit, a smile broke across his face. Be prudent, Goku, Vegeta, and Goten, eager to witness the unfolding events, boarded the time machine. It's so cramped, Goku exclaimed, his face contorted. Kakarot, move over. There's no room here, Vegeta bellowed. I ascend there a way for Aunt Bulma to enlarge this space, Goten lamented. The time machine was inherently designed for a single occupant, and with the limited space, it was uncertain if 3 children could fit, let alone 4 adults. As the glass cover slowly descended, the time machine gradually ascended.